by John Lee. Prologue. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. Given that the damn things clearly didn't have souls, then their eyes made a little more sense. As he looked into a pair of the milky shrouded orbs from a distance he was very uncomfortable with, he could see nothing behind them. This wasn't entirely true. He could see that the eyes used to be a light brown, maybe even hazel, but the thing, that something which made a person an actual living person, just wasn't there. Drawing back from the crack in the door, tentatively held by a weak chain fastened into the wood that used to give people a ridiculously false sense of security, he raised his trusted corpse sticker and eased one of the tines of the old pitchfork through the milky eyeball with an unpleasant squelch, feeling little resistance until the tip of the metal probed far enough into the brain to disrupt whatever happened in there. The thing that used to have light brown eyes stopped moaning, stiffened, then exhaled slowly and slumped, like its batteries had run out in fast forward. The gap it left was filled rapidly by another one, and his heart began to pump a little too hard in response to the ear-splitting screech that ripped from its mouth. The biggest problem with getting caught up in fighting them instead of avoiding them was focus. By that, he meant that a person could easily get so focused on the hissing, moaning, screaming things, on the dead teeth snapping and moaning, and the broken fingers reaching for them, that their concentration wouldn't let in any other information that they needed. Having been caught out more than once over the last months, and only surviving by dumb luck, he liked to think he was starting to tune into that. Luckily for him, because as soon as he'd stuck another one in its squishy brain, like you'd be tempted to with a fascia salesman who had overstayed his welcome at the front door, the stumbling, moaning sounds began to come from behind him, from inside the house. He stuck a third, somehow gauging that he had enough time before the moaning behind him became his next priority, and then he turned to regard the next horror he had to face. Now the smell wasn't anywhere near as bad as the first few weeks, especially if they'd been trapped inside where the rain couldn't freshen up their stale flesh. But the thing that descended the stairs still possessed an aura that made his eyes sting. It was a musty, dried-out aroma that was almost sickly. The sickly sweet smell catapulted him back to memories he'd intentionally forgotten, which now fought with all the other things going on in his head for space at the front of the queue. The memories, encouraged by a random smell, as they so often were, threatened to momentarily debilitate him, to send him back into the mind of the naive 9-year-old child he had been when it had all started, and make him want to rush past the thing coming down the stairs at him so that he could hide under his bed. Only this isn't my house, he thought. The thing coming down the stairs isn't my alcoholic mother reeling from another all-day session, and hiding under a bed here is as sensible as shooting myself in the head. Less sensible, actually. An unbidden and natural change in footing to line up square to his nearest threat, a controlled thrust forward, followed by the equally brisk withdrawal of the weapon, then a short wave of satisfaction as the thing dropped lifelessly to the musty carpet to remain still. Not looking back, he used his meagre body weight to shut the partially open and tenuously secured front door. One of the benefits of fighting things that had been in that weirdly suspended state, in most cases for many months, was that they were physically pretty soft. That general softness rewarded his actions with a soft patter as 3 digits, severed by the closing of the door, tumbled lightly onto the carpet where they twitched once each, then went still. Shuddering, he thanked whatever thing up there looked out for people, that they weren't the rare kind of fresh ones, and returned his attention to getting out of the house without having to fight his way through the nest he'd just disturbed in the innocent-looking bungalow opposite. He hefted his weapon of choice ahead of him, ready for any more crusty ones, still hidden and dormant within. Dormant, that was, until some idiot burst through their front door to get away from the dozen or so other things outside. Finding that the downstairs of the house was empty, he decided to get the hell away from it without raiding the cupboards, before the crowd out the front flowed around the sides like water and cut off any chance of escape. Minutes later, jogging uncomfortably, with the sole of one shoe flapping noisily with each awkward step, he thanked that same unknown deity for his managing to escape another bloody situation that should have killed him. I guess I was just lucky, he told himself, but to know just how lucky, he supposed he should start from the beginning. Chapter 1. 1989. Living on a farm in what was basically the arse end of nowhere had its perks for a boy of 9. His older sister said she felt trapped there, but he thought it was the ultimate freedom. A few years after moving there, he thought he'd learned enough about life to know that her feelings of being trapped were nothing to do with the geography. There were some surrounding villages, and a dozen or so other places in sight if you climbed on top of the biggest barn, but other than that, it was totally isolated. He thought the farm was the biggest single place on earth, but then again, he was young when his family moved there. He'd been in that happy bubble of childhood ignorance for years, right up until he noticed that things had begun to change at home. He and his sister had to walk just under 2 miles to the main road, where the bus would take them towards the bigger towns along the south coast, and their schools were on an army base. This was another happy note from way back when in his mind, stopping lessons and being allowed to run to the window to watch a convoy of chieftain tanks roll by with an impossibly loud roar caused by their heavy tracks. Hundreds of tons of armor screeching past on their way to the training grounds, feeding the fantasies of the children. Some of the other boys bragged about how they bet their dad was in one of them, or about how their mum did something else equally heroic. He remembered one particular time that happened when he retook his seat with a sudden shroud of realism, of unhappiness, and he finally saw the difference between him and the other kids. His dad wasn't driving a tank. If he was driving anything, it was a tractor on the farm, and his mother didn't work because he didn't know why. All he did know was that if she didn't get her glass bottles with her special water in that he wasn't allowed to touch, and if she ran out of her cigarettes, then all hell would break loose in the house. With that cloud of realism descending permanently on him and never leaving, he suffered the taunting of other children as he cried in the middle of the classroom. The truth was, he had been shielded from a lot of the bad things that went on under the roof that had been provided for him, a refrain he had heard shouted so often, like a roof made anything better. His sister was the one, he realized much too late, who had protected him. It was she who threw herself in front of their parents to take the punishment he had apparently earned, and she did it tight-lipped, so she couldn't cry out and give either of them the satisfaction of knowing they had caused someone pain. That only made things worse, and by the time he knew something was truly wrong, and his behavior invited more punishments, she had already hurt herself once too often to cope with the pressure. To that day, despite every unfathomable, insane thing that had since transpired, he could still see the vivid images of his sister being taken away to hospital, screaming his name, telling him to be brave as she kept fighting all the way until the van doors slammed shut to muffle her voice. "Good bloody riddance!" their mother spat at the white ambulance as it shrank into the distance, until finally rounding a bend to be swallowed up into the green surroundings. Ungrateful little cow never knew which side her bread was buttered. With that last cruel and callous remark, she lit another cigarette and scowled down at her son, smacking him hard across the back of his head. He looked back up at her and was careful to keep the rebellion out of his eyes. He could tell that she was desperate to say something, almost itching to respond to the words she expected from him. So he stayed silent. "That was for nothing," she said smugly as she turned away, "and there's plenty more where that came from, you little shit." He still said nothing, just watched her back and imagined the actions before her. Transfer cigarette to right hand, pick up bottle and unscrew cap with left hand, pour, put down bottle, drink, inhale on cigarette. His father's presence suddenly stabbed his consciousness and his gaze darted to him. He had let the edge of the curtain fall by then, having watched the ambulance drive out of sight, just as the young boy had. Then the father turned from the window to face him. He couldn't tell whether his father was angry with him or not, but his face was heavy with blame. "Got to bed," he growled at the boy. "But I haven't had any tea," he said reflexively, regretting his outburst instantly. Crossing the room in 2 long strides, his father's hand followed suit and struck him just where his mother had, rocking him off his feet this time. Pausing a moment on his knees to fight the tears back inside his eyes, he stood and climbed the stairs to go to bed hungry. Before he had even closed his bedroom door fully, he heard the nightly argument downstairs begin with real venom. That night was when his childhood ended, in the late spring of 1989, but that happened to coincide with the end of the whole damned world. The following morning, he was awake early, having spent what felt like all night trying to hold back more tears caused by his aching belly. He had dressed for school after darting a hand out from under the warm covers to retrieve the uniform, which had been washed, dried, and ironed by his sister. He'd placed it ready the night before and wriggled into it without getting out of bed. One of the unwelcome delights of living so remotely was that the place was permanently cold, except for in the summer when it was unbearably hot for a few weeks. He hated the cold, and couldn't face the prospect of getting out of a warm bed into the chilly air to strip off and get into cold garments. His system was, to him at the naive age of 9, a stroke of pure genius. Having stayed under the covers until the new clothes were warm, he climbed out and carefully made his bed, so as not to offer any opportunity to earn a punishment. He gently kissed the soft, stuffed toy lamb which had been his sister's, hid him gently under the pillow, and went downstairs. His mother normally didn't surface until after he had to leave for school, but that morning he found them both up and staring at the television set. Like all young boys his age, he was obsessed with the new colour television in the lounge. There was talk of there being a 5th channel soon, and he just hoped that there would be some programs he would be allowed to watch. Seeing both of his parents still and inexplicably silent, he helped himself to a piece of toast from a chipped plate and leaned around their legs to see what was so interesting. "Have confirmed reports of violent behaviour and cannibalism in those affected by the mysterious disease. Our correspondent in London has more," said the woman sitting behind her desk on the screen. The picture changed to shaky filming of something he couldn't make out, like a riot, and his need for information blinded him to the risks of speaking aloud. "What's going on?" he asked, feeling the air rip in two with the simultaneous scream and yell of fright that tore from them both. Fearing instant physical reprisal, he threw himself clear and, sure enough, a meaty hand whistled through the air to miss him by an uncomfortable margin. Evidently deciding that he was too far away to be worth the effort of leaving the television screen, his mother satisfied herself by flicking the ash of a cigarette towards him with an accompanying vicious glare. "Go to school now!" she shrieked, and turned away to reach towards the set to twist the volume dial up high. Retreating to the kitchen, he looked around for his lunchbox, finding it still bearing the mouldy crusts and wrappers from the last time. His heart dropped with the reminder that his sister wasn't there to look out for him anymore, and it both saddened him and strengthened his resolve. Snatching up more toast before he could be noticed again, he opened a kitchen cupboard to grab crisps and the last chocolate biscuit, all crunchy goodness nestled inside its foil and paper wrappers. Then he pulled open the unlocked front door to put his shoes on in the porch. Still being ignored, not that him telling them he was half an hour early would make a difference, the young boy left his parents to their TV and snatched up his parka to head up the lane as he ate the toast. After walking half a mile past all the farm buildings to his right and open fields to his left, he continued past the 3 small houses nestled in a side road and surrounded by tall pines. They were called the Pines, ingeniously. Normally there would be some activity there, but today there was nothing. Ignoring the sense of unease he felt, he trudged onwards to pass the only other entrance off the lane before it met the main road. That track always seemed dark and foreboding to him, and together with his sister he had made up stories about the dark deeds which had occurred there. Legend had it, or at least the legends they had conjured, that an old woman lived there. Alone in her mansion, she protected the money she had inherited against anyone who came to steal it. That inheritance had cost her family dearly, as she had killed everyone who was ahead of her until it was all hers. They had laughed about her, not that either of them had ever seen her or even knew if she truly existed, and they took turns in scaring one another when they passed by the overgrown entrance twice a day. Eventually reaching the wider road, which to his child's eyes seemed like a motorway because there were white lines painted on the pitted surface, he settled down with his backside on the top bar of a wooden gate to keep the rest of him out of the dewy wet grass. The toast had long been finished, and he considered tucking into the 2 items which constituted his entire lunch, but disciplined himself to hold out. It wasn't as though he could beg food from his friends at school at lunchtime. With his sister gone, he had nobody to speak to now anyway. As that harsh reality finally convinced his brain of the recent facts and what they meant, his tears flowed to fill the time until the tired coach pulled up to hiss its creaking door open. Chapter 2. The long coach ride was uncomfortable, as he'd already passed 2 boys who he knew would pick on him as soon as they were kicked out into the war zone of the playground. Not having his sister to talk to and keep the others away, he knew he would be in for some trouble even before the first bell sounded. The seats were usually half-filled by the time they climbed on board, but that day there seemed to be fewer children there. He considered this as he stared out of the vibrating window, looking through the shroud of condensation and over rolling fields passing by at speed outside. All he saw were flashes, glimpses of the world beyond his control. Sheep in one hilly patch of fenced hillside, black and white cows in another, a flatter enclosure, a small stream that blinked by, replaced by a pub with a slide and swings in the garden beside it. His journey passed by like this, in reflective loneliness, as he dreaded arriving at school to spend an uncomfortable day in the relative safety of being away from the reach of his parents. As the coach hissed to a jerking stop, he sighed in tired resignation and gathered himself to endure what came next. Stepping down and keeping his eyes on the ground, he made straight for the cover of a massive tree near the entrance, where he just hoped he could avoid any interaction. Kicking his feet in the soft brown pine needles which had fallen from the high branches, he waited for the bell, but he also waited for what came whenever his sister wasn't with him. "Hey, Pee-wee!" came the voice of the boy who had been his tormentor since his first day in school. "Where's your mummy?" he taunted, meaning his sister. That was one of the vagaries of rural life. Schools combined on single sites, with some classes only holding a handful of kids. Often school years even combined if there weren't enough children of the right age, and that varied greatly due to the fact that half of the kids there were from the military base nearby. Whenever vast numbers shipped out, their kids would often move with them and affect the number of empty seats in the school. The boy who approached him now, yelling out in his high-pitched voice the cruel nickname he had branded him with years before, was called Edward, and Peter hated him. He looked up, unwittingly making eye contact with the small, sunken, dull eyes buried in the fat, rosy cheeks of the bully walking his way. As always, Edward was flanked by 2 more boys who enjoyed the humiliation of others. After all, where was the fun in bullying someone without an audience? "I said, where's your mummy, Pee-wee?" he said again, too loud to be just for his victim's benefit, and obviously planning a display. "Not coming?" Peter muttered, eyes glued to his shoes as they shuffled uncertainly in the soft, pine-covered dirt. "Speak up!" Edward barked, emulating the military bearing he saw in others but possessed none of himself. Edward's father was another farmer, but pigs instead of dairy like the milk farm he lived on. Everything about the boys seemed to get Edward's back up, and not a day at school had ever gone by without him hurting him in some way. "She's not coming," Peter said slightly louder, as he began walking away. Coming out of the warm cover of the tree's shelter, he felt the light rain sting his face just as the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Edward was chasing him down, his followers easily matching pace with the overweight, pugnacious bully. "Oi!" he snarled. "Where are you going? I haven't finished talking to you yet." Something in the way he spoke reminded Peter of his parents, of the cruelty of having someone in your power and forcing them to endure the expectation of pain before it came. He stopped and turned, seeing the evil glee in Edward's fat face before he lined up to hit him. He didn't know if it was the hunger he felt making him angry. He didn't know if it was the pain of loneliness and seeing his sister taken away, whether it was the air of tingling fear that something bigger was wrong, or whether he had just been pushed too far by a combination of these things. Acting on instinct, he kicked out, hitting the fat boy in his shin and dropping him to roll around the concrete, wailing in high-pitched agony. His followers stopped, both looking at the boy in shock. Neither of them made a move to do anything, not even to protect their fearless leader, and certainly not to step into his place. Peter stood rooted to the spot, holding his ground and wearing a teary-eyed look of determined rage as Edward cried at his feet. The others glanced behind him and backed away, melting into obscurity expertly, just as Edward sat up and rolled his trouser leg up to expose a graze and bruising which was already beginning to spread. "What's going on here?" said a stern voice from above their heads. The teacher, who had seen the altercation, or at least had his attention drawn by the end of it, took one look at the scene he was presented with and grabbed the neck of Peter's coat roughly. Finding himself hauled round and forced to run on tiptoes to keep pace and not strangle himself, he was whisked away from the danger of instant reprisal towards the school office. "Peter," said the voice above him as he was thrust through the wooden doors, "I'm very disappointed in you." "Me?" he thought. "Why do I get the blame for that?" Those thoughts stayed in Peter's head, because he had learned long ago never to argue, or the punishments were doubled. He sat in a chair as he was told, eyes fixed on the floor past his dangling shoes, which caught the occasional tear falling from his eyes, and he waited for the punishment. He didn't have to wait long, as he was called into the headmaster's office. "I don't have time to deal with this today," he started, before Peter had even closed the door behind him. "You will be punished for that," he went on distractedly, pointing a finger at the wall which eventually led towards the playground and the scene of the crime, "and I will write to your parents. With that said," he went on in a more careful tone, "I am also informed of the circumstances surrounding your sister. So today, instead of having lunch, you will write a letter of apology to Edward." The indignation of unfairness combined with the knowledge of her fate stung Peter into looking up, a fire burning inside him that made him want to rage against the teachers and the bully, but he managed to suppress that just in time, before he earned more punishment. "As I have said," the teacher went on in a lower voice, as his eyes darted over papers on the expansive desk, "I have more important things to deal with today, so you can leave now. Be back here at lunchtime." Peter stood, taking his dismissal stoically, and walked out of the office to the blessed sound of the bell ringing. He shuffled his way towards his class, climbing the single flight of stairs to the first floor of the huge square building. Something seemed off. Just as the bus had been less populated than usual, so was the school almost half empty. Pushing through the door into the classroom, he saw too many empty chairs, and the buzz of chatter was higher than normal. He feared the consequences of that noise, evidently alone in that fear, as everyone else was talking loudly. Edward hobbled in, emphasizing the ridiculous limp he had employed for sympathy, and fixed Peter with a glare that spoke of copious amounts of painful revenge. Pushing that unwelcome thought away, he glanced around at the half-filled desks, and was struck by a realization. Not one child from the army base was there. Not sure what that meant, he sat in silence and waited for the teacher. After 5 minutes, according to the large wall clock that usually ticked noisily but couldn't be heard over the din now, they were still without a teacher. That had never happened before, and almost as though the children grew collectively bolder by their lack of overlord, the noise rose once more. Just as anarchy threatened to overcome the group, the door burst open, and the headmaster stood in the threshold. He looked drawn and stressed, and he declared loudly that all pupils must attend the assembly hall. As with all creatures of habit, they lined up by the door as a class in register order, like they always had done. The thought that nobody was enforcing the rules never even occurred to any of them. As one, they traipsed back down the stairs in a slow-moving, caterpillar-like approximation of their inward journey, then waited as they filed in to sit cross-legged on the polished parquet floor. The noise subsided as the headmaster stood in the center of the stage and called once for hush. He spoke only once, then followed his instruction with a glowering look, which he fixed on the younger children in the front row. That look silenced them as quickly as his words had, and the silence spread like a disease that rapidly infected the entire room. Risking a glance around, Peter saw that the back half of the hall was empty when it would normally be full, and that half of the teachers who hovered at tactical points along the outer walls to watch for unruly behavior were also not there. "I have an announcement," the headmaster said loudly, before a screeching, rumbling sound ripped the air as it grew in intensity. The children were all accustomed to the sounds of heavy tanks moving, but this convoy seemed bigger, louder, and longer than any they had ever heard before. The seconds stretched into minutes, until finally the roaring din of heavy metal began to subside and fade into the distance. "I have an announcement," the headmaster intoned again, finally, holding up a piece of paper and restoring his reading glasses to the end of his nose with his right hand. "School will be closed from now until further notice. All children are to go home until the school instructs them to return." The hall erupted into talk, answered by the raised voices and shouts of teachers trying to restore order, which was achieved shortly afterwards. One class at a time, they were shepherded out and back to their classes to await their collection from the chilly playground. After what seemed like an impossibly long time for Peter, spent avoiding Edward and his accomplices, whilst maintaining a watchful eye on his whereabouts, the coach returned with a very confused and annoyed-looking driver at the wheel. Grateful for the relative safety from persecution, Peter returned to stare out of the same steamed-up window on the return leg of his daily journey. Unsurprisingly, he found nobody waiting for him at the end of the road. Occasionally, if the mood took either of them, or when there was a false sense of affection towards him and his sister, one of them would bring a vehicle to the end of the road and sit smoking until the coach dropped them off on the far side of the fast stretch. Had there been more traffic, his sister had told him, the road would be very dangerous. As it was, only sporadic cars passed that way, even if they did drive fast, and they could be easily avoided. With a sigh, he looked both ways twice, listened carefully for the sound of any approaching engines, just as his sister had taught him, and carefully stepped across the road to the grass-covered central reservation. Repeating the process for the second road that bore cars coming from his left this time, he crossed again and began the trudge home. Peter hoped that school had telephoned his parents. Otherwise he would be accused of missing the bus and lying to get a day off school. Quite why they ever thought he would choose their company over the bullies and the teachers, Peter could never understand. Opening his lunch-box on the move, he took out the only food he'd had the chance to steal, and ate it before he returned home and ran the risk of losing it. Chapter 3. Finally rounding the last bend in the road, the one where his sister had disappeared around, going the other way in the ambulance, Peter came in sight of the farm buildings and the house he called home. Getting to the front door, he put his hand on the handle to turn it, finding it uncharacteristically unyielding. "The doors are never locked," he told himself, trying to fathom why today he couldn't get back in. His sister would know what to do, but that thought was as useless as the tears he had shed already. Rolling back the heavy cabinet, which held boots and a film of dust and dried mud, Peter found the small leather key fob which was attached to the spare. He wasn't supposed to know about it, but it had been there for years since his mother had once left her keys in the pub before getting a lift home. It wasn't that she was being responsible by not driving their car back, but more that she was so drunk that she didn't remember driving there, and so abandoned the car by accident. Instead of addressing the larger problem, she had made sure she had a spare in case his father chose not to let her in like he did that time. Having long given up on drinking in public, she had spent the last year drinking cheaper spirits at home, where nobody dared judge her or pass comment on her, bypassing the glass entirely some nights. Sliding the key into the lock, Peter hesitated before opening it in case it attracted punishment. Leaving the door locked, he replaced the key and the cabinet carefully, then walked a lap around the house to look for something, anything, to explain the strange day's occurrences. The car wasn't on the driveway. Not entirely uncommon, but less common nowadays, since the drinking began at breakfast and carried on through. The dog wasn't in the house, otherwise she would be barking at his return, but that too wasn't uncommon, as Peter's father would likely have her at his heel on the farm somewhere. Sitting on the step in the overgrown back garden, Peter tried to think of the best thing to do that wouldn't get him in trouble. Going onto the farm, especially in his school uniform, which was on its first day out of the 5 that it had to last, was a bad idea. His father would rage at him if he found him playing there when the daily movements were going on. The beating he had taken when he tried to follow him to work one day last summer was still fresh in his mind. He had come face to face that day with a young bull which was being herded in his direction. Peter shuddered at the memory and the feeling of fear, not from the animal, who had just demonstrated an alarming aggression, but from his father, who had promised worse injuries than the bull could inflict if he ever disobeyed him again. He didn't know how long he waited, but it was long enough for the slight chill of the morning to creep into his body. Getting up and going into the large shed that was called the workshop, he turned on the electrical breaker to make the power flow to the simple building covered by its wriggly asbestos-panelled roof. Hearing the radio burst into low static as soon as it woke with the fresh feed of power, he stepped towards it and began to turn the dial gently to try and find some music. The fine-tuning of a radio was a skill he had learned but not yet perfected, so when he first heard the voices speaking intently with an edge of stress, Peter struggled to find it again after reversing the direction of the dial too far. Eventually, painstakingly turning it a fraction each time, he found the voices once more. "Unconfirmed reports coming from the capital throughout the night, but it is certain that the military has been deployed on the streets of London. Looting and riots have erupted, but eyewitness accounts have stated that the infected are at the heart of the troubles. A spokesperson from the London Metropolitan Police Force has urged all residents of the city and surrounding areas to stay in their homes and not to infringe on the activities of the emergency services." A pause sounded, punctuated only by Peter's eyebrows meeting in the middle, until the newsreader started again. In other news, after their 2-0 victory over Albania last month, the England football team has announced that they are confident of another win ahead of the return leg when Albania travel to Britain next month in the World Cup qualification rounds. His attention faded away from the sports news, finding it perverse that people could be so casual as to talk about a football match when, to him at least, it sounded like London was burning to the ground. The sound of a loud engine outside brought him back to reality, making him quickly run from the shed to flick off the electricity breaker on his way out. He stopped running as he rounded the edge of the house to see his parents sitting in the front seats of the car, both smoking and arguing intently, with hands waving to make their points. They hadn't seen their son yet, and he preferred it that way, so he kept still with just a part of his face showing around the edge of the brick. Peter's mother evidently said something his father didn't like, because he started hitting the steering wheel with enough force to rock the car on its springs and crush the cigarette between his fingers and burn him, something which his mother seemed to find amusing. That made him rage more at her, evoking an equally savage verbal response that Peter couldn't hear. The simple fact that they had gone anywhere together, especially in the middle of the day when his father was usually hard at work 7 days a week, indicated that something was definitely wrong. As his mind wandered, some sense of danger penetrated its way into his head, and he looked up to see both of them looking directly at him. An escaping gasp made him jump, realizing too late that it was his own, and Peter froze as his body decided whether to run or not. His head took over just in time, telling him that he had nowhere to run to. His body reluctantly followed those instructions, and he stepped sheepishly out from behind the house to the sound of car doors opening and slamming. "What the hell are you doing here?" his mother screeched at him. "Don't lie to your mother, boy," his father warned, his voice heavy with the unspoken threat of physical punishment. "School closed?" he blurted out as he retreated, eager to instinctively stay out of striking distance. "They sent us all home?" Peter's parents looked at one another in silence, as though the information made sense to them, when it didn't make any sense to him at all. "Get inside," his father eventually snapped at him, seeming to consider whether to clip him around the head just because. Peter went inside. Following the automated responses for getting in from school, he ran up the stairs to remove his uniform and fold it neatly, ready for the next day, failing to understand that there wasn't ever going to be another day at school. He dressed in some rough clothes and, as much as he hated to be anywhere near them, went downstairs to ask what was going on. That evening, sitting in darkness in his room after the reward of an early bedtime yet again, for no reason other than asking questions which remained unanswered, Peter tried to make sense of what he had been told and what he had seen on the news. There was something going on in London, and as of that lunchtime, nobody was reporting from the city at all. He had been there once, for a funeral, he later realized, But at the time he'd blocked out the arguing from the front seat and stared in awe out of the window at the complete opposite of a world he knew. Everything was drab and concrete, with buildings taller than the biggest trees he had ever seen, and the air seemed to have a thicker quality that was totally at odds with the fresh, warm breeze he knew. Now, imaging those same streets from the depths of his memories, he struggled to envisage those buildings burning like the ones on the clips of camera footage, and those streets full of people running and screaming. He couldn't get the images he had seen out of his brain. He knew that sleep just wasn't going to happen, so he decided to risk the wrath and tried to listen to the television, which was still blaring loudly on the ground floor below. Creeping as slowly and lightly as possible, Peter slipped out from under the covers and opened his door as softly as he could. The slight creaks and groans from the hinges made him freeze, ready to jump back into bed and pretend to be asleep if he heard even the slightest indication that he had been detected. Getting the door open enough to slip through, he made his way cautiously to the stairs, keeping his feet carefully to the edges of the floorboards, where they were the least likely to make the sound which could get him caught. For a moment he stopped at his sister's bedroom door, and his bottom lip began to tremble as he saw her prized poster of Madonna. He'd laughed at her singing Into the Groove, using her hairbrush as a microphone. He made himself look away and carry on, knowing deep down that he would never sit with her on a Sunday evening and record the songs they loved from the charts on their ancient tape deck. Making painstakingly slow progress in the interests of silence and self-preservation, he crept down the stairs until the partly open door to the lounge showed him half of the television screen. His father's slumped shoulders were visible in the armchair. The balding head lolled to one side, making Peter imagine the soft snoring that came from him in that position, especially when the mostly empty bottle rested against the side of the chair. He couldn't see his mother, but his mind filled in the blanks and put her sitting out of sight, with a cigarette in one hand and a glass in the other as she stared at the screen with dry, vacant eyes. At least it was the news, and not his mother's favourite rubbish, Dallas. She spent hours with her glazed eyes glued to that, or worse, her videos of it over and over again. Satisfied that his father was asleep and his mother couldn't see him, if she was even conscious at all, Peter settled himself down carefully to watch and listen as the television told him the things that they would not. Declared a state of emergency. Once again, an infectious disease has spread from a London research laboratory and infected the population. Police and military personnel are containing the outbreak, and residents are urged to stay in their homes until instructed. Anyone suspected of being in the early stages of infection, usually denoted by bites or scratches from those already afflicted, should be isolated and avoided. Do not attempt to treat people suspected of being infected. We repeat, do not attempt to help people who are infected. Other signs indicating infection are fever, confusion and dementia, and uncharacteristic aggression. Peter sat still on the stairs, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. It was normal for his parents to drink themselves into oblivion each night, but he imagined that even normal people would be doing that now. He knew London was a long way away, but he was still worried that this illness would sweep across the country and find their little patch of nowhere. Peter went back to bed as stealthily as he could, and lay staring at the dark ceiling, until he drifted into a fitful sleep. Professor Gould tried to calm himself with mathematics. Calculations and estimates passed the time, and he forced himself to work through the mental arithmetic slowly, step by step, to while away the hours. For the first time in weeks he felt trapped underground in the laboratory that had never made him feel claustrophobic before. But before, he had been able to simply walk out. Well, maybe not simply walk out, he admitted, thinking of the security doors and main entrance that was monitored by 3 guards day and night. Those guards would not open the airlock doors with their spinning metal wheels until identification was verified via the closed-circuit television feed. But even before all this went wrong, he could still, with relative ease, get outside. Not that he had in weeks, because he had been close to a breakthrough. He had been on the verge of it ever since the 2 American scientists had come in with their most recent research. But the way the 2 men, with their matching glasses and similar government-issued wardrobes, always glanced at one another before answering, got on his nerves no end. Their research, conducted under the guise of medical testing and treatment, had been brought across the Atlantic for refining. Refining, that was what they called it. Professor Gruel called it weaponizing. Morally, he was against the idea, but practically he knew that if he didn't conduct the final process, then someone else would. It was a matter of professional pride, not arrogance, but he knew the other people in his field, and he knew that anyone else they brought in to do the work would be less effective than he was. He knew that the Russians had just as vast a research budget as the USA and the UK combined, and given that the likelihood of all-out nuclear war was very low, he knew that the two hugely powerful nations would find other ways to wage war in silence. One way involved people like him. Professors in advanced biochemistry with real-world experience comprised a very small portion of the world's population, and when they reached the tip of that particular iceberg, they tended to know each other. Of all the others he knew, he was certain that he was the best person to complete the research through to testing in the shortest time. He had been right, at least about his ability to bring that research off the paper and into the bloodstreams of test subjects. What he had been wrong about, however, was the expected effects of the test. These test subjects were another moral issue, and a solution had been provided by their American counterparts. Prisoners, unlikely to ever earn their freedom within a reasonable time, exchanged their lives for cash, so that their families could see at least some benefit from their existence. Under strict conditions to prevent the spread of the disease, the subjects were restrained on the wheeled stretchers, and the disease was administered in carefully measured doses of varying amounts. The disease itself was naturally occurring, and it had taken the Americans years to breed it into the most severe potency. Still, as potent as it was, the speed at which it progressed was still slow enough that the symptoms could be recognized, and the infected subject effectively quarantined in time to stop a cataclysmic spread. That was where Gruel came in. His theories on crossing over disease barriers and combining them had been inspired by his research work on vaccinations. By combining the overly aggressive strain of the rabies virus with the fast-acting meningococcal disease, he had been successful in turning up the dial on the new hybrid disease all the way to 11. When the 6 simultaneous human trials began, the small facility was on full lockdown. Those trials began just as expected, and the first 90 minutes went seemingly without incident. At around the 2-hour mark, 4 subjects began to display symptoms in varying degrees. Gruel made a note on his clipboard, mentally disregarding the other 2 as having received too small a dose to be effective, and he paid close attention to the one subject who he now knew had received the highest amount. Within 3 hours, that subject advanced far beyond the effects visible on the others, was writhing in pain and crying out. His skin showed angry red welts, and he complained of cramps and a headache. By 4 hours, his temperature had risen to such a level that those standing by to monitor him could feel the heat radiating away from his skin. By the time that temperature was noticeable, the groaning, crying subjects had quietened and were sweating through their rapid, shallow breathing. One of his laboratory assistants scribbled a rapid note as their doctor called out the time of death for the first subject, followed at regular intervals for the next 2, before something very unexpected happened. Subject 1, his frothing mouth hanging open and his rapidly cooling skin no longer glowing pink, but having turned a deathly pale shade, opened his eyes slowly. It wasn't the simple mechanical response of a body in recent death to relax each muscle because the eyelids fluttered open and blinked. The eyeballs, clouded and milky as though cataracts had blinded him, turned slowly left and right, as though looking for something. The chest began to rise and fall gently. Each movement of the ribcage expanding and contracting prompted a rasping, hissing noise, like wind whistling through a creaking door. The lab assistant, who had recorded the time of death for that subject, froze and turned slowly towards him, checking that the correct information had been annotated against the right subject. Stepping closer, he bent down to watch the rise and fall of the man's restrained chest, placing his own face next to the subject's, and believing himself safe from the contagion behind his mask and goggles. His eyes grew wide just as the face turned towards him and locked its own milky orbs on the man's, Then it opened its mouth wide and bit the man on the face. 6 days later, after the full stupidity of the safety protocols in place became apparent, and the sealed doors had been opened to investigate why the facility had stopped picking up the telephone, Gruel was still trapped in the store cupboard. The lock was holding, and there was no sign that the dynamic of those things outside and him inside would change, but the supply situation was the more pressing concern. He had no idea what was happening in the wider world above ground, or in fact anywhere other than the 3 feet of corridor he could see either side of the door he was hiding behind. But his world was a small, dark place. Not needing to count off on his fingers, Gruel cursed his luck that he had sought refuge in a room without running water, and calculated that he had 2 days before he would be out of fluids and forced to try and escape that room before he was too weak to be effective. The only problem was the 2 lurching figures outside the door, who responded with blood-curdling, screeching noises every time he made any sound. No matter how still he stayed, they would not leave. He was entombed, effectively, by his own monstrous creation, and would soon be forced to fight them, or else face a certain agonizing death by dehydration. Chapter 4. "Well, I'm not waiting here for news," Peter's father snarled angrily at his mother, whose only response was to take a further gulp of drink without taking her malevolent stare away from his eyes. He had spent the morning trying to raise people on the telephone, painstakingly dialing each digit of the numbers written in a book, and waiting for the dial to slowly spin back to the 0. Each call had either resulted in him slamming the handset back down in frustration at nobody answering, or having a terse conversation with the person on the other end. Each time he made a call, regardless of the outcome, it seemed to anger him more. "I'm going out!" he raged, throwing open a door to a cupboard in the hallway and retrieving a shotgun with a belt of cartridges, which he slung over one shoulder, before seeing Peter through the railings of the stairs and glancing back to his wife. He seemed to be weighing something up, like he was searching for the lesser of 2 evils, before abruptly saying to the boy, "Get your boots on and come with me." "What are you taking him for?" his mother shrieked, waving a half-smoked cigarette at her son as she stalked forwards, full of accusations. "Planning on leaving me behind, are you? Don't bloody test me, woman!" Peter's father raged back at her, puffing himself up to his full height like a gorilla. She wasn't intimidated by his animalistic display, and her face told him exactly that. "Stay here," he instructed her, and turned on his heel just in time to ignore the childish face she pulled at him and hear the accompanying huff of derision. A glance at Peter conveyed the information that he should have already got his shoes on and been waiting, so the boy scrambled down the rest of the stairs to comply quickly. "Stay," his father added in a growl, this time to their collie dog, who had automatically risen to follow at his heel. Walking at double speed away from the house and towards the farm to keep pace with his much taller father, Peter resisted the urge to ask him any questions. He had learned long ago that asking would only gain the reward of a clip around the ear, or a snarled response of an aggressive platitude like, "Listen instead of talking and you might learn something," or, "2 ears, 1 mouth, boy, work it out." So Peter kept silent and kept pace as his father strode towards his battered farm pickup with a soggy cigarette hanging from his lips. The once white pickup was very basic, and he waited patiently until his father sat behind the driver's door and sighed, before reluctantly leaning over to lift the pin and unlock the passenger side. Peter slipped in and sat down, trying to keep himself as small and unnoticeable as possible as his father started the rattling, noisy engine. Pulling out of the drive to the farm, he turned right, heading up the lane in the direction of the main road, but stopping at the houses midst the tall pine trees. "Stay here," he told the boy, not expecting and not receiving any answer, before climbing out and retrieving his shotgun from the flat bed of the pickup. Peter watched him as he walked slowly towards the houses, and he saw the gap that one missing vehicle had left. One of the farm workers came out of his house, and everything about his demeanor said he was apologizing. He wrung his hands as he spoke, keeping himself hunched and smaller than the boy's father, which is how people usually acted around him. Peter knew he was a bully. He was worse than Edward ever could be, because he was strong and not just picking on someone smaller than him to feel better. He bullied everyone, intimidated everyone, and if anyone didn't bow down to him, then he forced them away. Peter turned his attention back to the conversation and concentrated, trying to decipher what was happening without hearing the words. He saw the worker, a small man named Keith, who did most of the tractor driving. He was pointing to the gap where Peter expected there to be a car, and saw Keith waving his arms in some wild explanation of something. Peter's father seethed. He knew that face, even if Keith didn't, and he knew his father had stopped listening and was on the verge of violence. Keith's eyes kept flickering towards the gun held low in one hand, as though the world was just crazy enough right then that his boss would use it on him. Without raising the weapon and without another word, his father turned and stomped back towards the pickup. Cramming his big frame behind the wheel after thrusting the gun over to the opposite footwell, he started the rattling engine again and peeled out in a drone of high revs. He gripped the wheel tight, his knuckles glowing white with the pressure, and seemed to hold his breath. Peter kept himself still and quiet, being invisible like he knew how when this close to his father, until he eased off the throttle and let out his breath in a long hiss of escaping air. "Tony's gone," he said, surprising his son. "Pissed off last night, apparently. His sister rang him from Aldershot. You know where that is?" Peter opened his mouth to speak, hesitating because he didn't usually ask him questions that he expected an answer to. He took his eyes away from the empty lane to look at his son, making him blurt out an answer. "No? Where is it?" "It's that way," he said, pointing a finger past the young boy's face and making him stiffen in anticipation. "West, towards London." London, Peter thought, where the news said the trouble was. His sister is married to a soldier, and she rang him, telling him to get out. She would know if the army has been sent in. He tried to get Keith and the others to leave too, but they wouldn't. Something in Peter's mind lit up then, as though a circuit had been connected, and he spoke the words aloud before good sense could stop him. "Yesterday, when we were told that the school was closed, none of the children from the base was there, and we heard the biggest convoy ever move past," he said in a rush, trailing off as he waited for the response to come. His father just eased off the throttle, slowing the pickup and swinging into the farmyard to creak to a halt. He didn't move, so neither did Peter. "You asked last night what was happening," he said finally, "but there's—" He stopped, rubbing hands hard across his face. "There's some sort of shit spreading across the country. People are going mad and biting each other. Then they catch whatever it is and do the same. The bloody army is on the streets. That shouldn't happen," he said savagely. Peter kept his mouth shut, marvelling that this was the longest he had spoken to his father without him yelling in as long as he could remember. He looked up at him, risking eye contact in the strangeness of the moment. The father looked back down at his son, something resembling kindness or even fear in his eyes. At least it wasn't the loathing Peter normally saw, which made what he said next even more of a shock. "I don't want anything to happen to you or your sister, which is why we need to go and get her." The argument between his parents raged longer than usual, and he sat at the top of the stairs, even after the inevitable smash of glass. He had changed into his pajamas as the sun sank, and by the time his hunger had become painful, the raised voices from downstairs had grown so loud and slurred that he daren't venture down there. From what Peter could gather, fairly easily because they were shouting at each other without a care of where he was and what he could hear, his mother was against the idea of getting his sister back. His father was adamant, and the smashing glass was her answer to his insistence. Going to bed for the second night in a row with an empty stomach, Peter miraculously found sleep. The following morning, waking to hear nothing from the other bedrooms, Peter reached out to find his school clothes. Dressed and warm, he crept downstairs to hear muted voices in the kitchen. His father was dressed, drinking something steaming from a cup, whereas his mother was wearing a dressing gown, holding a glass and a lit cigarette, and still looking as drunk as she had in the evening. Peter's father saw him first, a twitch of his eyebrows his only reaction to him entering the room. He fetched a bowl and a spoon, keeping himself out of reach and as small as possible, like he always did, then reached out across the table for the cereal. As he poured fresh milk from the jug on the table, skimmed from the milking tank on the farm that morning as always, they seemed to jointly decide to ignore their son and carry on. "Right," his father said after draining his cup and pushing back his chair to stand. "I'm off. I'll be back later." His mother's only response was to huff at him and turn away, and stare out over the kitchen sink into the back garden. Peter sank a little lower into his chair, crunching his cereal as quietly as he could. He looked down the hallway, seeing his father pause at the cupboard and replace the shotgun. Evidently he must have thought twice about taking the weapon towards the distant towns and away from the safety bubble of the land they occupied. Without another word or even a casual glance, he went out of the front door and left. Peter continued to crunch as silently as possible, not wanting to incur the wrath of his mother, who was still staring out of the window at nothing as the cigarette burned a long, drooping stick of ash, which eventually dropped onto the kitchen side. Finishing his breakfast and shooting her a quick glance to see if he was being watched, Peter raised the bowl to his mouth to drink the sweet milk left at the bottom. She didn't see him, otherwise he would have earned another slap around the head, so he rose and went to wash his bowl in the sink as he always had to. Only she was blocking the way as she continued to stare out of the window. Seeing the slight rise and fall of her shoulders as her face was turned down, it took Peter a moment to realize that she was crying. Not sure how to respond at first, he gently set his bowl down and put a small hand on her arm. "It's all right," he said nervously. "Dad will come back and—" "Who bloody asked you?" she snapped, as she rounded on him, wearing a furious, red-eyed look of hatred. "Get back upstairs and take your school clothes off. You're not going to school again." Having taken an instinctive step back so as to be out of striking range, he was already halfway to the door, so he turned and fled the remainder of the distance. "And you can stay up there!" he heard her shriek in her grating voice from the kitchen, just as he could make out the clink of a bottle against a glass. Back in his room, Peter did as he was told and put his school uniform neatly back where it had been before, and he got dressed in yesterday's clothes. He got out the few toys he owned, either donated or found cheap and second-hand when one of them was feeling generous or guilty, and played in silence as he mouthed out the words the figures were saying to one another. Lunchtime came and went, as indicated by the blue and red hands of his watch, which his sister had taught him how to read, and still no summons had been yelled from downstairs. On his third day of being hungry, he could no longer bear missing a meal, and creaked open the door to sneak down the staircase with careful steps. At the foot of the stairs he paused, still unchallenged, and listened to the sounds. The television was on, as it often was throughout the day and night, but he listened long enough to hear nothing but the sounds of the program. It was a film, by the sounds of it, and one that made him think it was supposed to be funny from the musical noises, probably designed to make people laugh as much as the jokes were. Risking discovery, Peter crept to the door and peered around to find her still wearing her dressing gown, and sleeping in the grubby chair she occupied, and forbade anyone else to sit in. The bottle lay empty on the carpet, and the glass had tipped out of her hand to rest lazily against the arm of the chair. He retreated silently, stealing into the kitchen to grab slices of bread and scrape a slab of margarine onto each one before stacking them to creep back upstairs. As soon as he got back to the relative safety of his room, he ate hungrily and continued to play until the sun sank outside his window. But then, two things happened simultaneously. His belly growled, reminding him that he was still hungry after barely eating for 3 days, and then his stomach lurched, because Peter realized that his father hadn't returned before dark. Chapter 5. John, father to a daughter and a son, and husband to a vile shrew of a woman who he hated when she was drunk, but despised beyond comprehension when she was sober, had driven sedately towards the big town where the hospital was. He drove slowly, not through being careful, but because, with each mile he travelled, he felt himself growing ever more suspicious. That suspicion was caused by a dawning realization that he hadn't seen another moving vehicle yet. It was very common to never see a moving vehicle, as the only thing down their lane was the farm, and it wasn't a shortcut that led to anywhere. but out on the main roads it was usual to pass 5 or 6 cars by the time they came to the first buildings. Those buildings, bizarrely a large pub and a small police house, sat side by side and seemed abandoned. Shaking his head as though to dismiss the twin thoughts of stopping in for a drink and wondering why nobody was there, he pressed on and settled his mind back to the road. Driving in that area didn't take much in the way of concentration, he knew, because he drove drunk almost every week without fail, and the chance of stumbling across the 2 policemen who patrolled their corner of the county was slim. What also made it easy was that there were usually very few other cars on the road, so giving way to another vehicle was a thing of rarity, so much so that he had to concentrate especially hard if he ever drove anywhere else, and when he did, he was scared if he let his concentration slip, he might just carry on as if he was the only person driving. That morning, though, his belly sour from the previous day's alcohol and the insufficient breakfast, his unease about the road situation was growing in intensity. Not one car, not a single other moving vehicle was on the road. Trying and failing to ignore that fact, he continued through a village which was merely a collection of a dozen houses centred around a crossroads, where the road met the rail line, a thatched cottage and a small shop cum post office. Deserted. Slowing the car, he saw that the window to the shop was damaged, and the heavy plate glass was smashed inwards. Deciding against stopping to investigate, he pushed down on the accelerator to propel the car towards the hospital. Arriving 15 minutes later, having seen the same disturbing tale in 3 other hamlets, he reached the hospital to see chaos and evidence of a fire at the main entrance. It had been small, otherwise the whole building would have been ablaze, but it had been sufficient to blacken the glass front and prevent him from seeing inside. Ignoring the main entrance in his growing fear, he headed for the side of the main building to drive around to the psychiatric unit out of sight of the main hospital. These things were usually kept away from the public eye, as unsightly reminders of such things weakened a person's resolve. Finding the single-story building which he knew was the psychiatric assessment unit, he stopped and slowly ratcheted the handbrake on. He stayed in the car, unable to shake the now obvious sense that something was very wrong, but trying his hardest to refuse to believe that any disease or rioting in London could affect them this far away already. He decided that the emergency workers had probably all been drafted into the capital, and he nodded to affirm that assumption to himself before climbing out of the car and striding towards the doors. This place, he had been told, would keep his daughter for up to 2 weeks to do an assessment on her, before either sending her home or, more likely, they believed, admitting her to an inpatient facility somewhere nearer the coastal towns. They, or more accurately, he, had decided to bring her home due to the crisis they had heard about on the news channels. She could be sorted out another time, but it mattered to him that the family stay together on their farm until all that London nonsense subsided, a sentiment very common to people who'd resided all their lives in the country and had a deep mistrust of such things that went on in cities. That sentiment, as false as it was, evaporated as soon as he pushed open the doors of the hospital unit. The receptionist, her white blouse and the pale skin of her face sheeted with dried blood, turned slowly, almost mechanically around, to face him as he walked in. "Hello," he said gruffly. "I'm here for my—" He trailed away as the horror scene of the woman finally connected with his brain. He said nothing, merely stared at the woman waiting for some kind of explanation which never came. Letting out a crackling noise, somewhere between a hiss and a groan, she began to mount the reception desk separating them. Moving one limb at a time like a drunk, she continued to groan in and out, the sound like a comedy impression of a creaking door in a horror film, as her eyes stayed fixed on him, unwavering and resolute. John involuntarily took a pace backwards, then 2 more, as the impetus of the receptionist took her off balance, and she fell, to plough her face directly into the hard floor in front of him. She didn't react, didn't pause or cry out or waver. She simply reset herself and continued to move towards him. He backed up as far as he could go until his back met the glass doors, which opened inwards and blocked his escape. Letting out a small cry of horror as he tried to push his way outside once again, he froze as the woman stopped and climbed to her feet unsteadily. Now that she was upright and away from the furniture, His unobstructed view showed that her right calf muscle had been torn almost completely away. That horrible injury didn't seem to debilitate her, nor did the evident blood loss stop her from stumbling towards him to close the gap to a mere arm's length. Finally, his fear snapping, he threw out a jab of his large fist with all the easy strength of a man who had worked outside his whole life, and he connected with her face. Her nose crunched, her head snapped back on her neck like a slow-motion replay of a car accident, and she toppled backwards to slam into the ground again with a broken nose. Straightening himself, John shrugged off the confrontation as he rolled his shoulders backwards and told himself that he hadn't been scared after all, and that the woman merely needed putting in her place before she got herself hurt. Just as these foolish, misogynistic thoughts reaffirmed his arrogant belief in his own superiority, the receptionist groaned again and flopped over onto her front, where thick, dark, congealed blood poured like oil from her shattered nose onto the shiny floor. With evident difficulty and poor coordination, she regained her feet and shuffled slowly in a circle again to reacquire John in her sights. The teeth pulled back from bloody lips, the hands rose up to point directly at his face as though she were accusing him, and she lurched towards him again, hissing a louder groan than before. John curled a lip, knowing that he wouldn't pull his punch this time, and drew back his hand with narrowed eyes as his body rocked back in preparation to deliver a huge blow. Then he stopped, frozen in wide-eyed terror as he looked into her eyes. Those eyes, he now saw, were clouded over in blindness. They were milky orbs set inside sunken sockets, and the sight of them hit him in the chest with such a stab of fear that he was powerless to move. Some instinctive sense, however, sparked movement in him, and his body took up the backwards rocking motion with greater effort than before to build the power, and his fist rose again to rocket his upper body forwards behind the punch as his hips swung through to deliver the maximum amount of force possible. The crunching noise echoed loudly in the confines of the small atrium, and the woman crumpled backwards like a felled tree. The left side of her face, crushed inwards by the uneven battle between stationary cheekbone and large, rapidly moving fist, was a mess of bone and gore. She didn't get up a second time. Satisfied in some small sense, if not totally confused and terrified, John straightened himself and stepped over the body. He had no idea that he was stumbling around in shock, that his own mind had created a kind of fortress around itself to protect him and keep him moving, despite the things he had just seen and done, and he had no idea that there was worse still to come. Pushing through the double doors behind the tall desk, he walked down a corridor and ignored the streaks of brown, dried blood which had filled the air with an almost metallic tang. He ignored the broken furniture and the cracked windows, held intact by their reinforced mesh to prevent the shards from being used as weapons. He even ignored the hissing moans coming from behind the closed doors he passed as his presence stirred up the occupants. Keeping his eyes focused on the end of the corridor ahead, where he could see the glass bubble of a nurse's station, he stopped before it to take in another scene that his brain couldn't process. He leaned forward, placing his hand against the glass to shield the light away from his eyes, to peer through the streaked blood and through to the other side. A hand slapped hard against the glass, making him jump backwards and utter a strangled cry of alarm. The hand, blood-soaked, with torn nails and the index finger missing from a ragged wound at the first knuckle, squeaked slowly down the pane as the rest of the body rose upwards into sight. John's mind, already on desperately thin ice, lost the battle and shattered the remaining fragile protection surrounding his wits. The young girl, a teenager by her size and build, was sheeted with blood from a gash on her head which obscured her features. Her face tilted to the side in curiosity as it tried again with its ravaged hand to push through the invisible force field keeping her from the living body that intrigued her so much. Blinking involuntarily, the blood wiped away from the eyeballs to show the same blind, milky, soulless things he had seen in the receptionist's eye sockets. Hitting her hand harder against the glass and finding that it didn't yield, she turned her head towards the door next to her and slowly, shakily, reached out for the handle. John, his own eyes drawn to the opposite side of the door, stared in horror as the handle began to depress before it flung back upwards, as though the slippery hand operating it had lost traction. Hearing the hiss from the other side, raise in intensity, he looked on as the handle was pushed down again. Too late, John snatched for it to keep the thing shut inside and away from him, but the door had already opened and a hand shot through the gap to reach for him. He drew himself up to slam the door using all his body weight. Only the blood-slickened floor betrayed him and took away his footing. Slamming down to the ground in shock, he looked up just in time to see the thing fall on him, forcing his hands out in front of him on instinct. The girl, chomping her teeth down onto the side of his left hand painfully to pierce the calloused skin of his rough hand, fixed him with her milky eyes. He froze again, mouth open in pain and horror, as the two locked eyes before hers turned away to get a better purchase on him. In that moment, he drew up one foot, placed it into her hip, and shoved hard to send her through the air and back through the doorway. Already on his feet, but unaware of getting up, he slammed the door shut and ran the length of the corridor, now terribly aware that other doors were rattling and opening, before bursting out and tripping over the body of the receptionist to fall hard. Scrambling to his feet again, he wasted precious seconds as he tried to push open the doors to the outside world before his brain took some semblance of control and he pulled instead, to be instantly rewarded with fresh air. Running to collapse against his car, he looked at the neat row of teeth marks crimping the outside of his left hand, which already welled with blood and seemed to be turning the skin surrounding it grey. Fumbling for his keys, he tried to start the car to return home, to tell his wife that the hospital staff had gone insane and blind, and they had bitten him, but the weakness and dizziness and nausea took over, making him slump over the wheel into eventual unconsciousness. Chapter 6. The sun set fully, and Peter heard movement downstairs. The drink had obviously worn off, and he heard the downstairs toilet flush as the pipes in the bathroom opposite his room gurgled in echoing answer. The familiar clink of glass on glass travelled upstairs, making him feel less than hopeful for a meal that evening. He was starting to feel really hungry, to the point that hunger was almost overriding the sense of dread he felt at being left alone with his mother. That concept alone was terrifying enough, but when he added to the knowledge that his father was supposed to be back by then with his sister, it made the boy's heart drop. If his sister came back, at least he would get some food cooked for him, and he would probably get told more of what was going on. If she didn't come back, then feeling hungry all the time was probably going to be the least of Peter's worries. That his father hadn't returned was also a concern, but not as much as being left alone with the evil witch. Peter and his sister used to play, safely away from the house in their secret den underneath the low branches of the pine trees, pretending that they'd been adopted by an evil stepmother who hated them. He thought that those games were just her way of helping him come to terms with their situation, and she always promised that as soon as she was old enough, she would leave and take him with her. Peter's sad reverie was burst like a balloon by noises, firing up the stairs like a rifle crack. "Get down here! Now!" she screeched up at him, making his legs respond with an instant obedience born of fear to lift him from the carpet and towards the door, before his mind had even comprehended the order. Peter scurried to the stairs, stepping down them one at a time and slowing with each step as she waited at the foot with her hands on her hips and a scowl on her face. She waited until the boy had reached the bottom step and paused before pointing with a single finger to the carpet directly in front of her feet. As instructed, and careful not to show any reluctance or fear, Peter stepped forward, anticipating the clip around his ear which usually came with the orders to step within range of her. "What do you want to eat?" she snapped, a heavy hint of reluctance in her voice, as though she were fighting against her instincts to both nurture and abuse him at the same time. "Anything?" he said quietly, hoping that was the right answer. "Anything," she sneered back at him mockingly. "Anything isn't a meal. I asked you what you wanted." As she spoke, that sickly sweet, fermented smell of alcohol hit him. He fought hard to keep his face neutral as his eyelids fluttered despite the battle to keep them still. "Pasta?" he tried, hoping that would assuage her anger at his previous incorrect answer. She huffed, reluctantly allowing that as an acceptable response, and stalked away to the kitchen where she picked up another cigarette from a packet and lit it from the burnt-down nub between her fingers. Given no further instructions, Peter stepped gingerly into the lounge where he perched on the edge of the itchy brown settee and watched the television screen. The program showing was saying nothing about what was happening, and he stood to switch the channel after first turning down the volume, so that the sudden change was less likely to be noticed. Pressing in the first button on the top left of the control panel, which was unmarked, but that he knew was for BBC One, Peter walked backwards to the settee again to watch the static logo on the screen and strained to hear the words. "Stay in your homes. Do not interfere with military operations and do not try to attend hospitals if affected by the disease. You are advised to stay in your homes. Do not interfere." The recording looped again, repeating the same information over and over. What kind of disease was it? Peter thought. Why can't you go to hospital if you're ill? Isn't that the reason for hospitals? "What do you want with it?" came the shout from the kitchen, making Peter jump. "Cheese," he answered, adding, "please," before he earned punishment for poor manners. Grumbled noises came in response, but nothing which required him to move or answer, so he switched the channel again. On the third button he found a live broadcast, or at least not a sound recording on loop. This one had a man in a suit with a moustache that was distracting when he spoke. He looked slightly dishevelled and very uneasy, scared even, and his eyes kept flickering away from the camera to look around the studio that wasn't shown on the screen. He shuffled some papers on the desk in front of him and asked someone behind the camera if they wanted him to go again. Then he nodded when he got an answer, before clearing his throat and trying to make his face serious and commanding. "Good evening, and welcome to the ITN News. An epidemic is sweeping the streets of Britain after a virus was inadvertently released from a London laboratory, we believe late last week. Experts state that the mysterious illness causing the chaos is similar to the rabies virus. Those affected by it display extremely aggressive behaviour towards others, and there have been numerous incidents of—" The eyes flickered again before the throat was cleared a second time. "Incidents of cannibalism. Transmission of the illness is also believed, experts claim, to be via bites and saliva from the infected. The London Metropolitan Police Force made a statement yesterday urging everyone to stay in their homes and not to interfere with the efforts of police and military personnel." Footage which ran on electricity, as the heating and cooking was fueled by the large oil tank outside. Because that was apparently expensive, the heating was rarely used. Peter wondered the last time he was told not to even think about turning the fire up, and how much their endless supply of oil cost. The television screen was in total darkness now. The tiny dot of residual light faded into nothingness, and he was left in the dark room alone without any link to the outside world. "It's ready," came an annoyed shout from the kitchen, and he stood to walk fast into the other room where he took a seat at the table, to be presented with a messy pile of undercooked pasta and not enough grated cheese to match it. He ate in silence, being watched the whole time as she smoked her way through 3 cigarettes until he had cleared the plate. "Please, may I get down from the table?" Peter asked meekly, but with enough confidence to hopefully avoid any accusation of mumbling. She nodded once, so he stood and carried his plate and fork to the sink where he began to run the water to wash them. "Oh, just leave that," his mother snapped out of annoyance as she waved her hand in his direction. "I'll do it, you just go to bloody bed." He went without a word, and much later as he lay awake, Peter thought he could hear her crying downstairs alone. Waking the next morning, Peter did as he was told and didn't put his school uniform back on. Instead, he wore the same clothes as he had been wearing the day before. They weren't dirty, nor had he been wearing them for long enough to fall into that immeasurable bracket of dirty enough to wash. He went downstairs to find that she hadn't risen yet, so Peter let the dog out of the back door where it was whining pitifully, and slipped his feet into his boots to follow. The morning air was brisk but not cold, but that wasn't what made his brow furrow. It was something else. It was the noise of the morning which was wrong. Normally there would be some sounds from the farm, and the absence of those regular noises felt alien. Not that the morning was silent, but instead of the distant hum of the dairy machinery working for the morning milking session, there was the constant and distressed cacophony of cows. His young brain recognized that they should have been milked by now, as that process started when the sky was still just in darkness at this time of the year. But their braying complaints rolled across the yard behind the house to spell something very out of sorts. in light of the dawning realization that his father was probably never coming back, and therefore not in a position to reprimand him for going over there, and the realization, too, that his mother was still sleeping off the bottle or two she had gone through the day before, Peter walked to the gate and made his way onto the farm, with the dog trotting easy circles around his slow progress. Peter found the milking parlour in silent darkness, something that the power cut shouldn't affect, because it had its own generators as testimony to how often the electricity grid failed their remote location. He carried on past towards the sound of unhappy cows, creatures of habit, or the black and white cows with their heavy swinging udders, all crowded in the field at the gate, expecting it to be opened and to file in to be milked and fed. Peter doubted whether they really understood what happened each morning and why, but even a creature as simple as a cow could understand a routine. He knew then that, with his father gone, none of the others would work on the farm. One had already left, he knew that much, but the others had either quit without telling anyone or had also abandoned the farm. Or worse, he thought, before he banished that thought from his head. But that can't be, can it? That's in London, and it's miles and miles away from here. Walking back to the house, Peter had been back inside for less than a minute before he heard the sounds of her walking down the stairs, surrounded by the cloud of her first cigarette of the morning. Chapter 7. Peter's life evolved into something resembling more freedom than he had ever enjoyed, but the cost of that was a crushing loneliness which gathered more force daily. The knowledge that his father and sister weren't going to come back escaped his young mind most of the time, and he found that he was banishing the facts that he didn't want to recall to the fringes, where they could be almost ignored. He filled his days with walks on the farm, sometimes with the dog at his side, not out of any loyalty to him, but another force of habit that dictated its place was outside. The dog was no pet, and seemed to ignore Peter most of the time, as it clearly felt its own spot on the family hierarchy was well above Peter's own. Only now, with the father and the dog's master gone, did a reluctant companionship emerge between the two. That bubble of freedom was burst after 4 days, when his mother woke him with her screeching voice from downstairs as she raged and broke things. Pulling up the covers a little tighter, he hoped that she would contain her rage to the ground floor and not remember him. Early on the 5th day that they were alone, Peter woke to a sensation that something was wrong. His eyes fluttered open, first the left and then the right, until the bright light streaming in through the open curtains was manageable. The thing that was wrong, as he realized with sudden fear and panic, was his mother standing in his room wearing an exasperated look of hostility. She picked at her nails, something she did when she couldn't smoke, and her red ringed eyes bored into him menacingly. "Get up," she snarled. "We're going out." Doing as he was told, he dressed under her watchful and malevolent gaze, then tried to inch past her in the doorway. She did this often, blocking his way to force him to ask, to beg for her permission to pass. "Excuse me, please," he said in a humble voice. "Speak up!" she snapped at him. Raising his eyes in defiance, then, as his nerve abandoned him at the last minute, he dropped his gaze and asked again in a louder voice that still showed what he hoped would be enough deference to avoid being hit. She smirked unkindly and stepped aside to allow him enough room to get through the gap by her elbow. As he passed, she leaned sharply towards him and caught the side of his head with the elbow, as though it was his fault. Numbed to the pain and almost immune to her bullying tactics after so many years, Peter regained his footing and walked to the bathroom, where he did what he needed to do and brushed his teeth afterwards. Realizing that breakfast would obviously be bypassed, he was hustled out of the front door and towards the farm. She shoved him in the back towards the battered pickup, as their family car was now missing, and she fumbled with the unfamiliar keys to get in. Spending almost a minute adjusting the seat back, she left him standing outside the passenger door until she reluctantly leaned over to let him in. Settling into the seat and making himself small and insignificant, he pulled his seat belt and clicked it home. As the squeaking, rattling engine whined, the pickup bucked slightly as she failed to anticipate how low the clutch was on the unfamiliar farm wagon. Stopping at the edge of the driveway onto the road, more out of habit than actual care, she paused to look right before turning left to go down the narrow and overgrown track that led to nowhere special. The roads, as unmaintained and rough as he was used to, bounced Peter around in the passenger seat uncomfortably, as his mother mithered and muttered under her breath beside him. He kept quiet and looked out, unable to open the windows to allow in any fresh air because of the overhanging greenery scraping and bumping off the cab intermittently. Staring out of the dirty glass, Peter found solace in doing something and moving somewhere, instead of just waiting at home, barely getting fed. He wanted to ask where they were going, what they were looking for, and to quiz her about the reasons. But the risk of her responding as she usually did was too great and would spoil his mood. He kept quiet and waited to find out the answers to the questions which were too risky to ask. When they reached a T-junction, devoid of any traffic or obstructions, he held his breath as her muttering became louder. Glancing across, he saw how she gripped the wheel with one hand as the other shook almost uncontrollably at her mouth, while she intermittently bit at the nails in between, uttering words he couldn't make out. Too scared to move, he stayed still and quiet as he always did around her when she was within striking distance. Without warning, she snarled something to herself and turned right in a chirp of tortured tires as the pickup bucked with the change from first to second gear. Keeping her foot hard down on the accelerator, she crept the speed up into the next gears as Peter stayed still and quiet. Slowing after a while, she turned right off the road into a small car park. He recognized the place, having been dragged here in the past to collect their car, or even once in the darkness when his father carried her bodily out of the small brick building. The nearest pub, ironically called the Fox Arms, which always made Peter ask the silent question to himself about foxes not having arms, stood quiet and brooding. His mother seemed oblivious to the air of brooding menace the building seemed to give off, as she spilled from the car with shaking hands and a pale visage displaying her annoyance at catching her son's eye. "Stay here," she said firmly, giving Peter the slight sense that he detected a waver in her voice. He stayed. He watched her stagger slightly as she made as straight a line as she could manage towards the front door of the building, disappearing inside and leaving him suddenly alone. His heart rate rising fractionally, Peter scanned his surroundings just past the dirty glass, which was all that separated him from the outside world, and all of the unknown, frightening things which were happening there. Forcing himself to breathe and be calm, he assessed the things he saw and catalogued them. A tall evergreen tree swaying slightly, betraying the wind blowing higher up than ground level. The flashing lights of the railway crossing further up the road, not flashing now as no trains were imminent. The two other cars on the small patch of ground he occupied, both looking cold and still as though they hadn't moved in a while. Slowly he dared to wind down the window an inch, stiffening at the squeak the handle emitted when he first took up the pressure, and allowing more senses to come into play to build the picture of his immediate surroundings. Lifting his chin to take in a long breath through his nostrils, Peter added more information to the list. Birdsong, high in the trees, a slight chill on the breeze, bringing with it the smell of wet woodland which was very different to the wet grassland that was so familiar on the farm. More noises drifted to him then, both familiar and startlingly different. Glass breaking, muffled by distance and obstructions, but unmistakable. A shout. A bang. At the sound of the bang, his visual acuity snapped his head to the right and back to the door, which he had last seen his mother disappearing into. She re-emerged then, her arms full of clear glass bottles containing liquid that looked like water, but Peter knew was not. In her panicked flight, he smirked as she fumbled one of the bottles, held awkwardly in her arms and dropped it, to hop in an ungainly dance over the smashing glass, heard crisply and clearly now. He also heard the string of foul obscenities that spewed from her vile mouth, and the smirk wiped itself from his face in case she saw and took her revenge. From the way she ran, or was trying to run, awkwardly, with her arms full, Peter thought that she hadn't paid for the bottles, and associated the shouting from inside to mark that theft. His brain registered that he had only heard one voice shout, unmistakably that of his mother, but the omission of other sounds didn't fully paint the picture that she described when she regained the safety of the cab. "He's fucking nuts, that bastard," she spat, as she threw herself in, barely able to perform basic motor functions with her rapid breathing and red face. Throwing the 4 surviving bottles into Peter's lap, she turned the key and crunched her way into first gear, before slamming her right foot down and tearing out of the car park almost out of control. Revving each gear beyond comfort for as long as Peter could hold his breath, she suddenly slowed and stopped the car on the gravel verge, before fumbling with the sequence of the controls she needed to manipulate, and she stalled the pickup. She turned her furious eyes on him, and he snatched an involuntary breath, flinching to shut his eyes tight as her hand shot out towards him. Opening one eye to confirm what his ears had told him was happening, he stared at her as she sat next to him. Her desperate reach wasn't to hit him, he realized. It was to make a grab for the one thing she needed most. The seemingly life-sustaining liquid in the bottle she now tore at feverishly to remove the screw cap from and to tip it to her mouth. The roof of the cab prevented her from upending the bottle completely, forcing her to dip her chin and try to make her body smaller in an attempt to force the drink to flow. Pausing, she took 3 deep breaths to steady herself, then began her frantic guzzling once more, before a lack of oxygen forced her to stop and breathe. Slowly, her hands no longer trembling incessantly, she put the lid back on the now quarter-empty bottle with relative ease and closed her eyes as she let the drink flow through her body, as though she couldn't think or function without it, as if it was the fuel she ran on. Opening her eyes, she turned to regard him and did the rarest of things. She smiled at him. He had seen it a few times in his life. Not the smile she cast on him when she was relishing the anticipation of punishing him, but a genuine smile of someone who was happy. Her sudden likeness to his sister stung him deeply, as though, without seeing his mother look at him kindly, he had never noticed the family resemblance until that moment. "That's better," she said glibly, as if simple joviality could cover up her debauched need for the drink, and she thrust the bottle back at him to hold. He took it wordlessly, watching her restart the truck with deft hands and far more poise with the controls. "Next stop," she announced gleefully. "Shop. Hopefully nobody else tries to run me off today." Peter knew that the shop meant a purchase of a whole carton of cigarettes from the Greek man who owned the franchise chain store with its attached single fuel pump. The local shop, as it was known, was local for a few hundred people spread out over miles and miles of farmland. There was another small shop of the same chain in a village that Peter's bus to school passed through. He could see the same sign, the same flash of 3 simple colours, on the corner building where the houses of that village met the railway line. The same railway line that he had seen minutes earlier, in fact, just further down that line. This absent-minded train of thought covered the time it took for his mother, now renewed with a seemingly youthful energy and positive nature, to drive them to the shop. Getting out, she paused, leaning back down to issue the same growled threat to stay, but then she seemed to hesitate. "Come on, then," she snapped, albeit in a higher pitch than usual, which he guessed meant she was trying to be fun and companionable. Hurrying to release his seatbelt, he spilled from the car to stand upright and move his feet fast to catch her up, if only to hover just out of the reach of her arms. The forecourt of the shop-cum-fuel station was as deserted as the pub, but that didn't mean anything there, the area being devoid of life at the best of times. He watched as his mother straightened herself, in his opinion a pointless and vain attempt to make an abusive alcoholic seem in any way respectable. She pushed open the glass and metal door to activate the tinkling bell suspended above the frame. Hovering just behind and beside her, Peter peered into the gloom as he held his breath. The harsh, ear-grating screech of "Hello?" coming from his mother made him flinch involuntarily. But he focused his attention back on the poorly lit interior of the shop, in time to anticipate any answer. None came, and he followed her inside. Chapter 8. Dean Johnson took stock of his yeomanry squadron of reservists who were chatting amongst themselves in the big drill hall. He was both annoyed and secretly pleased to have found that none of the squadron officers had reported for duty, and he wondered if they had even received the call to ignore in the first place, or whether they simply hadn't made it there yet. He was glad that none of them had arrived, apart from the Major, that was, because in his opinion they were either snot-nosed entitled children, who brought their genetically weak chins to dilute his beloved army, or else they were washed-out old Etonians with little to offer, other than second-hand officers' mess stories. The Major was the exception to the rule, in that he had been a career soldier who had achieved the highest rank available to an enlisted man, then had his skills and experience recognized with a commission to attend Sandhurst on retirement, where he graduated with the rank of captain. The major was the man who effectively ran the unit, along with his trusted squadron sergeant major, as it certainly wasn't the lieutenant colonel, whose only talent was his insatiable appetite for port and afternoon naps, and Johnson looked up to the major greatly. That wasn't to say that Johnson wasn't a man who inspired others. A heavy haulage mechanic by trade, he had joined the Territorial Army in his teens, as he could never bring himself to give up his lucrative apprenticeship. By the time his training had been completed in his day job, he had risen to the rank of corporal, and was marked out as a young man capable of much more. When the pull to join the regular army threatened to take him from his civilian life, he could not bear to lose the huge difference in wages between the careers. So he dedicated himself to his territorial unit, and over 18 years had risen to the rank of Warrant Officer Class 2, and was awarded the high honour of becoming the squadron sergeant major. Stepping stiffly up onto a small stack of ammunition crates, he cast his eyes over the almost 70 men who had mobilized when called. Less than 70 from a full complement of almost 120 enlisted ranks and officers. It was, he decided, a fairly shit turnout. The call was expected by many, so the excuse of men who claimed not to have been informed was unacceptable at the very least. Now, deciding that it was time he called the assembled men to quiet and explained their tasks, he stood tall on the wooden boxes and cleared his throat. It was a small noise, but he somehow made it echo throughout the large room and cut the air to silence numerous conversations mid-sentence. Almost as one, the men sat or stood still to listen to their sergeant major. "Gentlemen," Johnson intoned solemnly, hiding his excitement at a live mobilization behind the sheer gravity of the situation. "Fall in, sit down, and shut up." He waited as they did as they were told. "I'll keep it short," he began, "because you'll be deployed as of 1600 tonight. Troop sergeants will draw up stag rotas. That said, numbers aren't what they should be, so 4 troop will be disbanded to give full complement to the other 3 sabre troops," he said, meaning that of their 4 main fighting units, only 3 could be fully manned, and sentries would be posted from that evening. "And we will—" "Sorry I'm late, chaps," burst a voice from the back of the room, accompanied by the bang of a door. The accent dripped with privilege, but as the young man strode into view, Johnson's worst fears became realities. Second Lieutenant Oliver Simpkins Palmer was everything Johnson hated in the officer classes. He didn't dislike the officers as a general rule, and certainly respected many that he had met and worked with over the years, but this man was an aristocratic, elitist, stereotypical bloody Rupert who made his peers call him Ollie, and dropped the double-barreled name for ease in the military setting, and elected to go with Palmer, as was the male tradition in his family. He had, in Johnson's not inconsiderable experience, been born with a silver spoon very far up his arse, and every word that dripped from him was languid and infuriated the sergeant major. He was a soldier. He had worked hard and earned his place. Palmer, however, had been born to the right family, had never known hardship, and would never know the value of money as he and his men did. His older brother, Johnson knew, had joined the army fresh out of university, and had graduated Sandhurst, having made a name for himself as an intelligent young officer. He had been posted to the Household Cavalry, and all reports from the men there said he had grown into a well-respected young captain who was popular with his men. Lieutenant Palmer was the opposite side to that coin. He saw the men of the company as beneath him, and treated them all as his personal servants. He had also finished university, but believed that his career lay in entrepreneurial investments, instead of climbing the ladder through hard work. If Johnson were to believe rumour, which he listened to but didn't read as gospel, then Lieutenant Palmer had inveigled his father into bankrolling his lifestyle, appeasing him by joining the reserves. He seemed to believe that rank, as pathetically junior as his was, offered him privilege far above his earned station. "Respect the rank," Johnson told himself as the annoying twerp strode towards him, "not the man." "Mr. Palmer," Johnson said through barely gritted teeth as he nodded his greeting to the young man, who stepped close to the boxes he was standing on. "I was just addressing the men, sir. If you would like to discuss the matter afterwards," he said, keeping his face neutral so as not to betray the hostility between the two men to everyone. "I'd like to discuss it before I address the men, if it's all the same to you, Sergeant Major," Palmer said acidly, and loudly enough for the closest dozen men to hear. Johnson stepped down without another word, wearing, however, a face which indicated a severe level of disapproval. Palmer smiled infuriatingly, forcing Johnson to swallow down his rising anger at the intrusion and control his face as he strode ahead to the administrative offices with Palmer walking behind. "Talk amongst yourselves, boys," he called over his shoulder and smiled internally in satisfaction as the ambient noise in the hall rose measurably. Palmer, singling out the nearest enlisted man, spoke condescendingly to him. "Find me a cup of tea, would you, Smith?" he said annoyingly. "I'm Parry, sir," the man answered, only to be dismissed with an irritated wave of the officer's hand. As soon as Johnson walked inside the office, the door was pushed closed behind him. In almost mocking contrast of one another, Palmer lounged over the corner of the nearest desk with his legs apart, whereas Johnson stood ramrod straight, as though he alone in the room took any pride in soldiering. "Who gave you permission to address the men?" Palmer asked. Johnson's eyes moved slowly to fix the much younger man, who seemed to lack the courage of his convictions and quailed slightly under the gaze of the tough man. "Perhaps, sir," Johnson said with an emphasized sneer, "you don't yet know how the army works. Perhaps, sir," he said again, putting yet more aggression into the false deference as he took a pace closer in order that the young man understood him properly, "you don't know how things actually work in this squadron. You might not be aware that almost every decision made is made by sergeants in the HQ troop, or the admin troop, or by the sabre troop sergeants, or, sir, by me." He stepped back and seemed to relax, even allowing a small smile to spread across his face to signify that he meant no more hostility to the new officer. "In answer to your question, I do not need anyone's authority to address my men. Now, I assume that you would like to know our disposition and orders before I pass them on?" Palmer, in betrayal of his arrogance, was not cowed by the reprimand, and if anything, he seemed to have found the small interaction amusing. Johnson fought down the urge to slap the man less than half his age and send him to bed. "Please, Mr. Johnson," he said with yet more dripping sarcasm than the older man thought possible, "do apprise me of our situation and disposition." Johnson sucked in a big lungful of air through his nose in order to settle himself and stop him from speaking for a few valuable seconds. Then he let it out and spoke. "Of our 6 troops, we have a little over half strength," he began. "I've cut out 4 troop," he explained, meaning that 1/4 of their regular fighting units had to be disbanded, as they have no troop sergeant and no corporals deemed up to the task of replacing them. Those men have been distributed amongst the other 3 sabres and the assault troop, and HQ have been merged with admin for the time being. We still have empty seats, and more vehicles than we have bodies to fill." "That's all wonderfully explained, and I'm sure you can be pleased," Palmer drawled in a voice Johnson could only describe as smarmy. "But I was rather hoping to receive an update about the rest of the country and what's been going on," he finished, his rich and cultured accent bearing a trace of feminine gentility. Johnson looked shocked, as the man had clearly just rolled up without a clue what had been happening elsewhere. "Sir," he began, a furrowed brow of concern showing above his shrewd eyes, "London and surrounding areas are gone, wiped out. The entire household cavalry unit training at the camp have been deployed to roll armour straight down the bloody M3 into London. We have been mobilised and are on home defence duties effective from 6 o'clock this evening," he said, intentionally simplifying certain elements of his report, as he doubted the fresh-faced aristocrat could cope with the full truth given in army lingo. Seeing the mask of smugness slip momentarily from Palmer's face, Johnson went on. "You know what this is, don't you?" he asked. "I rather doubt anyone knows what it is, wouldn't you say, old boy?" he responded, infuriating Johnson again at being encompassed in his own lingo and branded as one of them. "No, I bloody wouldn't," Johnson snapped back. "There's talk of some illness caused by infected animals from France. Other rumours about some disease the Americans and the Russians were racing to perfect just so they can keep trying to kill each other quietly. And now there's even the local loonies and God-botherers trooping their own colours and saying it's bloody Judgment Day." He took a half-step back and calmed himself down before resuming in a more relaxed tone of voice. "Our job," he explained, "is to patrol and ensure that Her Majesty's peace is kept. We will move down to the training camp and treat it as a deployed forward base. We will keep round-the-clock defences in place, and we will conduct patrols of the towns and villages. Any questions, sir?" he finished. Surprising him then, the younger man removed the look of half-bored amusement from his face and stood up. "Thank you, Sant Major," he said formally. "What about our supply and equipment situation?" Johnson, as surprised as he was, did not hesitate, and nor did he need to refer to any notes. "Full complement of vehicles," he began, 16 Fox armoured vehicles, each with a 30mm cannon. "I'm aware of our standard armaments, thank you," he interrupted, although with less arrogance than before. "We also have 4 Spartans, 2 Sultans, and access to dozens of Bedfords, not to mention the Saxons and whatever else is at the camp," he finished, listing off the troop, transport and fighting vehicles at their immediate disposal, as well as the many available larger transport trucks and whatever training vehicles were left behind when the regulars shipped out. "Ammunition and consumables?" "More than we can shake a stick at," Johnson answered. "And contact with other squadrons?" Palmer asked. "Working on that," Johnson answered. "Lance Corporals Daniels and Mander are building up a network now, as they have been for the past hour. They'll have got hold of anyone listening by now." "Very good," Palmer intoned thoughtfully, leaning precariously back towards annoying the more experienced man. "I want to get more information about the situation in the city before we move out. Are we able to make contact with any military units closer to the action?" The way he said action made Johnson grimace inside. It was like the lustful, youthful way that combat virgins spoke of being in the thick of things, when they had never even held a weapon since their last training weekend. "Already in hand," Johnson answered. "RNAS Yeovilton are putting up a pair of their training hawks as long-range reconnaissance in—" he looked at his watch— "a little under 20 minutes. We should know more then." "Outstanding work by all, then," Palmer said gleefully, yet still made his words come across as sarcastic and derisive of others' efforts. "Now, who else from the senior ranks has answered the call to arms?" Johnson stared the young man down until he could keep silent no longer. "You are the only officer in attendance, Second Lieutenant," he said, intentionally adding the man's very junior rank as a reminder that he should harbour no intentions of taking charge and giving orders. "Sergeant Major," Palmer said with a clear tone of annoyance in his voice, "I'm starting to suspect that you aren't the slightest bit pleased to see me." Johnson now believed that the time had come to explain the facts of life to the man. "Sir," he said, as kindly as he could manage, "for the sake of clarity, until such time as a captain or the major arrives, I'd like to make it entirely clear that this—" he stabbed one finger onto the desk to produce a metallic-sounding report— "is," another tap, "my squadron," he finished with a final bang on the desk. Palmer smiled, and Johnson did not feel placated by the gesture one little bit. "Well, for the sake of good order and pretending for just one blasted minute that Her Majesty bestowed on me a commission, can we agree to include the lowly second lieutenant in your hierarchy, even if only to maintain the sense of propriety that the men expect?" Johnson shot him a look that warned him not to interfere, but agreed with a curt nod and a gesture of his chin to follow him back out into the drill hall. Striding straight back to the raised platform of ammunition crates, Johnson stepped up and bawled for silence. Silence descended immediately, and all eyes turned to him. "Right then," he called out. "4 Troop, as I said, you have been allocated to the other Sabre troops. Report to your new sergeants. HQ and admin troops, you now report to Sergeant Croft. Troop sergeants, on me after this briefing." He paused to clear his thoughts before dropping the news on them. "The capital has been lost to a virus that experts say is like rabies." He paused to let that sink in, casting a fatherly eye over his audience. "And riots have torn the place apart. The household cavalry boys have rolled out to stop the riots, and we are back to our original role as home defence. We will occupy the training camp, consolidate and defend, and conduct fighting patrols to quell any incidents." He paused to scan the room once more, and waited for the faces to show concern. They didn't. Most were local boys who would quietly ensure that their families and neighbours would get themselves somewhere safe. "All right, then," Johnson said loudly. "Let's work hard to get away early. Fall out!" Stepping down and walking away with Palmer at his flank, he strode into the room which was being used as a hastily erected temporary communications suite, just in time to hear Lance Corporal Mander speaking into his radio handset. "Understood, RNAS Yeovilton. November 30 out," he said, before he carefully put down the handset and removed his heavy headphones. Reaching out to rest them gently on the desk, he suddenly dropped them and flew from his seat to bounce off the sergeant major and drop to his knees, just in time to grab a metal bin to void the contents of his stomach into. "Corporal Mander?" Johnson asked, perplexed at the unexpected behaviour. "The Navy pilots," he said, pausing to spit before he tried to stand, and retched again instead. "The Navy pilots have reported back to base," he said, as he stood and wiped his mouth on a sleeve. "And?" Johnson prompted him, "and they said that everyone is walking the streets in a daze, attacking everything that moves. Except each other, apparently. But, Sergeant Major, the armoured column—" He paused, his eyes pleading. "They said they were overrun near Southampton." Mander's eyes bulged again, and he threw himself back toward the bin to finish what he had started. Johnson turned to Daniels and didn't need to ask the question. The other Lance Corporal picked up the headset and microphone to call the Naval Air Station back and seek clarification. Johnson listened to the one-sided exchange, wearing a stoically blank look on his weathered face, his eyes stinging and his stomach doing small flips in response to the smell of Mander's vomit, unable to hear the important parts of the conversation, but watching intently as the other man's face dropped in cold horror at what he was being told. "Sergeant Major," he said weakly, "it's true. The armour has been overrun and the disease has spread well outside London. They said—" He looked down and swallowed, making Johnson think that they might need another bin in the office before long. "They said that the dead are rising and attacking people." "Oh, good Lord," Palmer said in a higher-pitched voice than normal. "That can't be right. The Navy boys lost their bottle, eh?" He tried. Johnson ignored him, and instead of responding, he strode back out to the drill hall where a gaggle of sergeants awaited him. "Change of plan," he said with savage purpose. "Andy, behind you," came a gruff voice belonging to the squadron quartermaster sergeant, Andrew Rochefort. Johnson turned to face him, nodding companionably to the older, shorter man, who kept the records of everything they had been or would be issued. "Every available driver we have takes a vehicle each, and we load it with every last supply at this location before we move to the camp. Every bullet, every mortar, every piece of kit. Everything down to the last can of bloody beans. Clear?" They understood him. "And tell the men to call their families," he said with next to no hesitation. "Tell them the disease has spread out of London, and that they should get themselves somewhere safe." He hesitated again, half turning away before he swung back around. "No," he said to the small gathering of senior non-commissioned officers. "Tell them all to get to the base and bring as much of their own supplies as they can. They can be housed there safely, and we can protect them. Go now," he said, seeing them all scurry away to bawl out their units and gather their men to them. "Are you sure that was the right thing to do, old boy?" Palmer's greasy voice wafted over his shoulder, making him turn around to speak in a low voice to the young man. "How long will the unit stay together when their loved ones are out in the trenches whilst we're safe on camp?" he asked. "How many men will desert to see if their wife or their children or their parents are okay?" Palmer's face finally registered some understanding. "And," Johnson added icily, "I'm not your old boy." Chapter 9. Peter's experience in the shop was instantly marked as different from the previous times he had been there. There was no music playing. There were no fluorescent lights showing inside their opaque plastic cases, which the flies managed to somehow access but never escape. His mother had already scurried her way into the store without pausing to notice anything was wrong with the scene, but her young son was less driven by the need to collect more alcohol and cigarettes than she was. He watched as she shrieked again in her grating voice, trying to get the attention of the shopkeeper, in vain, as nobody appeared to be there. It took her only a few precious seconds to assimilate the facts and weigh up the benefits versus the risks before she began stealing. Peter heard the noises of bottles clinking together and the almost furious mutterings of an addict not getting their own way easily. His feelings of unease were heightened to almost snapping point when her shrill voice called his name and made him jump clear off the ground. His feet moving without conscious decision, he reported for duty and rounded an aisle to see her with her arms full of bottles and packets and her eyes wide in expectation at him. "Well?" she snarled, somehow conveying that she was disappointed by his stupidity yet again. "Get a bloody bag or something!" Peter fled, running to the small counter with its barred window that overlooked the forecourt and the single fuel pump standing forlornly, as though the process of someone needing petrol would resurrect it once more to life. Reaching over behind the counter, his hand touched the cool softness of the slab of plastic carrier bags ready to be peeled away by the cashier when needed. Fumbling the first few attempts, Peter licked his thumb and tried again, rewarded instantly with 2 bags, which he struggled to open as he returned to his mother. She told him to hold the bags open, placing one inside the other as she reverently placed the precious bottles inside with more care than she showed to her own offspring. When the bag was full enough to complement the other bottles, taken from the pub, but not so full that the greed of an extra litre jeopardized the safety of the first bottles, she abandoned the hunt for alcohol and turned her attention to the cabinet behind the cash desk. Heading straight for her preferred brand, easily discerned amongst the wall of colours as one of the only packets which were predominantly black, she helped herself to every single packet on display, before hesitating and doing the same with another brand, obviously her second choice. Peter, eager to help and anxious that not helping would attract unwanted attention, licked his thumb again and opened more bags for her to use. Seeing her greedily making relays to the car as she momentarily left him inside on his own, Peter did the first immoral thing he had ever consciously, willingly done. On the second time she left him alone for those few precious seconds of solitude, his eyes rested on the shiny brown packaging of a marathon bar. His gaze darted up to her receding back as she approached their car, then back to the chocolate. It called to him, nestled between the dark blue of the packaging on the whisper bars and the red, white and blue of the longer but very chewy curly-whirly bars on the other side. With almost no hesitation, he reached out and closed his fingers around the first marathon and picked it up, just as the bell on the front door erupted into horribly loud life to signal the return of his mother. She looked at him, unaware of what he was doing but utterly convinced that he was up to no good, given the look on his face, and she drew back a hand in preparation to slap him around the face. Noticing the chocolate in his hands, just before she began the return swing towards him, she stopped, relaxed her shoulders, and dropped her hand without warning. "You could have just said," she admonished him, not for stealing but for looking guilty about it. "Take what you want." And with that, she returned to her relay of ferrying stolen alcohol and cigarettes back to their car. Peter didn't move. He still couldn't be certain that he wasn't being tricked, but he reminded himself that everything to have happened in the last week had been more than a little abnormal. Taking her permission literally, he licked his thumb again and began to fill a few of the thin blue plastic carrier bags with all the things he had never had the courage to ask for. He took pot noodles after seeing the television advertisement for them. He took Cadbury's chocolate, Marathon and Mars bars. He took Caramax, Star bars, Toffos, an entire box of opal fruits, Yorkies, sherbet dips, and filled the 3 bags entirely from just the shelves below the counter. He took more bags and stuffed them with Monster Munch crisps, knickknacks, frazzles, Space Invaders and chipsticks, until those bags were full too. Putting his lighter haul with his earlier heavy one, he turned to get yet more bags, and froze as he heard a noise he dreaded. Outside, the engine of their car was starting. He threw himself to the door, stopping just in time to snatch his bags up and dropping one full of chocolate and sweets, but not daring to risk the time it would take to retrieve them. Flying from the shop in desperation, he arrived at the car in time to see his mother with a lit cigarette in her right hand as she replaced the cap on a bottle with her left. The cruel smirk of evil she wore on seeing his panic and distress reminded him harshly of the cards he had been dealt in his short life, and he went to climb into the passenger side before his eyes rested on the seat covered in the bags he had helped her fill. Quickly deciding that she would deem the contents of those bags to be far more important to her than he was, he shuffled sideways and climbed in the back seat. Keeping a wary eye on her as she drove back to the farm, he ate a marathon in slow silence, relishing every bite of the salty caramel and peanuts inside. Arriving back at the abandoned farm shortly afterwards, and having seen no sign of life on the journey back, Peter spilled from the car to loiter out of range of his mother, who had already begun to metamorphose into her old self as the booze coursed its way into her bloodstream. She had become morose and aggressive once more. No doubt, now that she was able to focus on anything other than her need to get more alcohol and stop her hands from shaking uncontrollably, she recalled the facts. Those facts, put simply as they were in Peter's mind, were that something terrible had happened in London. His sister and father had gone and not returned. People were acting weird and had abandoned their farm, and, worst of all for him, he was now trapped in their idyllic corner of rural nowhere with his mother, who had descended into an almost catatonic state of self-pity. Almost catatonic that was, as she still managed to automatically refill her glass with neat alcohol, and chain-smoke as she stared holes through the blank screen of the television. Peter, through seeking solitude and safety from her, took his stolen haul and slipped out of the back door. The dog followed him, not out of any affection or loyalty, but because he was going out via the back door, and that was the way to the farm. It was a clever dog, as almost all collies were, especially when they worked on farms, but she displayed no fondness for the young boy, and made it clear that her place in life was above his own. Now, for the lack of anything better to do and subtle promise of food from the rustling bags, it followed him into the chill afternoon. No sooner had they left via the rear of the house and slipped through the barrier of evergreen trees that stood as the demarcation line between residence and farm than 3 shambling figures made their way slowly up the lane from the side least often used. They had been in a field of waist-high maize, stumbling aimlessly around and attracted by the noise that each other was making. When they moved closer to investigate those noises, no smells inspired their hunger or forced their aggressive natures to surface, so they bumped along almost sightlessly in a trio, looking socially awkward and only friends by default, as no others would give them the time of day. New sounds other than those they made amongst themselves pricked the edges of their automated senses, and made their faces turn as one to the road. Their feet answered the unconscious call to move towards the sounds, and, as one, they shuffled towards the twin barriers of a light hedge and a shallow drainage ditch. That was all that separated them from the rough, neglected tarmac, with a strip of insistent grass growing straight up through the middle. One, dressed in the pale blue shirt of a convenience shop franchise, which betrayed the reason for the shop being empty, was the first to fall through the hedge and pitch cumbersomely into the ditch. It did not reach out like a normal person would. There was no instinctive flinch reaction to break its own fall and protect the brain, as humans had evolved to do. Instead, it was merely reaching out ahead of it, as they did to compensate for their reduced visual acuity. That outstretched arm made direct contact in a downward motion, stiffly absorbing the full force of the fall, and a loud crack echoed along the lane, and was contained by the tunnel of greenery which enclosed the overgrown passage. The shoulder of that arm disfigured horribly. The lower arm shortened in an instant, and a bright shaft of splintered white bone appeared through his mottled olive skin just below the elbow. Showing no reaction to the open fracture of his right arm, nor the broken collarbone, which grated the 2 ends together noisily, or the dislocated shoulder, the man in the pale blue uniform shirt clambered awkwardly back to his feet to lead the other 2, who were more fortunate. Shambling as a trio, as a small pack of hungry yet uncoordinated predators, they made their halting, jerky way along the narrow lane in search of the thing that had driven past and made the big noise. The other 2, a younger woman with the same skin tone as the leading one, and an older man of far greater girth, stepped dutifully along in flanking positions as the 3 made their slow progress onwards. They knew no passing of time, felt no pain, and experienced no conscious thoughts about their actions. They just moved resolutely and implacably onwards. Looking on, it appeared as if someone had managed to coordinate the actions of drunks and herd them all towards a specific point, and all with the same intent. The thing that herded them was the draw of sound, and the intent that their subconscious, base instinct-level brains associated with sound was food. But food was a byproduct, a construct of the disease which inhabited their bodies and took over control for its own ends. A virus had one simple goal in its existence, one mindless, relentless objective which consumes everything, the task of spreading itself. The virus made the people it had infected associate sound and movement with healthy people. When close enough, that healthy flesh was pungent in their nostrils and whipped them into a frenzy. When their actions became more intense, and their need for food made them desperate. And with that desperation came a sudden and brutal speed and strength that made them display the obvious signs of the disease on which it was originally based. They foamed at the mouth as the overactive salivation glands made their mouths drool, and their gnashing, chomping teeth, moving incessantly in anticipation and expectation of human flesh, frothed that spittle into a foam. But that hunger was a ruse. It was a feint, a fake, a lie, a fiction, a falsehood, a trick, a fabricated deception designed for one purpose, and one purpose alone, to infect as many more viable hosts as possible. Chapter 10. Peter pumped his legs to move himself fast over the low rolling landscape behind the prison of his home. He had paused only long enough to snatch up one of his most valued possessions, a battered camouflage backpack with an army surplus water bottle attached. He filled the bottle from an outside tap, stuffed his stolen haul into the bag, and paced quickly away from what he felt was the most dangerous place he could be in. He'd seen her like this before, when his father was away, for some reason he was too unimportant to be told about, and his sister had called it a meltdown. Meltdown, he thought, that's about right for her. His only priority was to get himself away from the risk posed by her imminent detonation as soon as the alcohol took over or the cigarettes ran out, or even something small, such as a stubbed toe or a spilt drink, set her off. When she flipped, she had no way to regain control of herself. He had learned that to his detriment years before, and as a result had learned to make himself small and invisible whenever he was around her. He decided that, after the look in her eye when she silently threatened to drive away and leave him behind, being around her any longer that day would not end well. She showed a distinct inclination towards cruelty when she was upset, and she was clearly upset. Peter had no desire to listen to her ranting become louder and less intelligible before she demanded that he come to her and stand close enough to be shouted at and hit whenever she felt like making a point. He couldn't articulate all of this himself, not easily, but he had the instinct of a survivor to escape potential trouble when he sensed it coming. It was a different kind of trouble coming, but he had no way of even beginning to understand that just yet. Instead of watching his mother drink herself into angry oblivion, he walked fast towards the nearest woodland bordering the farm and wove his way between the trees until the early afternoon light was obscured by the heavy foliage. Selecting a fallen log as a seat, he slipped one arm out of the strap of his backpack and swung it around to the front of his body. Selecting himself a packet of crisps he hadn't had before, ones that promised tangy tomato goodness, he settled down to enjoy them one by one. He was watched intently by the dog, Meg, and her intelligent black and white face fixed on his as he chewed slowly. He had never made a connection with the dog, mostly because the dog had never wanted his attention or affections, as it simply wanted to spend its life on the farm doing what it had always done. Perhaps intelligence or instinct told the dog that things had changed and were never going to return to normal, so she had decided to pay him some attention. Either that, or the dog was following that universal calling of a rustling packet. Peter threw the dog one of the ball-shaped corn snacks, dusted in the tasty red powder that made his tongue tingle. The dog caught it effortlessly, and chewed twice before rejecting his offering by opening her mouth wide towards the leaf-covered ground and making a retching, coughing noise to spit it out. Looking up at him again, her eyes seemed to request an alternative, or at the very least, a second opinion on the packet he was close to finishing. He said nothing, instead ripping open the packet to lay it flat, and allowed the dog to inspect the residue in its own time. Reaching out a hand to stroke the dog's head, he recoiled instantly, as it snapped its hard mouth at his fingers in disgust at his attempt to show affection. She made it clear that she had no interest in his attentions. Moving on to another bag to select a chocolate bar, he settled on a Spira and peeled open the wrapper to remove one of the twisted tubes of chocolate, and enjoyed them both, one after the other. His stomach, unused to the richness of the high-sugar snacks, turned on him quickly and made him feel sick. He slowly closed up the bag and rose to reluctantly return to the farm, just as a noise rolled over the gently undulating countryside to fight through to his senses. The cattle were bellowing again, all of them in pain with full udders which they could only associate with their twice-daily milking sessions that came with easily obtained food. Peter was powerless to help even one of them, let alone the whole herd. Somehow the noise made him fearful, made him feel an urgent need to seek the dubious safety of his house and bedroom. Starting off at a fast walk back towards the cluster of buildings, he heard another sound. It was distant, but very distinctive. It was, unmistakably, his mother screaming in fear and pain. Just as Peter had predicted, she had drunk at a fast rate, along with her incessant smoking. Within an hour of returning home from the stressful journey of necessity, her hands had stopped shaking, and the sharp stabbing pains in her head had abated. With the disappearance of those physical symptoms, so did other indicating factors of her severe alcoholism dissipate. Her watery peripheral vision had come back into focus, and the ability to concentrate had hazily returned to her, only to be lost once again as the steady intake of more alcohol robbed her of various faculties. She had drunk so much in such a short space of time that the effects caught up with her rapidly, and when the last cigarette of her second packet burned down to scorch her fingers, she swore out loud. As she swore, she dropped the cigarette, and her inevitable flinch at doing so knocked over the bottle to spill the contents and make her swear even more loudly and savagely. The resulting coughing fit made her lose bladder control momentarily, and that was when she made her way awkwardly and desperately to the downstairs toilet where, on her return journey, in eagerness to return to her rum and cigarettes, she saw the three people trying to get through her front gate. Setting her face and trying to raise herself to a more dominant height, which was difficult for her at a shade under 5'2", she snatched open the front door and let rip with a string of aggressive demands, wanting to know just who the bloody hell they were and what the bloody hell they wanted. The three bumbling, uncoordinated bodies stopped and turned towards her. 6 milky, near-sightless eyes fixed on that blurry shape that had made the noises, and they locked in their other senses. As one, the three of them took long, exaggerated breaths in through their noses, then seemed to stare straight through her and let out 3 hissing moans of pure, lustful hatred. Abandoning her designs on any confrontation, she stepped smartly back inside and shut the flimsy glass and wood door to create a barrier between her and the monstrosities clawing at her front garden fence. Now that her mind was a little more focused, and now that the sobering effect of fear had made her senses that little bit more accurate, she noticed that there were things about these people that were not quite right. The one at the front, not that she would recognize him as the man who had personally sold her thousands of cigarettes from the shop which she had so recently looted, had a badly broken arm and his right shoulder slumped at an unnatural angle. She couldn't make out any clear details on the other two, but she guessed that they too must have the same spotted and mottled skin that reminded her of the pallor she had seen on the very old, and the recently deceased. The one at the front, thrashing now in what seemed like an increasingly angry and agitated state, was frothing at the mouth, and she heard the sickening snap, snap, snap of his teeth as the lower jaw cracked up on the top row noisily. Deciding very quickly that she wanted none of that nonsense, she stepped backwards again to regain the house proper and closed the front door to the porch to obscure the intruders, now with the added protection of the wavy glass. Perhaps distortion and protection were interchangeable in her drunken, fearful state. For added measure, she pulled the curtain across and went back into the lounge to do the same and to retrieve her most important possessions. As she lit a cigarette and reached for the glass containing a precious gulp, a splintering, crashing noise ripped outside, making her snatch back the curtain to see that the fence had not held against the combined weight of the 3 people. Suddenly worried, as though her brain had finally caught up with the wave of reality washing over their home, she remembered that she was supposed to be responsible for more than just one person. "Peter!" she gasped to herself, then turned her face up towards the ceiling and bawled his name. When no answer came from inside, and she heard only the rise in intensity of the hissing and moaning, as the first of 6 hands banged onto the single pane of glass of the lounge window, her face contorted in rage. She stomped off to climb the stairs, only to find her son, her only remaining child, the last person in her family to have still been with her, was gone. She wasn't sure if she wanted to punish him herself, or whether she actually had any sense of parental care for her own offspring, but either way, she burst from the back door in a fearful rage, and she propelled herself forcefully across the rear lawn toward the gap in the trees, where she knew he always slipped through. Stopping in her tracks, she remembered too late the shotgun that her husband had left behind when he had insisted on his fool's errand, and she turned on her heel to fetch it. No sooner had she reached the rear patio than the hissing sound reached her ears again, and pulled her gaze sideways to unveil the 3 people rolling inexorably around the building line and making straight towards her. As drunk and as useless as she was, there was no escaping that part of her brain that had evolved beyond her cognitive control. She assessed the threat, turned and fled before she had drawn a breath or even begun to compute what was happening. Her right hand shot out as she ran and clasped the wooden handle of the nearest thing she could use as a weapon, before she jumped up a small flight of 3 stone steps and rounded on the leader, yelling triumphantly before thrusting the 4 tines of the pitchfork into his chest as far as they could go. The savage, animalistic look of dominance and exultation melted from her face as she finally understood that her fatal blow had not been fatal at all. In desperate panic, she withdrew the weapon and buried it into his chest once again, this time feeling the scraping resistance of bone and sinew, but skewering him just as effectively. Still, he did not react, did not fall down or cry out, and, most worryingly, he did not die. That last realization gave her another burst of adrenaline, almost as much as her sedentary body could handle, and she pushed hard onto the tool to force the 3 bodies backwards down the steps in a pile of reaching, mottled skin limbs. The smaller one at the back, a woman whose dirty neck and face Peter's mother noted surreally, fell awkwardly, and the sharp corner of a stone ornament crushed the base of her skull just above her filthy neck. The other 2, however, as ungainly as they were, struggled to their feet to further induce horror in the woman who now stared up at them in wide-eyed terror. As one, the 2 remaining men fell on her, just as she skipped smartly backwards and raised the pitchfork again. The momentum of her attackers, mixed with a healthy dose of good luck, forced the pitchfork upwards, where one of the tines found less resistance in the right eye socket of the fatter one who had regained his feet first. As a result, his now inanimate body slumped backwards to pin the man with the broken arm and keep it trapped through a simple weight advantage. Just as she fell to her knees and erupted in fits of hysterical sobbing, the broken arm shot out and dragged her forwards by her clothing, feeling her uncontrolled fall towards the feverishly gnashing teeth and wild dead eyes locked onto her. She screamed, fit to wake the dead. Chapter 11. Johnson's yeomanry squadron rolled out their first troop, assault troop, inside of 30 minutes from when his orders were given. They were the only troop not to have been given logistics duties and were left fully manned with their 4 Spartan-tracked combat reconnaissance vehicles brimming with men and weapons. They were basically a small, light and lightly armoured tank designed to move the troopers into harm's way in relative safety. They reported back within 2 hours that they had arrived at the base unhindered, and they were currently convincing the Royal Military Police Guard left in situ that they were under orders to occupy the camp. "They're asking to speak to our squadron OC," Sergeant Maxwell reported via radio, an air of expectant hope in the statement. Luckily for Johnson, Second Lieutenant Palmer was within earshot of this exchange and cleared his throat. "I'm sure you have more important things to be doing, SSM," he drawled. "Perhaps you'd like me to smooth this one out." The way his aristocratic boarding school had taught elocution made his pronunciation of the last word crinkle up and down Johnson's spine like an electrical current, but he nodded his gracious assent for the young officer to try. "Do something useful for a change," he thought to himself harshly, "or at least try." Turning away, he heard the accent dialed even higher up the line of ascension to the throne, as Palmer demanded the name and rank of the RMP in charge of the tiny garrison troops. Johnson left the room and the berating voice behind as he stepped back out into the large drill hall to see an impossible scene of mass-organized chaos. "Sergeant Croft!" he snapped loudly, looking to locate the man now wearing two hats, as so many of them were, because he was now nominally in charge of both the headquarters troop and the administration troop. A lot of the admin troop had been sequestered by the second highest-ranking NCO in the squadron, Rochefort, who was affectionately known amongst the men as the Frog. The distinction was being known as, and not called. Similarly, much of the HQ troop business was now being run by Croft's senior corporal, a man who was naturally being developed to take Croft's place if and when he left the troop. Rochefort and Croft were standing only a few feet away from him, and both stepped to his side. "Where are we with the Bedfords?" he asked the men. "We have 10 fully fueled and being loaded," Rochefort answered. "There's less ammo here than at the camp, as you'd expect, but I think we'll have it all loaded within the hour." "Drivers?" Johnson inquired, switching his gaze to Croft. "All sorted," he said, as he glanced down at the clipboard in his hand, which seemed to bear no information relevant to either the question or the answer. "Most of the trucks will have an additional man on board for protection too." "Does that leave the Foxes short?" Johnson asked. "Well, yes, but if we are just going—" Croft's answer trailed away under Johnson's implacable gaze. "Perhaps we should put those men allocated to defensive duties back into the armoured cars," Johnson said amiably. "Who knows? Perhaps if we do need to defend, then maybe having a gunner on a 30mm cannon would be more effective than a single trooper with a rifle. What do you think?" The tone of voice, although conversational, told Croft precisely what he needed to do, and quickly. "Right," Johnson said, changing the subject. "Have all the troops made a phone call yet?" "They've been instructed to, as ordered," Croft answered, a slight look of disapproval flashing across his face, which was rapidly brought under control. Johnson saw it, but also saw the man's eyes dart to Rochefort's, and saw the slightest shake of the quartermaster's head. "Carry on, then," he told them as he strode away, only to have Lieutenant Palmer fall in beside him. Stifling his repulsion of the boy, he forced himself to be cordial. "Everything's straightened out at the base now, sir." "All shipshape now, Mr. Johnson," he replied with a shovelful of upper-class glee, as though berating the lower ranks had restored his faith in the propriety of the world. "They're senior men as a sergeant, but that's not what I need to talk to you about." His lowered tone and lack of gusto grabbed Johnson's attention, and he stopped to look at the officer. "They sent out a force of 30, he said in a conspiratorial voice, "last night. They intended to recce the routes to the main roads, look to establish observation posts and the like, but none of them returned. Got the chaps left behind feeling a little jumpy, I think." Johnson's eyes went slightly wider, then narrowed. "And they didn't make radio contact? Didn't go after them?" he asked pointedly. "It seems not," Palmer told him, glancing left and right to ensure his words weren't overheard by a passing trooper. "There's barely enough of them to man the gate and conduct perimeter patrols." Johnson nodded his thanks once and strode away, back to the room he had come from shortly before. "Corporal Daniels," he snapped as he walked in, seeing that Mando was already engaged in conversation with an earphone clasped to the side of his head. "Get me a salt troop, if you will." Seconds later, following the brief hail and response ritual, the assault troop's temporary commander, Sergeant Maxwell, spoke to him. "Foxtrot 50 Alpha here, go ahead," Maxwell said. "It's Foxtrot 33 Alpha," Johnson said, giving the call sign that identified himself. "I need you to debrief the senior RMP on site and send 2 Spartans back out to follow the route they give you for the rest of their unit. Report back to me directly when you have something." With that, he stepped away from the controls and walked out, shouting aggressive encouragement for the men to move their asses if they wanted to see their next birthdays. The rest of the squadron assembled in convoy a little under an hour later, under the watchful eye of Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson. The SSM was now adorned with full battle gear, and wearing webbing stocked with full magazines for the Sterling submachine gun he hefted, its folding stock locked in the forward position to reduce the size and bulk of the weapon. He looked pointedly at his watch to convey that they were all running the risk of personally disappointing him. Allowing one troop to take the lead, he followed in the first of the 2 Sultan command vehicles behind them, which acted as their mobile headquarters. In turn, behind them snaked 9 fully loaded green Bedford trucks which, combined with the light armour ahead of them and the remaining 2 troops of Fox APCs behind, made a cacophonous noise of loud diesel engines. Nodding towards Daniels, who was operating the vehicle in his APC, the radio operator spoke the words of command which set him off on their loud, slow journey towards an area they were to defend and consolidate. Home soil or not, they were going to war. "Hello, Foxtrot 33 Alpha, this is Foxtrot 50, came Maxwell's voice from the radio again. Making eye contact with Daniels, Johnson nodded and pressed the button to answer on his headset with attached boom microphone. "We've located what we believe was the RMP unit, or at least their transport. Over." "Go on. Over," Johnson said, fearing that the next update might become even less comfortable. "Sir, we can see signs of a contact. Spent casings and some blood, and their Land Rovers are in the ditch. Over," Maxwell said in a flat tone. Johnson knew Maxwell to be a trustworthy man who had never failed to control his nerves. He led from the front, and this fostered the respect from his men to follow him as much as it eliminated any need for them to fear him. Now, however, he was clearly unhappy. "Extend a search pattern for 200 meters, then report back to base. Out," Johnson told him. "Have a look around, then fuck off out of there," he thought to himself before crinkling his brow in confusion. Crashed Land Rovers? Spent casings? How had they driven their vehicles off the road and exchanged fire, evidently taking casualties in the process, and not made it back or called for assistance? Shaking those thoughts off, Johnson kept his eyes on the limited view forward as his tracked vehicle screeched and ground its way forward in convoy. 20 minutes later, Maxwell called him up again to report that no casualties or survivors could be found within the radius given, and that ammunition and supplies had been abandoned. Thinking for a second, and deciding that the Land Rovers were less useful, given that there were many more available, and that he had far better equipped armoured vehicles on site, he ordered half of his assault troop to retrieve the arms and equipment and return to base for their arrival. That arrival happened after another hour, as the long snaking convoy rolled through the gates where Maxwell had arrayed his 4 Spartan APCs. These were lighter, faster tracked vehicles than his own ride, or the far more heavily equipped Fox cars, which comprised the majority of their fighting force. Maxwell had his APCs in formation facing the main gate, where their belt-fed 7.62mm general-purpose machine guns, GPMGs or Gimpies, could be brought to bear in overlapping arcs of fire. Johnson had the driver of his Sultan pull in just behind his assault troop, and climbed out and down as he watched the remainder of the convoy roll in. He trusted that Rochefort and Croft would organize that side of things efficiently, allocating the men barracks and finding appropriate space for stores, at the same time as setting up a command post and organizing the 4 troops to rotate on sentry duty. As much as it pained him to leave the details of his squadron to other people, he forced himself to act as the commander and trust the other NCOs to do what needed to be done. Walking toward the RMP sergeant, he saw the man snap to attention. That was one of the vagaries of his rank. He was sometimes a sir to the men, a mister to the officers, and to younger enlisted men he was often seen as something near to God himself. He knew that wasn't true, of course. That title was reserved for regimental sergeant-majors. "At ease, Sergeant," he said, accepting the officer treatment from the man, who seemed young for an RMP sergeant in Johnson's eyes. He asked him to repeat the information he had already given to Maxwell. "Sir, Sergeant Swift, I was left in charge of the garrison when Captain Sinclair and Lieutenant Harrison took the rest of the unit out and didn't return," he said curtly, betraying the slightest trace of annoyance at having to repeat himself. "No radio contact?" The man shook his head. "No agreed rendezvous points?" Again another shake. "Amateurs," Johnson thought unkindly, remembering with a grimace how the regular troops often refused to mix with his reservists, thinking them to be less than real soldiers. "And you've heard what my men found," he said, his brain sparking with a mix of fear and pride as he referred to the squadron as my men. "Yes, sir," he said, his face a grimace as he forced the emotion away. "Very well," Johnson said, a little more kindly than before. Stand your men down for now, grab a brew, and come find me later." With that, he gave the man a gentle slap on the back of one shoulder and watched as he whistled to get the attention of the other redcaps, who looked up expectantly as he shouted, "Double in, and I ain't talking about the place in Ireland." His small team jogged to him to follow him back to the gatehouse they occupied. Johnson turned his face back to the gate, where Sergeant Maxwell was gesturing at 2 squads of 4 men to conduct a dismounted patrol inside the perimeter, walking in opposing directions and folding out the stocks of their submachine guns. The remaining half of his troop, the ones who had found the scene where the RMPs had run into some unknown trouble, were arrayed in front of the gates and manning the 4 big machine guns. Nodding to himself in satisfaction, Johnson strode back to his APC and rode the short distance to the main administrative building complex. Inside, Croft and Rochefort had already set up the command post and were issuing orders for supplies to be unloaded and stored safely. No sooner had he been brought up to speed with things than Maxwell called up from the front gate. "Civilians incoming, staff," Manders said to Rochefort, using the working title for his rank and position. "Sergeant Maxwell is asking for orders." Rochefort looked to Johnson, who nodded, giving him permission to use his initiative and make decisions. "Sergeant Croft!" Rochefort shouted as he left the room, no doubt recruiting the admin troop sergeant to give him men and provisions to assist the expected influx of civilians in need of shelter and management. "Get Maxwell back," Johnson told the radio operator, "and tell him to disarm all civilians at the gate, issue chitties and ask him to keep a record, but no guns inside the wire. Understood?" "Understood, sir," he replied, then called Maxwell's troop on the radio to relay the orders. Chapter 12. Running flat out, his backpack bumping uncomfortably up and down, and the dog flanking him low to the ground, Peter headed straight back to his house as fast as he could move. The scream had been long and loud and had carried over a mile, but the distance did nothing to remove the pain and terror conveyed in the high-pitched shriek. He had instinctively known that something was terribly wrong, that the scream wasn't him being called back for punishment, and that whatever he was about to face, whatever he was soon to discover, would not be good. That realization, as much as it dropped his heart through his stomach and gave him a speed and lightness of foot that he had never thought he was capable of, did nothing to assuage the terror he felt when he burst through the trees and crossed the back garden to skid to a stop. He froze in horror, looking at a blood-soaked pile of bodies all slumped on the few steps at the side of the patio area. One of those bodies, marked out as unique by the fact that it was the only one to be moving, let out another ear-piercing shriek of rage and fear and other emotions that his young mind could not interpret. Stepping closer, his feet moving without conscious effort, he began to discern different things from the pile. A woman with grey skin lay to one side of the main event, the back of her head flattened and leaking a dark, thick substance. A fat man, his bloated belly exposed by the shirt which had been torn away, lay atop another man. He also had grey skin, but his had been a darker shade to begin with, and he was wearing the same shirt as the woman, like they both worked in the same place. The fatter man's face was upturned, his dark purple gums exposed to show dirty teeth below one eye. The other, he saw in revulsion, was a mess of gore and had been ruined. A deep score mark ran down the side of the face turned towards him, and the man underneath posthumously told him what had happened. The pitchfork, which had always been propped against the wall just a few paces from where he now stood rooted to the spot, was resting with the wooden shaft of the handle pointing upwards, and the tines of the fork embedded in the face of the last corpse, with a tine through each eye socket. Bizarrely, his mind taking in the most infinitesimally minor details, he saw that the nearest of the 4 tines of the fork was disfigured at the tip, most likely caused when it had impacted the concrete with enough force to bend the metal. As for who had thrust the pitchfork downwards, that was a simple question to answer. His mother, usually so scowling and calculating, looked up at him with pleading eyes. Those eyes belonged to a much younger person than the woman he knew, as though in her fear and grief she had revealed herself to him finally, showing someone just as scared and vulnerable as he was. Just as he was beginning to feel something bordering on sympathy for her, her mouth twisted into a rictus of anger and her eyes narrowed at him. "Where were you little shit?" she snarled, and struggled to get to her feet as she kept her right hand clamped over her left forearm. "Where did you go, eh?" Peter began, conditioned never to make the woman ask him something twice unless he wanted to be slapped. "What?" she said, sticking out her bottom lip in a cruel mockery of his own expression. "Did the little baby get scared?" The tears streaming down her face and the uncontrollable quiver of her chin belied her savage and cruel words. She was scared. Scared, he thought, and from what he saw, hurt, too. She clutched at her left forearm with her right hand, bright red blood pulsing and oozing through her clenched fingers. Her breathing was rapid and shallow, and Peter hesitated a second too long and saw her draw in a breath to snap more insults at him, but instead her breath caught in her throat, and she gagged and coughed uncontrollably. Her eyes looked up at him, half pleading and half in anger, which she chose to direct at him for no particular reason other than the fact that he was there. She wriggled out from under the edge of the two dead bodies, which Peter was trying his hardest not to look at, and she struggled to regain her feet. She fell back down twice, until she could reach out a steadying hand, allowing the flow of blood to pour out quicker, and Peter earned a snapshot of the wound just above her wrist. He could see a flash of white globules of almost mustard-yellow jelly below the horribly torn skin and missing flesh. Such an array of different colours and textures in that tiny freeze frame he had seen of the cross-section in her arm both fascinated and horrified him. But seeing her raise herself to her height, which was barely higher than his own, sobered him, forcing an involuntary step backwards to place him out of arm's reach. "Help me inside," she gasped, leaning against the rough brick of the house and closing her eyes momentarily. Peter had seen injuries before, even some bad ones. Growing up on a farm, where dangerous machinery operated every day, was bound to draw some blood to see, and he had even seen the results of a man foolish enough to try to dislodge packed grass in a heavy-bladed mower with his boot, and he had witnessed firsthand the shock and pain that such a deep wound could invoke. This, however, seemed eerily different. Instead of the pain and the shock, causing shouts and screams and strings of foul swear words, as he would expect from experience, she seemed horribly subdued and quiet. For a woman who never missed an opportunity to belittle or berate him, the fact that she seemed so cowed by what was effectively a large cut to her arm worried him. He did as he was told and helped the other half-dozen paces to the rear door to the house, as he still tried not to look at the small pile of dead meat that used to be people. It was an ever-increasingly difficult struggle, as she seemed to weaken with each step, but he eventually got her back to her preferred spot, where she could prioritize her affairs. Struggling to open the lid of the bottle with her blood-slicked hands, she wordlessly thrust it in his direction and watched him expectantly as he used the hem of his T-shirt to clean the sticky, dark red mess from the neck and open it. She snatched it weakly from him and slumped backwards to tip the bottle lazily up to her mouth and close her eyes. Taking the initiative, he went to the kitchen and pulled out a wooden chair from the table, which he carefully stood on to reach the dusty section above one of the kitchen cabinets, to retrieve the battered tin which served as their first aid kit. Blinking away the dust in his eyes as he carefully climbed back down and sifted through the old contents, he selected a paper packet containing a gauze pad and a rolled bandage, which had been white at one point in its existence. Returning to her, he saw her right hand fluttering weakly as she tried to open the cigarette packet with one hand by propping it against her thigh. He reached out tentatively, taking the pack from her unresisting hands, and carefully took one out to offer it to her, filter first. Her eyes, as dark and glazed over as they were, still registered a flicker of her dislike for him, but didn't burn with the intensity she usually seemed to feel. Taking the cigarette in her lips and keeping her eyes on him, she watched as he picked up the lighter and rolled his thumb over the flint wheel to land on the gas switch. The action was unfamiliar and slightly alien to him, but he managed to spark a flame on his third attempt, and he held it out gingerly towards the tip of the cigarette as it shook visibly to complement her actions. Sucking greedily on the small, white stick, the tiny flame was pulled towards the end, which glowed orange in sudden response to the contact with the small man-made fire. Releasing his thumb, Peter blinked suddenly in response to the stream of smoke she blew out straight ahead of her and into his face. He knelt down and shuffled closer to her, holding out the dressing and bandage, seeking silent permission to come near her. She closed her eyes, giving no indication that he shouldn't continue, and the only sign that she was alive was a shallow, rhythmic breathing which was interspersed at irregular intervals by her pausing to take long pulls on the cigarette which hung from her dry lips. Reaching out, he carefully placed the gauze pad over the torn flesh on her forearm, then warily wrapped the bandage around it. "Tighter than that," she mumbled past her smoke, without opening her eyes. Her words were barely understandable, but he knew enough not to ignore her commands. Pulling on the slightly stretchy material of the bandage, he felt her body stiffen with the increased pain, and wrapped the rest around the injury until no blood leaked through. Unsure if she was still conscious, as she hadn't moved for a few seconds after he had finished, Peter held his breath until he saw the tip of the cigarette glow red and lift up slightly. Standing up, he paused as a sensation grabbed his attention momentarily. Freezing where he was, he tried to understand what instinct had pricked at him until he realized it was heat. Heat from her, radiating outwards like a fire. Reaching for her forehead, as he had seen adults do to children who claimed to be feeling ill, he paused, fearful for a brief second that she would take offense at him being close enough to touch her, then decided, hoped, that she wouldn't be able to hit him in her state. Her forehead was uncomfortably hot to touch, and her skin felt sweaty in parts and dry in others, as though the moisture leaking through her pores had burned away like drops of water on the concrete slabs of their patio in summer. She writhed slightly, her lower lip shivering in time with her chin as her shallow gasps for breath tried to form words. He considered finding a blanket to cover her, as he had seen actors on television do with people who were hurt or unwell. But seeing as the heat emanating from her felt like it was growing in intensity, he stepped backwards as she dropped into a sleep-like state and burned up. Peter turned and went to shut the back door he had left open. Hovering half out of the doorway, his gaze fell on the pile of bodies and fixed on the pitchfork buried in the skull of the man who, judging by the fresh, red blood still wet on his teeth, had been the one to bite his mother. Smiling slightly despite the fear and horror of the sudden turn of events, he closed and locked the door. As the sun set that evening, Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson toured the camp and checked in with all 5 of his combined troops. 2 troop were now guarding the gate and checking in the steady stream of civilian refugees who had dutifully arrived after the cryptic phone calls from their Army Reservist family members. None who arrived knew what was happening in the wider world, but 1 or 2 had seen bizarre happenings which they had sensibly stayed clear of. "One chap smashed through the downstairs window of a house," said a woman who had clearly dressed for the occasion with her best coat and gloves, over a dress which seemed a little too summery for the chill days of early spring. "He was covered from head to toe in blood. He must have been very angry or probably on drugs," she opined haughtily, as she stared at Johnson for an appropriate response. "Yes, madam," he said, as he cracked a small smile which was entirely obscured by his large moustache. "Now, if you wouldn't mind signing in with the others." He walked away before she could protest, and he suspected that she would probably complain about the standard of accommodation on offer. Allowing himself a cruel smirk, he tried to imagine what her face would look like after she had received Sergeant Croft's hastily organized induction lecture, which all civilian arrivals had been subjected to. It did not mince words or sugarcoat anything. It told the cold, hard facts as they were known, and it served to instill in their minds their total reliance on the military personnel for their safety and protection. That way, whatever orders they were given were more likely to be followed precisely and in a timely fashion. "Welcome to the Green Machine, folks," Johnson thought to himself with glee. "Hurry up and wait, stand in line and follow the process." Whilst his mind made jokes, a deeper, darker level of his subconscious harboured a growing sense of doom. It nurtured and fed it, as though his mind had found a dangerous animal not long after birth and was now too scared to walk into the shed where it had grown into a killer. That feeling, as much as he tried to repress it, found a sudden route for expressing itself not an hour later, just as the sun began to set. One of the people forming the steady flow of human traffic, heading for their well-guarded gate, was running and out of breath, waving his arms at the soldiers and yelling from a distance where they could not hear his words. Johnson, not far from the gate, and talking to one of the troop corporals on gate sentry duty, heard the commotion. Not the shouts, but orders being given calmly, and the sound of turrets traversing on two of the APCs watching the entrance to line up the devastating power of the 30mm cannon and the 7.62mm coaxial machine gun on the source of the disruption. Johnson unslung the Sterling submachine gun from over his right shoulder and stalked towards the gate, where the shouted voices began to take form in his ears. "Behind me!" shouted the man, running awkwardly towards the nearest tree cover, which was still some distance away. "Tried to bite me." "Sergeant!" snapped Johnson at the RMP and his corporal, who had returned to the gate for a lack of anything worthwhile to do, as he pointed forwards at the man. Johnson was suddenly performing at a heightened state of attention, thanks to the damp of adrenaline hitting his body. "Secure that man and lock the gates afterwards," he added. "Gunners!" he called in a raised voice. "Track targets, but do not fire unless ordered." He didn't wait for an acknowledgement, but strode forward to watch as the hysterical man was ordered to his knees and searched, before having his hands bound behind him. He said a very brief but silent prayer of thanks that the Redcaps were there, as prisoner handling was one of their dedicated roles, which his own cavalrymen weren't trained for. Johnson watched as the man stared down the entire length of the military policeman's heavy 7.62mm self-loading rifle, as this silenced him and seemed to focus his attention towards understanding every command he was given and following them to the letter. Johnson scanned the ground ahead, seeing nothing. "Call out when you see something," he shouted to the men within earshot, earning an almost immediate response as a trooper, peering out of an open hatch of one of the Fox-armoured cars with binoculars to his face, shouted his rank. "Talk to me," Johnson responded in a loud growl. 2 o'clock, partially obscured by low ground and tall grass, 300 yards, said the trooper in a young but clear voice. "One person, male, I think." That seemed to be the entire threat report. No mention of weapons or other people. Something the man, who now lay face down as his bound hands were lifted up for him to be searched, had said, now scratched at the inside of Johnson's skull. "Tried to bite me," he had said. Seconds ticked by in strained silence as the trooper called out a very slow progress report on the movement of their only contact. "Clear this gate of non-essential personnel," Johnson barked, sensing more than hearing the sound of boots scraping as at least 2 men responded to his orders. He watched intently, now able to see the outline of the approaching man, with the sun beginning to set somewhere far behind his left shoulder, and he knew instantly that something was very wrong about the slowly encroaching threat. He had to wait a full 3 minutes as he endured the agonizingly slow updates from the trooper with the binoculars, until the SSM's nerve broke and he climbed up to the front of the big armoured car and held his hand out for the instrument. Placing the glasses to his eyes, he fought to control the gasp, threatening to escape his throat. Something flapped under the man's face, as though a purse swung from his mouth and lolled grotesquely with the jerky movements of his footfalls. Twice he saw the man fall, only to slowly regain his feet and stumble onwards. Eventually, the man progressing at an excruciatingly slow pace, Johnson no longer needed the binoculars to see him, and what was much worse was the realization that the thing swinging from under the man's head was his lower jaw, held tenuously on one side by flesh and sinew. "Christ on a fucking bike," Johnson muttered under his breath, swallowing to calm his roiling stomach. Chapter 13. "Hold your fire," Johnson said in a voice that invited no disobedience. He lowered his own weapon and wandered towards the man, or the thing that had been up until recently a man. It stumbled headlong into the fence, rebounded, then tried again to bull its way through the seemingly invisible force field that was reinforced chain link. Johnson, feeling secure behind the fence, with a 2-foot buffer of space between them, stepped close enough to see and smell the man. The smell was what caught his attention first, because it smelt like old meat and shit. The latter because the man had clearly soiled himself, but the former puzzled the soldier. When the acrid smell had pricked at his eyeballs and prompted a responding drop of water to form in both eyes, Johnson took an exaggerated step back, and was startled into taking a second when the man, without a full face, snapped his head towards him and snarled, throwing himself against the fence once more with increased excitement. Johnson was locked into its gaze then, his own brown eyes mirroring the milky orbs that stared back at him. The thing looked like it had cataracts, and would surely be blind and unable to focus through the cloudy vision, but somehow it zeroed in on him effortlessly, and held the acquired target like a hawk looking down on prey. The soldier slowly took a long step to his right, away from the gatehouse, and the thing followed his movement like a stumbling, rotten mirror image. It, was wearing a torn shirt which had once been pale yellow and light brown trousers. One dark tan shoe remained affixed to one foot, the other lost somewhere nobody knew. The breathing, if the noises it made could be called breathing, came in whistling hisses in and out, and made different noises as it did so, like an old set of bellows. He tilted his head, locked into its terrifying visage, and unable to look away, and the thing mirrored his slow movements like some awful reflection from the other side of a horrible death. "Sir, permission to engage?" came a shaky voice from behind his left shoulder. In response to the new sound, the thing snapped its head right and homed in on the source of the interruption, as though this new thing consumed the entire attention span of the mangled man. The hissing, groaning, rattling noise that emanated from the mouth, or half of the mouth to be precise, of the thing before Johnson ramped up by a factor of 5 as it threw itself once more into the chain link. This time, as it tried to force its face through the 2 small gaps in the metal, the side of its lower jaw that still clung on to the upper half snagged in the fence and stuck. Horrified, Johnson swallowed the spasm in his gullet that threatened to bring up the last cup of tea and biscuit he had thrown down his neck, just as the thing pulled away, and he watched in gory, seemingly slow-motion detail as the remaining skin tore and stretched to its limit, before the resistance finally became too much, and the jawbone dropped to land on the soft grass with a gentle thump. It was too much for the trooper who had approached behind his left flank, and he dropped to his knees and he vomited uncontrollably. Something, either the sound of the retching, or the smell of the regurgitated food, or both, whipped the now chinless man into a desperate frenzy, and a new sound ripped from him. It screeched on an inward breath, making a sound that was the direct, fleshy equivalent of nails being dragged down a chalkboard. It seemed to vibrate as it threw itself over and over into the chain-link fence again and again, until the force of meat hitting metal rang an echoing sound along their section of the perimeter and threatened to bring yet more unwanted attention to them. Thinking, Johnson cast his eyes around the grass at his feet and located a raised tuft of thicker, more hard-wearing grass. Using the heel of his boot like a pickaxe, he swung a few times until the clump came loose, then reached down to grasp the stalks and heave the hump of turf high over the fence and away, behind the thing, as though he were tossing the severed head of an enemy by its hair. As soon as that thought came to him, before the replacement for a severed head landed, he admonished himself for having the idea and drawing the similarity. When the grass did land, the soft thud made the screeching noise stop, and he watched in stunned silence as the thing temporarily lost all interest in the trooper, who was still throwing up the remainder of his last meal, as well as the SSM who he had been so feverishly trying to get to before the interruption. The thing staggered away in the direction of the last noise. No sooner had it stumbled 5 paces away than Johnson cleared his throat and made it spin its head back towards him, and it reached out in the direction of the latest sound which had caught its attention. Not bothering to fold out the stock of the gun, he raised it and fired a short burst into the chest of the man at a range of about 4 paces. Convulsing like a landed fish, the man was thrown bodily backwards to hit the earth flat on his back. Johnson reapplied the safety on his gun and lowered the barrel just as he froze and dropped his jaw. The man, a handful of bullets riddling his chest, began to hiss and moan again, although in a different tone due to the holes in his lungs. Haltingly, it dragged itself upright and back to its feet, to reach out towards him with both hands. "Interesting," he thought to himself, as he calmly drew the 8-inch bayonet and slowly twisted it onto the end of the lightened barrel of his submachine gun. He had rarely seen bayonets in his career, but had long since given up wondering where Rochefort had found the random and unexpected boxes of forgotten gems. Settling the blade into place and feeling the satisfying click as it locked in position at the diagonal angle to the magazine sticking horizontally out of the opposite side of the gun, he took 2 swift paces forwards and raised the gun to drive the bayonet straight through the open maw, to burst the very tip of the blade out of the back of the skull. The man, the thing, became instantly lifeless, and as Johnson withdrew the blade, as though demonstrating perfect form to raw recruits, he watched as his victim crumbled to the ground at his feet on the other side of the fence. He removed the blade from the weapon and wiped it delicately on the grass, before restoring it to the leather sheath and turning. "On your feet, trooper," he said to the shocked young man, who probably hadn't breathed since he had finished throwing up. "And get that bloody beret off your eyes. It's not a cap." Then he strode purposefully towards the buildings, as he fought the urge to fall to his own knees and burst into hysterical tears of crippling fear. Recalling the words that the Naval Air Base to their northeast had reported to them, his whole body went cold in shock and fear as the line returned to him once again with renewed meaning. The dead were rising. Miles away, sitting alone in the gathering dark and growing fear, Peter watched from the seat that his father used to occupy as his mother remained unchanged for hours. She breathed fast, the sounds eventually transforming into shallow gasps as she snatched the oxygen from the air with ever-increasing desperation. Just after she had lost consciousness, Peter had tried the telephone and waited for painful seconds as the dial clicked all the way back from the 3 consecutive 9s he had dialed. He didn't understand the tone, but the line didn't connect to anything at the other end. He tried twice more, each time failing to get through to anyone. By the time her breathing began to slow to the sporadic gasps which rattled from her throat, Peter could feel the heat radiating away from her red-hot skin. He knew that she wasn't going to get better. Not that he could explain why or how he felt that way, just that he knew and accepted it on a level of pure belief. As that realization settled on his soul, and he recognized that it didn't trouble him, he rose from the seat and went to fetch himself some food from the kitchen. Peter had no way of knowing the complex biological processes that had taken place inside his mother's body, nor would he have fully understood them even if they were explained in a fashion more suited to the learning capacity of a 9-year-old boy. He would not have known that her body temperature had risen to above 44 degrees Celsius, and that the rampant fever that was destroying her from within had effectively boiled her brain and damaged it beyond all salvageable levels. She had lost all higher brain function and was left with that part of her mind which was purely instinctive and uncontrollable, the part that remembered to breathe when she was asleep, or that reminded her heart to beat without any conscious thought. That part of her, so deeply buried by years of social evolution, by generations upon generations of civilized tweaks to the genetic code of her race, that still knew how to hunt and kill for food, even if she didn't know it. Human beings are carnivores. Their eyes are forward-facing to better locate prey and gauge distance. They have incisors and canine teeth designed for killing other animals and ripping flesh. Humans might have forgotten these facts, but their deeply suppressed brain functions had not. Just as the fever finally killed her body, the virus that had infected her when the saliva of the man who had bitten her came into contact with her blood and torn open flesh took over. It kept certain aspects of her body alive, but retained none of what made her the person she was. Had Peter known this, it was doubtful that he would really have cared, because he hated the person she was. He hated her on such a deep cellular level that he might as well have been infected with something just as virulent and potent as the disease which killed her, as he stood in the next room and ate a sandwich without using a plate, not caring if the crumbs falling to the floor would result in him being hit or shouted at. Just as he finally began to accept that his life was never going to go back to normal, he heard a snarling, ripping, yelping sound from the other room. Freezing in mid-chew, the half a sandwich still hovering near to his mouth, the sickening sounds of butchery drifted through the downstairs of the house to his ears. Unmoving for longer than he could possibly be aware of, he began to breathe again. His breath didn't come in panicked gasps, because he too had unlocked some deep, primal ability which he didn't know he possessed. Peter, unknowingly, was a born survivor. Keeping his breathing soft and quiet, he moved off the kitchen side and crept forwards in a half-crouch, as he placed one foot carefully after the other, to cross the small, yet impossibly long distance to the doorway, in his attempt to add vision to the sounds he could hear. Rounding the doorway, with just one eye and a tiny portion of his face, he couldn't contain himself any longer, and almost let out a cry of horror. On the other side of the room, down on the floor on her knees, was his mother, her hands ripped at the blood-soaked mess of fur and meat and organs which she was pulling apart hungrily. As disciplined as Peter was by keeping silent, he could not control what his bladder did involuntarily as it emptied to run down his right leg. Before the hot liquid had reached the rough, brown carpet, his mother froze and stopped ripping at the corpse of their dog. She lifted her head up in the air and sniffed, long, hungry pulls through her nostrils as she tried to locate the source of the acrid smell of ammonia. Spinning her head faster than he had ever seen her move, she whipped around to face him, apparently having forgotten all about the dog she had been tearing apart with her teeth and her nails. Unfreezing from the spot as rapidly as he had become stuck there in the first place, Peter turned and fled. Skidding on the kitchen linoleum as his right foot was wet with urine, he slammed into the floor to scramble upright and fly towards the back door, where he snatched up his backpack without breaking step. Spilling from the door, he slammed it behind him just in time, as she was pressed against the pane of glass, as though she were trying to chew her way through it. Standing there, just inches from the woman who had enjoyed hurting him every day of his life that he could recall, he felt no change in his attitude towards her, even now that she seemed to be a wild animal and a murderer. Backing away as he slipped his arms into the straps of his bag, his left foot bumped the outstretched hand of the dead fat man and made him stumble but not fall. Turning away, he made straight for the gap in the trees and vanished into the gathering dark. Chapter 14. Peter shivered through the night, partly because of the chill air cooling the wet trouser leg he'd had to endure, but mostly through shock and fear. He had found himself somewhere high and relatively sheltered to spend the night in the upper floor of the barn, but that was still fairly exposed to the gentle wind that blew between the prefabricated panels, and it had forced him to stack some hay bales to provide a windbreak. He had fled wearing only a thin sweatshirt, but finding a thick, black coat of heavy close-knit wool had been heavenly. Wrapped up inside the stiff, oversized garment which his father had called a donkey jacket, he settled down and tried to find sleep. But sleep would not come, and every time he closed his eyes to turn the murky grey of the moonlit night into the black behind his eyelids, the scene of the dog torn to pieces and his mother ripping and chewing at it flashed vividly in his mind's eye. He replayed the scene from colourful memory over and over, like a short film stuck on loop, and it seemed to him that every time he saw it, he was drawn into his mother's cloudy eyes, deeper and deeper, until he felt as though she had pulled him close enough for her blood-stained teeth to bite down on his thin arm and tear out a chunk of flesh, just as had happened to her. He had never seen a zombie film, never read a book about the dead reanimating, or seen comics or anything like it. The word itself, zombie, was barely ever used because its relevance in normal society was unrecognized in most places. All he knew, and with a child's perspective that made the facts all the more intense, was that his mother had been bitten by a person. Then she had burned a fever. Then she had woken up and torn the dog to pieces and eaten it. She would have eaten him too, but he had got away. Trying to work it through logically, he relayed the facts of the last few days over and over until it no longer made a semblance of sense, but instead confused him worse than before he had started trying to understand. Telling himself to keep to the facts, he laid out the world as he now knew it. He was on his own. People bit other people. Then they got whatever it was. People who had been bitten tried to eat you. One other fact, left off his list, tickled at the very fringe of being an idea. As he concentrated more, shutting out the wind and the cold and the fear, he connected the dots. When they are biters, he thought, making up the name on the spot, given their most prevalent behavior,
They die if you stab them in the head.
That thought stayed with him more than the other facts, as he drifted in and out of restless slumber throughout the rest of the night. When he woke, the sky was still the steely grey pre-dawn, with just the slightest of hints of a horizontal slice of yellow-orange in the distance. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep any longer, and he decided that he had enough light to return home and do what he knew had to be done. Climbing down and sitting at a hay bale at ground level as he ate knickknacks and a Mars bar for breakfast, he left the heavy jacket over his backpack of goodies and straightened his resolve as he aimed for his house. Finding the scene at the back door unchanged, barring the absence of his mother gnawing at the glass and squashing her face to smear frothing blood over the single pane, he took 3 deep breaths as he maintained an awareness of his surroundings. 3 people, no, 3 biters, had wandered up to their house, and they lived in the middle of nowhere, so there was no way to be certain that he was safe just because there weren't usually any people around. He cleared his throat for the purpose of clearing his throat, and not to gain anyone's attention, and reached out for the pitchfork which still stood almost upright as it was buried in the unmoving skull where it had been so forcefully placed. Tugging with both hands to free it, he staggered backwards as it came loose, in some grotesque parody of the animated film that he had watched so many times with his sister. It had been one of the only VHS cassettes specifically for them in the house, so their choice of things to watch when they were left alone was limited. Still, he imagined himself becoming the king of all the land when the old pitchfork came free, and he held it aloft just as he had seen the character do in the film. Nothing happened. No ray of light burst from the heavens to shine down on him, and no music blasted from unseen speakers to announce his presence to the world. Instead, a loud noise startled him as his mother banged her face into the glass again to try and chew her way out to kill him, smearing the pane with dark gore. Lowering the pitchfork and spinning the wooden handle in both hands, in physical preparation for the act that he had mentally practiced throughout the night, he rolled his shoulders and, for the first time in his life, got ready to stand up for himself against his mother. Stepping forwards and snatching down the back door handle, he stepped smartly back as she screeched loudly, as if they were both psyching themselves up for the confrontation. Then she spilled out of the doorway and fell headfirst down the raised step, to slap noisily on her front at his feet. Stepping backwards, slowly, as though magnetized into keeping a certain distance, like he was physically repelled by her, he watched her halting, inhuman movements. She moved her arms one by one, slowly, as though her short fall had dazed her, then raised her head and reached out to him with one hand as she hissed inwards, with an accompanying groan. The dried blood of her last meal was dark and crusted as it flaked off her face and hands. Peter stepped back with one foot to steady himself, raised the pitchfork with both hands, and angled the curved metal tines as best he could estimate, then struck as he stamped his left foot forward and buried a single spike through her eye socket to grate the end sickeningly against the inside of her skull. She froze, twitched 3 times with lessening intensity, then slumped forwards as he withdrew the metal. Looking down at the now lifeless form that used to be his mother, Peter spoke softly.
"That was for nothing,"
he said, with resounding finality and not a single trace of remorse.
"And there's plenty more where that came from."
"Right, you tossers!" Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson bawled as he strode into the room where the majority of his troopers were sleeping. "Hands off, cocks, and grab socks!" He had roused them just before dawn, having woken over an hour before to shave and dress in his uniform. He wasn't just the man in charge of the squadron. He was also its heart and soul, its mascot and talisman. The RMP unit had volunteered to take the night duty, which Johnson had readily agreed to, but insisted that 3 troops remain on standby to act as the quick reaction force, should the RMPs meet any threat that could not be avoided or easily tackled by their reduced numbers. Following the incident which had threatened to rob him of his wits, not to mention control of his suddenly liquid bowels, he had issued standing orders to the entire squadron, which had apparently now absorbed the 8 redcaps left behind as the detritus of an unexpected conflict. Those orders were based on the few pieces of valuable information he had gleaned during his brief period of intimacy with one of the things. The screechers, as he had called them because of the most penetrative sound the thing had made, a noise that had stayed buried deep in his mind, did not die through conventional means. He had proven that with the half a dozen bullets he had stitched through the chest of the thing at very close range. Headshots, he had warned, or a bayonet to the brain, preferably, given their very highly attuned oral acuity. A hand had gone up at that point. "Yes," he said in a tired tone that already bordered dangerously on annoyance. "Trooper Nevin?"
"Sir, what's oral acuity mean?"
asked poor Nevin, a man of sufficient age and with enough service to have been a full corporal at least, but in possession of a perpetual laziness and poor attitude. "It means, trooper," Johnson said in a tone riddled with warning, "that the things do here very good, and probably better than what you do." He trailed off after delivering the offensive retort in a voice that told everyone listening precisely what he thought about the mental capacity of Trooper Nevin. His biggest challenge was reading the Sun's page 3. That was when he could look beyond Samantha Fox to see the words. Johnson's stare lingered for a few more uncomfortable seconds on the man who he was certain had interrupted him for the sake of having an audience, as opposed to genuinely not knowing the correct terminology for sharp hearing. Uncomfortable seconds for Nevin at least, before he resumed his briefing. Headshots, or bayonets, if they could keep it quiet, were the order of business. Strict discipline regarding noise was to be enforced, and all NCOs were directly responsible for maintaining that discipline. "As for today," Johnson went on in his loud, powerful voice, 2 and 3 troops will remain here with admin troop under the command of the SQMS. Our RMP brethren will be standing down for the daytime after the rest of us leave. 1 troop and assault will be on patrol with me." He looked at his watch. 0700, we are off, so be ready, and one last thing, he said loudly, as he glowered at the assembled men. We will not observe the normal practice involving RMPs on gates entry and eggs. Am I clear? Mumbles of an affirmative nature and downward cast eyes gave him as much answer as he would get without singling any one man out, but he had made his point. "And me, Mr. Johnson, where might I best serve the squadron?" asked a nasal voice, which was quickly followed by what Johnson could only describe as a smell like a tart's handbag. He turned to see a splendidly uniformed and sickeningly perfumed Second Lieutenant Palmer, who had clearly taken his combat uniform to the family tailor in order to achieve the best fit. Johnson's trained eye, however, noted the well-maintained weapon and a healthy supply of additional ammunition. "Lieutenant Palmer," Johnson said, "you will be in the second Sultan behind me." Palmer nodded with a hand pressed flat on his chest in an almost mocking gesture of obedience, before he straightened and slipped a thin cigarette into his mouth and lit as he turned away. "Where I can keep a fucking eye on you, you bloody dimwit," Johnson added quietly to himself. 39 minutes later, with the Salt troop leading the way with 4 Spartans in the front, 2 Sultans in the middle and the untracked, 4-wheeled Fox armoured cars of 1 troop behind, Johnson led his small fighting unit out into the picturesque countryside. They had travelled less than 2 miles before they met oncoming vehicles, each containing family members with all their belongings and pets. Each one was flagged down by the leading vehicle and directed straight to the gate, where they were told to be ready to be searched and relieved of any weapons. Johnson, from his elevated perspective, standing tall out of the open hatch of the armoured vehicle, fancied that these early morning arrivals were the more sensible ones, those who had taken the night to pack and ensure that they had everything they needed. The influx had been steady, and the other senior sergeants had done a good job in telling them how things were, and thus keeping their problems from becoming Johnson's problems. Now, approaching the nearest town, the full extent of their problems was about to become clear. Peter couldn't stay in that house. The only home he had ever lived in no longer felt like a safe place, nor did he feel any positive emotional attachment to the building. It stank of death, for one thing. The rotting butcher's shop stench was thick and cloying in his throat, and he couldn't bear to look at the ravaged remains of the dog that had so overtly disliked him. To Peter, it had still been an innocent animal, which had been physically ripped apart and died horribly. He stripped his clothes and washed with cold water, as there was no hot left, now that nobody was alive to flick the switch and activate the immersion heater controls. Cold water didn't bother him, as his discomfort at feeling cold seemed to have vanished during that long night he had spent in the windy barn. He seemed to have aged overnight, matured by the indescribably savage turn of events over the last week. He had lost his sister, his shield against the harsh realities of his parents' lives. He had lost his father soon afterwards. Not that he knew what his fate had been, but he doubted he would have chosen not to come back. He had left his gun and his dog behind, and Peter thought he would value those two things more than his wife or son. He had lost his mother. Well, he had killed her, but that didn't seem to count as a crime, because she had already killed 3 other people and then turned into the same as them, before killing the dog. And besides, he told himself, as though he needed any more justification, I had to kill her because she was going to eat me like she did the dog. He did wonder how difficult that final rebellious act would have been had he actually enjoyed his life, or felt any connection other than mutual hatred for the woman who abused him. But he put that thought aside as an irrelevant one. As young as he was, as inexperienced in life as he felt, he accepted this new reality on a deep level that could not be explained. This, his subconscious told him, was just how life was now. Selecting clothes, food, and other supplies, he carried his heavy load downstairs and paused by the lounge door. He didn't cast his eyes left because he doubted he could hold his nerve if he saw the ravaged and destroyed body of the dog, so instead he reached out and felt for the door handle as he tried not to breathe in the smell of death. As the door clicked shut, his eyes rested on the hallway cupboard, and he quickly weighed up the risks of doing what he was planning on doing and decided that there was nobody left to punish him. Opening the door and reaching inside, he picked up the heavy shotgun with its long barrels and stooped awkwardly to retrieve the belt, complete with its fully stuffed loops, each one bearing a red plastic tube with a brass cap. Hefting the gun and leaning to one side to lift the cartridge belt over his shoulder, he walked to the kitchen, where he put everything down and emptied the cupboard of the food. Quickly realizing that he had more than he could carry, he furrowed his brow in thought for a few seconds before an idea struck him. Turning for the back door, and lifting up the pitchfork which would now go with him everywhere, he slipped outside with alert eyes, and returned shortly afterwards pulling a 4-wheeled cart with a squeaking wheel bearing. Taking it past the house and down the few steps with difficulty, as he had to maneuver around the 4 dead bodies, he kept his eyes fixed on anything except the corpses. He took a selection of tools from the shed and added them to the cart, then manhandled it with much more exertion back to the house, where he ferried his bags of clothes and food out to fill the only transport he had available to him. Turning his back on the house after he closed the back door, he paused, glancing for the first time at the decaying bodies, and feeling the swell of fear rising from his churning stomach again. He considered whether to set fire to the house and destroy the evidence of his childhood and its bloody end, but deciding against the arson, no matter how satisfying it would have been, he dropped the final item onto the top of his haul. Settling the stuffed lamb in the top of his battered backpack to make it more comfortable, he tightened the zip to keep it safe, and headed for the farm. Chapter 15. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Johnson's radio operator called to the armoured column after his hand gesture indicated his orders. "Signal assault troop!" he shouted to the trooper on the radio. "Half of them are to dismount and recce the obstruction. Defile drill." The man nodded and relayed the orders. Johnson watched as 2 of the crew dismounted from their tracked wagons, wearing webbing and helmets, and carrying their personal weapons. Then they set off forward on foot with the heavy machine guns of the other 2 serving as cover. If he had ordered the entire troop to dismount, they would have removed the GPMGs, the 7.62mm general-purpose machine guns, from their tracked vehicles and taken them along to provide the devastating capability of man-portable weaponry. But Johnson wanted this done quickly, and he wanted his boys back inside the safety of their armoured vehicles as fast as humanly possible. He was yet to see a set of teeth that could bite through the thick aluminium of their wagons. Despite his crisp appearance, he had barely slept during the night as he had pored over all the details he knew, as well as those he was making educated guesses about. One thing that he couldn't yet be sure about was how the whatever it was infected people, how the dead rose and started acting like the one he had spent quality time with at the fence. The only way, he decided, was when they bit someone, just like rabies. Switching his attention back to the scene ahead, he took a deep breath and watched his boys work. He knew they knew what to do and certainly didn't need him watching over them or holding their hands. As much as he wanted to be at the tip of the spear, he recognized that the need for oversight was more important to the squadron than having their oldest, albeit probably toughest, soldier at the front, and he knew it would serve little purpose other than to assuage his feelings of itchy feet. He watched on as the 8 men leapfrogged each other, as if he were overseeing a training exercise. Only he hoped that their eyes would be far more alert than if they were just training. The obstruction that they'd been sent to clear was a cluster of crashed cars. Defile drill was what they did all the time, as most of their work was to patrol the areas where it was unsafe to be walking around. Defile drill allowed for an obstruction to be checked for roadside bombs and other dangers, whilst the rest of the troop could bring to bear the full might of their vehicles' weapons. Johnson was running this by the book, and his boys were performing just how they were supposed to. And that was just it. They were doing exactly what was expected of them in warfare. Only this wasn't warfare. This was something else entirely. "Trooper, recall the men," he snapped at his radio operator. "Sir?" he answered, his voice rising half an octave to betray his lack of experience and youth. "Do it now," Johnson said, fighting down the sudden anger he felt at having to repeat himself to a green boy. To his credit, the trooper offered no further opportunity to have his head removed by the squadron commander, and he gave the orders. No sooner had he overcome one person double-checking his decisions than the radio sparked to life, and Lieutenant Palmer's shrill voice cut the air through Johnson's headphones. "Sergeant Major," his unhurried voice said, seeming to have a direct connection to Johnson's eyebrows until he managed to control his face. "Is there a problem?" Johnson made eye contact with the radio operator and made a cutting motion with his left hand past his throat. The trooper understood. "Stand by, sir," he said formally. Johnson returned his gaze to the front as the 8 soldiers jogged back to their armor and climbed inside. Transmitting to the whole group himself, he called out their new orders. "All troops, green snake, I repeat green snake, unless otherwise instructed. All troops acknowledge." He waited as the few acknowledgements came back, satisfied that he had made the right decision. Just as the acknowledgements had finished, Assault Troop reported that they were ready to move, so he gave the order. Green snake meant that instead of approaching any potential threat area or obstruction carefully and dismounting to check for dangers, they were now under orders to force their way through and not stop or leave the safety of their vehicles. He cursed himself in his head that he hadn't thought to abandon conventional protocols when their world had apparently abandoned the conventional overnight. Now, powering through the crashed and abandoned cars blocking their way, with their far heavier mounts and more powerful engines, they approached the outskirts of the big town where the county hospital lay just off the main road. Peeling away from the wider carriageways, Johnson's decision to switch tactics was instantly rewarded. The lead Spartan turned slightly towards the nearest hedge to bump an abandoned Ford Escort off the road and provide clear sight and movement for the remaining vehicles, and just as the upturned front edge of their wedge-shaped track vehicle made contact, so did the hedgerow come alive. Johnson counted 5, 6, then a dozen people who moved just like the one he had seen at the fence at their camp the previous day. Each face that his mind took a sharp mental snapshot of registered something different from the last. Exposed teeth through a ragged hole torn in a cheek, a face masked in blood from a badly torn scalp, a missing arm just above the elbow. The only 2 things they had in common were their milky, soulless eyes and their evident intent on getting to the troopers. "Close down, close down, close down!" Johnson barked into the radio, then dropped his body vertically downwards to lift the heavy, circular hatch lid closed above his head. Their views would be limited now to the thin strips which they had trained to use for so many hours and days. It did not hamper their ability to perform their tasks and carry out their orders. In fact, it made it easier to carry out those orders, as the drivers, sealed inside their armor and masked under the noise of their roaring engines, couldn't hear the squelches and popping crunches of bodies going under their tracks. They couldn't see this happening, given that their viewports offered a restricted view directly before their wagons, but the feedback from the controls told the story well enough. Johnson's own vehicle, one of their 2 Sultan mobile command cars, was effectively the same platform as the Spartans of the assault troop, Only this had more room inside to accommodate the large map wall and additional radio operator who relayed his orders. Raising his own seat and opening his hatch again, he took up a firing position with the armaments for the vehicle, the single-belted GMPG, and lined up the sights on the approaching bodies as they stumbled into view. He alone of all the armoured column was outside of a sealed reconnaissance tank, as the Fox and Spartan cars could operate their guns from inside, unlike his vehicle, which basically had it mounted on the pintle outside. His vision of these new enemies was jolting and fleeting at times, but each small visual clue left him with a growing sense of dread and revulsion. New flashes of horrific and bloody injuries seared his eyeballs, as his mind lost valuable thinking capacity through imagining how those wounds could have been inflicted. His reverie was snapped back to the present by a request from the rearmost car to open fire on the Screechers. "Tell him no," Johnson said loudly to the radio operator. "Save the ammo." As they pushed deeper into the outskirts of the town, the pillar of black smoke became more and more visible from the direction of the hospital, which sat atop a small rise. Calling out the change of destination for it to be relayed, he steered his column away from that area and towards the centre of the town. Pushing slowly through the tighter streets and nudging cars and vans clear of the road every few hundred yards, their progress had slowed through a combination of shorter sight ranges and more obstructions than there had been on the wider roads outside of the built-up area. Realizing his mistake, Johnson called a full stop and ordered them all to cut their engines. Sitting near to the main square of the town, its origins going back hundreds and hundreds of years to a time when the town walls kept out the invading Vikings, the sudden silence felt oppressive in the surroundings. High-sided buildings of cut stone and cobbled side streets held the last echoes of their big engines for so long that he thought he was imagining it, until it finally dissipated and left him feeling almost alone. He wasn't, he knew. He had close to 40 men with him, and they were all safely ensconced behind thick armor plating and looking down the barrels of heavy machine guns and some even larger weapons to their rear. But still, despite the logical facts of being safe and protected, he still felt very much alone. Perhaps that isolation was more about the burdens of command than about the physical aspects of being lonely. The silence he heard, or more that he felt, wasn't a true silence. There were still the ticking and clanging noises of the 10 engines cooling down, as well as the echoing ambience of a town thrown into sudden silence by the absence of normal daily life. But other sounds began to creep into his consciousness. A bird call, raucous even at a long distance away. A building alarm, an insistent bell ringing, from somewhere indeterminate due to the confusing sounds that bounced between the rows of tall stone buildings. A shout, high-pitched and pleading from somewhere up ahead, or behind. Johnson's head whipped back and forth to try and locate the sound and not be tricked by the echo. He heard it again. A woman's voice, shouting at the top of her voice and dragging the word out excruciatingly. It said, "Help." More precisely, it swore. Poking his own head out of the hatch on the other spacious, or at least spacious by light tank standards, the Sultan armoured car behind, Palmer's eyebrows almost met in the middle as he watched Johnson snatch off his helmet and headset and fling his head wildly from side to side. "What the devil?" he muttered to himself, just as the radio burst into life, and he could read the lips of the man speaking. "1 troop, form a rear guard at this position. Assault troop, advance 100 meters and cut engines. Listen for survivors," he snapped, looking in the direction of the troops he was talking to as he gave the orders. All around them, big engines barked into life and belched clouds of black smoke into the air. The 4 smaller tracked vehicles bucked and reared as they drove ahead, and Johnson gave a rapid order to his driver to follow, meaning to halt his small section of 2 vehicles at the midpoint between the Fox cars and the Spartans. Hating being a spectator again, Johnson was forced to listen to the action unfold as the light tanks blocked his view. "Female, 2nd floor window, stand by," came Maxwell's clipped voice over the radio. "She's indicating something to us. Contact, enemy front, wait out." Johnson, unknown to him but watched intently by his radio operator, pressed down gently on the topmost bullet in the spare magazine on his webbing. The rough, hardened skin of his right thumb rubbed the exposed brass smooth as he repeated the gesture over and over. He knew there was no point in demanding an update from them, even less sense in driving up to them and losing visual contact with the other half of his current fighting strength, so he had to suppress the urge once more to push his way to the front of the queue and get his bayonet wet. The seconds ticked by. Then the radio sparked to life again. Only it wasn't what he was expecting to hear. "Foxtrot 3-3 Alpha, this is Foxtrot 1-0, contact rear," the voice rabbited, giving the information in a single word with barely a pause in between. Momentarily torn, Johnson's logical brain kicked in to ask the question into the mic before he even knew he had decided on it. "Foxtrot 1-0, stand by. Foxtrot 5-0, what is your situation?" he said, telling the panicking voice behind them to hold on until he knew what Maxwell was doing. The rear guard was sealed up tight behind armor, whereas his vanguard had civilians in the open and would have to open their doors or put lives at risk. 20+ approaching, civilians preparing to come out, enemy not responding to warnings, came Maxwell's terse reply. Behind that report were the sounds of various troopers going through the motions of their training and following the rules of engagement. They had these rules of engagement drummed into them over and over. They could not use any more force than the minimum necessary, as ambiguous as that was, and they were told time and again to fire only aimed shots, that automatic fire could only be used against identified targets, and that a verbal warning should be given whenever possible. Johnson knew how impractical those rules could be, even with an enemy who could hear and respond, but he also knew that his men found comfort in the repetition of training, and that comfort allowed the rest of their actions to flow smoothly, like training the cupola on a target, like calling out their firing arc and reporting ready, like asking for permission to open fire. "Automatic fire," Maxwell announced. "Go on." The gunners, as inhumane as it would have seemed to the uninitiated, smiled as thumbs pressed down on controls and the 4 GPMGs sparked into boisterous life to cut down the approaching waves of shambling and screeching enemy. The bullets these guns fired, even though they were the smallest armament their armoured column carried, unleashed their destructive power on the gathering crowd. A single GPMG with 1,000 rounds of belt-fed 7.62mm could bring down a small house. 4 of them, vehicle-mounted and interlocking their arcs of fire, where every other bullet streaked a fiery red line towards their enemy, wreaked savage and unholy devastation on the slow-moving 40 or so blood-streaked people stumbling at them, their mouths open and returning their own salvo of spine-numbing shrieks and hisses. In seconds, the rippling gunfire that appeared visually like a series of lasers ceased, as there were suddenly no more bodies to convert from living to dead. Johnson watched on as Maxwell organized the recovery, just as the radio sparked to life again. "Permission to engage?" came the request in a tone of sheer panic. Panic, in Johnson's opinion, was more dangerous to his troops than enemy fire could be. Fire could serve to rally his men against their foe. Fire could be ineffectual, and the inaccuracy of incoming rounds could serve to raise the morale of his men. Panic, however, did not miss. It was 100% accurate and 100% of the time. They were trained for chemical warfare, as every soldier was, given the tensions with Russia. Any man or woman in uniform on the western side of the Berlin Wall was on a moment's notice to pull on their thick rubbery protection suits. They were trained to seal themselves up inside their armor, to escape nuclear fallout and other such horrors of modern warfare. But the only thing that could penetrate that armor was panic. Panic and fear. Johnson corrected himself, but fear wasn't an immediate danger. "Negative," he responded coolly. "Report." "They're coming from bloody everywhere," came the cry of response. "All around us." Johnson heard the irregular pounding of meaty hands on the outer hulls of the armoured car where the transmission originated, along with the mechanical whine of the car's turret rotating. Closing his eyes and holding his breath momentarily, Johnson resisted the urge to inquire as to the height of the radio operator and to opine that he was unaware shit could be stacked that tall. Instead, he gave his orders very simply and calmly. "Foxtrot 1-0, advance through the enemy 100 meters and hold fast. Acknowledge." A pause on the other end then. "Foxtrot 1-0, roger. Advance through the enemy lines 100 meters and hold," came the response of Maxwell's voice, much more calmly than whoever had spoken before. Then he heard the sound of the Jaguar engines roaring up their revs to power away, Johnson didn't want to, didn't need to look to know that the 4 heavy wheels of each vehicle would be crushing the bloody bodies of the attackers. Pushing the thought away, Johnson turned his attention back to the front. He knew that the 16 men, now moving through the town, would be safe inside their vehicles. Not only safe, but actually offering yet more protection to the rest of the column by attracting the screechers through the noise they would be generating. Maxwell, in Johnson's opinion one of the very best combat leaders in the squadron, had organized one crew to dismount and source alternative transport for the civilians. Watching as the window to a van was broken, Johnson saw a trooper lift the locking pin and pull himself up behind the wheel, which he wrenched hard to snap the steering lock, then shout something at the rest of his crew, who began to push the vehicle. Johnson knew what he would be doing. Handbrake off, clutch down and gear stick into second. As soon as the momentum was enough, he dropped the clutch out, and the engine sparked to life. Chapter 16. Kimberly Perkins leaned out of the second-floor window of the bank she worked in to shout at the very top of her lungs. Over and over she called for help after the stone canyons of the town centre echoed loudly with the reverberating barks of engines. From the second she heard the noise, like a squeaking, rolling thunder. Having worked for the last 4 years in the bank, where they now sought refuge, she knew that it was more than the regular noise of everyday vehicles. Hollering until her voice gave out, she was finally rewarded when 4 green wedges shot towards her on their tracks. Turning to the almost 15 people trapped inside with her, she smiled with a confidence she didn't truly feel, but needed to display to calm them down. She had never been able to endure people's inabilities to adapt, and had always faced any situation with an almost implacable strength of character. When the screams had started, Kimberly was the only cashier working, as half the bank staff hadn't even turned up for work. She, like everyone she knew, had been following as much as she could of the emerging situation in London, but was as clueless as the others about what it meant for her. Having been born in London and initially raised there before fate conspired to move her west along the southern coast of England, she recognized some of the streets and landmarks in the background of the newsreels, and a small stab of homesickness pricked at her heart every time. When the horrific realization of the TV blackout hit her, it was already too late. Living in the centre of town anyway, and it being only a short walk to work, Kimberly's world was, geographically speaking anyway, incredibly small. She noticed nothing on her short walk to the bank, not even the absence of the regular amount of foot traffic, but the first hour of the day made her skin tingle with a slight feeling of dread, as the anticipated morning rush never came. After that came the sounds of sirens. In itself, the sound of a siren wasn't unexpected, as the bank was in the town centre, where the ambulance station, fire station and police station were all a short walk away. She didn't even hear the sirens anymore, not really, since her apartment was in the same location and she had long since become accustomed to the noise. But today was different, because the sound of sirens had been constant for 10 minutes straight, and then faded to nothing. Not nothing precisely, but a void, a vacuum, a hollow space that seemed both absent of any real information, but similarly full of noise that confused her. That vacuum soon filled with noises which were discernible from the general cacophony, and the eyes of the non-staff of the bank began to fix on each other's as screams sounded in the town. When 6 people bundled in, pushing and shoving each other as they ran, and begged for help, then she finally knew it was happening. She still didn't know what it was, but it was a safe bet that whatever had prevented the flow of information out of the capital had found its way to their town. It had a soundtrack, even if it didn't have a name, and the soundtrack that accompanied the disorder was riddled with screams and hisses and metallic screeches ripped from human throats. "Upstairs! Everyone! Now!" she called aloud as she stood, directing the staff and newcomers towards the heavy metal door that led to the secure part of the building. "Miss Perkins," snapped the deputy assistant manager, a peevish man of her age but only half her presence. He had relished the lack of staffing that day as he took charge. "Members of the public are not allowed in the restricted part of the bank," he whined. Before she could respond, the answer was given loud and clear from outside in a far more effective way than she could have explained. A young man, his face a sheet of blood from a torn scrap of skin and hair that flopped over his forehead, and his eyes, milky white, slammed his whole body into the heavy plate glass, and slowly worked his jaw as he tried to chew his way through the impenetrable barrier that kept them safe. Everyone inside the bank froze and stared at the man, his greasy coveralls slicked red with fresh blood. But a woman joined him with the same percussive slam as her body bounced off the glass, only to return immediately and cause a long, squeaking noise to vibrate through the room as her top lip was pulled upwards by the resistance of the glass. Her teeth were smeared red, which extended down from her mouth to discolour the light blue shirt she wore over a navy knee-length skirt. Her eyes, the same opaque, cloudy orbs as the man's, bored through to them. "Upstairs!" Kimberly shouted again, and, as though their heads were on the same piece of taut string, the two people chewing at the glass snapped their heads in perfect synchronicity to lock on to her. They needed no further encouragement, and as one, they surged for the heavy reinforced door that was opened with a combination to swing outwards. No sooner had the first 5 people bundled through that door, amidst shouts and noises of panic, than another 3 loud thumps reverberated from the front window. Kimberly was the second-to-last person at the door, the last man being the peevish manager for the day, who was counting people through for no particular reason she could discern. He flinched, but did not turn to see what had caused the new noise. He looked at Kimberly's face and slowly began to mirror her emerging look of dread. Not having the courage to turn and face whatever new horrors had arrived to shatter his orderly world, he kept his eyes down and pulled the heavy door closed. Others in the town centre weren't so lucky. Only the banks had windows that didn't shatter and implode under the onslaught of hungry, feverishly aggressive mouths. The number of infected rose with each step closer towards the emergence of the virus, and those attacked weren't always lucky enough to escape with an infected bite to die at home as the fever burned through their bodies. When attacked by 3 or 4 of the things, often their victims would fall where they were attacked to be torn apart. Looking out of the window high above the street below, Kimberly saw exactly that happen before her eyes. A woman, wearing the brightly coloured uniform of a travel agent in the style of that company's air hostesses, ran into the street, screaming foully, only to be hit hard from 3 different directions and have the air driven from her lungs when they took her to the rough ground. The 3 attackers bit her, clawed at her with their nails, and pulled chunks of her flesh away where they could gain sufficient purchase on it. Kimberly ignored the shouted questions, the hysterical tears, and the screams of panic and confusion which sounded from behind her, and watched as the 3 cannibalistic attackers stopped in perfect unison. They just stopped, for no evident reason that she could understand, and turned their attention elsewhere as they looked for something, someone else to attack. As they rose and melted away stiffly, Kimberly was left watching the bloodied and torn body of the woman, who she could see, even at that distance, had previously been adorned with a perfect face of make-up before the blood had splashed to mar the overall effect. The eyes, unclear as the 2 floors in height separated them, stared upwards blankly in death until the view was obscured by a sudden cloud of condensation covering the window. Kimberly, in her shock at seeing a murder in the street below her, had forgotten to breathe until that point when the part of her brain that took responsibility for such things restored order and forced her lungs to inflate. She watched, fixed intently on the body of the woman in a state of semi-shock, as a way to cope with the screaming debates that raged behind her. She had no idea how long she remained there, minutes at least, in her wide-eyed catatonia, but the next terrifying turn of events woke her to full alertness. The same part of the brain that forced Kimberly to breathe again, not that she could know it, also kicked into high gear in the woman lying in the street below in a large puddle of her own blood. Thinking that she had imagined it at first, she saw the ravaged body of the woman twitch once in a full-body spasm. Trying to ignore that as a trick that her confused and frightened brain was playing on her, she visibly jumped as the body convulsed electrically once more. Now, convincing herself that it was a process of her dying, Kimberly rationalized what her eyes had told her brain. But what she saw next could not be rationalized, nor could it be explained. The woman, moving jerkily and uncertainly like a drunk, clambered to her feet in a very unladylike manner, which forced her tight skirt up to the tops of her thighs and flashed a swath of skin-coloured stocking tops to the world. She didn't care, and if she had, then Kimberly would probably have found that disturbing as the priority. Should the woman be aware of anything, it would be the small loop of what Kimberly could only guess was intestine that flopped from under her white blouse to hang just below her crotch. Swallowing a mouthful of bile, she watched as the woman began to take awkward, halting steps, to follow the direction of her head turned up the street towards where the commotion had washed like a tide. What Kimberly couldn't see was the sudden milky white colour of the woman's eyeballs, and what she couldn't hear was the hissing, rasping noise she made that was quieter than the others around her, as a hole had been torn into her windpipe, and it allowed some of the air to escape and lower her volume controls. As she stumbled away from the bank and left the street below empty, Kimberly stayed glued to the window for more long minutes, until the dull roar of lots of engines echoed through the town. Being so high up, that floor didn't have the reinforced glass of the ground and first floors, so she was able to open the window. She began to scream for help at the top of her voice, and ignored the protestations of those behind her. She was finally rewarded with the 4 camouflaged metal wedges shooting off from their stationary points and coming towards her. Within seconds, they had stopped outside the bank, and a hatch popped open for a man with a handlebar mustache under his helmet and wide eyes. He seemed to speak to himself. Then she watched as the other 3 tanks moved position slightly before cutting their engines. The man shouted a question up at her, forcing her to turn and call for quiet as she performed the rapid head count and turned back to the window. 15 of us, she called down, making sure to clearly enunciate each word and remove the need to repeat the information. "Can you get out of this door?" he asked, pointing at the main entrance to the bank. She responded that they could. "Wait there," the man said after listening to his radio. Or at least she imagined that was what he did, as his eyes glazed over and he placed a finger to the earphone nearest his right hand. "And cover your ears!" Then he looked forward and dropped down, pulling the hatch closed behind him. Kimberly didn't have the luxury of time to relay that instruction, but human nature being what it was, they all dropped to the ground and covered their ears, screwing their eyes shut tightly as though that would help, when the world outside and below them erupted into a storm of metal and noise and devastation. The automatic gunfire didn't last long, a few seconds at most, but the shouting that followed was more insistent than before. Getting to her feet and looking back down to street level, she saw 4 soldiers burst from the nearest tank and run just out of sight. The noise of an engine starting was loud in the street, but the strong voice cut through that din to give her orders. "Move! Now!" it yelled, as though she were a raw recruit in need of toughening up. She turned and relayed those orders, surprising herself with how authoritarian she sounded, and saw the confidence of those orders translated into instant action as the 14 other people ran to obey. She was the last one down the stairs, her eyes resting on the partly open drawer, which she knew would contain stacks of crisp banknotes, and shook her head to will away the ridiculous and improper thought as soon as it came to her. Running down the stairs and into the lobby of the bank, she found the others milling about uncertainly as they waited for someone to tell them what to do next. Kimberly hurtled past all of them, pausing only to shout, "Come on!" and to spark them into life to follow. She burst through the doors and into the street, her head acquiring the noise of the engine and seeing the source for the first time. A dirty white Ford panel van, the back doors wide open and some cardboard boxes visible inside, stood 30 paces away with 3 soldiers waving them frantically towards them. The 15 survivors piled in, the doors were shut, and a hand banged on the thin metal side twice. Maxwell recalled his dismounted troopers, bar the one who had been given the responsibility of driving the van full of civilians, and Johnson watched as his assault troop made its way back toward him, comprising an additional vehicle. Nodding his appreciation for a job well done, he turned his attention back to the rear guard. Calling the Sabre troop up on the radio, he asked for a report, learning that the remaining crowd of enemy had followed them slowly and were approaching their position. "On me!" he instructed, telling the drivers of the Fox cars to make the return journey through the obstructions of biting meat that used to be people, We are leaving via an alternative route." And with that, he relayed his orders to the rest of the column and decided to get the hell out of the town. The commandeered panel van sat neatly in between the two high-roof tracked vehicles of Johnson's HQ troop, and the assault troop continued as vanguard. They did not stop to lay down any fire, as the enemy never threatened the safety of their convoy at any point. Instead, Johnson called their retreat under a new protocol, this time meaning that they did not stop for anything, and no vehicle was ever out of visual contact with those in front and behind, and at a maximum of half their vehicle's effective range of weapons fire. In a town, that meant that they were driving as fast as their tracked and heavy-wheeled mix of cars could manage, but when they hit the wider roads of the outskirts, they pushed their speed up to just over 50 miles per hour. Calling a stop at the very edge of the built-up area, Johnson faced a dilemma. That dilemma was whether to retain personal control of the tip of his spear and remain with the troop, or to return to base and debrief the civilians to formulate a longer-term plan. He knew what he should do, but that would mean leaving a fighting troop under the technical control of an officer he didn't trust to get a drinks order right. Making his decision, he dismounted his own vehicle and climbed down to approach the identical one behind it. Palmer, having heard of the SM's approach, popped the hatch and also dismounted to speak to the man away from the armor.
"SSM,"
he said in greeting, his face wan and serious for a change.
"Your suggestions?"
Johnson swallowed, keeping down the retort that flew to the tip of his tongue, and with it the urge to slap the young man around the head. He didn't act on those feelings, however, because he recognized that the man was just emulating the behavior of other officers. To ask the senior NCO for their suggestion was to admit to nobody that you didn't know the best way to proceed, and you were calling on the experience of a man who would know. That only offended Johnson because when Second Lieutenant Palmer used the term, it implied that he was in overall charge of the squadron. That rankled him and made his words slightly harsher than they would have been had the boy not tried to play the boss. "My orders," he began, "are that you remain here with one. Sergeant Strauss will be in charge," he added in a quieter voice as he leant forward to prevent embarrassing the man, "and your task will be to remain here until such time as our half of the column returns to base. If you are engaged during that time, then you are to ensure that no enemy survives the contact before returning. Understood?" "Understood entirely," Palmer retorted with his aristocratic air of condescension. Then he turned away, no doubt to relay his orders to his crew. Strauss, the third generation of a Rhodesian migrant, had, despite his name and heritage, no trace of the accent of his predecessors, but he did bear the genetic traits. Tall and broad, uncomfortably for a man who went to war inside a cramped metal box, his blonde hair was kept short inside his helmet. Johnson relayed his orders, adding in the specifics that Palmer didn't need to burden himself with, lest he gain the incorrect impression that he was in charge of anything, and left feeling satisfied that those orders would be followed. "I think these things are attracted to noise," he told Strauss, who absorbed the facts and recent events with no sign of being affected. "So I don't want to roll our armor slowly back to base and ring the dinner bell. You wait for whatever crowd follows us out of town, then open up on them, 30mm too, just for the noise, then get back via a longer route. And whatever you do," he added seriously, "don't let the lieutenant do anything stupid like order another charge of the light brigade." Strauss understood, and Johnson left with the assault troop and the borrowed van, the occupants of which had been unceremoniously told to stay quiet until they were back at base. Strauss was a switched-on and capable man, if not a natural tactician like Johnson. He kept his 4 Fox-armoured cars in tight formation across the carriageway with their engines running, and ordered that the hatches be closed, if only to ensure that Palmer didn't try to join in the fight, as his vehicle was the only type that couldn't bring weapons to bear from the safety of the inside. After 40 minutes, the distant horizon started to show a dark smear that morphed into an oncoming line of people, all moving slowly and awkwardly. That was their target, and he intended to destroy this crowd before taking a looping journey back to base, and hopefully not to lead any more of them to the fence that ringed their camp. The only unexpected issue was that of the 2 shapes out ahead of the crowd. They had pushed through at a distance the soldiers could not discern, and were now jogging ahead of them at over twice the speed of the masses. Their actions were more coordinated somehow, and they were less damaged than the others, which lent them a kind of alertness that could only spell trouble. "Sarge," the driver of Strauss's Fox called out to him questioningly. "I see them, son," he said in a fatherly tone to soothe the man's nerves. "Gunner to your front, automatic fire. Go on," he said, hearing the answer given by the rapid pounding of the big 30mm cannon above their heads. Watching the road ahead, he smiled a grim smile of satisfaction as the leading monster disintegrated in a flash of red mist, leaving a single leg to cartwheel through the air before it landed wetly, a good 300 paces away from their picket line. "All gunners," Strauss said calmly into the radio, "automatic fire to your front. Go!" And the world on the edge of a small rural town erupted into a cacophonous, percussive hell. Chapter 17. Peter, in a bizarre form of coping strategy that he didn't fully understand, was actually enjoying his project. Had he known more about human interactions and had a basic understanding of psychology, he might have recognized that he had gone into a kind of dissociative state, where productivity could mask the feelings that his recent experiences had caused. Those feelings, had he had the luxury of time and safety to replay the events and the emotions that came at each step, would cripple him if he allowed them space in his brain, so he simply didn't. The events of the last week, as obvious as they were, had just happened, and were now shut away in a box that he didn't have to open. It was the only way he could function. So instead of curling up into a ball and crying like the child he was, he refused to accept that those things had happened and gave himself a new reality to deal with. That reality was that he couldn't go home, that he was totally alone, and that he had to survive by himself. He had to stay away from people, he had to keep to himself, remain as quiet as possible and wait for it all to stop spinning like crazy. The last part even he knew was fantasy, but survival without hope wasn't survival. It was prolonging the process of dying. He had to retain hope that someone would restore order, that the police or the army would come with guns and sticks and make everyone behave again. Even though he hadn't seen much of the world, either before or after people started biting each other, he knew that there was unlikely to be any safety anywhere else, so he elected to make a home in the place he knew best. The first day was spent attempting to weatherproof his new accommodation, having shivered throughout the entire night previously due to the wind whistling through the cracks in the boards. His way of rectifying this was to rig a series of heavy canvas sheets and nail them into place, using the tools he had taken from the shed. These sheets, which he thought had once been ground sheets for large tents, were pulled tightly into position, then nailed into the wood at the corners at regular intervals, so that they formed a secure section that the wind couldn't penetrate. Inside that section, Peter laid down an even bed of hay, then another of the heavy sheets which he had folded over 3 times lengthways, and he rolled himself on that makeshift bed until he had ironed out the worst of the lumps with his back. Climbing back down the short ladder, he rigged up a simple rope pulley system to allow him to place things inside the large plastic bucket on one end of the rope before climbing up to his hideout in safety to pull on the rope to raise his haul without the risk of falling off the ladder. Finishing these 2 tasks before his growling stomach reminded him of the other basic needs, he stopped to dangle his legs off the edge of his bedroom, and he ate crisps and chocolate once again. Another thing he didn't know was the likely side effects of eating sugar-rich, processed foods when his body wasn't used to them, mixed with the absence of any useful carbohydrates and fiber. The resulting feelings, as soon as he had finished his snack, made him realize another need he had failed to cater for. Peter had, at times, been taken hunting and fishing with his father. Those trips, often accompanied by cans of cheap, high-strength lager, often imparted some knowledge to the boy. His father didn't overtly intend this, more that he just spouted more and more rubbish and platitudes the more alcohol he imbibed. But some things had stayed with Peter, and they came back to him piece by piece. Shape, smell, and sound were the main aspects which interested him now, the very fundamentals of camouflage. If a predator made noise or showed its recognizable body to prey, the prey would run away before the hunter could strike. If that hunter approached from downwind, then the prey would also run as soon as it detected the danger. You can tell a lot from an animal by its shet, his father had told him once, bending to examine a patch of small brown pellets. What's that? Rabbit? Peter guessed. Yes, his father responded, casting his eyes up and scanning the hedgerow closest to them before raising a finger and pointing at a patch of smoothed grass that was shorter than the rest of the field. And that is why rabbits are just food for other things, he intoned. You don't shit where you eat. With that, he raised his shotgun and took a snapshot at a tight cluster of 3 rabbits bursting from cover to dash for the safety of their underground warren, and he rolled 2 of them over in broken ruin with a single shot. As the pain in his belly worsened, Peter's mind ran over and over these concepts of predator and prey until a shocking realization hit him. All the pearls of wisdom and unfatherly advice he had been given had to be ignored. Ignored because the advice was given to him as though he were the predator and not the prey. He had to stay downwind of them and keep his senses alert for their smell. He had to keep his ears tuned to the hissing, screeching noises they made to accompany the irregular shambling of their movements. He had to be observant of others and learn to tell in an instant whether they were friend or foe. He had to learn to be a clever bit of prey, or he would become a meal for a predator. Unable to contain the roiling in his intestines any longer, Peter ran to the small river that flowed along the outer edge of the farm and dropped his trousers to void himself messily into the shallow water. He watched in mixed awe and disgust as the cloudy patch of water flowed downstream to dissolve and dissipate in the gentle flow. Satisfied that his father had finally taught him something useful, he cleaned himself in the river and returned to his lodgings. Now that the issue of shelter had been appropriately addressed, Peter turned his attention towards water. The barn he was in had a water collection barrel at the foot of the drainpipe just outside the doors, but he didn't trust that. Walking a short distance to the nearest outside tap on the wall of a building, he turned it to be instantly rewarded with a jet of clean water. It didn't occur to him that this magical, endless supply might one day cease to function. After shelter and water came defense, something which Peter had already considered, given his instinctive thought to bring not only the bent pitchfork that he now had an unbreakable affinity with, but also his father's shotgun. That gun, with its long twin barrels, was taller than Peter when he stood alongside it, and although he knew the fundamentals of how it worked, from watching it fired and reloaded so many times, he couldn't manhandle the long gun with enough strength to bring it to bear. Glancing between the shotgun and the pitchfork, Peter decided to make some necessary modifications to his small arsenal, and to make them slightly more user-friendly for his size. One of his favourite places on the farm was the workshop. Like their own shed back at the house, it was stocked with tools and benches with vices and machines that he didn't understand. He loved that dirty, oily smell of the building that brought hints of the outside in, because any tractors in need of repair were driven into the empty section of the shop and worked on under the bank of strip lighting high overhead. Peter flicked on the light switch just inside the door, hearing the metallic twanging noise it made as the electricity burst into life. Carrying only the pitchfork, he walked towards the woodwork vise on the nearest bench and spun the handle to open it wider. Then he nestled the long wooden handle of the tool in the neck of the vise between the 2 scarred blocks of hard wood. Cinching the handle tight, he went to the wall where the wooden backboards had been painted white to allow for the tool outlines to be marked clearly in black pen. He didn't know if that was to make it easier to find everything or just to keep track of what they had and dissuade workers from stealing. Selecting a thin-bladed hacksaw, Peter nestled the blade against the metal, holding the bent-out tine of the tool as he stood looking down the length of it. Then he carefully drew back the blade in a straight line a few times to create a furrow that the saw could sit in. With that done, he began to use the hacksaw in long draws, both forwards and backwards, in a rhythmic pattern. "Let the blade do the work," a voice from his memory told him. "Don't force it." He didn't force it, and the blade had soon eaten its way through to the other side of the thin prong, and he watched it fall gently to the floor with a tinkling sound. Assessing his handiwork, Peter thought that the now 3-pronged pitchfork looked odd and lopsided, so he loosened the vise and spun it over to repeat the process with the odd tine. When the second tinkling noise of metal hitting concrete sounded, he was far more satisfied with the results and was looking at a more streamlined version of the tool. Restoring the hacksaw carefully to its allocated slot on the wall, Peter selected a metal file and rounded off the rough, sawn edges of metal. He worked like an artist creating something, moving the file in meticulous measured strokes to create a smooth edge that wouldn't cut or catch. Reapplying that level of attention to the other side, he turned his attention to the tips of the curved prongs and worked at them to elongate and sharpen the points. His tongue popped out of one side of his mouth as he worked, lost in the attention to detail that the task allowed him to apply. Standing tall and happy with the two business ends of the now adapted weapon, he restored the file to its proper place and selected a short, rectangular wood saw, which he used to remove the bottom foot of spare handle. Taking both the pitchfork and the off-cut of wood to one of his favourite things, he clamped the weapon into the grips of the big lathe and pressed the green button to start it spinning. The wall beside the lathe had two distinct sides, each with their tools marked out in the same fashion as everywhere else. Selecting a scooped chisel from the woodworking side, Peter rounded the end of the handle in a few seconds, then stopped the machine with the dirty red button and waited for it to cycle down. Swapping it for the offcut, he worked more delicately by first rounding the cut end, then reducing the overall thickness of the piece so that it better fit his small grip. Taking it out and replacing the chisel, he dropped the cut handle into the vise once more and used a hand-turned drill to bore a hole directly downwards, deep into the wood from the most tapered end. Picking up the discarded metal prong of the fork that hadn't been bent, he used the hacksaw once again to render it into a single curved piece, then used a ball hammer to straighten out the curve. To finish his piece, he forced the single spike down into the hole drilled into the handle, using the hammer to tamp it down hard into place and blunting the end. He rectified this by retrieving the file before using the hammer again to straighten the two remaining prongs of his fork. Each time he had selected a different tool, he had painstakingly replaced the one he was using before picking up another. This was not a side effect of Peter's upbringing, where he had lived in permanent fear of punishment, but an indication of his ordered, logical mind instead. When he had finished and cleared up the workshop, he switched off the lights and went back outside, carrying his two weapons, his trusty stickers, as he called them on a whim, so named for their primary purpose of sticking bad people through the eyes. Chapter 18. "Next," called Sergeant Croft, as he waited for the well-dressed young woman to shuffle along in the line to approach his desk. "Name?" he inquired tiredly, having been inundated with another 15 civilians, or more like refugees, on the return of half of the troops to complement the already steady trickle of inbound human traffic. "Kimberly Perkins," Kimberly said, feeling annoyed at having to wait in line to get any answers, after the uncomfortable hour they had been bounced around inside the back of the van. It wasn't that she was ungrateful for their sudden and unexpected rescue, but she was rather in need of some information that could help her rationalize everything that had happened that morning to lead her there. Not least because she was wearing just her working clothes, and had to abandon everything she owned, as the thought of going back to the town was the least sensible thing she could imagine. Mrs. Croft inquired, without looking up from his clipboard. "It's Miss," she replied, reading the list upside down and answering the next 3 questions with, 25 years old, bank clerk, and I'm here alone," she said, prompting an annoyed look of pursed lips to cross Croft's face as he finally glanced up to let her know he was annoyed. That look of annoyance quickly melted away in embarrassment as he found himself looking up into a well-defined face framed by dishevelled brunette hair in tight curls. "Thank you, Miss Perkins," he said, as he averted his gaze again. "If you wouldn't mind waiting to this side of the hall now, and we can process everyone through to give you some answers very shortly." She was used to that. People looked at her, then looked away out of shame or embarrassment, but mostly to stop themselves from staring. She was not ugly, nor was she overly disfigured, but the scar that marked the left side of her face was puckered and slightly more pink than the rest of her face. The scar, a cruel reminder of a past best forgotten, served as a way to unintentionally repel people. Although she had grown accustomed to the few predictable responses people usually gave her on seeing the scars for the first time, each occurrence did nothing to remove the stab of pain and shame she felt at recognizing it. She'd experimented with her hairstyle in an effort to hide it, but had decided that the Farrah Fawcett look was just too much work. Absent-mindedly tipping her head to bring her hair down over her left shoulder, to obscure where the rippled skin went over her ear, she thanked the soldier in a formal tone and followed the directions she was given. When they had first arrived, she had discovered it was an army base by blinking into the sunlight after the gloom of the rear of the van, to find herself staring directly at a large white sign denoting that the fenced enclosure was, indeed, an army camp. She had watched as the other people she had shared her escape with had hugged and thanked the soldiers, who all seemed to want to line up for the attention. Some made a direct line for her, seeing a tall and slim young woman, but almost all of them shied away when they saw the mess on one side of her face. "Same story as anywhere else," she thought. "It's like I'm contagious." She had asked to speak to whomever was in charge and was politely yet firmly instructed to wait with the others in a small holding room by the gate. The room was too small for all of them, much as the rear of the van had been, but she endured it for as long as she was able, until they were brought forward, one by one, to give them their details. Having waited in 3 separate lines for the purpose of simply waiting with a feeling of achievement, they were herded through to another building where there were big metal tins of hot water. "Tea!" yelled the sergeant, pointing at the first one and giving it a rap with his knuckles as he passed. "And coffee!" he called, dinging the other one and making a noise that sounded less echoing than the first. Kimberly, seeing the masses head towards the tea urn, opted for the coffee, as the line was shorter and the chance of running out before it was her turn was greatly reduced by the simple evidence she had interpreted through logic and hearing. "Take a seat, everyone," the soldier said in a raised voice, to cut through the din of conversation regarding sugar and milk, "and I'll try to tell you what's been going on." That got everyone's attention, and the rush to take their hastily made drinks to a spare seat became the #1 priority for people. "As you have found out today, the UK has gone more than a little off the deep end," he began, apparently attempting to make light of the events. 3 days ago, our command structure in London went down. By that I mean that it stopped broadcasting radio signals and picking up the phone. We are, all of us, in the dark about what is currently going on." Realizing that he wasn't filling people with confidence, the soldier cleared his throat and tried to pick up the tempo in his voice, which was in danger of becoming dreary. "The disease is believed to have originated somewhere near central London a week ago, and has spread rapidly outward from the capital to outlying areas. As of yesterday, it has hit our county." "Tell us something we don't already know," Kimberly thought unkindly to herself. "Reports from other areas of the country indicate that there are outbreaks further north and west also." He paused, prompting total silence in the room, interrupted only by the gurgling of the overused tea urn. "Also, we have received radio contact from the continent and our bases in Germany. They appear to be engaged in heavy fighting with the same enemy over there," he said with reluctant finality. "So what do we do?" asked a woman hesitantly from the front row of chairs. "You wait here, and we will keep you protected and informed of the situation as and when updates arise," answered the man woodenly, using the words in such a fashion that made Kimberly think of the terminology she had heard once. "Bullshit baffles brains," she told herself. "Bullshit baffles brains." As Kimberly and all the other civilians were herded out of the mess hall where they had been assembled, a burbling, rolling thunder headed towards them from the gate. The group watched the return of the 4-wheeled tanks and the one squeaking metal wedge that stood alone, as it was only one of the small convoy moving on tracks. They rolled straight past the small crowd who, in the predictable behavior of humans all over the world, stopped to stare at the display of mechanical and military might that is a line of light reconnaissance tanks. Their staring wasn't just in the usual vein of normal people watching the rare sight of military vehicles, because their faces were registering horror and disgust. Sergeant Strauss, his head and shoulders protruding from the open hatch of the lead vehicle, offered the crowd a smile of greeting that spoke of duty more than any genuine emotion of happiness. Seeing their looks of repulsion and horror, his own smile faded as he wondered what he could have done to cause such a response. They passed quickly, just as one thin man turned and fountained vomit over the shoulders of two other people, who shrieked in response. Strauss turned his eyes back to the front and waited until the small convoy came to a noisy stop, outside the building being used as the squadron's temporary command center. Only then did he see the source of the looks his small column had received. "Jesus bloody Christ!" he groaned out loud as he looked at the side of his own four-wheeled car in the lead. Looking down the line, he saw that the others were just as bad, if not worse. But the lower-bodied, tracked vehicle of the Sultan command car looked as though it had driven through a butcher's shop, then a clothing store, then back through a slaughterhouse. Thick gore and patches of material from the clothing the things had been wearing were splattered all over the wheels and axles, and now dripped or fell off in small chunks whilst the cars were stationary. "Fuck me," he muttered to himself in disgust and disbelief. "Corporal McGill." "Sarge," McGill answered from inside his mount. "Get all of these cleaned down," he instructed thoroughly. "I don't want to find any fingers or anything in my running gear." "Sarge," McGill answered simply, in a tone that conveyed his understanding and intention to comply as instructed. Strauss watched as the cars revved up and moved away, to leave him in a thick cloud of rich exhaust fumes. Turning back after the cars had rolled away, he found himself beside Lieutenant Palmer, who was wearing a face of thinly veiled annoyance. Strauss knew that their brief interaction of earlier that day would bring with it a reckoning at some point, which he knew would not be now, as Johnson would be less than impressed with a pissing contest when there was work to be done. But he strongly suspected that Palmer had other ideas. Setting off for the door at the same time, the smaller stature of the junior officer forced him to step faster than Strauss's long gait to make the door before he did. The sergeant smiled to himself, anticipating the cutting report the lieutenant would give about him, and mentally prepared his bingo card. He was certain that the word "insolent" would make an appearance, as the man had used it at least twice already, along with "disobey orders," "mere sergeant," and his personal wild card of "protest." He did not have to wait long, nor was he disappointed with his predictions as the anticipated words almost tumbled from him. "Sergeant Major," he snapped peevishly as he strode in, making Johnson, who was hatless yet still wearing his webbing, look up from a table covered in maps and squint his eyes through the cigarette smoke at the intrusion. "What can I do for you, Lieutenant?" Johnson asked slowly, as though he knew that whatever was troubling the young officer so much wouldn't feature high on his own list of priorities. "Sergeant Major," he said once more, as he glanced around the room at the busy soldiers in earshot. "Perhaps we should retire to have this conversation in private." "Lieutenant Palmer," Johnson said tiredly, as he cast his eyes back down to the map. "I'm waiting for your report and have plenty of other things to be doing, so if you please, sir." Johnson's tone and good manners should have told the young man where to pitch his response, but instead, the years of entitled upbringing and reinforced classicism exerted itself without a single care for the environment and situation. "Very well," Palmer began. "I must protest, Sergeant Major, about the behavior of Sergeant Strauss," he began, totally misreading the dangerous look on the SSM's face. "He deliberately disobeyed my orders to retreat and insisted on remaining in the open after I had given the command to withdraw. And then—" his voice rose half an octave. "When I gave orders to return to base, he ignored me entirely and led the troop on a wild jaunt all over the county." Johnson shuddered internally at the way he pronounced the word as "county," and furthermore had the audacity to presume to give me orders. Johnson sighed and stood up straight. He was a man who observed the proper way of things, even in wartime, or when the world turned itself upside down like a snow globe filled with body parts, so his next words were, for him, a marked indicator of the stress of the situation. "Lieutenant, perhaps you're right," he said, seeing the man almost retract his chin in confusion. "We should have this conversation in private." With that, he nodded to a corporal who muttered words of instruction for the others to leave the room. "Sergeant Strauss," the SSM added, "please wait outside." Strauss, his expression unreadable, stamped to attention and took his leave of the room. Palmer hadn't recognized the simple display of power Johnson had just treated him to, and he lacked the experience of working with other men to know that his implied request for the room to be cleared was obeyed not out of fear of punishment by the more senior soldier, but out of respect for the man and his rank. Further demonstration of Johnson's respect for the authority of rank was that he gave his response to Palmer in relative privacy. Relative being the operative word, because not even a hardened shelter could have stopped his raised voice from letting everyone within a 20-yard radius know his thoughts on the matter. "Lieutenant," he began, "what were my last words to you before I left you in nominal charge of the detachment?" Palmer's chin flapped open and closed, unable to decide which retort to use first. The time it took him to think of a response gave Johnson the incorrect sense that he believed the first question to have been taken as rhetorical. "To remind you, sir," he continued mockingly, "I left Sergeant Strauss in command of the detachment with my orders to follow to the letter, as I would expect him to do. But you, sir, had to try and take over, am I right?" "Sergeant Major, I really must protest—" "No, sir!" barked the bigger man. "You must not protest. You must not give orders. You must not override my instructions to the men, and you must not ever be under the impression that you know enough about anything to take charge." Johnson's voice had grown louder and louder with each sentence, until his final word on the subject left a ringing, reverberating boom that assaulted Palmer's senses and made him flinch. Outside, the words only slightly muffled, Strauss ticked off his bingo card with the anticipated words. "But," Palmer managed weakly, "in front of the men, for a mere sergeant to—" "Mere sergeants, Lieutenant, are all that stand between the enemy and junior officers. They are also often all that stands between the men and junior officers. Try to remember that, sir," Johnson said in a lower voice that was more fatherly. "From now on, just to be absolutely clear, your only job is to watch and learn. If you can't do that, sir, I will have to ask you to take up duties managing the civilians." That last statement seemed to shock some sense into the man. "That won't be necessary, Sergeant Major," he said in a small voice. "But if I may offer a suggestion." Johnson fixed him with a stern look, but nodded. "If, perhaps, I was privy to those instructions, then I would know not to try and change them. Simply a suggestion, Sergeant Major," he said with unconvincing deference, then turned and left the room to walk ignominiously through the assembled men with his eyes cast down. Johnson, left alone for a few brief seconds of self-reflection, had to admit that the privileged little prick had something of a point. Also, said prick might actually learn how to manage men and wage warfare against the Queen's enemies if he understood the orders he gave and, more importantly, why he gave them. Hearing his name shouted in summons, Strauss went back inside. "Tell me," Johnson instructed. We gunned down the first wave, moved forward and repeated, then withdrew and held until a third wave came. Mix of 30mm and GPMP. After that, he shifted and cleared his throat. The lieutenant decided that it was time to go home. "He lost his bottle?" Johnson asked quietly. "Can't say, Sergeant Major," Strauss said woodenly, "but we had a difference of opinion when I ordered the troop to engage the last wave coming from the town." "And then another when you took the long way back?" Johnson asked with a raised eyebrow. "Very much so," he said. Did the lieutenant say anything else about me?" he asked timidly, making Johnson glare at the man to try and determine the true meaning of the question. "Other than the fact that you disobeyed his orders, Sergeant?" "No, he did not, but perhaps a lesson in how to manage officers is in order for you?" "Very good, Sergeant Major," he said, with the ghost of a smile on his face. "Anything else?" Johnson asked. "Actually, yes," Strauss said as he relaxed and scratched his chin. "The Screechers aren't all the same." That got Johnson's full attention. "Explain," he said tersely. "They seemed to be following a leader every time they came," Strauss said. "When they got close, one or two would break out ahead of the crowd and run instead of walk, like they were faster or smarter. Stupid, really, because they were easy to pick off, but I'd be a lot more worried if they came at us in the open without our armor." He trailed off, leaving the implication unsaid. Johnson put that fact to one side for now, not that he was overly eager to be amongst the screechers unless he was behind armour. "And no sign of being followed back here?" the SSM asked, with obvious stress behind the words. "Nothing," he said with a hint of pride. "2 ambushes put in on the way back, done in silence. No sign." "Good work," Johnson responded, before looking at his watch. "Your troop has night duty, so get some rest." He watched as the man marched out, and the others filed back in to resume the tasks they'd been performing before they had been sent away, so as not to hear. Johnson was left thinking again, only this time about tactics. Being an armoured squadron, they weren't in the habit of training for being followed, and how to ambush their own trail as the infantry did. They were more accustomed to using their advanced reconnaissance vehicles, the faster and more agile Spartans of the assault troop, to lure enemy armour into a position their Foxes had smothered with their heavy 30mm cannons. Strauss's comment that he had stopped to ambush their own trail was logical and sensible, ensuring that he didn't unwittingly lead a whole crowd of things to their door. That thought prompted him to issue a standing order to the room for dissemination. "Spread the word," he told them. "I need silence, as far as we can manage on base. Noise and light discipline during darkness. No point in advertising our presence to them, is there?" And as soon as he said it, he knew their long-time survivability depended on their ability to find somewhere else to be. Chapter 19. Peter had no high metal chain-link fences to hide behind. He had no armoured vehicles to keep him safe from biting teeth and clawing nails. He had no light artillery or heavy machine guns. He had no comrades. He was totally alone, living in a breezy hayloft with a dwindling supply of food, and was armed with a modified pitchfork and a shotgun that was too large for him to use. On the 3rd morning of his new life, he woke with the morning sun and went about his new morning routine. He brushed his teeth and put on clean underwear, then did his early chores before eating. He went to the river and checked the 3 static lines to see if they had yielded anything overnight. One had, but the catch was small. It had also perished on the line, no doubt exhausting itself to go belly up after fighting against the hook caught in its mouth. But Peter would not say no to fresh fish. Refreshing the lines with a new worm on each hook, selected from the plentiful supply he found from lifting any of the small hen houses nearby, he reset his water traps and carried his pathetically small haul back to the barn. He was young, but he wasn't stupid. He never struck a flame inside the hay barn, as he knew that fire and dry hay tended not to mix. Actually, he corrected himself, they mixed a little too well. They got on like a house on fire. Using the electric 4-ring cooker inside the small office-cum-kitchen to warm a frying pan, he messily cracked in 2 eggs as he ran a sharp knife along the underside of the small fish to remove its guts. Chopping off the head and the tail and splaying it open, he scraped out the spine and the little bones running off it, and threw the fish in with the eggs. Putting all the waste to one side for the chickens, because those horrible things ate whatever he gave them, he allowed the pan to cool before he ate the contents straight from the cooking surface with a spoon. Finished, he took his pan outside and turned on the tap, which gushed a heavy, almost pressurized stream of water onto the dry, pale concrete. Peter didn't know that the flow was so strong because those few outside taps ran straight from the mains water, nor did he care. But he had learned that if he turned the tap on full, the flow was hard enough to dislodge anything that he had burnt onto the pan and blast it clean, ready for the next usage. His stomach full, biology began to let him know that the effects on his digestive system were imminent. Going to the place he had chosen for his toilet, he did the things he needed to do. For some reason unknown to him, he chose not to use the actual working toilet on the farm, and instead, the spot he had chosen had some logic to it, as it was the furthest place downstream he went to fish, and hence, in his mind, did not contaminate the river that provided him with a source of food. Something in his mind had switched, and told him that he had to turn his back on the safety of home and its modern trappings, even if he didn't realize he was still fully embracing those same modern trappings, just on the slightly juxtaposed setting of the farm. If he had been more aware, maybe more educated, or just more experienced in general life, then he would have recognized that it wasn't modern comforts he was escaping or avoiding, but just the house he had lived in. He had lost his sister and father to some unknown fate, and his mother had become a killer and forced him to do something that he felt guilty about. He didn't feel guilty about killing her, but he did feel terrible guilt that he didn't feel guilty about it. The absence of guilt, the lack of any feeling about killing his own mother, burned at him deep inside, but his only way to deal with that was to bury it, to deny it ever happened, to close the door on the event, on the truth, and never go back to it. That was how his young, fragile mind coped with what had happened to him. Still early, he returned to the barn and put everything in order by making his bed and policing up his rubbish and empty wrappers to get rid of them. Something in his head, perhaps the lesson on smell betraying prey to predator, had told him that he needed to eradicate the smell of food from where he lived so as not to attract anything to him. That same logic was what led to his morning toilet routines and what made him naturally difficult to hunt. Going for his morning lap of the farm to make sure everything was as he expected, he ignored the now pained and somehow annoyed lowing of the tall-backed black and white cattle who lumbered slowly towards the metal gateway when he walked by. He didn't stop, and he walked more quickly to get himself out of their eye line so that they quieted down. He turned a corner behind a brick building where the pigs were kept, what few of them there were, and he saw that they had already gone out of their shelter to enjoy the early morning in the field. Their small trotters had turned an expanding cone of the grass away from the building into a swath of dry dirt, in honor of the deep mud they had created in the wetter weather. Peter walked into the small lean-to, basically a three-sided shed with a roof, and bent down to pick up a bag of feed. Straining and pushing his legs to haul the long cylindrical bag up, he walked awkwardly towards the fenced field, whilst leaning his head to the left to see where he was going. Tipping a quarter of the bag as he sidestepped to the left in an ungainly way, he poured the brown pellets into the long trough, to be rewarded with the thundering noise of small feet running, overlaid with the insistent grunting of a dozen pigs as they pushed their snouts into the food. Retreating to restore the bag to the lean-to, he cast an eye over the other bags, and guessed at the nearly 4.5 months of food he had left for them. 1 bag, he thought to himself, 4 days, 33 bags. He thought hard, first dividing the total number in half and then half again, then using his fingers to come up with the rough estimate. Quite why he planned to keep feeding the pigs and other animals when nobody else had stayed behind to look after them, he didn't know, but he knew he needed to have a purpose. Peter's purpose, he decided, was to keep the farm running when his father and the others had all gone. There was nothing he could do for the cows. Not to milk them anyway, because the big dairy machinery took 3 grown men to operate twice a day, and not to feed them, because the grass was plentiful, and would be for months to come. The pigs had feed and were doing just fine with access to the building and their shiny tin arks in the field. The chickens were much easier as their feed was more plentiful, because they ate the corn that was in the tall aluminium silos. That supply of corn was seemingly endless, which meant that the chickens would last longer than the cows or the pigs, and that saddened Peter, because he hated the chickens. Finishing his rounds with the animals, he went back to the barn. Propping his sticker, the once pitchfork he was secretly very proud of, against the wide doorway, he climbed the ladder to sit in his den, where he pulled out a book and worked on his reading. After a lazy afternoon fishing before his second round of the farm later that day, he retired to the barn for another makeshift meal before tucking himself down in his shelter for the night. That evening, just as the sun set fully, the rolling noise of the pained cattle, who were calling pitifully in the field, made him release his grip on the soft lamb pressed to his cheek and wrap the pillow around his ears to block out the sounds of discomfort that he was powerless to stop. "Sir!" came the panicked call that ripped SSM Johnson from his sleep. He had finally turned in around 0120, after hours spent planning possible priority and non-priority missions, as well as wargaming through various situations and theorizing on the enemy's capabilities. Betraying years of soldiering, he rubbed his eyes once and blinked away the sleep to look at his watch, realizing that the thing he had called sleep was, in fact, a little under 3 hours. "What is it, Trooper?" he croaked, then cleared his throat and followed up his words with, "Report!"
"Sir, the fence, sir,"
gasped the young soldier in panic.
"They're fucking everywhere."
Johnson looked at the trooper, Nevin. His eyes were as wide as saucers, and he couldn't keep his feet still. Johnson took a deep breath and held it, then blew it out to signify that the waking-up process was complete. He swung his legs sideways off the cot where he had elected to get some sleep and poked his feet into his boots, which he laced quickly before he stood to fasten his trousers and shrug himself into his smock and webbing, before picking up his helmet and weapon. Nodding to the agitated trooper Nevin, he followed the younger man's lead to go out into the cool night air. Covering the distance to the gate at double time, he soon found himself face to face with Sergeant Strauss, who had rested his sabre troop and gone back on stag in the time before Johnson had even got something to eat, let alone had any sleep. "Sir," Strauss said in confusion, as he recognized the big man jogging out of the darkness towards him. "Sergeant," he responded, "what's the situation?" "We've, he said as he glanced between Johnson and Nevin, "we've got a crowd of them come to the fence. There was one of the faster ones here first, and a trooper shot it," he said, glancing again at Nevin, who seemed to know that he had jumped the gun by deciding to fetch help without having been instructed to do so. "Sergeant," Johnson asked calmly, "did my orders about noise discipline not filter down to the men?" "They did," Strauss answered equably, "but the shot was necessary. The bloody thing was scaling the fence like a spider monkey." That silenced any further protest from the senior NCO, who glanced towards the fence line, which was out of sight to him at that distance in the dark. "And the others?" Johnson asked as he turned back to him. "Are they slower, like before?" "Yes," Strauss told him. "Follow the leader again." His words making Johnson nod pensively. "Fix bayonets. Dispatch the followers quietly," Johnson told him. "Orders already given," Strauss said, looking acidly past the SSM at Nevin. "Trooper, did I give you permission to leave your post?" "No, Sarge," Nevin replied, "but I thought you'd need the Sergeant Major for—" "If I needed the Sergeant Major, you useless bag of wind, I'd send for the Sergeant Major, would I not?" Nevin danced on the spot again, as though he was desperate for the toilet, or was standing on ground that only he found uncomfortably hot. "Fuck me sideways with a deck chair, Nevin," Johnson snarled. "Did your mother have any children who survived?" Nevin, even in the low light, gave him a visibly shocked look. "I shall spell it out for you, trooper," he said in a savagely mocking tone. "Fix your fucking bayonet, reach down with your right hand, and check you still have a pair of balls." He paused to apply a gentle slap to the specific area, and was rewarded with an instant sound of a man slightly winded. "Report to your fucking post and start sticking screechers in the fucking eyes. Go!" Noise discipline be damned, Johnson wanted to tear his own strip off the waste of oxygen that passed for one of Strauss's troopers before the sergeant got his own turn. As the terrified trooper stumbled off into the dark towards the enemy, simultaneously proving that orders had to be obeyed, and that the dead were less frightening to even the weakest soldier in their squadron than the SSM was in a foul mood, Johnson realized that he could hear the low moaning sounds, interspersed with hisses and the occasional screeching noise. Those screeches, usually ripped from the tortured throat of one of the things when it came face to face with a living person, were mostly being cut short, which he hoped was due to the application of 8 inches of steel bayonet. "Night vision?" he asked Strauss. "Maxwell's got it sorted by your Sultan. Thermal camera is good for nothing because these things don't give off heat. The image intensifiers are helping," Strauss told him, meaning that the relief troop sergeant, which was assault troop under the leadership of Sergeant Maxwell, was using a portable set of light-enhancing goggles at the line where the vehicles were arrayed. Johnson thanked Strauss and left him to do his work as he turned and double-timed toward the hulks of the armoured vehicles, which he knew would be ready to open up with their 4 GPMGs should their quiet tactics not prove sufficient to stem the flow of attackers. "Maxwell!" Johnson hissed as he approached. "Here, boss. On your right," Maxwell answered, directing the SSM towards him. He had the heavy set of goggles pressed to his face, telling Johnson that he had directed him towards his position by sound alone as he concentrated. "What have we got, Simon?" he asked, using the sergeant's first name in a rare display of camaraderie which he didn't often let people see.
"About 100 of them, tops," Maxwell reported. "First one came in, screeching like a bitch on heat, and the fucking thing jumped halfway up the fence and began to climb. So Swinton slotted the bastard. After that, his bloody pals showed up in force. The boys are slotting them through the fence easily for now. But if another one of those fast fuckers comes at us, where we aren't defending, then we won't know if it's inside." Maxwell didn't say anything that Johnson hadn't instantly intuited from the quick verbal report, but the truth of his words was still stabbing its harsh reality into his brain like the shower scene in Psycho. "Too much perimeter," Johnson answered almost poetically. "Not enough soldiers." "That's the long and short of it," Maxwell answered. Shaking away the longer-term problems, Johnson asked for the goggles. Maxwell handed them over, and the SSM's world turned a bright green colour that carried with it a high-pitched whine. He saw troopers methodically placing the tips of their fixed bayonets to the faces chewing at the fence and thrusting forwards, then stepping smartly aside to repeat the process. Looking further afield, he saw no second wave or reinforcements coming to support the vanguard of the infected dead. "When that's cleared," Johnson said, "your troop take point and one troop will stand down. I'll have 2 troop roused." Maxwell accepted and acknowledged his order simply, mentally preparing to push his men up and dismount to monitor the fence line with their personal weapons. It always hurt an armoured cavalryman to leave his mount, but needs must, he told himself. Johnson jogged away from the front line, stepping smartly into the soldiers' barrack block, and quietly ordered another troop of soldiers, usually equipped with 4 Fox-armoured cars, to deploy as infantry, with their Sterling submachine guns loaded and safetied, and their bayonets fixed. The darkness was a time for the wet work, and Johnson had no clue how many nights they could keep it up for. "First order of business tomorrow," he told himself firmly, "reconnaissance of a defensible position." Chapter 20. By morning, and having enjoyed no more sleep, Johnson was slightly irritable. His irritability was not helped by the fact that close to 100 bodies were piled up against the perimeter fence, and the civilians were not accustomed to such sights. None of them were accustomed to anything like it, he admitted to himself, but soldiers of the British Army were expected to be made of far sterner stuff than your average Joe. Deciding that he could only deal with one of those pressing issues at once, he decided to allow the young lieutenant the opportunity to be useful. Useful, that was, in a setting other than combat, where his lack of experience and poor judgment could lead to the lives of the men being endangered. Striding to the mess hall, where the men, having just been relieved from their night duties, were tiredly eating a subdued breakfast, he returned the nods from the few men and NCOs who offered them, pretending not to notice the others who avoided his gaze, so that they were spared from having to acknowledge him. Making his way directly to the only man sitting alone, his back to the room in a display of mixed fear and arrogance, he cleared his throat and spoke in low tones. "Good morning, Lieutenant," Johnson said, "when you're done, if you could oblige me with something." Palmer rose, drained the dregs of his china cup, and turned to face the SSM. "Good morning," he drawled through a half-smile, seeming to infer that their heated exchange from the previous day hadn't happened. "Ready now, Sergeant Major. How can I be of service?" Grateful that the officer was complying, although annoyed that he automatically left the cup and plate on the table for someone else to pick up after him, he explained as he walked towards the exit doors. "If you could, sir," he said, "I need you to keep the civilians inside whilst the men finish the clean-up operation," he said as they stepped outside, and he gestured at the far gate, where dark mounds had piled up in places. As he squinted towards the fence, he saw that at least 3 figures were stumbling across the open grassland towards their base, and would soon be on them and in need of dispatching. Just then Johnson knew that they had to move, and quickly. Remembering that he was still with the young officer, he turned to face him again. "Sir, right away, SSM," he said, choosing not to take his tasking to the civilians as a banishment. "What is the official line?" "The official line, sir," he said in confusion. "We tell them the truth." Palmer thought for a second, then nodded sagely, and turned to make his way towards the building that had been used to house their refugees. Johnson watched him walk away for a dozen paces, then turned on his own heel to stride towards the gate at a fast march. "Povey, we're right," He snapped at a trooper who was closest to a screecher approaching the fence. Trooper Povey looked to the SSM, then to his right, then hopped backwards to settle himself for the thrust of the bayonet that dispatched the dead woman who had shuffled up to his position as his back was turned. Johnson paused for a beat, seeing that his men had reacted instantly to their new situation, regardless of their day jobs on Civvy Street. The world truly had gone to shit, but this tiny part of the mighty green machine was still operating. It won't be for long, though, he thought to himself with a growing feeling of dread. Not unless I can get these people somewhere else, and soon. Trusting his sergeants had been the right thing to do, as the tactics had been adapted overnight to dismount each crew with the exception of a single gunner, then use those dismounted troopers to constantly patrol the perimeter of their secure section. This had kept the initial crowd off the fences. From the reports he had received and the intelligence he had first-hand, he believed that the only threat to their immediate safety lay in the faster ones, who could apparently climb the fence, or enough of the shambling screechers showing up so that they could collapse the fence. He exchanged a few words with the duty troop sergeant, recognized that his presence was not needed, and left to return to the command center. Walking in, he startled a corporal, who turned with 2 full tin mugs of steaming tea and jumped, as he did not expect anyone to be there, let alone his ranking leader. Recovering, he seemed to hesitate as he furrowed his brow, and started to hold out one mug to the SSM, then retracted it and offered the other, then shook his head and offered him the first one again with a smile. Taking it with one hand and offering the corporal his Sterling submachine gun in exchange, he sipped the too hot tea and nodded at its strong starchy flavour and sweetness of the added sugar. "Where are we, gentlemen?" he asked the room loudly. "Sir," Corporal Daniels said from under a radio headset, "Yelverton have got back to us. They are reporting mass movement of enemy all over the southeast, and their Marines on base have had engagements." "You've passed on everything we know about the fast ones, the leaders?" the SSM asked him. "Yes, and they've reported that they are planning a withdrawal by air if necessary to the southwest, and then on to naval vessels," Daniels answered. "Ah," Johnson said out loud, and instantly regretted pulling back the curtain on his thoughts through tiredness. "Can they extract our civilian population?" Daniels turned back to the radio to have the exchange necessary to get that answer, as Johnson turned to a lance corporal who was poring over a large-scale map of the area they occupied. They all knew that area well, as they lived within a sensible distance. Moreover, they had spent numerous weekends practicing their vehicle patrol drills in the urban training areas, as well as the large open landscape of the windswept cliffs above the English Channel, where their live fire exercises were conducted. Johnson, keeping his immediate fears to himself, looked at that familiar section of coast portrayed on paper and forced himself to decide. That decision came only moments later, but he knew that any decision arrived at so quickly was merely the very bones of an idea. It was a concept, not a plan. A plan, he knew, required other brains able to see the problem and the solution in a different light. Deciding to use those brains now, he sipped his tea and cleared his throat for attention. "Gather round, chaps," he said, hearing another cough for attention at the doorway, and seeing Sergeant Maxwell hovering for permission to enter. "Come in, Simon," the SSM said genially, before addressing the assembly. The air in the room hung heavy, and that seemed to make their combined cigarette smoke linger above the dimly lit central desk where the map was laid flat, which gave their meeting an air of an illicit gambling den, or a French resistance meeting during the Second World War. "Our problem," he began, "is that our current location is not viable in the long term," he said, pausing to let that fact sink in. "So we need an alternative. Today." Silence hung for a few seconds before Maxwell offered his opinion. As the sergeant in charge of the assault and reconnaissance troop of the squadron, he was a man everyone knew, and his opinion was almost always worth listening to, unless it was on the subject of music, as the only cassette he owned was by Kenny Rogers. "It's not a case of looking for a traditional spot for our cars," he explained, "because our enemy doesn't use armour or artillery. We need somewhere that we can block off and hold, like a high wall or one way in and out." He paused, scanning his eyes down the coastline until he evidently found the place that Johnson was already sizing up. "There," he said, as he stabbed a finger onto the map. "The island?" the tea-making soldier asked. "It's connected by a causeway," Johnson said, "one heavy road bridge over fast-flowing water, low ground to the immediate front, high cliffs rising either side of that. Low water for access to seafaring craft, and enough of an infrastructure to keep us equipped until we are resupplied." The others listened to him in silence, making him wish that he had kept his opinion to himself until the others had spoken. Usually he would offer his thoughts, and then the captain and the major would consider alternatives. But without them present, nobody wanted to seem as though they were disagreeing with the SSM. Having stopped the discussion unintentionally, he now asked them to come up with alternatives as their task, as though the decision to occupy and fortify a small island immediately off the coast wasn't a done deal. "No," said another corporal from the HQ troop. "I like it. Take the barriers off the side of the road bridge and barricade it with a wedge, and that way, anything like the crowds that came at us last night would go straight in the drink." "Air assets?" another asked. "Is there room for a bird to land up now? The top of the island by the lighthouse. You could land a Chinook there, although more than one might be a stretch," offered the corporal. "And we're assuming that the disease hasn't affected the population yet?" Maxwell asked. "It's further west than we are and a bit out of the way," another said. "They might have been lucky." Just then Daniels called the SSM by name. "What is it?" he asked, waiting for the response from the Navy pilots. "They've asked where they are supposed to take them," he explained. "They are operating under the impression that the country is going to be overrun very soon. They are flying pilots in so that they can get enough of their assets out of the base before they are overrun themselves." Johnson resisted the urge to swear and give his opinion of the fleet air arm, and instead calmly requested the loan of a single rotary wing for reconnaissance and transport. The request was recited, the pause as it was contemplated was long, and the response was simple. They couldn't guarantee it, but they would allocate an asset if and when one became available. The silence that this news left in the room didn't last long, because it was shattered by shouts from outside as the troop radio crackled into noisy life. The only thing louder than the shouts, louder than the unmistakable reports of multiple calibers of gunfire, was the massed chorus of screeching. Just as the clean-up operation was being organized, the few irregular stragglers dispatched as soon as they stumbled close enough, shouts of alarm rippled along the section of fence to the right of the gate. Those shouts, ill-disciplined given that their new enemy operated on sound to acquire their location, spread panic. The panic, however, was both understandable and justified. From what Strauss and his troop had seen the previous day, the screechers seemed to have their own rudimentary rank structure. Most of them that the troop had encountered were the hissing, moaning, shuffling ones that moved like a drunk with slightly better balance. However, they seemed to group up into roughly the size of an infantry company under the guidance of one of the god-awful ones that the soldiers had started to call leaders, who seemed to have retained a little more of the motor functions of a living human. They were coordinated enough to run, and evidently, from the attack on the camp in the night, climb. For each of those came their followers of 100 or so shuffling monsters, and when they reached the sight of the men working at the fence line, the leaders let out their piercing shrieks and broke into a run. Not only did that whip up the other screechers into a slower-moving frenzy, but it sparked the faster ones themselves into a kind of bloodlust, which made them moderately hard to kill. By the time the troopers had been made aware of the incoming threat and organized themselves to defend against it, the leaders were at the wire and scaling it. The echoing, gassy reports of the troopers' Sterlings were punctuated by the far harsher reports of the SLRs, the heavy-caliber, self-loading rifles belonging to the RMPs at the gate. Only when that first ragged volley had cut down the 3 leaping corpses, with their pink-foamed mouths hanging open in death through a combination of frothing saliva and blood, did the troopers switch on to the danger that close to 300 screechers were almost at the wire. The noise that came from those 300 mouths was directly from the worst horror film ever made. A few troopers even dropped their weapons to cover their ears. Such was the painful volume it reached. The 3 crowds converged where their leaders had fallen, all combining to become a single, feverish, screeching, roiling mass of flesh and teeth. The smell from those bodies, even at a distance, was sufficient to bring tears to their eyes, and the only way to render that threat safe was to do what they knew how to do best. The orders were given by hand signal, and the cupola of one Fox and one Spartan turned towards the crowd, and both gunners let rip. There were 20 troopers and soldiers at the fence, so the crews in the armoured cars sensibly drove to the flanks, where they could bring their weapons to bear without risk of hitting their own side. When those guns sparked into life, the odds rapidly swung in favour of the living over the dead. Both fired their GPMGs, the Spartan as it was the tank's only weapon, and the Fox as its secondary coaxial gun. The two heavy machine guns, combined with small arms fire from the front, tore ragged and bloody swaths into the hungry mob. The gunner of the Fox, eager to employ his instrument of warfare to its fullest, then fired 6 quick shots through the 30mm Rarden cannon as the barrel was traversed ever so slightly after each shot. The result of this, the 30mm coming somewhere between an extremely heavy machine gun and small artillery, was brutal, devastating, and utterly awesome. As the 6 shells rocketed through the crowd in a slow-moving arc, each heavy piece tore down dozens of bodies and pulped anything it hit into instant bloody ruin. The guns were designed to fire ammunition that would kill Russian tanks, not for crowd control. After those 6 shots, the gunner went back to intermittent fire on the coaxial GPMG, as there was little or no concentration of enemy remaining. The guns on the cars stopped, leaving the dismounted troopers to finish off anything that still moved with any kind of purpose. "Cease fire!" Johnson bawled as he approached the gate at a steady run. "Cease fire!" What he saw when he got there could best be described as horrific. It was total and utter slaughterhouse carnage. It was a scene out of the deepest, darkest layers of hell. Stopping at the steaming, writhing pile of meat fanning out from where they had converged on the fence, he found himself locked into the stare of a pair of blind eyes as the creature's right hand reached for him. The left hand was gone, along with that shoulder, and a diagonal line out of the torso culminating in a pile of oily intestines sitting atop the severed legs, which he couldn't be certain even belonged to that particular screecher. It opened its mouth as it craned towards him, hoping to cover the distance and somehow get through the chain link by sheer effort of will. Turning away, Johnson locked eyes instead with the next man to catch up with him, Sergeant Maxwell. "That settles it, then," he said. "We head for the island as soon as we are able to move." Watching him walk away, no doubt to give the necessary order or to assure the civilians that they were safe, Maxwell turned around and looked down at the horror that was a quarter of a human being still trying to eat him, even though it no longer possessed enough of its body to locomote. Ignoring the good sense that he should save his ammunition, or that the thing was no longer a threat, he raised his gun and fired a single bullet into its skull to end the hunger for good. "What's going on?" shouted a woman as she fussed to keep her hands over the ears of 2 children. Kimberly also wanted, very much in fact, to know what was going on. The sergeant who had initially led them through to this large room, and who had organised 2 men to bring them a large rucksack containing a sleeping bag and some metal cooking tins, was standing at the doors, guarding them from going outside, no doubt, and she knew he wouldn't tell her a thing. She decided to approach the new man they had just been introduced to, and pulled her hair down the left side of her face to hide the scars as best she could. Straightening herself to use her above-average height to her advantage, she smoothed down her creased clothes and walked confidently towards the soldier who, she guessed, was about her age. "Excuse me," she said, tapping him lightly on the shoulder and smiling as he turned around to face her, meeting the level of her eyes exactly. He returned the smile warmly, as though proper manners came easily to him, and those manners were so impeccable that when his eyes caught sight of the small patch of scar she could not obscure with her hair, his face did not register any disgust or flinch, merely switched back to her gaze and fixed her to the spot. One corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he offered a hint of a bow to her. "Madam," he said in a richly cultured accent, or at least an accent that others might find cultured, as Kimberly thought it made him sound like a smarmy dick. "Lieutenant Oliver Simpkins Palmer," he said, giving his full title in an attempt to make himself sound grand and important. He clearly had misjudged his audience, as Kimberly found herself in the unexpected role reversal of being repulsed by another person on sight. "Kimberly Perkins," she answered curtly, unable to bring herself to be rude despite instantly disliking the man in front of her. "Lieutenant, might I inquire as to what is going on, and how long we are to be kept here?" "My dear Miss Perkins," he crooned, like some awful approximation of a character in an Ian Fleming novel, "if everyone can remain inside and let the chaps handle things, then all will be well, I assure you," he continued, offering her another dazzling smile. "I'm sure you're right," she responded, "but that answers neither of my questions." Palmer's smile barely quivered before he brought it back under control. "Madam, again I assure you that everything is under control, and everyone here," she winced as he pronounced the word as "here," directly from his sinuses, "will be brought up to speed very shortly. Now, if you'll excuse me," he said, clearly desperate to find someone not immune to his upper-class charm. Kimberly was left standing alone and even more annoyed than before. Something inside her said that she needed to be ready to move, and soon, so she returned to the space where she had slept in her new thick green sleeping bag and rolled it back up to stuff it into her new army backpack to keep the metal tins from rattling around. Settling the large bag over one shoulder, she took herself to the long table that contained military clothing, because the skirt and heels were unlikely to be fitting for any kind of flight from the base, which she sensed would be coming at some point. Taking a bundle, after searching the piles for labels, she retired to the toilets designated for female use. She found a pair of green trousers that fit over her hips, but weren't quite long enough to reach all the way down the length of her legs. She countered this with a pair of boots, the tops of which covered the trouser legs. They were half a size too large for her, but laced up tight enough. She kept her feet from slipping. Abandoning her skirt, blouse, tights, and heels, which went into her bag, she completed her new look with a white T-shirt with red hemming around the neck and sleeves. The only outer garment she could find was a smock, a kind of large blouse jacket, of stiff camouflage-patterned material, which was at least 3 sizes too big for her. She also kept another pair of trousers and a few T-shirts, which she stuffed into the bag. When she returned to the main hall and propped her army luggage on a chair, she fetched 1 or 2 strange looks from the frightened people who were just cowering there, waiting to be told what to do, and she helped herself to the stewed coffee from the pot, which was permanently kept warm on a cycle. She was certain that the amount of coffee she was drinking couldn't be good for her, but she doubted that the sudden influx of so much caffeine in her life would lead to her imminent demise, as she rather expected that to be something terrifyingly similar to what she had seen back in the town where she lived. "Used to live," she corrected herself. "Can't see that place being habitable any time soon." Within 20 minutes, her predictions became reality, when she saw entering the room a very stressed-looking man with stripes on his arm and his hair tousled on one side, carrying a battered clipboard. He loudly announced that everyone needed to be ready to go very soon, then left the room under a barrage of shouted questions, with the young officer following. Smiling to herself, Kimberly watched as everyone scrabbled to grab clothing and throw things into their bags, ready to leave. Chapter 21. Peter, who had decided that his task for the morning was to climb a particularly tall oak tree, heard what he thought was thunder rolling over the undulating ground towards him. An experienced soldier would have recognized it as gunfire, heavy gunfire at that, but Peter had no way of knowing. He had heard something very similar, only lasting longer, a few times the previous day, only from further away. Now, close to 40 feet from the ground, he stood shakily to hold on to a swaying branch as he scanned the landscape in a roughly 270-degree arc. He saw nothing, except the few farm buildings, the 3 houses of the Pines, the scary mansion further up the lane, and the road itself in parts. Nothing moved, except for wildlife and the cows and pigs in the field below. Looking as far as he could see in the other direction, his brain did not register the brick building with its outbuildings and detached garage. He was so high up that he really could see his house from there, only that house no longer existed in his mind. After watching for long enough that his legs began to feel wobbly through a combination of tiredness and vertigo, he carefully monkeyed his way down to ground level and dangled to endure the last drop from a branch the height of a full-grown man. Picking himself up out of the leaf mould, he brushed himself down and retrieved his bag and weapons, which went everywhere with him, with the exception of the shotgun, which he now intended to deal with. Had he been able to see through the higher branches and leaves of the tree, had he been able to look in the direction of the pub and the shop, and eventually behind that to the town, then he would have been able to see the dark lines smearing over the horizon, where the dead had amassed and turned their faces towards the sound of the distant rolling gunfire. Beginning their nearly 30-mile cross-country journey towards the source of their excitement, they began to trudge on a course that would lead them straight through the farm. Peter, totally unaware that by that afternoon the farm would be washed away by a tidal wave of dead, opened up the workshop again and went about some very illegal weapon modifications. First, choosing the hardest task to begin with, he broke down the gun and clamped the barrels into the vise, where he took the same hacksaw from the white wall and exposed the silhouette of the tool in black pen once more. Repeating the skills he had been grudgingly taught, he dragged the blade back towards him across the metal, planning to remove 2/3 of the length. That took him close to an hour, as he had to stop for frequent breaks and twice to replace blunted and broken saw blades. When he had finally taken off the section, he spent a further 20 minutes making sure that the ends were smoothed down, using the file again. That done, he turned his attention to the stock of the weapon and used another handsaw to take the shoulder stock off at the handle, effectively making the weapon one huge double-barreled pistol. Using a rasp file, he shaped the wood, intermittently placing his hand around the grip to see where he needed to reduce the profile to best fit him. When that was finally done, he used gradually finer grades of sandpaper to finish the wood, and thanked the state school curriculum for insisting that design and technology be taught. Making things with his hands gave Peter a sense of achievement in a life generally devoid of success or happiness. Snapping the 3 parts of the gun back together, Peter turned his attention to the ammunition. This was a rare and illegal skill which his father had taught him on one of those occasions where he coincidentally enjoyed something he was forced to do, so didn't realize it wasn't being done for his benefit. Removing each cartridge from the belt, he placed them on the workbench and used the folding penknife he had taken from his father's bedside table to prise open the crimped plastic ends. Having used a match from the box of long fire-lighting matches taken from the house that no longer existed to him, he lit 3 candles after he had finished opening each red shotgun cartridge to leave them standing in a row with their brown wadding exposed to the air. Lifting up that wadding each time with the tip of the knife, he poured in the dripping wax with painstakingly slow progress until only 3 stubs of wax remained alight, and his back ached from leaning over the bench for so long. Closing down the flared ends of the cartridges, he pressed them flat and added a small strip of green and yellow striped electrical earth tape to ensure the solid ball of wax and lead stayed inside until such time as it was needed. Restoring the cartridges to the belt, he loaded 2 and played around with how best to hold and carry the gun, deciding on cutting a small hole into his bag so that the barrels pointed down his back. "Quartermaster, where are we with those Bedfords for the civilians?" Johnson barked, not having the luxury of time to address the second highest-ranking NCO in their squadron with the proper courtesies. In simple response, Staff Sergeant Rochefort held up both hands, with all the digits splayed out after tucking the thing he was carrying under one arm. Luckily, most of the supplies they had brought with them were still stowed on the trucks, but they had not had sufficient time to organize the unloading of stores on the base to a sufficient degree to consider abandoning it. Now they had less than an hour to get those supplies loaded again, and all the while more and more of the things were approaching the gate. Very few came from any other directions, but logic suggested the reason for this was that the gate pointed directly towards town in an easterly direction. Behind them was the tank proving grounds, where not too many of the local population chose to reside. The situation at the gate was beginning to cause some alarm, and Johnson thought for 10 long seconds before snapping out of his torpor and ordering a bold move. "Sergeant Maxwell!" he boomed over the sounds of engines and the occasional gunshot. "Here!" Maxwell responded from behind him. "Take your troop out, if you'll oblige me. Head towards town, shooting intermittently. draw them away from here and take a longer route back round to the island. Can you have one of your chaps map it?" he asked, eyes wide with expectation and hope that Maxwell would get it done, and get it done right. He nodded, telling the SSM that he'd get it mapped en route, and called for his troop to mount their Spartans. Within minutes, the 4-tracked vehicles rattled and squeaked their way noisily out of the gate and down the road, where their cupola-mounted GPMGs barked sporadically to fire bursts of heavy 7.62mm into any screecher that showed itself in the open. As their thunderous noise faded away, so did the intensity of the enemy encroachment, as their attention was taken up by the moving sound generators that was the squadron's reconnaissance screen of light armour. With the imminent risk reduced tenfold, Johnson was able to leave a single fighting troop on point duty at any one time, and to organise the others into ensuring that everything they needed was getting loaded somewhere. All of the admin troop now had their own Bedford 4-ton truck, which was being loaded with a combination of food, other supplies, ammunition, fuel jerry cans, not to mention to close to 60 civilians, who had either been rescued or who had trickled in after the squadron had been able to let people know to leave their homes immediately. Not that their current predicament was much better than being in their own homes. Fuel had been pumped into mobile tankers, the kind that resupplied them on the battlefield, and they had finally taken as much as they could carry. Calling for the civilians to be loaded into the Bedford trucks, alongside whatever supplies were already on board, Johnson mounted his own armoured vehicle and kept his head above the hatch with his hand on the machine gun. Their convoy, now 22 vehicles long and comprising 12 Foxes, 1 Sultan, and 9 of the big green Bedford trucks, was not an easy thing to manage. For starters, they spread out to over 1/4 of a mile in length from nose to tail, and the interspersing of fighting units between the soft-skinned vehicles meant that very quickly their troop unit cohesion evaporated. Johnson was at the lead, or behind 2 Foxes of 2 troop, and he had placed Strauss's entire troop at the rear, with the 6 remaining cars of 2 and 3 troops mixed throughout the convoy to provide a screen should they encounter enemy anywhere other than their front or rear. As they drove away, their progress was slow, because although even the tracked vehicle of Johnson's was the slowest of them, with a top speed only just north of 50, the constant stopping to wait as the trucks and cars ahead manoeuvred made them bunch up tight and remain stationary for long periods of time. Stationary vehicles, especially the soft-skinned trucks with no armour to hide behind, were a concern for Johnson. In conventional warfare, not that he should keep drawing parallels, such a concertina effect on a large convoy would be fatal, as their entire force could be eradicated with a single artillery barrage or airstrike. He kicked himself for making that irrelevant distinction, as he was fairly certain that no corps could operate instruments of war, even if some of them could climb fences. The net result of their halting progress was an average speed close to about 10 miles per hour. Given that the island was over 30 miles from their position, that progress was painfully slow and frustrating for all of them, and the SSM's distracted thoughts were snatched back to the inside of his car by Corporal Daniels. "Sir, getting something on the Klansman," he said, gesturing at one of the 2 radio sets in the relatively spacious interior for an armoured vehicle. Johnson let his hand slip away from the machine gun and dropped back inside. "What is it?" he asked. "Not sure," Daniel said loudly with a frown. "Intermittent and broken, but definitely not one of ours. They've all reported in when called." It was Johnson's turn to frown. What other military units could be calling up in this area? There was almost nothing between their area and the Navy bases in the southwest. Certainly nothing Green Army. But his contemplation was ceased by Daniels answering another radio hail. "Foxtrot 3-3 Alpha receiving," he said in that implausible tone of voice that born radio operators possessed, before pausing to listen to the response. "It's on Maxwell. He's reached the island and is holding firm on the road bridge." He paused to listen again. Low concentration of enemy. No screechers coming from the island towards their noise. "Good," Johnson growled. "Tell him to push inland 1 mile and secure some higher ground. Tell him we are—" He looked at his watch and glanced to the map on the inside wall of the hull to gauge their speed and distance. 90 minutes away, at least." Daniels nodded and turned to his radio sets to relay the information. Then Johnson paused as he went to raise himself up and out of the hatch again, as the corporal switched dials on the radio sets and spoke intently. "Last call sign, repeat. I say again, repeat," he said, giving their squadron call sign and disposition briefly, then stayed still and silent, waiting for a response, which must have come through garbled, because he repeated his last transmission word for word, before waiting again. Giving up, he shook his head and went back to the switches and dials. Feeling satisfied with himself, Peter's little bubble of happiness was burst by the sudden rise in noises from the farm. He had always been accustomed to the sounds of cattle and other livestock, but the tone and desperation of the noises coming from the cows made his chest feel tight and cold. Running out of his barn and skidding to a stop to turn and run back inside, he snatched up the camouflage backpack that he knew must go everywhere with him, and must always be packed ready. In that bag he had snacks, a canteen of water, his sleeping bag and the stuffed lamb belonging at one time to his sister, and the belt of ammunition for the shotgun, because it was too big to fit around his slim waist. The folding penknife never left his pocket unless he was using it, so he was ready to go as soon as he snatched up his pitchfork. Rounding the corner of a building, he couldn't help but gasp out loud as the sight that greeted him was worse than anything he could have imagined. It had started somewhere miles away, and as each new addition to the group was drawn toward the sound and movement of the others, so too were they all tugged inexorably towards the sounds in the distance. Those ripples of rolling thunder made the few more alert ones of them sniff the air in that direction and move, dragging the slower ones on with them, as if they were being towed. Every infected corpse they passed reacted to the presence of the growing crowd of dead, and the cycle continued as more and more of them added to the noise, which drew yet more in from areas unaffected by the direct path they took. Those who had been almost dormant from the lack of noise or movement to spark their feeding instincts suddenly came alive with renewed intensity to join the hunt, as hundreds of them moved together, and none of them could know where they were going or why. Their direct path took them through the woodland and the shallow river into a farm, where things started moving and making noises. The leaders at the front, half a dozen of them, sniffed greedily at the air and went into a frenzy as the smell of flesh excited them. They threw themselves forwards, some leaping the chest-high fence entirely, and fell upon the innocent cattle mercilessly. Their pitiful bellows tore the air as teeth chewed through thick skin, and blood flowed in thick globules down to the dry dirt, where it soaked in to make a dark red mud that the following zombies trampled into unthinkingly. They too now had their arms reaching out, and their mouths opened wide to peel back their lips and show teeth as they saw flesh. The wooden fence, a simple and strong enough barrier, splintered like toothpicks under the combined crushing weight of hundreds of bodies, some of whom went down with the obstacle to be trampled flat by their careless comrades. The cows stood no chance, and were all pulled to the ground and devoured. One lumbering beast, her eyes wide in terror at the stench of blood, kicked out and scored a lucky hit on one attacker to crush its skull and drop it lifeless to the wet dirt. But the temporary reprieve did little for her long-term survival, and the next one in line simply took the place of the ruined skull and bit down hard. Peter, rounding the corner to see this emerging carnage, could luckily not be heard over the terrible noise. But something made two of them turn towards him. Perhaps his smell, perhaps some other sense. But two of them had locked onto him and began to move his way. He forced his feet to respond to the messages his brain was sending desperately, finally getting them to stumble backwards. A third zombie, eyes cloudy and pale, and the white shirt under his grey suit a mess of both fresh and dried blood, burst from the mass and also went after him. But this one did so with more coordination and at a much faster pace. Peter ran. He ran as fast as he physically could. He ran faster than he ever had before, even when he was unencumbered by a heavy bag, a sawn-off shotgun, and an awkward pitchfork in one hand. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching behind him, even over the rasping of his own breathing and the blood pumping through his ears deafeningly, he instinctively turned to his right to fall through an open stable doorway. The thing chasing him shot past and fell hard to the concrete yard, making a sound like meat hitting a chopping board, and Peter managed to kick the door closed behind. The man in the suit had already got to his feet and banged hard into the half-door, reaching over and down to try and grab Peter. He thrust forward with his pitchfork, skewering the man straight through the throat, and having no effect whatsoever to stop him. The end of the weapon's handle slipped from his grasp and flung around to hit him on the head twice. His own screams of fear mixed with the screeching, hissing noise the thing made as it leaned further over at him. The pitchfork prevented the man in the suit from getting to him, as the end wedged tight against the pitted ground and held his head upright, which gave Peter just enough time to reach high above his head and grasp the newly smoothed handle of the shotgun. Unthinking, he pulled it free, aimed it upwards, and pushed the safety catch off with his thumb. Reaching his small index finger forwards to reach one of the triggers, he snatched at the thin metal. The responding boom of the gun going off inside the confined space was huge. He was blinded temporarily, deafened, and left in total shock by the savagery of the report. The gun had flown backwards as it fired, slamming the barrel back into his shoulder, where the padded strap luckily prevented any serious injury. Before his vision went white from the blast, he was left with a brief snapshot of the suit man's head vanishing. The headless body flopped over the stable door, and Peter took 3 ragged breaths before his survival instinct kicked in again. Part of him knew that the noise would bring more, that he had to run and hide, and that part of him dragged him to his feet and forced him to pick up the discarded pitchfork. Pushing open the half-door with difficulty, as the headless body was partly obstructing it, he ran just as 4 reaching hands grabbed at his clothing. He had no idea how many were chasing him, but 1 was too many. He tore blindly through the collection of mismatched buildings until he lost his footing and fell headlong to the hard ground, where he slid without slowing down. What he slid through was ankle-deep animal shit. It got in his face and forced him to close his eyes. It got in his mouth, and he turned his face away, which caused the slimy filth to collect in his right ear and deafen him on that side. Skidding to a stop, he retched and shuddered, spitting out the disgusting contents of his mouth. He rolled sideways to try and escape his pursuit by cramming himself under the small section of air between the rough ground and the raised floor of a building. Reaching to his waist, he managed to free the canteen of water, which he poured on his face to swill his mouth and stop him from vomiting. As his wits were restored to him, he noticed feet about 3 paces from his face, just at the edge of the building. He froze, not wanting or daring to move or breathe, just hoping that they would go away. Then he remembered the way they sniffed the air. He could hear them snuffling, knowing that something they could eat had gone this way and disappeared, trying to detect it through smell. But they couldn't. Peter stayed exactly where he was, not daring to move in case he made a sound or changed his smell in some way. He rested his head slowly to the ground, slowed his breathing, and watched as feet after feet traipsed past him. He lost count of how many in the first few seconds, and only a few details remained in his mind, like the size of some of the feet being smaller than his own, or the red, high-heeled shoes with both heels snapped off, making the already jerky movement seem even more ungainly. Peter stayed there until the herd had become a trickle, and stayed still even when that trickle had faded to nothing. When the sun first began to set, he tentatively crawled out from under the building and raised his pitchfork to sweep the area for any stragglers that had got left behind. Creeping out from behind the building, he let out a strangled cry and felt his knees give from underneath him. He fell down, cracking the film of dried shit from his skin and refreshing the smell. The scene before him was horrific, even worse than the torn mess of the dog he had tried to tell himself he hadn't seen. The big, docile and harmless creatures had been ravaged and torn apart, to be left in ruin where they fell. The flesh had been flensed from their bones, leaving great arcs of white bones from the rib cages. At the sound he made, a gargling, bubbling groan escaped from the far side of one of the poor dead cows. One of the things, slow-moving and fat-faced with wobbling jowls, rose awkwardly to its feet and began to hobble towards him. It was slow because of its weight, and the fact that one of its feet was yet turned to face backwards and made a sickening crunching noise as it moved. Just as the bones in the ankle of the fat creature had gone, something inside Peter snapped then. He straightened, twirled the pitchfork, then stepped towards it and ran the 2 spikes through its eyes to burst straight out the back of its skull. It fell backwards like a tree, and he let the weapon go for it to bounce out of the skull when it impacted the ground with a slap. He stepped over, picked up his weapons, and, for the first time in his life, listened to the total absence of sounds, as every animal on the farm was dead. And he could not stay there 1 minute longer. Chapter 22. 8 vehicles from the front of the convoy, Kimberly tried to ignore the cramp and the discomfort of travelling in the back of a very industrial truck. It was not designed for comfort, but then again everything she had seen in the last couple of days indicated that Her Majesty's Armed Forces, or the Army at least, did not rate personal comfort high on their agenda. Finally, unable to suffer the annoyance of her loose hair bouncing into her face with every lurching turn or juddering gear change, she tied it back into a ponytail and thanked the gloomy interior for obscuring that part of her face that she had kept covered for the last 3 years whenever there were other people around her. The journey seemed to take forever, with the truck constantly halting to a stop amidst a protesting shriek of brake pads. The first few times the brakes had made that high-pitched sound after they had warmed had made her heart lurch into her stomach and her eyes grow wide with the adrenaline that forced her breathing to speed up. Realizing that the screech was of brakes and not torn from the throat of a flesh-eating and insane former person, she relaxed, and each time it happened she reacted less and less. Recognizing that fear was debilitating her and having an effect on her body, she forced herself to remain calm through sheer will and wait. Just wait, she told herself from behind her eyelids. Everything ends eventually. Unknown call sign, this is Victor 30, identify yourself. Over, barked Daniels with more authority than before. Confirm disposition. Hello, Victor 30, this is Delta 20-. We are a detached heavy call sign. Over. Hearing the call sign he named, Johnson dropped back inside as though he had been shot and stared at the operator with eyes wider than the exhaust on a Chieftain tank, because that was precisely what he associated with that call sign. His impatience almost killed him, but he did not let himself down by interrupting the exchange. Instead, he waited until the necessary information had been exchanged and grid coordinates swapped. Calculating distance and speed very roughly in his head, Johnson reckoned that he had perhaps another hour before the slower-moving units, realistically only able to move at half of their top speed, could combine with them. "Give them our objective," he ordered Daniels, who nodded and relayed the information and then signed off. 2 chieftains, he said, confirming Johnson's hopes. They were part of the armour sent to London, but they said they never got further than Southampton before they were swamped. Their captain reckons that— Their captain, he interrupted, betraying his own nervousness at his tenuous command of a squadron and fearing that he would be forced to relinquish control. Yes, sir, Daniel said almost sympathetically, intuiting the cause of concern on his SSM's face. He reckons they can be here in 3 hours, but they'll be very low on fuel by then. Replen? Johnson asked, checking if it was necessary to send a resupply fuel wagon to meet them. Possibly, Daniel said as he thought. When those things run low, their fuel filters get choked up and die, he mused, temporarily wearing his day job hat and thinking as a mechanic. Let's see what we have at the island and then decide. Johnson nodded to agree to the logical course of action, then turned his attention back to their route ahead and tried to push away the nagging sense of self-doubt as he prepared to justify his orders to a senior officer. Second Lieutenant Oliver Simpkins Bloody Palmer was too junior to test an NCO of his experience, but a captain in an armoured division would be far more likely to have something other than fine lace and dance steps between his ears. That introspection lasted until his scanning eyes rested on the long, straight approach road leading to the lump of rock just off the coast. That rock, not that he yet knew it, would soon become the most contested piece of land in many miles. Sir, the driver of the lead tank said into the microphone on his headset to get the attention of their captain. Everything okay, Wells? The officer asked in genuine concern, as he peered forward to where their lance corporal was enduring the awkward driving position forced on him by being closed down. Closed down was the term for having their hatches firmly secured, and it was the only reason they all still lived. She's juddering, sir, Clive Wells answered from his seat at the front, which required him to be lying almost flat on his back. Under throttle. She doesn't like something." The captain frowned, rechecked their position on the map in the cramped confines, and called for a full stop to his cruise loader, who also acted as radio operator, which he relayed over the group radio. The second tank, with her complement of 4, also ground to a halt behind them for their roaring engines to drop to a low rumble at idle. Checking all around, the captain opened up the hatch to climb out and converse with the other crew, commanded by a sergeant named Horton. "We're starting to get engine problems," the officer explained. "We aren't much better off, sir," the sergeant responded in a voice laced with angry disappointment. "We've lost our gears and are on emergency ones." Both of their wagons, the only surviving armour from their massed foray to rescue the capital, were splattered with dried gore and were less than fresh on the inside, too. They had barely felt safe enough to open the hatches in days for more than a few minutes at a time, because the creatures would emerge to clamber up their low hulls and claw at the closed hatches. Because their tanks weren't that fast-moving, getting one of them stuck on the top was best avoided. They had all seen what had happened to the other armour in their column, not to mention the occupants of the soft-skinned and canvas-backed vehicles, when they had stopped moving and were overrun by the crowds. There were 2 reasons why their pair of green and black painted tanks had escaped from that swarm of bodies. One was partly down to luck, in that they had stopped to inspect a minor repair, and as no tank would be left alone, the pair arrived at the very tail end of the halted convoy. The other was down to the very quick thinking of the officer who had been thrown into their crew at the very last minute, the column having been formed in a hurry. He had presence which gave his orders an authority which prompted instant obedience in the men. He had ordered them to close down and reverse, which they did, and now they had survived and not been overrun or stranded on mounds of bodies. Hearing and then seeing a pair of jets overhead as they reversed their course made them try a hail, which eventually got them in touch with a large naval air station. They, in turn, advised them of army units active at the place where their own journey had begun, so they made to return there. Attempting, at regular intervals on their slow journey to raise the base, they eventually made contact and altered course to head for the spit of high ground separated from the mainland by a causeway bridge. The captain knew the area to be a small town, more of a village, really, with some farming and a lighthouse. Given their unexpected predicament, the choice of location made instant sense to him, and he made a note to congratulate the man who came up with the idea. His own wagon, named Annabelle by the men of A Squadron, was fitted with the heavy plough that they had anticipated needing for clearing abandoned vehicles out of the city streets. That had been useful when needing to clear the way of lumbering corpses, but it added weight to them and ultimately reduced their speed and increased their fuel consumption. "Confirm our location," the captain said to his radio man. "Contact that armoured unit and request a resupply of fuel. Vehicle mechanics too, if they have any, because I'd rather like to keep these 2 ladies in the fight." The man nodded, enthused by the short speech and infectious good nature of the man who was not his officer, but had quickly proven himself to be one of the best. Still a young man, as well-bred captains often were, he seemed to possess a depth of character that lent him the air of an older man. The captain hefted his gun and invited Sergeant Horton to join him on stag to protect their crews. "Sergeant Major," Daniels called out to bring Johnson back to the Sultan. "Yes." "It's the armour, sir," he explained. "I've got grid coords for them, but they are stranded, requesting replen and vehicle mechs if we have them." Johnson had no REME, no men of the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers or other army mechanics to deploy, but he was certain that he could fix the issue himself. Kicking that thought aside, as much as he would have loved to go and perform a battlefield repair and get his hands dirty, he was forced to attend to the more pressing matters. "Ask Strauss if he's up to it," Johnson told the radio man, knowing that the sergeant was both a steady leader and had a few half-decent mechanics in his troop, and if he is, he should top off his tanks and go now. Now that he thought about it, given their vehicle's inclinations towards mechanical failure, he reckoned that most of his squadron were half-decent mechanics by that point. Turning his attention back to the long straight stretch of road leading directly to the island, Johnson raised the binoculars he had borrowed from a trooper in 3 Troop and scanned the small town on their rock. What he saw made him laugh. He dropped the binoculars in disbelief, raised them again and let out another involuntary chuckle at the sight. Keeping them in focus, and finding yet another thing to amuse him, he could no longer contain himself, and he burst out in almost uncontrollable belly laughs. All around him, troopers and NCOs exchanged awkward looks of fear, as their senior man had finally lost the plot and spilled whatever was left of his marbles all over the road. "There!" he giggled as he wiped a tear away from his eye. "There!" "Good God, man!" snapped Lieutenant Palmer incredulously. "What's got into you? Pull yourself together!" Still laughing, Johnson passed the binoculars roughly into Palmer's chest. Puzzled, he looked through them for the source of the hilarity and soon found it. "Ha!" he exclaimed. "Oh, my word! Whatever do they—" He broke off to giggle. "I say, do they think we're—" He dropped the binoculars away from his face and joined the sergeant major in laughing until one of the troopers asked him what the joke was. "Trooper," said Palmer in a high-pitched voice brought on by the humour, "the townsfolk are surrendering to us." It started with just one person, who ran to the highest window in their house and threw it open to wave the white tablecloth into the wind. Others soon copied when the word had spread, and the people on the island looked down on a large column of tanks and other military vehicles which had stopped short of the town, and which were just looking up at them. Fearing some invading force, the townspeople had elected to show that they offered no resistance, and hopefully avoid the bloodshed they feared. "Lieutenant?" Johnson asked as he dried his eyes. "Sergeant Major," the young officer responded in the style of the men, which seemed to make him ever so slightly more human. "Could you oblige me by letting the good folk of this town know that we are on their side and aren't here to conquer them?" Palmer bowed low in playful sarcasm to accept his task, as though it were a dare on tour. "Load up, boys," he said to the crew of the Second Sultan as he skipped to climb up the tracks. "Let's be the heroes, shall we? I say, does anyone have The Ride of the Valkyries to hand?" His rhetorical joke drew a smirk from the men, and Johnson had the slight inkling that if the posh little twat survived long enough, he might actually learn to do some good. Eventually. "Maxwell," he said, turning to the man in charge of the 4-tracked vehicles of their reconnaissance assault troop, "push out a picket line, if you would. 400 yards." Maxwell nodded his understanding, relishing getting back to one of his primary trained roles and acting as scouts for the heavier guns of their squadron. He shouted his orders, teased and cajoled his men into action. Johnson gave orders that left another 4 Fox wagons blocking the road with their guns set into defensive arcs, and sent all of the other fighting men and the HQ troop, with their laden Bedford trucks, up the hill into the town. The SSM trusted Palmer, and he could not believe he actually used those words, to charm and pacify the frightened locals, and he also trusted the squadron quartermaster sergeant to arrange the necessary accommodation and storage, and he trusted all of the men to ensure that none of the screechers were on that island, as it was his job to make sure that the roadway stayed closed to their enemy. It has been said that necessity is the mother of invention, but, in Johnson's opinion, it was war. War made people come up with sudden inventions and ideas. War made people find new ways of staying alive and new ways of killing others. And war made people as resourceful as MacGyver, locked in a store cupboard full of innocuous items, taking them to build a rocket launcher. Now, with no engineering team or necessary tools, he ordered the bridge cleared and detailed the 30mm gunner on one Fox to destroy the parapet. The display was, they all had to admit, impressive. Using what they had in the limited time available, they formulated the fastest way to safely achieve what they needed to do. They needed the parapets broken so that the road could be blockaded and anything, pushing against the stop would fall off either side down into the fast-flowing current of the coast. That was the theory, anyway, and any number of things could still go wrong. Up in the town, Sergeant Croft had reported by radio that there was no infection, and that there was plenty of room for men, vehicles, and equipment up there. The defences were simple, in the same way that medieval castle defences were simple. There was one way in, and they just had to kill anything that tried to use it. Johnson remained on the lower slopes of the island, watching over the troop of Fox vehicles and using the binoculars to range further out into the distance to cover the 2 low hulls of the Spartans that he could see. He knew that the men out there, those he could and couldn't see, knew their jobs and were well led enough not to need his help, or interference, depending on how one looked at it. His mind cast further out, away from the island they had successfully navigated to and begun to fortify, to where the 5 wagons he had sent were bumping along the tarmac towards the 2 silent hulks of armour and their massive 120mm guns. The chieftain was, in Johnson's opinion, one of the finest instruments of warfare ever created. It was right up there with the Harrier jump jet. The only thing he would maybe have chosen to change, the small wrinkle in the silk for him, was the fact that the most reliable thing about the engines in those tanks was that they were guaranteed to break down regularly. Sending a troop out to refuel and help fix up 2 of the beasts was worth the risk on any day, and he was confident in Strauss's abilities. Already his mind's eye was planning for the added weight in defence, in having the 2 tanks with them, even if it meant relinquishing his overall command to the captain. He thought on that, believing for a moment that he wouldn't mind that, as long as he had confidence in this captain to lead the men well, and a big part of him looked forward, in happy anticipation, to getting back to what he saw as his real job of running the squadron in its entirety, without being bogged down by the daily grind of making every command decision. Dragging his mind back, he looked out at the defences and knew that the plan had to be kept very simple. The road was blocked, and the parapets would need tidying up for certain, and they would even try to rig a 2 or even 3-stage defence up at some point in the future, with outward opening barriers that joined at an angle, like a wedge, to keep the screechers out. Looking behind him, he saw only 2 shallow beaches where they could wash up randomly, and simple fencing could keep that issue at bay when combined with a quick reaction force on standby 24 hours a day and a morning search sweep. They would need to foray out for supplies and other survivors, obviously, but they could be safe here. He stayed there, assessing the approaches and vulnerabilities until the time crept onwards and he began to worry about his absent soldiers. Just then, his recce screen reported contact on the radio. Chapter 23. "Sir, I hear armour coming," Wells warned the captain in a low voice, who had heard the engine notes just as the man spoke. "I hear them," he responded. "Let's be ready, boys." Their eyes were alert over their weapons, even more so given the increase in noise with the arrival of their resupply mission, and they had learned the hard lessons about bringing the bastards down on them by simply being too loud. The relief they felt, if not overtly shown, when the lead Fox bounced into view, was palpable. The lead car went straight up to them, with another going past and one driving off to the side, while the last about turned and guarded the direction they had come from. The other vehicle with them was a fuel resupply one, and drove in between the 2 silent tanks for maximum efficiency. "Strauss, Yeomanry, C Squadron," said the tall sergeant as he held a hand out to the officer. "Julian Simpkins Palmer," the captain responded, "Household Cavalry," then smiled hesitantly as the sergeant's face dropped and his features went slack in disbelief. Captain Palmer, as he went by for ease in the long tradition of the military men in his family, incorrectly suspected the source of the man's incredulity lay in the lack of the rest of the cavalry, and he offered a small shrug of apology. "Best we could do in a tight spot, I'm afraid," he said. "Still, can't imagine your major would turn his nose up at a pair of these, eh?" "No, sir," Strauss said. "We don't have a major, sir." "Oh? Who is your captain, then?" "Perhaps I know the gentleman," Palmer tried, fearing that the man staring at him was being intentionally obtuse. "Sir, my apologies," Strauss said, shaking himself out of the daze he was in and gesturing for the officer to walk with him. The sergeant produced a packet of cigarettes and offered one to the captain, who surprised him by accepting one and producing his own lighter to put flame to the NCO's smoke before his own. Both men sucked in a lungful and exhaled slowly. Then Strauss tried again. "We are led by our SSM, sir," he told him, seeing the mixed look of shock and distress on the captain's face. "But we do have an officer." Just then the penny dropped. "C Squadron?" Palmer asked. "You may have met my younger brother. He joined the reserves late last year," he said happily, then added, "But the little blighter had himself a weekend with the boys in London. That's why I jumped in with the first column headed that way, you see. Get things back under control." "Sir," Strauss said, "your brother isn't in London." Palmer's face registered shock, then heartwarming happiness, as though something he believed he had lost was found safely all along.
You mean?
Yes, sir. He's with the squadron, Strauss told him. Palmer's eyes glazed slightly, and he insisted on shaking Strauss's hand again to thank him for the most welcome news.
Sergeant Horton, did you hear that?
He called over his shoulder as quietly as he could to prevent the noise carrying, although they were far more protected than they had been previously.
These fine fellows have my younger brother safe. He's a lieutenant in the reserves.
Sergeant Horton smiled and nodded, then returned his face to the scowl it had been before he was spoken to. He didn't dislike the officer one bit. In fact, he thought the man was bloody competent, and owed him a lot for thinking fast and getting them out of there. It was more that he was busy trying to get the 2 tanks refueled and restarted, so they would get the hell out of there, and he didn't think that some baby Rupert not being dead was worth the interruption. The fuel was pumped and given a few minutes to settle into the engines before the ignition process was started, with elation and smiles all round as both beasts sparked to life at the first attempt. The convoy of now 7 vehicles lumbered its way back at half the speed of the inbound journey, but then again, none of the wagons that had made the outbound journey weighed close to 50 tons. This wasn't strictly true, Horton allowed, as they weren't carrying all their really heavy Sabo anti-armor artillery ammunition. Seeing as they had been deployed to show strength and restore the Queen's peace to the streets of London, they weren't issued with the tank killers they carried whenever they were deployed in Germany, ready to head east at a moment's notice. Feeling safer, given their slower progress and increased firepower, Strauss allowed himself the luxury of not being closed down on the return leg. He smoked a few cigarettes as they rolled on with Palmer's tank called Annabelle, which made him smile in genuine happiness for some unknown reason, taking the lead. With the pace set by the first tank, the other wagons only had to tick over at low revs, with the other tank at the rear in no danger of being outpaced and left behind. Taking double the time to get back, and having only encountered sporadic enemy activity, they were forced to close down as the weather began to darken, and the wind picked up to blow a stinging rain into their faces. The rain and wind made clear promises to bring more and far worse with it, and just as the weather brought them misery, they found their way blocked by a knot of shambling screechers heading away from them. Hearing the engines, the group stopped and rotated to face the new source of sound that sparked their interest. They could smell no flesh, and simply stared at the stationary tank to see if it became edible. From the center of the group, one of the creatures stepped out to push its way through the cluster of dead. They had all encountered the faster ones, the fresher ones, but none of them had seen one that was so small yet. The girl must have been no older than 8, her plaited hair swinging as she tilted her blood-soaked face to regard the hulks of metal. She took 2 tentative steps forward, far more controlled and coordinated than the others clustered around her, and she peered hard at the forward hull. Inside the tank, Captain Palmer took his eyes away from the goggles providing his view ahead and rubbed them.
"Wells,"
he said tiredly, apologetically,
"drive on, please."
Wells sighed, selected a forward gear, and eased the tracks over the group to flatten them all in a rolling, crunching, hissing mess that left their hearts heavy. Reaching a junction in the road that was the demarcation line between heading west and them needing to turn directly south, Sergeant Horton in the rearmost tank swore loudly over the radio, before following up with a rushed report.
"Enemy rear! Fucking thousands of them! Go! Go!"
As they were already moving at close to their top speed, firing themselves up to move faster was something of a pointless exercise. Strauss tried again and again to raise anyone on the radio, but something in the rapidly worsening atmospherics was garbling his transmission. Peter ran. He clearly saw the direction of the herd trampling their way over the landscape, so he turned a right angle away from that line and he bolted across country to escape. He ran into the gathering storm and darkening skies to cross fences and duck under hedges, until he was so exhausted that he dropped to the wet dirt and stayed there, letting the rain just fall on him. He hadn't uttered a sound since the gasp back at the farm, and still kept his mouth firmly closed. He was lost, but that didn't bother him. Being lost only mattered when you had somewhere to be, somewhere to get back to. But seeing as he no longer had a home, the concept of not knowing where he was seemed like an irrelevance that held no feelings of fear for him. Home was a theory, something from the past that didn't feature in the present, but which might do one day in his future. Getting to his feet, his face a rictus of determination and his eyes devoid of emotion, he put one foot in front of the other and carried on. Arriving at the outskirts of a village, Peter crouched in the hedge, watching and listening as the rain soaked him, until he was sure that nothing was moving before he slipped low towards the first house. He tried the door, marvelling that the first one he went to yielded. He moved the pitchfork out in front of him as he crept into the hallway. Looking down, he saw that the floor was polished wood, with the last of the day's light glowing along the length of it, and the warm orange glow made him feel somehow safer. Standing tall and sucking in a breath through his nose, he rapped the handle of his pitchfork loudly on the wooden floor 4 times, and waited. He counted off the seconds in his head, waiting for the hissing and moaning to start that would tell him how many were there and where they were. Nothing answered his loud taps, so he repeated them with even more volume than before. Still nothing answered, so he slowly walked through the small house and checked the rooms one by one. Returning to the front door, he slid over the heavy bolt and checked that the back door was similarly secure, before he slipped the bag off his shoulders and went to the bathroom, where he stripped his soaking wet, shit-caked and filthy clothes and ran a sink of cold water to clean himself with a flannel and a bar of soap. Using the soft, white towel rested over the radiator, he dried himself and stopped, trying to figure out when he had stopped hating being cold. He stood shivering, naked and barely clean, and realized that something so simple as just being cold no longer mattered to him. It was as though that part of him, the scared child he had been, was gone. Relishing being cold and feeling his skin tighten with the early evening air, he wandered into the bedroom and rested his eyes on the portable cassette player and headphones beside the bed. The bed wasn't made, and he only then had the impression that he was intruding for the first time. He took the cassette player and returned to the bathroom. Wrapping the towel around him, he padded back downstairs and emptied out his backpack to find the set of fresh clothes he had thought to pack. He had decided to give up on the set he had been wearing, thinking that their prolonged contact with the various noxious substances was taking viable wearing of them again a stretch too far. Dressed, he used the kitchen sink to clean his pitchfork, before leaving it on the table with the rest of his collection of kit, and then opened the cupboards to take out the things he could eat. After a cold supper of rice pudding, eaten straight from the can, Peter dragged duvets downstairs to make a warm, soft den on the large settee. Before he drifted off to sleep, he listened to the song on the tape over and over, feeling the sadness of the female lyrics and the power of the chorus course through him, and he decided that this was the way forward for him from now on. With the fuzzy coverings of the flimsy earphones over his head, Peter could hear the thunderous sound of rolling gunfire booming heavily and desperately on the distant coast. Chapter 24. "Roger," Daniel spoke into the radio before turning to Johnson and giving a confident thumbs-up. Johnson knew that he was talking to Maxwell's picket, the armoured screen deployed ahead of their position, and that they had just reported the arrival of their Sabre troop with the resupply wagon and the 2 main battle tanks. Johnson allowed himself a small sigh of relief, as the constant garbled transmissions had begun to cause him some stress. Raising the binoculars to the tracked vehicle he could see at the very end of the road, he saw the long barrel of the tank's massive gun bob into view and stop next to the Spartan. The tank stopped. Then Daniel spoke in response to the radio that had burst to life excitedly. "Stand by, 1," he said, turning to Johnson and wearing a wide-eyed look of fear. "Sir, units report heavy concentration of enemy moving along this road." Johnson's face stayed resolutely still and expressionless. This road led only one place, and that was directly at him and his men on their very newly acquired island. Raising the binoculars, he looked directly ahead to the furthest limits of his view. "Well, isn't that just fucking marvellous?" he sighed to himself, prompting Daniels to ask, "Sir, pull them back," he said, looking ahead to the valley with its high ground on each side, leading to the sea. "There's nowhere for them to go, so we mount a defence here and set a killing field at the land side of the bridge." Daniels looked, knowing that a concentration of fire on the roadway would likely ruin the surface and make life difficult. But he decided against offering that opinion, as a heavy concentration of enemy marching up the road to eat them would likely make life even more difficult. Orders were given, Armoured cars moved into position all over the lower parts of the town where they could bring the guns to bear on the approaching horde. Johnson ordered the 2 Fox wagons out of the roadway and asked, via Daniels on the radio, if their 2 new additions would oblige him by blocking the road with the higher-profile back ends of their tanks. The request, not an order, because A, they weren't his troops, and B, they had an officer down there somewhere, was acknowledged. Only then did the problems truly begin. The 4 Foxes and their fuel resupply wagon rolled over the bridge. Luckily, one sturdy enough to cope with 80 tons of tank, otherwise it would have meant a revision to their plan. The tanks pulled aside at the landward edge of the roadway to allow the Spartans to squeak and trundled their way through the gap. Only the last one, too far away for Johnson to hear, judded to an ailed stop 100 or so paces from the threshold. Daniels bent to his radio, no doubt receiving a transmission that would mean he would update the SSM as soon as he could. But Johnson's nerve broke first. "Mechanical failure?" he asked the man, who was forced to try and listen to 2 people at once. "Stand by," he said quickly into the radio, then spoke rapidly to Johnson. "Gearbox linkage," he said, "and something else. They can't even roll it out of the way." Then turned his attention back to the radio to speak again. Shit, Johnson thought to himself, wasting precious seconds before turning back. "Tell them to dismount and leave it. Get their asses back over here and ask one of the chieftains if they can push it aside." It wasn't that he was precious about the loss of one of their tracked light tanks, not overly anyway, but more that the position it had broken down in directly obscured a large area where the oncoming screechers would be shielded from fire by the armour. He turned and gave another order for as much of their other guns, the 30mm cannons on the Foxes, to drive higher into the island to see if they could find a place to bring their guns to bear on the approach. 4 of them sparked noisily to life and drove out to find some elevation. "Sir, Sergeant Maxwell is reporting he can fix it," Daniels said to him, before adding, "he thinks." He raised the binoculars, scanning the front to see the horizon darkened by a crowd the size of which he had never seen. Ahead of that crowd, that darkening line comprising, he knew, teeth and relentless malice, he could see individual shapes breaking off and moving faster than the crowd behind. Not much, but faster nonetheless. The limit of his view was, give or take, a mile. "Average walking speed is 3 miles per hour, he told himself, 1 mile in 20 minutes, especially over rough ground, which means half that for the leaders, and take away 20% for me being wrong. "Tell him," Johnson said testily to Daniels, "that I think he has about 8 minutes before he is up to his nutsack in the faster type of bastard screecher." Daniels nodded and paraphrased the instructions in relay. "Ask the last chieftain to advance, hold firm and lay down, covering fire," he said to complete his thought. Then listened as the request was passed on, and he glanced forward without the need to use the binoculars, and watched the tank surge away to push the protection out in front. A few seconds later, the change in sound washed over him as the pulsing revs of the huge engine reached his ears to offer a delayed soundtrack to the emerging show. 5 minutes, he told Daniels, then ordered the chieftain to withdraw. Maxwell's wagon had better be dismounted and abandoned before then. Daniels nodded, understanding that he was to give the orders to abandon an asset long before the risk of being overrun became critical. Just as he did so, he flinched and spun his head back to the front, to the source of the noise. That clattering noise was the 2 heavy machine guns on the tank, one coaxial and firing as the big turret moved, and the other operated independently by the commander in his cupola. They were engaging the enemy out in front of the main force, holding their ground and pouring fire and lead towards them. Johnson couldn't see the tank, but he could hear it. He heard it then, and heard the engines roaring as it came back into view in evident withdrawal. "Sir, chieftain is reporting too many enemy to engage," Daniels told him. He nodded at the radio operator, who ordered the tank to fall back, and for the crew of the stranded Spartan to abandon their task. Johnson cursed himself then, as nobody had thought to send a vehicle out to them in time, so that they now faced a humiliating flight on foot to reach safety. The guns of the tank rattled in the distance as it crept back towards the bridge, where one lane was still open. "Negative, abandon and rejoin immediately," Daniels said insistently into the radio, then listened and turned to Johnson, wearing an exasperated look as he repeated the order. "Sir, Maxwell thinks he almost has it," he said to the SSM. Johnson opened his mouth and drew breath to rage down the radio at the sergeant he counted as a friend. His anger wasn't through being disobeyed, but was born of fear that he would lose the man to the army of screechers marching on them. Staying closed down in their wagon was suicide, as even one stray 30mm round could kill them all with a lucky ricochet, let alone the chieftain firing 120mm rounds that would slice through them with sickening ease and superheat everything inside their tank as it went. Just as he went to press the switch to speak, the radio crackled and burst into life. "Got it!" screamed the excited voice of Maxwell's driver. Johnson thrust the binoculars up to his face to locate the tracked vehicle and saw two men scrambling to climb down, feet first, into the hatches as the light tank bucked and crawled towards them with agonizingly slow progress. Johnson guessed that the crew had managed to get the linkage connected to just one gear, and that gear did not afford them a particularly speedy flight. But they were moving, and they should get back just in time. The horde was approaching the front of the tank at a worryingly close distance now, and all over the island, nervous men wiped hands and foreheads as they waited for the order to fire. "All wagons degrade the enemy concentration. Do not fire at the leading edge until the units are secure." Johnson paused after giving the order and allowing time for each gunner to switch their aim to the massed section of dead now visible. "Fire when ready." He didn't get to finish his order, because firing switches were depressed the second they heard the word fire. Their immediate universe erupted in a noise far worse than their earlier barrages, as almost every gun in the squadron opened up at once. Using the binoculars, Johnson could see body parts flying high above the lurching crowd, along with great gouts of earth and other detritus. No infantry in the history of the world would advance into that kind of fire, he knew, but then infantry, as much as it pained him to accept even then, had brains. No thinking enemy would advance into that fire, he corrected himself, and carried on watching as the deepest levels of hell were visited upon the undead. Then his face dropped, because he realized it wasn't going to be enough. Even though every gun they had been brought to bear, the enemy were too many, and they had begun to erode their numbers too late to stop them from reaching the makeshift blockage on the bridge. Those two tanks, even with their higher rear ends facing the onslaught, instead of the very low-profile fronts, could not hope to remain where they were without being swarmed over, and as soon as the enemy reached their manned armour, the barrage of their 16 heavier cannons would have to stop, or they risked killing the tank crews and blocking their only road off the island. Anticipating this somehow, the captain in the tank below called them on the radio. "Machine guns only when they get to us," he said. 30mm to the main body of the assault only." Johnson heard Daniels acknowledge the order, unnecessarily given, then frowned as the captain spoke again. "If we are overrun, we will advance the tanks into the assault. Stand by to replace the obstruction with light armour imminently," he said. Daniels looked at Johnson, both men incredulous and admiring of the bravery they had just heard. The two tank crews, risking becoming stranded and dying of dehydration, closed down inside their machines, planned to hold off until the very last moment, then drive straight over the oncoming zombies and crush their way through the attack at their own risk. Behind them, the 4 tracked vehicles of Maxwell's troop, including his own limping wagon, could block the road as though they were standing shoulder to shoulder, and could still use their cupola-mounted machine guns without posing a risk to the tank crews or themselves as they fired. It was a desperate move, as any surviving attackers could then swarm over the smaller vehicles blocking the road and invade their uninfected haven. But it was all they had left. "Captain, this is the SSM," Johnson answered on the radio personally. "Orders understood, sir. Godspeed." With that, just as the leading wave of angry, hungry, undead flesh met the rear of the armour, both tanks reversed in unison and slicked the roadway instantly with gallons of blood from the flattened, destroyed bodies. The 4 Spartans pressed up to take their place at the roadblock, and even though the guns all still fired incessantly, they all watched as the 2 huge tanks drove through the horde, turned and drove side by side to carve an enormous wave out of the attack before the bodies swarmed over them to obscure the armour from sight entirely. Heads dropped, hopes were dashed, and the radio crackled into life once more. "Tar!" said a voice in a bad American accent. "This is Ghost Rider requesting a flyby." "Last call sign identify?" Daniel snapped back into the set, annoyed that anyone would break radio protocol with such poorly timed levity. The voice came back, no longer attempting the impression. "Ceasefire! Ceasefire!" it said. "Friendly air assets inbound. Acknowledge ceasefire order." Johnson shrugged in disbelief and nodded, then watched as Daniels picked up the squadron radio and ordered everyone to cease fire. Confused or not, they followed the orders. "Confirmed, Ghost Rider?" Daniels said with a wince into the other set, as he had no other thoughts on what to call the newcomers. "Ceasefire is confirmed." No verbal answer came, but the instant whop, whop, whop of rotary wings soon pierced the air now that the gunfire had subsided. Bursting high from over a cliff, a pair of twin grey-painted Sea King helicopters chattered noisily into their world and impressed them all with a staggering display. From the aft end of the lead helicopter's belly burst flare after flare, which spread out in diagonal streaks of fire and smoke, and just as the soldiers on the ground found their attention drawn inexorably towards the show, so too did the head of every last screecher stop and rotate upwards to watch the bright, noisy thing settle into a hover just 300 feet above them. "Cut all engines, apply all safety catches, stab out your smokes, keep your tray tables in the upright positions and your seats upright," said the voice on the radio, which, if the spectacle in front of the man hadn't been so incredible, would likely have boiled the top of any NCO for the ill-disciplined approach to radio procedure. Johnson shrugged and nodded again to Daniels, who relayed the order to the squadron. His words trailed off into a "Fuck me!" as his eyes drank in the scene below. The army of undead, the wide swaths of corpses flooding over the landscape to wash over them, now began to bunch together. The crowd started to swell in the centre. Then it grew in height as they commenced an unrehearsed circus routine. They climbed each other, hand over hand, body over body, as they stretched upwards to reach the violently spinning machine. The second helicopter also stayed in a hover, only another few hundred feet above, and to the side of the first, the pilot of which was using it as the world's most elaborate and expensive lure. Just as the show couldn't get any stranger, Johnson heard the distant but distinct sound of a familiar guitar riff blasting out over the open air of their small valley. Snatching up the binoculars, he managed to catch a glimpse of the open side door on the lower bird, and what he saw made his mouth drop open and echo the recent sentiment Daniels had made. "Fuck me!" he said in a small squeak of a voice, before adding his customary, "Christ on a bloody bike!" His eyes had registered a huge speaker, like the kind one would see adorning the stage of a huge rock concert, which was secured to the helicopter's deck with bright straps. That wasn't what had prompted the blasphemy, however. That was reserved for the realization of what song was being played over it. That familiar guitar sound, that fast, frantic and intense beat, and the unmistakable tone of the vocals coursed through him and forced a smile to his bewildered face as he automatically mouthed along with the lyrics that he knew. The song stopped, and after a brief pause of 20 seconds, it began again, filling the rural coastline with Ace of Spades, which led the desperate and feverish crowd of zombies up the slopes of the steep hill as the helicopters led them away like some awful, grotesque Pied Piper. Nobody said a word as the leading edge of the remaining zombie horde reached the edge of the cliff, where they could see the man in the open side door. Johnson couldn't see him, but he was playing air guitar with enough gusto that the approaching screechers cried out in an attempt to drown out the music and reach for him. Only between them and him was 30 feet of open air, and a 340-foot drop to the rocks and sea below. They came to him like lemmings, throwing themselves off the cliff unthinkingly in their pathological need for flesh. The song stopped and was rewound. Then the air guitar solo began again. It was repeated 3 more times until the last of the shuffling, awkward corpses made their final journey, courtesy of gravity. The helicopters drew back from the cliff, flying sedately towards the top of the island, and the radio crackled again. "Tower," it said in the same awful accent as before. "This is Ghost Rider, requesting flyby." Daniels looked at Johnson expectantly, who shrugged at him one more time, as though the world had just become so strange that even he didn't know what to say. Turning back to the radio set, Daniel smiled ruefully at Johnson, as though asking permission, and responded in an equally poor accent, "Negative, Ghost Rider, the pattern is full." The responding hail was full of laughter and cheering, and deservedly so, because the 2 Sea Kings of the Commando Helicopter Force had just saved the cavalry. Epilogue. The helicopters landed, and the crews and passengers were brought down the hill of the island by Bedford truck to the command centre adopted on a whim by Johnson. Being pilots, all of them were officers, but the few crew members, including the air guitarist, were non-commissioned ranks. The second helicopter, the one that stayed up and away from the main danger, held a bellyful of Royal Marines under the leadership of a lieutenant and a sergeant. The tank's crews, uncovered from their burial under dead flesh by the unorthodox actions of the naval pilots and crew, had returned to the bridge. Their vehicles were in a disgusting state and would need significant clearing, as entire limbs and torsos were caught in the running gear. But their 8 men came out unscathed. The look of shock and childlike relief on Second Lieutenant Palmer's face was almost embarrassing for the men close enough to witness the reunion of older and younger brother, and Captain Palmer's effusive greeting to Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson was full of praise and admiration for the unit, the men, and the leadership displayed under the terrible circumstances. He had the good grace and manners not to mention that the squadron did well, despite not having leadership. But Johnson was beginning to reckon that Palmer Senior was nothing like Palmer Junior, and that he rated men on merit. From what he had heard already, the man was competent and switched on, and reports from Strauss and the tank crews had all reinforced the reputation surrounding him as positive. With that in mind, Johnson asked the captain for a word in private. The 2 men stepped into a doorway and saw that Lieutenant Palmer made to follow them, but his older brother held up a subtle hand, which was accepted without malice. Seeing how easily he handled the brash young man impressed Johnson, which made it easier to say what he needed to say next. "Sir, now that you're here, I should relinquish command of the squadron to you," he said formally, expecting the effusive praise to continue and for his insistence that the captain needed some recovery time and that the SSM should continue in his adopted role of commander. "You have my thanks, Mr. Johnson," Captain Palmer said, "both personally for keeping Ollie in one piece and as a soldier for a job bloody well done." Johnson smiled, anticipating his imminent field promotion. "I shall require a full disposition list to include staffing, both rostered and whatever temporary promotions you may have had to make, as well as our supply situation and ammunition count," Palmer said, sparking straight back into business. Johnson blinked, thrown straight back down the leadership ladder in a split second. "I highly doubt our presence here will remain a secret to the enemy, even though we've likely cleared out most of the— what did you call them? The screechers in the county with that last little skirmish," Palmer said. "I'll address the men by troop tonight. No point in having a parade just to introduce the new Rupert, eh?" He smiled self-effacingly and continued, "Now, shall we bring in the Navy chaps?" Johnson nodded numbly, opening the door to invite the men inside. Introductions took a couple of minutes, even though the invitation was extended only to the 4 pilots and the Marine lieutenant. "As far as we know," Lieutenant Commander John Barrett announced, "the entire UK has been affected by the outbreak, and only the odd pocket of resistance has remained human, shall we say." He scanned the eyes in the room to see that he hadn't lost anyone yet. Yeovilton was abandoned late this afternoon as it was deemed indefensible by the Royal Marines. The young Marine officer nodded his agreement, no doubt recalling the miles and miles of perimeter fence in need of guarding, and air assets have been dished out where they are needed most. "The Invincible is in the Channel," said the other helicopter pilot as he glibly gave the news of an aircraft carrier floating not far away. He was the same rank as Barrett. This pilot had introduced himself as Murray, but answered his fellow pilots when they called him Ruby. He continued, "And command have doled out the birds all over the place. We have a small detachment on their way by road, carrying a tanker of fuel for our aircraft and protected by the Marines." Johnson nodded at him, conveying that the necessary requirements to meet and accommodate that convoy would be made. "Military bases are active in Scotland," said Barrett, "but as of yet we have no assets on the south coast except your squadron. So, here we are," he finished with a smile. "What about Germany?" Captain Palmer asked quietly. Johnson kicked himself mentally then, recalling that Palmer was on leave from his own squadron based near Berlin. Barrett and Murray exchanged a look before Murray answered, "Gone. and their active units over the water, meaning the thousands of personnel deployed to the conflict in Northern Ireland and beyond, are reporting outbreaks of their own. So, Barrett said with a clap of his hands and forced joviality, we are to consolidate and rescue as many of the civilian population as possible whilst Her Majesty's government decides what to do. What about the swarming behaviour of the Screechers? Johnson asked. Smirks rippled around the pilots at his mention of the nickname, flashing anger behind the SSM's eyes as Barrett laughed at him overtly. Have you been face to face with one yet, sir? He asked gently. Despite the low tone that he had been careful to sanitize for any trace of hostility, the air in the room dropped the clear 5 degrees. No, Sergeant Major, he responded carefully, I have not. Instead, I fly the better part of 10 tons of helicopter and am responsible for the lives of my crew and passengers. So, no, Sergeant Major, I haven't been face to face with one yet. Barrett's overreaction to the question showed his embarrassment almost instantly, and he dialed back the hostility immediately and turned to Murray. The two seemed to be deliberating using only their eyebrows, until Murray shrugged and turned to the soldiers. They exhibit a kind of herding behaviour and tend to amass around individual infected subjects. Screechers, in groups of roughly 100. 3 times, that we know of, there have been mass clusterings in as many days. 2 of them dissipated. The other, well, he shrugged with a smirk, the other ended up taking the long drop. The other 2 swarms dissipated by themselves? Captain Palmer asked intently. Indeed, Barrett said. It seems they are drawn by sound, he explained, as though the soldiers hadn't been able to figure that fact out yet. And unless something really loud attracts their attention, the noise they make together sort of makes them lose interest, and they wander off from the fringes. How do you know this? Johnson asked, seeing the familiar exchange of looks, as though he was asking for the combination to a safe. The Americans have AWACS over us, as of this morning, he admitted reluctantly. So, Palmer interjected politely, our colonial cousins are able to spy on us from a safe 30,000 feet, but not offer any assistance. Captain, Barrett said, it isn't just the Americans. It's all of NATO, or at least those who are still intact and not fighting their own war. They suspect either a direct Russian attack or at least the threat of nuclear bombardment. Europe is falling to this disease and the Americans have to stop it spreading across the Atlantic. We would do the same. They would, Palmer thought, as he glanced at Johnson and conveyed just how unhappy he was when politics was added to the already toxic mix they swam in. They bloody would. Peter, the sole of one shoe still flapping loudly on the roadway, slowed his run as he had not heard any of the faster ones and reckoned he had run far enough away to stop and think, without the slower ones catching him up. It had been a mistake, he knew, and not a mistake that he would make again, because he did not wait long enough to watch the houses for signs of movement. One of the faster ones, in some bizarre approximation of corpse popularity, had gone into the bungalow opposite, and the crowd with it had followed. As soon as he had made a noise breaking into the house, they had screeched and lumbered towards him. He had no idea where the faster one was, but he hoped it was stuck inside the house by its own followers being clumsy and blocking the doors. Having annoyed himself at expending energy without finding food or a warm, dry place to spend the night, he looked around for anywhere to hole up in relative safety. His luck, he thought with a wry smile of relief, was going to run out soon if he didn't stop making these mistakes that offered such valuable learning opportunities. Turning at a right angle to the direction he had come from, he took the next small road to his left and walked straight down the middle. In the old world, walking down the middle of the road was tempting fate, and would likely get a young boy killed, but in this new world, walking between low walls and stationary cars, where dormant corpses could spark to life and bite him, was a far bigger risk than being run over by a car. Nothing jumped out on him, even though he was ready with his pitchfork, and nothing drove down the road, although a vehicle might have been a good thing, so long as it didn't run him over. He found a detached cottage on the edge of the village he had wandered into, with a neat thatch roof, which hung down low over the front door. Peter watched and waited, listening and smelling the air like one of the things he was trying to avoid, and when he was sure it was safe, he waited some more. Eventually deciding to open the door and wrap the handle of his pitchfork on the cobbled path, he waited, but nothing came lurching and groaning from the house straight away. Creeping inside, he repeated his process of searching the house, then locking himself in to take what he wanted. His luck struck again, and he found the room of a boy about his own age, judging by the size of the clothes. He ate, changed and restocked his backpack before settling down to listen to the same song on the tape in his new cassette player. He didn't know who the singer was, but he smiled at the coincidence of the song's lyrics and the small pot of green army figures on the shelf. He took them down, looking at each one in turn as he organized them as per their poses. The crawling rifleman, the soldier throwing a grenade, the kneeling man aiming his long gun, the officer standing and pointing his pistol. He mimed along with the words, learned as the routine had established itself in his mind to listen to the song as he settled down in a new home for the night. He lined them all up, then used his fingers to poke them and make them topple. Like toy soldiers, he sang softly in time with the music. This concludes Apocalypse by Devon C. Ford. Narrated by John Lee. Copyright 2018 by DHP Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with DHP Publishing Limited and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Aftermath by Devon C. Ford. Narrated by John Lee. Prologue. "Sir, I have Castlemartin on the horn now," said the radio operator in a distinctly Southern States accent. The way he pronounced the name Castlemartin was an assault on the ears of Commander Ethan Briggs of Her Majesty's Royal Navy. The Sir being addressed wasn't Briggs. He was merely there as liaison to the United States Navy, having been transported by one of the two Sea King helicopters belonging to the American destroyer. It had been sailing back from active service in the Persian Gulf, where it had been patrolling as protection for the oil drilling operation, and found itself diverted to a crisis with infinitely further-reaching consequences than petty squabbles over natural resources. "Okay, apprise them of our situation and request that they monitor this channel for orders," came the steady, almost flat voice of the ship's captain. Briggs, as much as he hated the way they pronounced Castlemartin, breathed a small sigh of relief that nobody had referred to the area by its county of Pembrokeshire. Twice he had been on the inexplicable verge of raging at the American crewman on the radio for saying it as three distinctly clear and separate syllables of Pembrokeshire, as though the place was a village in a Tolkien novel. "Commander Briggs," the captain asked politely, "how are we set?" Briggs checked his watch and flicked his eyes back to the pad in front of him before answering. "Sir, there is no way the convoy can make it back in time without assistance," he responded, seeing the captain merely nod and keep his eyes facing resolutely forward at the distant shoreline of southwestern Britain, as if his vision could detect this new and unfathomable enemy. He turned back to the radio operator again to ask, "Are there air assets ago or not?" The man looked up from the control panel he was staring at in that curious way people did to hear better. "Negative, sir," he said sternly, making Briggs wonder whether the concept of melodrama had been an entirely American invention. "Harrier strike group still engaged on the continent." "Well, shit," the captain said, drawing out the word into two long syllables. "Crewman, send in the tanks." Briggs's eyes met the captain's. "Never thought I'd ever give that order," he said with a rueful smile. The crewman manning the radio nodded once and answered, "Aye, aye, sir," before chattering into the microphone. Briggs felt an overwhelming sense of dread at potentially having to use up that resource, but he saw no other way to ensure the success of the mission. The swarm was still out of range of their guns. The use of cruise missile strikes had been vetoed at the highest level, despite assurances of their accuracy, and they had no chance of a rescue by helicopter without abandoning almost every man in the convoy and exposing their precious cargo to hazards beyond their control. That helicopter rescue was still an option, but it was a last-ditch attempt that wasn't their call to make. It was a plan that Briggs didn't want to consider using, as it would mean the deaths of more than 30 men that his plan had placed in harm's way. "Damned if they do," Briggs told himself, "and damned if they don't. But I rather suspect we are all damned." Chapter 1. "Wind right to left, gentle," said the mound of green and brown brush behind Marine Enfield in a low voice. "Distance 600 yards. 615, Enfield muttered back, his right eye not leaving the large scope on top of his Accuracy International or L96A sniper rifle. His right hand moved on muscle memory, making the finite adjustments as he clicked the dials on the big optic, all the while keeping the target in sight. They were far enough away that the likelihood of being detected by the sound of the impending gunshot was small, but still they couldn't risk not relocating after taking out a target. The teamwork displayed by the two Marines, Craig Enfield being the shooter and Martin Lee his spotter, was exceptional, and spoke of the many hours they had spent together in uncomfortable silence and danger. They had both missed out, as they saw it, on seeing deployment to the Falklands 7 years before, as they'd still been in their first year of training together, but the pair had seen more than enough of the green landscape and streets of Northern Ireland. Now, instead of their enemy being terrorist bombers or shooters, instead of being the mighty steel boot of the Soviet Union stamping towards Europe, an enemy they had been training for years to combat should the Cold War turn hot, they were now stalking zombies. Screechers, as the army lot had called them, and it had stuck as a name they used for them, mostly because when the things detected you, they let out a squealing, hissing, ripping noise. They didn't know if it was excitement or, more frighteningly, a call to other zombies to advertise the presence of food, but they did know it was a fucking awful sound that stopped if you stuck a bayonet through their eye. "I've got it," Enfield said, in a cool murmur as the reticule of his scope hovered just above and to the left of the head of the screecher. "Zero, this is Whiskey," Lee said softly into his radio. "We have a Lima in sight. Over." Limas. The military's pathological need to provide a nickname or a phonetic tag for something ran deeper than the coded letter and number designations they gave to all of their weapons and equipment. Lima meant a fast one, the leaders, as they had been dubbed. Until the Marines had landed in their helicopter on the small island a fraction off the south coast, they hadn't encountered one of these before. Studies of their new and unexpected enemy had shown that they operated some kind of biologically determined rank structure of their own, and each leader would somehow gather up to 100 screechers who followed them around like ducklings. The leaders weren't just faster, they were smarter, too. Some reckoned they could open doors, and there was even an emerging theory among the joint Army, Navy, and Marine forces that they had some way to give orders to their followers. Those followers were deadly in numbers, but on their own weren't too difficult to kill. A heavy blow to the head, one strong enough to crack the skull, would usually render them inert, but that kind of swing burned a lot of energy, and anyone trying to survive out there using a sledgehammer would find themselves tiring too quickly, and probably being eaten. The careful application of bayonet to brain was far more civilized, but a bullet would do the trick just as easily. The problem with bullets, especially the heavy ammunition that the RMPs, 7.62mm SLRs, or self-loading rifles, fired, was that they tended to be accompanied by lots of noise. Noise, especially gunfire, carried a long way, and noise was what attracted the screechers like flies to shit. Another theory about the screechers was that they were blind, or at least had very poor eyesight, because anyone who had seen one up close reported the dead look in their cloudy eyes. But noise was what got people killed. It was what attracted them to group together, as one stumbling zombie would knock into something and attract another nearby zombie to the noise. Those small noises they made would keep them clumped into a group, and each group, of any more than a dozen of them, almost always had a Lima in the middle of them, ready to break out and run at anything still living. The reverse characteristic of that strange attraction they had was that when the Lima got taken out, the screechers tended to bumble around until other noises caught their attention, and they simply wandered off to find more groups,
or get stuck somewhere on their own. 3 times there had been reports of mass gatherings, or swarms as they had been called. The early warning plane that the Americans had been flying over the UK at an altitude so high that it couldn't be detected by the naked eye or ear had watched these swarms gather, reporting that on 2 occasions those massed crowds had simply dissipated, as though the screechers had lost interest, or the noise they made collectively was simply too confusing and overwhelming to hold their attention. The 3rd swarm, luckily, as they had later discovered, was the smallest by far, and it had gathered and massed in their direction as the sound of an armoured convoy had attracted them after more than one rolling battle. The small cannons and heavy machine guns of the yeomanry had taken a devastating toll on the army of the dead, but they had made too much noise in doing so, and brought every infected corpse within a 50-mile radius directly to their doorway. The Marines of 40 Commando, deployed to protect the assets of 3 Commando Brigade Air Squadron, who flew the attack helicopters, had been splintered off from their main group and hastily ordered into 2 Sea Kings from the naval air base they were defending. Their most senior command, seemingly being run from the huge flagship aircraft carrier floating in the Channel, had issued the squad of Marines, some of whom had been volunteered for the ground convoy bringing supplies and fuel for the 2 helicopters, with orders to reinforce the light tanks and await further orders. Apparently, Command had decided that the only intact armour squadron on mainland Britain deserved a sprinkling of Royal Marines to add flavour and diversity, not to mention adding some firepower to complement the aircraft. Of the suspected inter-services rivalry, there had been precisely none. No man in his right mind would think to raise an objection at being given an order by an admiral instead of a general, given their current and unprecedented situation. Nor would Marines on the ground show disobedience to the officers and NCOs of the Army unit. The only rivalry, the only source of inter-forces discontent had come from within. The only elements of the Army that were regulars, in that they were full-time soldiers and not reservists, were the 2 tank crews led by the unsmiling and permanently unamused Sergeant Horton and the charismatic and effective Captain Palmer. The main downside to Palmer was his entitled and condescending younger brother, who, by some cruel twist of fate, was the only officer of their yeomanry squadron to have made it when they were called. In contrast to the quick mind and tactical instincts of Julian Simpkins Palmer, to use their full family name, Oliver Simpkins Palmer was a spoilt boy with little or no sense of self-preservation and an abundance of aristocratic arrogance. Those tank crews singled themselves out, refusing to mix with the reservists and billeting themselves separately, despite the efficient Sergeant Croft, who ran the administrative troop, providing them with barrack space in a building closer to their posts. Rumour was rife among the yeomanry that they'd even been heard referring to them as toy soldiers, although the squadron sergeant-major had yet to hear that himself. They ignored overtures from the reservists who approached them, flatly refused to allow them inside their big chieftain tanks, and generally behaved in such a way that a wall had been erected between men with everything in common but for the one thing that a few of them thought important. That tension snapped inside of 2 weeks, when a soldier from a sabre troop, who drove one of the Fox wagons, threw a punch at the gunner of Horton's tank. The punch barely connected, but it served to erupt into a 10-man brawl, which required the intervention of the squadron sergeant-major to halt the proceedings. "What in the name of Christ is going on here?" SSM Dean Johnson's voice boomed out inside the pub and silenced the building, along with the surrounding streets. Men froze, bloodied knuckles on taut fists stopping in mid-air. Johnson's eye glowered as he scanned the room, fixing each man with a direct look until he found the 2 who would not meet his gaze. "Nevin," he said in an acidic growl. "And you," he added as he pointed at the gunner on Horton's crew. "Outside. The rest of you wastes of good oxygen, clean this place up. I want it gleaming." With that, he turned and walked out of the heavy wood and glass doors without even a backward glance to see if the 2 men he had singled out were following. He knew they would, or else whatever punishment they hoped to avoid would triple in intensity if the SSM had more time to dream up something elaborate. Turning, he saw the 2 battered men marching towards him, and both stamped to attention in unison,
as though crisp drill would lessen the consequences of their actions. The two men, Nevin and a short-legged bull of a lance corporal named Millard, both wore blank expressions, but Johnson knew that both would be wondering how he knew that they were responsible for starting the fight. In truth, the SSM had been fetched from the nearby hall that had been adopted as the temporary head of operations for the island's forces, and that man had quietly whispered the names of the guilty parties. But then again, a sergeant major would not reveal that he did not have the power to read the minds of his subordinates. "You pair of stupid," he began slowly in a low voice, "dim-witted, bloody imbeciles." He paused to look at them in turn, before continuing in a voice that grew in both volume and intensity. "You fucking moronic, useless flaps of gristle can both consider yourselves on a charge." He turned to Millard, not fully confident that ripping a man a new arsehole under a captain's command, and not his own, would be viewed kindly. "Confine yourselves to barracks when you are not under orders, and I will deal with you another time," he ordered him. The man half-turned to his right, stamped his boot loudly and marched away, demonstrating parade ground drill precision. Johnson turned back to his own man, who shrank slightly. "Trooper Nevin," Johnson said in a voice scarce above a whisper, "I can only assume, having never met the man, that your father wished you had been a wank. You, Trooper Nevin, are a 5'6" walking advert for condoms." Nevin said nothing, but swallowed nervously. The insults had been designed to prompt a laugh from him, daring him to smirk when lined up in the SSM's sights, but the man clearly had some love for life left in him, so he kept very quiet. "Stand at ease," he told him, seeing the man relax. "You are also confined to barracks until such time as I decide exactly how angry I am with you, because at the moment it would be inhumane to do half of what I'm thinking." He stepped back and drew himself up formally. "Detail," he snapped, prompting the ingrained habit of any soldier to tense in anticipation of the next order. "Attention!" Johnson ordered. Just as Nevin's right leg rose to a 90-degree angle and stopped to stamp back down to the street, Johnson's large right fist shot out and upwards, burying itself deep in Nevin's diaphragm and doubling him over to leave him gasping on the ground to draw in enough breath to vomit the single pint of bitter he had been permitted. "Dismissed," Johnson said casually as he walked back towards the command post. From the shadows a short distance away, two Marines with an intrinsic understanding of one another smiled as they watched the trooper writhing about in pain. They were a pair, a duo, inseparable since they had joined on the same intake to undergo one of the hardest military selection processes imaginable, and their bond of friendship had grown even more unbreakable when they had attended the marksman training course, where the shooter and his spotter were hardened into a devilishly sharp weapon to be used against the enemies of Her Majesty. "Permission to engage the Lima?" asked Lee into the radio, then waited as he listened to the response, before slowly moving the strong binoculars back up to his eyes. "All yours," he said quietly to his shooter, who lay just ahead of him and to his left. "Fire when A booming report erupted from just ahead of him, making him reacquire the Lima in his binoculars in time to see it lie flat on its back. It was all but headless. Taking his eyes away, he saw the slow and controlled movements of Enfield as his right hand carefully lifted and drew back the bolt of the rifle to eject the spent brass and collect it smoothly with his index and middle fingers. Racking the bolt quickly would eject the casing to spin it out away from the breech to twinkle in the light, and that might reveal their position to an enemy sniper or, more appropriately in their current setting, attract the attention of a hungry walking corpse. The sniper's natural inclination towards silence and invisibility was a skill that couldn't be taught, but it could be honed. "Lima rendered safe," Lee reported emotionlessly over the radio. Enfield slipped the empty casing into a pouch on his webbing, flicked the safety catch on his big rifle, and offered his opinion on what they should do next. "Time to move," he said, before any of the fuckers decide to investigate where that came from. Chapter 2. In the few weeks since the bizarre Battle of the Bridge, where the tanks had advanced into the boiling mass of bodies to crush a wide swath flat and render them safe, an air of something resembling business as usual had descended over the island. Rendering them safe had become the adopted terminology, as it was technically inaccurate to report that they had killed them, or killed them again, and it helped them come to terms with what they had to do on an almost daily basis. As inhuman and inhumane as the Screechers were, they had still been innocent people once. Looking down the barrel of a gun at one revealed the close-up secrets that a person chose not to see when fear gripped them, and those details showed their clothes and gave hints of their former lives. The shorter ones especially had to be dehumanized in the minds of the living, as to acknowledge what they were would be to accept the killing of a child, an innocent child. That was one of the reasons the terminology was first coined and why people had taken to it so easily. Nobody wanted to report that they had killed a child, but reporting that they had rendered them safe sounded like the mercy it truly was. The Battle of the Bridge had seen the unexpected arrival of the helicopters, and the jaw-dropping display they had treated everyone to. This was coupled with the most bizarre antics of the crew chief of one of the aircraft, who had rigged a massive speaker from their mess to work as a noise lure, as if the spinning blades and screaming whine of the engines wouldn't be enough. The amazing appearance of the helicopters that day had become a daily reminder that the people and forces of Britain were scattered and forced to come together in unprecedented ways. The story of the Navy crewman's solo air guitar concert had spread fast, gaining extra kudos and growing in audacity with each telling, and his mass rendering safe was already legendary in a war that was only a few weeks old. Rumours spread that the crewman, Chief Petty Officer Gary Brinklow, was leading the scoreboard by a clear mile. When that rumour reached the SSM, he made it well known that his personal opinion on the theory of troops keeping a score of how many Screechers they had killed was a very poor one, and that if such behaviour were to be taking place, he would happily discuss it with any man in private. When that rumour went around the island, faster than the story of the air guitarist, mentions of scoreboards vanished instantly. The island itself was already inhabited, albeit at less than half the population of its usual full capacity, because many people had simply upped and driven away as soon as the news of London's fall had gone public. The occupants, both original and refugee, now faced that difficult transitional period when civilian areas found themselves occupied by troops on active service. The problems facing any garrisoned troops had only slightly varied since the invention of troops themselves. When you take a trained man, full of vigour, and tell him that he has to sit still and wait to go to war, then the energy stored in that man leaks out like a compressed gas. Add to this already toxic mix the presence of alcohol and females, and it was like looking down a barrel to see if a gun was loaded. For that reason, Sergeant Swift of the Royal Military Police and his men had been asked to take up one of their original roles and patrol the island in order to ensure no offence was offered to the residents. Johnson, with the approval of Captain Palmer, the necessity of reporting to whom was becoming familiar, had issued the standing order that no man was to consume more than a single pint, lest anyone find themselves unable to defend the population from the enemy through drink. A single pint wouldn't touch the sides of most of the men, but it assured that even the lightest of lightweights wouldn't find themselves incapable of performing their designated role. Each troop sergeant had responsibility for ensuring that he knew where his men were at all times, which made their already difficult lives less enjoyable. The majority of the men had got word to their families when they were first activated, and in addition to the now roughly 160 fighting men they now had, they had more than that number in civilians who had either made their way to the camp or had been rescued. The camp, as well stocked and equipped as it was protected only by a tall chain-link fence that Johnson feared could too easily be overrun. That was why he'd ordered the entire squadron and their civilian guests to move for the protected spit of land, and he never second-guessed that decision, as the swarm that had come for them would have poured over those fences like water. Dealing with the internal issues was more complicated than the external. The men with the most engineering knowledge, coupled with a few men living on the island, had been tasked to clean up the hatchet job they had done on the bridge parapet, using the only tool they had at their immediate disposal, the 30mm cannons on their Fox Scout vehicles. Now, using more appropriate tools for the task, the parapets were removed from the first 3/4 of the bridge, and work was well underway to build a sloping choke point that could be blocked with the slab-sided back end of one of their chieftain tanks. One of those tanks, commanded by Captain Palmer, was equipped with the heavy plough blade on the front edge, which was there in anticipation of having to move obstacles to the advance of vehicles, such as crashed cars as well as deliberate barricades. That plough was set to work in a very different way now, scraping the flattened and ruined bodies of so many dead off the roadway. With no way to safely dispose of them, and not wanting to risk burning those bodies for fear of attracting more screechers, they were pushed into whatever hollow dips of ground could be seen, until earth-moving equipment was brought from nearby. A tired-looking JCB, ancient but still as mechanically effective as the day it rolled off the production line with bright yellow paint, made short work of the task. But still, when the wind blew occasionally from the inland direction instead of from the sea, it brought with it a very unwelcome smell of death and decay. The tank blocking the causeway entrance to the island could be driven forwards and the road opened for vehicles to roll out, but it meant that at least one tank had to remain in situ at all times.
"Can't see that as a problem," Captain Palmer said to Johnson cheerfully. "Not much call for heavy armour and the big cannons at the moment, eh?" "No, sir," Johnson said woodenly, fearing that he would lose direct control of the next mission, as the captain would insist on leading from the front if not confined to the slower tank. "I'm well aware that you are capable of leading the men, SSM," Palmer said more kindly, as he intuited the reason for Johnson's bland response, "but the higher powers will probably insist that I take the lead whenever we conduct a mission."
Johnson knew he was right. He knew that the Joint Forces Command, operating out of a vast warship, wouldn't allow a reservist warrant officer to bear the burden of command, now that the army had regained a semblance of control over the resources they had managed to cobble together. But it still stung him to have to go back to administrative duties when he had been at the tip of the spear. He had expected to have been pushed even further down the food chain, and thought that more helicopters would come to deposit officers to run things, and more regular troops to take control of his squadron. That didn't happen, and after 2 days of waiting for orders, they were told to wait some more, and grudgingly passed off with the standing order to consolidate and resupply at your discretion. Captain Palmer, along with Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson, decided that this meant they were to conduct daily patrols, retrieve supplies and ammunition at every opportunity, as well as actively search for survivors. Which was precisely the reason why they were planning, with the Royal Navy pilots and the Marine Lieutenant and his sergeant, the best way to get troops back to the base they had abandoned and bring back a few Saxon personnel carriers for the Marines to have road transport that was bite-proof. "Air insertion," said one of the pilots, a man junior to the main stick, Lieutenant Commander Barrett. "It's the quickest way." "It may be the quickest, Lieutenant," said Lieutenant of Marines Chris Lloyd, "but the risk to my Marines from the noise that would make is unacceptable." The two men glared at each other, which Johnson saw, and he sighed internally. If anything, he expected the confrontations to be between his troops and the Royal Marines. However, apart from the small fracas between two soldiers who should have known better, the main rub was between the 3 out of 4 arms of the British military present. It was the pecking order, as confusing as it was, that was causing the problem. Marine Lieutenant Lloyd was junior to the Royal Navy Lieutenant James Morris, who, in equivalent Marines or Army rank, would be a captain. Captain Palmer found himself technically senior to both co-pilots and all Army and Marine personnel. However, he was also technically junior to both primary pilots, with their lieutenant commander ranks making them the equivalents of majors. Had that rub extended into the non-commissioned ranks, the senior Navy airman would be junior to Johnson, equivalent to his quartermaster sergeant Andy Rochefort, but senior to all the troop sergeants and the Marines' NCO. When trying to explain, it really messed a person's head up. The simplest way was to assemble the senior officers of all factions and hash out a plan that everyone agreed on. That agreement was proving difficult to find, as the balance of risk was always against the men actually on the ground. "If I may, gentlemen," Captain Palmer interjected gently in his velvety voice that seemed to be either a family birthright or a hard-earned skill. His brother had yet to master that skill, as his own attempt sounded infinitely more nasal. "I agree entirely that any risk to the men on the ground is unacceptable. He paused to smile almost apologetically at his peer, Lieutenant Morris. "So I would suggest a quieter approach. Our aim is to bring men to the camp, secure a few vehicles, and return here unmolested." He scanned the room, silently offering anyone a chance to add anything of relevance. "And we agree that large numbers of fighting vehicles attract just as much attention as the aircraft at our disposal. The problem with using the armoured vehicles is that there is insufficient passenger capacity to transport your fellows," he said, with an almost regal gesture towards Lieutenant Lloyd. "So I propose that we send a pair of the Bedford trucks, loaded with personnel, to bring back the things we need. With the Bedfords, we can also take full advantage of being on site to acquire additional ammunition." He smiled in a self-effacing manner designed to indicate humility and allow the confidence of his suggestion to be taken without any sense of domineering arrogance. It worked. "And this additional ammunition?" asked Lieutenant Commander Murray. "Will 2 trucks be sufficient to carry everything back? If your chaps are already clear of the area, we could drop in to take another 5 tons if needed." The implied fact that taking just some of the ammunition would be foolish meant that if they were raiding the ammunition dumps, they would remove the lot. Palmer, appearing for all the world to have not considered what his esteemed colleagues from the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm could offer in addition to his plan, beamed at him. "Outstanding," he said, as he turned to the SSM and addressed him prestigiously in front of the other officers, as his rank allowed. "Mr. Johnson, do you foresee any issues with that?" "Not at all, sir," he said, as he dropped into the rehearsed routine easily and pretended not to have planned for this with Palmer before the meeting. "It would mean a couple of our lot staying on the ground to organise the loading, say 4 men and 2 tons each. We could get that loaded and be out of there in no time, and there would be no risk to the Marines as they'd be safely away by then." "QMS?" Johnson inquired politely of Andy Rochefort. "Did we bring any cargo nets?" Rochefort frowned and answered that, much to his evident annoyance, they had not. The easiest way to get a load out via helicopter was to sling it all in the heavy cargo nets the squadron was issued with for exactly that purpose. It was how they had trained for replenishment drops in theatre, but somehow they had been overlooked. Johnson hardly blamed the squadron quartermaster sergeant for that oversight, especially seeing as the man had located bayonets for their issued weapons, which most of them had never even seen before. The only hassle with slung helicopter loads was the tricky business of having to earth the static electricity, so that the unlucky trooper underneath didn't get an extremely uncomfortable jolt. "We do it the old-fashioned way, then," the SSM said to the room. It was agreed, set for just before dawn the next day with grid references and radio frequencies agreed, and the conversation turned to more mundane matters. There was to be a small patrol that afternoon to keep up with their daily schedule, and that fell to 1 troop, with a single Bedford accompanying their cars to act as an oversized shopping trolley. They still needed building materials for erecting the high fences on any section of the island that could be vulnerable to a corpse or 2 washing up. Such needs were recorded, assessed for priority, then set for discussion. When that prioritized list was agreed, the logistics of such matters were worked out, and that was where the locals became involved. Palmer, Jr., as much as he complained that removing him from the sharp edge of operations maligned his honour, actually enjoyed remaining as the liaison between military and civilian life. He held meetings, fed information back and forward, and when such mission-critical personnel or intelligence arose, then he would ensure that the right connections were made. For this particular mission, the priority having been made to secure the island over performing another run for food, he brought forward a young man who worked at a trade builder's yard. He would know precisely where the necessary resources could be found for building the fences, and after that, the troop on the ground would acquire anything that they needed for the defences on the bridge to make them higher and stronger. That unelected group of civilians, which met with Lieutenant Palmer daily, comprised 4 people, 3 already living on the island, and 1 young woman who had been rescued by their first sortie into the large town. The young woman bore a mottled scar down the left side of her face, which she believed made her ugly, and which she tried to hide with her hair falling over her face. She could not, however, disguise her figure, despite the drab green of army uniform that she was still wearing. Some 15 miles away, the young boy quietly slid the bolt home high on the wooden front door. He could barely reach it on his tiptoes, but he was determined. He was so determined that the very idea of survival was a foregone conclusion to him. He would not get caught by the things, the zombies, and he would not continue to live as he had done for the last few weeks, building up to that high bolt that did not want to slide across. Alone, transient and quiet. He had discovered over a fortnight previously that keeping to a conventional and civilized human timetable was not the way forward, as the things were far more active in the daytime than at night. Twice he had almost been caught and had run from a small mob until he realized that creeping around in the dark was much safer. It was true that sound seemed to carry further in the dark dead of night, but he had learned to counter that problem too, and muffled his newly acquired trainers with large socks to dull the sound they made. He still had his battered camouflaged backpack, only now it had evolved to be stuffed with useful items, and he had been forced to carry another bag for new things he had found. He moved from house to house, often staying still for 2 daytimes of sleep until he noticed that the occasional straggler had decided to wait outside the house and moan gently. If he revealed himself to it, it would let out that ripping, screeching sound that seemed to tear his insides, and he would be forced to run again. He guessed that his smell was attracting them, so instead of staying at a single house to use up all of the resources there, he ate the best of it as soon as he secured the building, then raided the cupboards quietly and methodically, until he felt the need to move on before he became the local attraction. Another thing Peter had noticed after that first week was that the things were much fewer in number, as though the majority of them in the area, who had all flowed through his family farm in a stinking, terrifying tidal wave of noise and teeth, had simply carried onwards to somewhere else. As much as the memory of barely escaping an awful fate at the hands and mouths of that wave scared him, he tried in vain to figure out where they had been going and, more importantly, if they would be back. Satisfied that his new home was empty of anything animated or reanimated, he slipped the straps of his backpack off to rest it on the sofa in the lounge, next to the leather-effect satchel he had been carrying in his left hand. The pitchfork occupied the right, and the sanded-down grip of the shotgun protruded out of the top of the backpack, and both of those weapons now rested on the coarse brown cushions. Peter slipped the belt of ammunition for the shotgun over his shoulder to drop it down next to the bags. He was too slim by far to wear it as a belt, and instead it adorned his chest diagonally as a bandolier. He had only used the shotgun once, when he had been forced to be loud in order to prevent a hungry businessman eating him, and its devastating effect gave him confidence, if only to know it was with him. He wandered the house again, an improvised weapon, not unlike a large ice pick, still in his pocket next to the folding knife, and he drew all the curtains slowly to settle down for the day's sleep. Chapter 3. As soon as the single shot echoed between the low hills and the radio sparked to life, Sergeant Strauss ordered his men to start their engines and proceed. After no more than 200 meters, 2 shapes emerged from the foliage at the right side of the road and stood to become the Royal Marine sniper team who had been ahead, and they looked at the target to see if any of the troublesome fast ones were there. The convoy slowed, and the 2 men, covered in carefully placed grass and twigs to make their suits and helmets blend into whatever surrounds were there, climbed aboard the Bedford truck in the center of their 5-vehicle convoy. Lemurs, they called the faster ones, using the phonetic L for leaders. Leaders and screechers, Strauss thought. At least it's simpler than Soviets and terrorists. Like a lot of the men in the Yeomanry Squadron, Harry Strauss had conducted 2 active tours in Northern Ireland, one as a trooper and one as a corporal, and the daily fear of not knowing who your enemy was had left him with memories he didn't particularly enjoy. As inhuman as it sounded, he, like most of the men, would have preferred a real, traditional war against the armed forces of another country. He wanted to practice his craft without the political worries and fear of prosecution, not out of any bloodlust, but for a desire to prove himself capable in his chosen, if secondary, profession. Now, seeming to get his wish, the enemy was clearly defined. Dead people walking around trying to eat him and his men were quite obviously hostile, and as not one of them had ever registered understanding of a verbal warning, they had free rein in rendering safe the screechers as and when they had to. The addition of the Marine sniper and his spotter had been at the suggestion of their officer, who seemed almost desperate to get his boys in the war. The capability of that two-man team was an incredible tool, if a little overly precise, and the rendering safe at distance of one of the leaders was welcomed. Strauss drove in the lead wagon, his head sticking out of the commander's hatch, but with orders for the driver and others to stay closed down under the safety of their hatches. The risk, he felt, was his to take. Besides, he was controlling a GMPG machine gun with a belt of 200 rounds ready to let fly, so he felt fairly safe. Arriving at the builder's yard, he dismounted his and two other of the four-wheeled scout tanks, and they cleared the building as the last armoured scout car stayed closed down to offer the support of the big guns, should it be needed. The Bedford, with the two Marines now stripped of the ungainly sniper suits, had also dismounted, and were scanning the area from their kneeling positions at the rear of the truck as they peered down the barrels of their black and green assault rifles and the glinting tips of the fixed bayonets. "Building is empty," Strauss announced as he returned to the fresh air and slung his submachine gun on his back. "Let's do this." And with that, 3 civilians were herded off the back of the truck, and everyone but the crew of the last car and the 2 Marines shuffled in and out of the big building, carrying the wooden posts and rolls of heavy barbed wire that would fortify their island even more. Strauss himself, enjoying the few benefits of rank, didn't engage in the fetch and carry, as he maintained overall control of the operation. His own men, the 12 crewmen of his 4 well-maintained Fox scout cars, all knew him well enough to know that he didn't consider himself so precious as to think manual labour was beneath him, and all of them respected him. With the exception of one man. But then again Sergeant Strauss believed that he had the measure of Trooper Nevin, and knew him to respect nothing, least of all himself. The man's sullen laziness and his characteristic lack of effort offended Strauss, because he knew that most of it was an act. Nevin played the fool intentionally, claiming not to understand how things worked so that others would just give up trying to educate him and do it themselves. What annoyed his sergeant so much, though, was that he knew the man to be capable. He was a decent driver, never needing to be taught anything twice when it came to something he liked doing, but when the time came to clean down their wagons and gear or to conduct routine mechanical maintenance, he would find such childish excuses to avoid work that he was universally avoided by most of the men. Socially the story was different, as others liked to be around him when the drinks were flowing, because he was entertainment. Twice before he had been put on charges for fighting when drunk, not counting the most recent incident that the SSM hadn't fully dealt with yet. And on the last occasion he had been charged by the police for headbutting an off-duty policeman in town. In addition to the fearsome kicking he had received, he faced disciplinary proceedings from the army, pending the outcome of the case, which was likely to result in a fine and compensation. The case never got heard. In fact, it wasn't due to be heard until the week after everything went to shit, Strauss remembered. So yet again Trooper Bloody Nevin had avoided the consequences of his stupidity. Just as another roll of heavy wire was hauled up and manhandled onto the bed of the truck, his voice cut the air. "Sarge," Nevin whined to him, prompting an eye roll in no less than 4 of the soldiers, including Strauss. "What is it, Nevin?" the sergeant answered with a warning tone in his voice. "I need a shit, Sarge," Nevin answered with a smirk, either ignoring or not recognizing the warning. Strauss temporarily lowered his weapon along with his head, which sagged before he drew in a breath, and then he raised his head to fix the smiling man with a look of annoyance. "Out the back," he said in a voice full of exasperation. "Harris, go with him and make sure he doesn't get lost, will you?" Trooper Harris nodded, managing to keep the "why me" from his face, then nodded to Nevin to follow him behind the building as though he were the unruly child of the troop, and it was his turn to reluctantly be in charge of him. Sally Crawford had been a housewife, and she had lived a very happy and satisfied existence until 3 weeks ago. She had been living in her comfortable semi-detached home, her husband had done well for himself, which had allowed her to have her own car, and that was only a year old. Her husband had gone to work one morning, driving his large Volvo estate that she jokingly referred to as the hearse, and she had waved him off from the deep bay window in their front room. Turning to her 2 children, a boy and a girl born only 13 months apart, she hurried them along to make sure they got to school on time. driving her own car, a Ford Orion that she was very proud of, even if the difference between that and her previous Ford Escort was subtle to the point of invisible from some angles. She took them to school and thought nothing of the roads being almost abandoned. She arrived at the school to find the gates closed, and a lone teacher outside with a clipboard, who informed her that, unfortunately, the local authority had asked for all schools to close. She assured Mrs. Crawford that nothing was wrong, and that it would all blow over soon enough. Of that she was sure. Turning to her children in the back seat, she smiled broadly and told them that they had got an extra day off. She smiled at their excitement and shot the teacher a withering look as she drove away. "Waste of my time," she thought to herself. "They could have at least telephoned me." Brushing away the negativity, because that was just the kind of woman she was, Sally smiled and turned up the radio, as a Madonna song had started playing that she knew Charlotte, her eldest, liked. She smiled as she drove, stealing glances in the rear-view mirror to see her daughter mouthing the words with intense seriousness, as she framed her face with straight hands and struck different poses. Still wearing the smile reserved for her beautiful children, she hurried them up the stairs to change into other clothes, and then spent the rest of the morning making craft projects with them. When midday came, she made herself a modest sandwich and joined them on a rug she had laid out on the lounge carpet so that they could enjoy an indoor picnic. They went to their own room in the afternoon to play, and Sally turned on the television. Her face fell as the reports clogged up each channel, telling the horrific tale of the mysterious disease spreading across London and taking with it waves of violence and mayhem. She shot up and out of her chair, flew to the telephone and dialed the agonizingly slow telephone number for her husband's office in the dock, almost 10 miles away. It rang and rang, making her knit her brow and replace the handset. Dialing again, frustrated that there were 2 9s in the number, she listened to the chirping tone indicating that the phone was ringing, but nobody was picking up. Replacing the handset to pace again, she cursed under her breath and filled her growing fear and frustration with being busy. She cleaned her kitchen, then tried the number again. No answer. She scoured the little woods catalogue until she found the replacement home telephone she would ask her husband ever so nicely for. She would tell him how tiresome it was to call him at work with that silly old dial phone, and then fix him with her best look, where her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, and he would see that as some indication of nuptial promise. She could get anything out of him when he got that look in his eye, and all the nice things in her home were the result of individual manipulations. Just as her stress and worry started to become the first inklings of panic, a screech of tires and a crash sounded from outside. Running out of the front door, she saw her husband's Volvo parked at an angle on the driveway, and her own car shunted diagonally as he had hit the front wing. Gasping loudly, as much for the new car as the fate of her husband, Sally ran to him and saw instantly that something was wrong. He was sweating profusely, his loosened tie and unfastened collar soaked through below his bright red face. He was gasping for breath, his eyes rolling, and she leaned in just as he let out a croaking noise that sounded like he was winded. He shuddered once, made another croaking noise, and went still. Sally screamed his name, pulling open the door and trying in vain to pull him from the car by the hand. She screamed and dropped his hand, seeing that the very tip of his left little finger was missing. The stump ended in a red wound, already dry and scabbed over, and she held her breath to force herself to retain some control before she became useless. She stepped forward again, calling his name loudly and slapping his cheek lightly with her right hand. That hand suddenly stopped moving as he lifted his head again, turned his face and locked his teeth onto her wrist. He bit down hard, breaking the skin and cracking something within the joint to make Sally shriek in agony as she threw her body weight backwards. Landing heavily with her left hand wrapped tightly around her injured right, she looked at her husband with shock, because he had turned to face her and was reaching with both hands, moaning and making a gargling, hissing noise at her. His eyes were cloudy, his mouth hung open, and blood mixed with spittle as it ran from the lower corner of his open maw. Sally rose quickly to her feet, fearing that her husband would attack her again. But her stressed brain finally acknowledged that her husband was still secured inside the car by his seatbelt. Leaving him where he was, she stumbled back through the open front door and ran her bitten wrist under the cold tap in the kitchen. To her surprise, the wound had already stopped bleeding but felt swollen and hot to the touch. She staggered into the front room, feeling light-headed, and began to dial the 3 digits to call for the police. But the length of time it took the dial to return to 0 saw her faint to the carpet after the second 9. Sally's children had been singing along to the tape deck in Charlotte's room and were unaware of the slight commotion downstairs, so they had no warning when their mother opened her milky eyes and followed the sound upstairs to where they played in blissful ignorance. Later, after she had gorged herself, Sally wandered back down the stairs with the front of her pretty dress sheeted in blood. She walked aimlessly out of the front door, pausing only briefly to look at the thing struggling weakly in the driver's seat of a Volvo, and walked off, dismissing it as inedible. "Just hurry up so we can get back," Trooper Harris said to Nevin, who was dragging out the task so as to avoid any form of hardship. Nevin chuckled from behind the tree he was using as cover for his squat and made intentionally foul noises with his mouth to annoy Harris. It worked as Harris tutted and walked a few paces further away from him. In the small patch of woodland behind the builder's yard, a woman in a dirty floral dress with one shoulder pad torn and hanging down her right arm turned her head slowly towards the sounds. The blood that had covered her front had been washed away by rain, and further degraded by her walking around for 3 weeks to provide the result of the dress being torn in places that could excite a soldier. That was, if she didn't have the clouded-over eyes and pale mottled grey complexion of a screecher. Turning her body to point in the same direction as her face, she emitted a low, gargling hiss and set off towards the source of the noise. When she reached them, she heard 2 people talking. She didn't know they were people, and her destroyed brain had no way of interpreting the noises as defined speech without the higher functions she had once possessed. She had no cognitive ability, but she was attracted to the sound, and the closer she got to the sound, the more she could detect movement. With that movement came the smell of the living, and with that smell came an apparent aggression and lust for warm flesh that spurred her instinctively onwards. "Oh, Jesus, fuck!" Nevin blurted out, as he almost fell backwards with unfastened trousers in a desperate bid to locate his personal weapon. "Oh, don't be a fucking idiot, Nevin," Harris snapped at him, finally breaking and deciding to let the troublesome soldier have both barrels. "You just can't help yourself being a twat, can you? Every fucking time there's work to do, you find some excuse to piss about and... you wanker!" Nevin made desperate noises and pointed behind Harris, who was so annoyed with the man's stupidity that he ran out of words, dismissed him with a wave of his hand and a noise of disgust, and turned away, directly into the path of what used to be Sally Crawford. "Last one?" asked the tall man, who had evidently worked at the yard, as he indicated that the room in the truck was all but taken up. Strauss nodded in agreement, then froze as the scream of a grown man in agony ripped the air in two. The 2 Marines had already set off for the rear of the building at a dead run, followed by Strauss and 3 others. Rounding the edge of the building, he swore loudly as he heard the sound of automatic gunfire erupt. "Hold! Hold!" he screamed, both in frustration at the person firing and at the Marines ahead of him, as he had seen the rounds hitting the damp earth ahead of them. The Marines had seen it too and threw themselves against the corner of the brick building. "Hold your fire!" Strauss bellowed, hoping for a response from the person behind the weapon. From the noise, he knew it to be the same Sterling as the one in his hand, but then again, both men he had sent back there were similarly armed. The firing stopped, although more likely caused by an empty magazine than by common sense regaining control, and Strauss took his chance to break cover as he told the others to stay where they were. He rounded the corner just in time to see Nevin slotting a fresh magazine into the side of his weapon, complete the reload, and raise it to his shoulder. Ignoring the risk of a ricochet hitting him, Strauss ran hard at an angle for the rest of the scene to emerge. He saw Nevin leaning into his weapon as he fired more careful, measured shots. He saw Harris, at least he assumed it was Harris, lying flat on his back and twitching his right boot like a tap dancer. He saw a woman, her modesty unpreserved thanks to the holes torn in her dress, and saw fresh blood on her, as well as the stains of old blood. He had seen enough people like that over the last month, normal people lifted from their everyday lives and cursed to wander the earth in a ceaseless search for food. This woman had been pretty. had obviously cared about her body and her appearance. Now she was riddled with bullets, staggering back upright to her feet and tearing the air in between the gunshots with that awful screeching noise. Nevin, a third of the way into his second magazine, had still not brought her down. Strauss knew the man, knew that he scored acceptable scores on the range days to qualify on the weapon in his hands, but could only attribute the appalling inaccuracy to fear and panic. Fear and panic were the weapons of their enemy, and his trooper was more danger to himself and his own side than to the lone, unarmed female screecher in front of them. "Cease fire!" he bawled angrily, not caring about the noise, seeing as the automatic fire had likely already attracted every screecher in the area to their location. Nevin stopped, shaking and wide-eyed as he spun towards Strauss and forgetting the basics of weapon discipline. Inadvertently pointing the barrel of a live weapon at his sergeant's chest, Nevin watched as the gun was slapped away from his grip. "Safety that weapon, trooper!" Strauss spat at him, then took 2 swift steps forward to spear Sally Crawford upwards through her open mouth and stop her shrieking for good. He didn't spare her a glance as she fell to slump down, because he was already turning to the reliable man from another crew in his troop. "Harris! Harris!" he said insistently. "Can you hear me?" The moaning and twitching man moved his hand away from his face reluctantly, before clapping it back to the wound and keening more loudly, hearing the sergeant's response. "Oh, fuck," Strauss said, before turning and shouting for a med kit. The Marine spotter arrived first, slapping a heavy gauze pad onto the ragged patch where Harris's right cheek used to be. "You'll be all right, son," he said to the stricken man, as the rest of the troopers picked him up bodily to take him back to the vehicles. Strauss picked up Harris's gun, checked to find that it had not been fired, and looked at the screecher for the first time since he had rendered her safe. He slowly broke his gaze away and looked at Nevin, then back at the woman. Turning back to Nevin again, he inclined his head to indicate for him to move ahead of him. That look alone promised that the matter was far from over. Chapter 4. "Sir, patrol reporting that they are on the way back," Daniels told Johnson, wearing a look that indicated clearly there was still bad news to come. "And?" the SSM asked. "And they are reporting a casualty. One of our troopers has been bitten," Johnson asked in a quiet voice to break the painful silence. "Yes." Johnson took a sharp breath in through his nose before blowing it steadily out of his nose. He asked for an estimated time of their arrival and left. Finding his only superior, ignoring the junior officer who was, in his opinion, a very well-polished turd in a tailored uniform, he cleared his throat to interrupt the conversation Captain Palmer was having with Lieutenant Lloyd of the Marines. "SSM," he acknowledged, reading his facial expression perfectly. "Do we need to speak privately?" "In front of Mr. Lloyd is fine by me, sir," he said with a nod to the lieutenant. Johnson liked Marine officers, as they endured the same hardships as their men, and as such formed a tighter bond with them, he felt. Army officers were sent to what he considered to be the most expensive boarding school going, only to learn to act as though the men under their command were the scum of the earth. No matter how badly they treated the scum, they still fought like the devils, and drilled like guardsmen in the desperate attempt to gain their superiors' acceptance. "One troop is inbound, but they have a casualty," he told them. Palmer's face screwed up in sympathy briefly, and he asked who it was in a concerned voice. "One of the troopers, sir," Johnson told him, suspecting that he might have seen a small drop in the man's shoulder signifying relief. If he had read that right, he could only assume that it was relief that the injury wasn't to a civilian. "It's the nature of the injury that's the cause of concern," Johnson explained. "It's a bite." The two officers looked instantly drawn. "Is he running a fever yet?" asked Lieutenant Lloyd. "No details as yet," Johnson answered, "but they will be here in minutes." "The man needs to be quarantined, Sergeant Major," Lloyd insisted. "One of our chaps was bitten at Heron," he explained, using the Navy's own name for the air squadron at Yeovilton, "and he ran a fever until he died. Then he—" Lloyd paused, then seemed to decide that he had no better way of explaining it. "Then he came back and turned on his mates." "Time frame?" Palmer asked. "From bite to turning?" "Within the hour," was all that Lloyd could say. "If you'll allow me," Johnson asked politely, meaning that he wanted the captain's leave to issue orders ready for the arrival of the returning troop. Palmer nodded and followed him. "Daniels, get the tank moved and rouse the standby troop. I want them at the foot of the bridge, now." Daniels nodded and began to give orders into the array of radio sets in front of him. Not that Johnson saw, as he was already heading down the slope at a jog, to be at the roadway before the others. The standby troop the forces kept at the ready to respond to anything was Sergeant Maxwell's assault troop. He gave Maxwell a short version of events and explained what he needed from him, then turned away as Maxwell gave his own order for 2 men at each end of his long line spread out across the road, who promptly disappeared to bring what they were ordered to. The noise of engines grew until the returning troop rolled in, stopping when instructed before reaching the island itself. The hatch of the lead vehicle, Strauss's, was up, and he held a hand to his ear to hear the question shouted by the SSM. "In the Bedford!" he yelled back, pointing behind him unnecessarily. The armoured cars were waved through and instructed to park. Only Strauss was permitted to leave his wagon, and the others were ordered to shut down their engines but stay where they were. The terrified civilians were first off the truck, their eyes wide and their breathing fast. They were the ones who had been on the island when it had all started, so they hadn't experienced the fear of coming close to the screechers before. Johnson climbed up to see a trooper he couldn't recognize due to the blood and heavy dressing on his face. The man was strapped down, and it took him a moment to recognize that he was secured around the torso, his arms pinned to his sides, with heavy-duty grey tape. Johnson looked to Strauss, who seemed to understand the question. "Couldn't run the risk of him turning and being able to move," he explained simply. Johnson looked at the man's feet, seeing that his knees and ankles were similarly bound. "Trooper?" he asked, giving the man a fairly robust poke in the shoulder. "It's John Harris," Strauss said, earning a grunt from the SSM. "What happened?" "2 of the lads were out back behind the target building. A screecher attacked and bit Harris," he reported bluntly. What he didn't say gave more indications to Johnson than what he did. "And our other man?" "Nevin," Strauss answered simply, making Johnson suppress a growl. "Get him inside," the SSM ordered, then stepped back to allow the flurry of movement his instructions had sparked. He saw the 2 Marines, the sniper and his spotter, talking quietly to their lieutenant, who looked up to meet Johnson's eyes before an apologetic look washed over him. Johnson decided to ask the direct question and walked towards them. The Marine stepped politely aside, allowing the SSM room. "Anything I haven't been told yet?" he asked curtly. The lieutenant looked to his sniper, then back at Johnson, before instructing them. "Tell him." "Sergeant Major," the sniper said politely. "Not my place to say, but your man? Nevin?" "What of him?" Johnson asked, barely keeping the contempt at even hearing the man's name from his words. "He froze. Emptied an entire magazine at the thing and failed to bring it down. He was fucking about, begging your pardon, before that, and was trying to shirk the hard graft," the Marine said without emotion. Johnson couldn't be sure what annoyed the Marine most, the unprofessionalism of the man or the unforgivable inaccuracy of his shooting. Johnson himself could forgive neither. "Thank you," he said. "I trust you'll keep this to yourself." The 3 Marines nodded, and Johnson glanced to the lieutenant to be sure he got the message. "Get yourself squared away, then," he instructed his 2 men, leaving him alone with the SSM. "This is an isolated matter, sir," Johnson told him formally. "One bad apple in my whole squadron, and he won't be an issue again." "I understand, Sergeant Major," Lieutenant Lloyd said in an equally formal tone, "but I'm sure you will also understand that I may be forced to insist on my Marines being present for future missions. We are, after all, the specialist infantry." Johnson had to agree that the man had a point. As proud of his soldiers as he was, the majority at least, they were still reservist cavalrymen and could not expect to measure up under intense pressure against the Royal Marines commandos. "Lieutenant," he said seriously, "I may just insist on that myself, so long as we can get your boys appropriate mounts in the morning." "Make way!" Johnson boomed as he scattered the rubbernecking troopers out of the way. Anyone not directly needed here is to piss off to your duty stations. Now!" he added unnecessarily, as the soldiers had already begun to crowd at the door like rats escaping when the barn lights came on. He found Harris in a bad way, with the Marine's own medic attending to him, seemingly voluntarily. "Fever's already got him, sir," the Marine said, his Midlands accent alien to the South Coast, and his eyes conveying more than the words meant. "Get him comfortable, if you can," he said, then watched as the man administered 2 syrettes of morphine directly into Harris's thigh. The breathing rate stayed high, but the rasping sounds that came from the unconscious man's throat lessened. They watched as the breathing continued to grow steadily slower. Then Harris's open eyes widened with each gasped breath inwards. As the breathing stopped, the tension in his body lessened, and the heat seemed to bleed away from him. Johnson placed a hand to Harris's face, reaching out to close his eyes when the Marine snapped a warning. "Don't!" he said, as he got to his feet and stepped away. "Help me," he said. Then he pulled a strip of the same tape used to secure the body and began to strap his chest down to the table Harris lay on. Passing it under the table as they wrapped it round, ducking and rising with each turn, they both leapt back in unison, as the last time they stood, they were being watched. Harris's eyes, turning in an instant from the dead eyes of a human to the milky orbs of a screecher, were fixed on Johnson. The trooper drew breath in to prepare a shriek of excitement and frustration at being denied his meal, but stopped short as the Marine swore loudly. Harris snapped his head towards the man, fixing him like a computer-aided targeting system, and drew breath in again. He didn't get a chance to issue the shrieking noise, as Johnson's bayonet punched through his right temple and into his brain. Having to use his left hand to hold the flopping skull still, the SSM withdrew the blade with great difficulty. "Training note," he told himself. "Aim for the eye socket, unless you want to lose your bayonet." Silence hung heavy in the room as both living soldiers looked at the twice-dead corpse in disbelief. "That was fast," Johnson said, seeing the man opposite him nodding but keeping his eyes on the body. "Was it that fast with your men?" "What?" the Marine said in confusion. "Oh, not sure. It wasn't our man. It was on the other side of the airbase." "So," Johnson said, trying to frame the question correctly to get the information. "Were you told that your Marine turned that quickly?" he asked, wincing at the terminology he had just used. "They didn't say," he mumbled. "But did you see how quickly he changed?" "I did," Johnson said, then turned to leave the room. "Can you please put my trooper in a bag and we can organize a proper burial?" "Good God, man! You're proposing that we order our men to kill one another at the first sign of injury?" Captain Palmer asked incredulously. The man was so well-bred, so exquisitely mannered, that for him to show such emotion betrayed how truly shocked he was at the suggestion. "If it's from a bite, sir, then yes, but only a bite," Johnson responded flatly. He stood stock still, semi-rigid as though prepared to stand to attention if not most of the way there already. He fixed his eyes on the corner of the ugly picture frame on the wall behind the captain and stared straight through it. "I can't issue that order, SSM," he replied. "It's barbaric. It's inhumane. It's—" He paused, unable to locate the words he wanted to best describe how he felt about the suggestion. "It's just not the way we do things, man." "I appreciate that, sir," Johnson said patiently, "but the fact remains that we are outside the normal parameters of war. This isn't the fight we've been trained for." Palmer sat down in a chair and crossed one leg over the other. In other men the gesture would appear almost feminine, but something about the way he did it made it stylish. Johnson sat down next to him, explaining again how rapidly Harris turned. He described the burning hot fever, how he had been incapacitated almost as soon as the bite occurred, and how, once his breathing had stopped, he was ready to tear chunks out of him inside of a minute. "Sir, if we allow injured men back inside the wire, we will be done for," he said calmly. "I started a procedure today that we need to stick to whenever anyone goes off the island. The returning men have to strip down and be inspected to be sure that nobody is hiding a bite and thinking that they'll get better. They have to have their temperature taken for signs of fever and anyone displaying signs we aren't happy with goes into a holding area. That's the only way we can be sure not to bring back the disease, and yes, it may be barbaric, but by God it is necessary, sir." "Quite right, Sergeant Major," he said, using the enlisted men's vernacular for his rank, as he often did without making it sound unnatural, coming from him. "I trust you'll make the necessary arrangements whilst I pass this on to our naval colleagues?" "Consider it done, sir," Johnson replied, because him asking permission from the captain was a formality. He had given the orders 20 minutes prior to the meeting. "On your feet! 'Tention!" Strauss barked, seeing Nevin fly up to his full height and stamp to attention as Johnson walked in the room. Nevin's face registered many things: guilt, dread, remorse, as well as fear that the sergeant major would hit him again. "Thank you, Harry," he said, not taking his eyes off the trooper before him. "Sir," Sergeant Strauss answered, then left the room. Nevin's eyes flickered towards the doorway, knowing that the last witness had just left him alone. "What am I to do with you, Nevin?" Johnson asked in a low voice, receiving no answer. "It occurs to me that you might be fucking up intentionally to try and avoid work," he said, as he took a step back and looked down on the man. "Which I thought was the reason for your stunts in the Royal," he mused out loud, meaning the Royal Arms where the fight had broken out. "Do you want to get locked up, Nevin? Do you want to get your arm broken so you don't have to go out there and you can stay here where it's safe and no nasty screechers want to bite your face off?" At the mention of biting faces, Nevin quailed, and Johnson knew he had broken the facade. "Tell me what happened to Harris," he ordered him in the same measured voice, "and in case you're thinking about leaving any details out, I already know. I just want to hear it from you." That bluff, a common one with senior NCOs, was one that no soldier in their right mind would bet against. Men at that level seemed to have eyes in the back of their head, in addition to their ability to read minds and hear the faintest of whispers clearly over long distances. "I told Sergeant Strauss I needed a shit, sir. He instructed Harris to go with me, and I stalled for time to avoid the work detail," he admitted in clear, confident sentences. "One of them came out of the woods and I tried to warn him. He didn't believe me. It bit him, and I fired on it, but the fire was ineffective." Johnson stepped closer again to interrupt him. Everything Nevin had said rang true with the story Strauss had told him. "So you avoided work, put another trooper in danger to cover your charade, then you were too much of a clown to warn the man that he was in said danger, and then," he snarled, "then you panicked like a child and wasted ammunition until your sergeant had to save you. Tell me if I'm wrong." "No, sir," Nevin said flatly. "No, sir," Johnson mocked him, as though Nevin had woken up and decided to play the soldier a little too late. "You've got a man killed, put a dozen others in jeopardy, shamed your unit, and embarrassed us all in front of the regulars, the Navy and the Marines. You are a fucking liability." "Yes, sir," Nevin said, his voice cracking. "Christ, man, a child is more worth to my squadron than you are." Chapter 5. Peter always wanted to be a soldier. He knew that he had to wait for his 16th birthday, and that his parents had to sign a letter giving him permission to do so, effectively handing their child over to the army. Peter was fine with that, and he doubted if his parents would have missed him if they had both still been alive. That was his plan to escape, to get away from them and the life he had endured, and it was nothing to do with seeing the world or learning a useful trade. It was just a means of escape. In many ways, the sudden change in his existence, of having to hide from people who wanted to hurt him, meant little variation to him. But instead of the abusive parents he'd had to contend with, he had to try not to get eaten. He kept to his new routine of resting up in the daytime and moving every second or third night, sometimes only half a mile, and other times much, much further, as the distances between villages could be vast for short legs. This decision to become partly nocturnal, like all the adaptations to his new life, was less of a cognitive process and more of a feeling that he acted upon. He probably couldn't have articulated those decisions very well, but they had kept him safe and, more importantly, thriving. On one of the days when the sunlight was dancing off the tiny particles of dust floating in the air, as the beam of yellow light streamed through the gap in the thin curtains he had drawn, noises brought him out of the sleep he had been in. He shuffled over to the edge of the mattress, crossing the distance on the soft double bed he was treating himself to sleeping in, and swung his legs down. Slipping his feet into the new trainers he had found in a previous house, he stepped lightly to the window and knelt down so that he wasn't obviously visible should anyone glance up at him. He told himself anyone instead of anything, because, as far as he knew, the zombies didn't drive cars. Peeking through the gap at the side of the curtain so that he didn't move them, he watched as a dirty, dull blue-coloured car drove up. It was about the same size as the one his parents had, and it rocked slightly as it was stopped by the handbrake. The engine was off, and a man climbed out from behind the wheel to look around in all directions. He had a beard that didn't seem right, didn't seem deliberate somehow, like it didn't suit him, and wide eyes in the gap between that beard and the unruly haystack of hair on top of his head. Those eyes scanned up and down the sparsely populated street they were on, and evidently assured him that they were alone, because he reached back inside the car and took out a long crowbar, which he took with him to a house. He used it to stab into the wood near the lock of the door, then he turned back over his shoulder, calling out to the car and gesturing with his head. The sound of the car door opening drifted up to Peter, hidden by the small tree that obscured the rest of the vehicle from his view, and another man walked reluctantly over to join the first man, with his shoulders sagging, as though being forced out of the seat had annoyed him. He put his body next to the bearded man, and they leaned their combined weight against the long edge of the metal bar, making the sounds of cracking and splintering wood echo up to the young boy watching them in secret. He watched them go into the house, heard the distant muffled sound of glass breaking, then it was his turn for his eyes to grow wide as a scream ripped out of the open door 3 times louder than the sound of the smashed glass. Peter stayed glued to the show, unable to move, and freezing in some form of self-preservation response, and he watched in horror as the bearded man reappeared at the front door, dragging something behind him. The burden must have been heavy, because the thing he was dragging seemed to be dragging him back. Then it screamed again, spun around, revealing shoulder-length dark blonde hair plastered to its face, and began to hit at the hand locked on to the collar of her jacket. The other man, younger and smaller but now far more alert than he had been going in, enthusiastically followed her out, and offered encouragement by way of light kicks to her legs and backside. She screamed and struggled, trying to get back inside the house at any cost. Peter's eyes narrowed and his heart grew cold. It was 50-50 which house he had decided on that morning, choosing the one he was in because the moonlight had shone on it, and it gave him a better view through the downstairs windows. He felt a mix of relief that they weren't taking him, and guilt that he had chosen differently, and someone else was suffering. And she was suffering. The man with the beard hit her hard 2 or 3 times, before dragging her up and forcing her into the car. The door was shut on her, leaving her lying flat on the back seat as the screaming and struggling stopped. Peter thought that they must have hurt her badly or knocked her out, then gasped and moved back involuntarily from the window as he saw both men looking in his direction. Inching back towards the window, he looked down in horror as one of the men went out of sight under the mantel of the front door, just as the thud of metal on wood echoed up the stairs. Peter rose to his feet carefully, his unfastened trainers slipping slightly as he reached for his jumper and bags. He never went to sleep undressed, not fully, anyway, and his bags were never left in an unpacked state. He made for the doorway, stopping to look at the dark space under the bed and dismissing it instantly as too obvious. He knew, again not that he could articulate it, that getting downstairs and out via the back door was an impossibility, as the sounds from the ground floor of the door breaking were already loud. Instead he turned, looked at the 3 doors in the upstairs landing, and selected the one that he knew would be the airing cupboard. Opening it, he placed his 2 bags on the lower shelf and slipped the sawn-off shotgun out of the top of his backpack. Climbing into the first partition, the one just below eye height, he rolled over the stack of folded sheets to a space behind them and pulled the door as far to being closed as he could from inside, where there was no handle. He clutched the handle of the shotgun, with the shortened pitchfork pressing uncomfortably into his back as he couldn't bring it to bear in the cramped confines of the cupboard. The shelf above him blacked out the light, as it was full of stacked towels, and he pulled a light pink sheet over him to complete the transformation. He drew in a breath, held it to absorb the smell of clean laundry, then let it out slowly, just as the front door splintered inwards. Muffled sounds from downstairs made him think about the layout. The heavy, thudding sounds of boots moving over the wooden floors in the hallway and lounge. The almost sticky sounds of the soles of those boots on kitchen linoleum. Then the near-silent footfalls betrayed by creaking steps as those boots came up to his level. He shifted the grip on the shotgun, the cold metal of the shortened barrels feeling slippery in his warm hand, and he concentrated on keeping himself still and quiet. A loud crash indicated the boot forcing its way into the bathroom. The sound of the cupboard being opened and slammed back closed painted a picture in Peter's mind, and the footsteps, going soft again, told him that the search was continuing into the room he had just vacated. He closed his eyes, recalling the picture his mind had taken when he left, and assuring himself that he had left no sign that anyone was there now. He heard the footsteps pause, heard the sound of the curtains being snatched open, and then drawers being opened and closed roughly. The sound of a car horn from outside made Peter jump, biting his lip to keep quiet, as the man searching the house snarled just past the partly open door. "Fucking idiot," he muttered. Peter held his breath, willing the swearing owner of the heavy boots to go back downstairs. Agonizing seconds ticked by before he did, letting Peter allow himself precious seconds to breathe and slow his heaving chest. He listened to more shouts outside, unable to make out the words, but highly attuned as a natural empath to the moods of others to know that the voice was angry. The car started, a belt in the engine shrieked in protest, and the sounds of the engine died away. Peter relaxed. That was a bizarre side effect of his low standard of life before this happened. He could correctly recognize and detect a person's mood in seconds, often without them even saying anything. It was how he survived his family, how he knew when to make himself scarce to avoid becoming the focus of unwanted attention. He climbed carefully out of the airing cupboard, gathered his belongings, and crept down the stairs to peer into the sunlight, to make sure that both men had left in the car. He felt bad for the woman, but some part of him was grateful that it was her, and not him, as his young brain didn't fully comprehend why she would be valuable to the men. He tightened the straps on his bag and looked up and down both sides of the road, expecting at least one of the things to have come to investigate the noises they had made. He saw none, but he knew that didn't mean they weren't coming. Just as he went to walk in the direction they hadn't driven off in, a noise from the house opposite caught his attention. Stepping closer so that the roofline of the house blocked the sun that shone directly in his face, his eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Standing just beyond the broken front door, eyes rubbed red and nose streaming, was a girl who couldn't have been more than 4 years old. Johnson used a commandeered car to visit the 3 sections of sandy beach on their tiny rock that had been deemed vulnerable to a seaborne attack. Perhaps attack wasn't the right word, but the little patches of smooth approach from the water were vulnerable if they considered how many screechers might be milling about in the low tide and likely to wash up there by random chance. He watched the tall fence posts being driven deep into the sand and the wire being strung between the posts. Walking up to one strand snaking diagonally across the height of his chest, he reached out to twang the cord of viciously barbed, twisted metal and felt it give a few inches. Opening his mouth to ask why the wire was neither straight nor strung tightly, he closed it again. The design was intended to keep an unthinking human body wrapped up until such time as a man with a fixed bayonet could render it safe. He completed his rounds, finding the materials in place for the other defences, but the work not yet underway. He was pleased to see that 3 men were at the beaches, alert and confident. Being in a civilian vehicle allowed Johnson to drive past slowly and not interfere, and it also allowed the men to pretend that they hadn't seen their commander and continue their vigil. He found the troop sergeants, giving them the written orders to reinforce the difficult words he said. "Jesus!" cursed the commander of the assault troop, Maxwell.
Really?
Afraid so, Maxwell, Johnson answered solemnly. Anyone outside the wire from now on has to go into quarantine for 3 hours, which we think is more than enough time to be sure there aren't any infections. Maxwell nodded his understanding, with his discomfort evident on his face. I need you fit for the morning, Simon, Johnson told him in a tone of voice that conveyed his confidence in the sergeant and his men. I need 2 wagons from your troop to run the operation.
Just 2?
Maxwell asked him with a furrowed brow.
Yes, 2 Spartans and 2 Bedfords with the Marines. Your men can help get a few Saracens up and running, hit the ammo dump, then everyone moves out.
Everyone? Maxwell asked, letting Johnson know that some communication between Army and Navy clearly existed.
Apart from a few who will be waiting for the helicopters to load another few tons of kit, Johnson confirmed.
But you want the armour gone by that time, obviously? Maxwell asked him, not imagining that his commander would risk having vehicles in the open with the sound of 2 helicopters, attracting every screecher inside a wide area directly onto them.
Indeed I do, Johnson answered. 5 a.m., if you please.
He finished, giving the time as a statement and not a question. Maxwell nodded, and the 2 men broke away. Johnson spoke with the officer commanding the Marines, reiterated the plan, then checked the troop guarding the causeway and turned in for the night. Because he had won the argument to lead the mission, leaving in the dark pre-dawn. Peter froze, almost unable to comprehend what his eyes were seeing. The child was no longer crying, but simply staring at him and giving an occasional spasm of inward breath with a trembling lower lip, as her dark golden hair was stuck to one side of her face. The startling similarity between her and the woman he had seen being dragged away made it clear to him that there was an obvious family connection. Peter turned away, hearing a gasp and a small sob, so he turned back and took a step towards her, which made her whimper and take an involuntary step backwards. The sporadic gasps of inward breath that made her small chin convulse had slowed now, but her red-rimmed eyes still stayed locked on Peter, despite their puffy appearance. Slowly, Peter crouched to put down the pitchfork and bag, then slipped one arm out of the straps of his backpack and swung the bag to his front, all the while keeping his eyes on the girl in case she bolted. Reaching carefully inside, he found the thing he wanted near to the top and pulled it out. Holding out the sagging, tired-looking stuffed lamb towards her, he gave it a small shake as though trying to entice her with it. Its limp limbs wobbled comically when he shook it, and she rewarded him with a tiny giggle and took a hesitant half-step towards him. The 2, both on the same eye level, as Peter was still crouching down, were separated by only 10 feet of open air, and the threshold of the broken house, when another noise sounded. It tore the air, making both of them jump as the hissing, screeching shriek struck fear into him and sheer terror into the girl. He snatched up his things as he moved forwards, seeing her shrink away but not run. Evidently her mind recognized that some things were more frightening than others. Peter thrust the lamb into her arms as he threw the bag back around onto his back, then readied his pitchfork after pushing the door closed without being able to shut it. Nothing happened. Behind him the girl, stiff, sniffed and sobbed very softly, but did not cry out loud. Probably a reaction she had been forced to learn quickly, or she wouldn't have survived that long. When Peter could no longer stand the tension, he rose slightly and handed the girl the other bag he couldn't carry if he wanted to use both hands on the weapon, and he nodded to reassure her as she took it awkwardly. He ushered her towards the nearest door and tried to get her inside, but she shook her head and her chin began to tremble once more. Peter knelt before her, telling her in a tiny whisper that it was okay and that he wouldn't hurt her, and that she should stay inside and be very quiet. He told himself he was saying anything just to get her to hide in silence, but when he promised her he wouldn't leave her, something hardened in his heart, and he realized in that tiny split-second moment that he meant those words. The shriek sounded again, closer this time, and from just the other side of the shattered doorframe. Peter pushed the girl backwards and closed the door in her face to plunge her into the darkness of the pantry cupboard, then stepped quickly to the side of the entrance that led directly into the kitchen. The door pushed open, tentatively at first, then harder, as the thing outside must have smelled them. It stepped inside and swept its head to the right, just as the fingers of Peter's left hand found something behind him on the wall. On instinct, snatching up the small bunch of keys from the hook, he tossed them out ahead of him, and watched as the thing took 2 fast, staggering paces towards the sound the keys made as they hit the wooden floor. Then he struck. Taking his own strides into the fight, he thrust upwards just as the thing turned. Both spikes of his pitchfork had been aimed to penetrate vertically into the skull of the monster via the neck, but the speed with which it turned threw off his aim, and resulted in the prongs coming out of the face without damaging the brain. The hideous image this gave took away his courage momentarily, but at least the injury he had inflicted served to keep the beast's maw firmly closed as it tried to close its fingers on him. Taking his right hand off the shaft of the pitchfork, he reached for the single spike. Once a piece cut off the tool, which he now carried as a weapon, and he twirled it in his fingers to reach upwards and spear the stinking thing in its left eye. The struggle ended instantly, with the zombie sinking to the ground as he withdrew both weapons. Only then did he see the monster as the person it used to be, a young woman, younger than the one he had seen dragged not long before from the very house he was in now. She was wearing the light blue tunic of a nurse, and she had the curious look of half a perm, as the left side of her hair was matted to her skull with dried blood. He read the badge on her chest, Joanne, and the logo of a care home for the elderly he had seen when he had first walked into the village a few days before. A creaking noise made him ready the weapon again and bare his teeth in natural response to a physical threat, and he dropped both instantly when he saw the little girl had pushed open the door of the cupboard he had put her in. Stepping around the kitchen counter that luckily blocked her view of the dead thing, he took her hand and led her out of the back door. Chapter 6. A clear 30 minutes before the 4 a.m. wake-up, in readiness for that start time of their 5 a.m. mission, Dean Johnson had already risen, shaved in a small sink of cold water, dressed for combat, and was finishing his second cup of coffee. This was his normal morning routine. Get up, drink coffee, go about his business and drink another coffee. On the days when he really meant it, he could get himself squared away so efficiently that he could pour both drinks from the same kettle and drink them both hot. He was not a man, as he put it, to fuck about. When there was work to do, he always had the mindset of getting it done as quickly and efficiently as possible. Then, when there was nothing left to do, finding something worthwhile until the end of the day. In his civilian life, that of being a skilled mechanic working on the larger engines of heavy haulage trucks, he was so far ahead of his peers because by the time they rolled into work, he had already done 3 hours' worth and had broken the back of the day's tasks before his first break. In stark contrast to his military career, this hard work left him working on the shop floor and not scaling the ladder to management, simply because he was too damned valuable where he was. That wasn't to say they didn't pay him well, and most of what he learned was useful in his military time, as the armoured vehicles of the British Army weren't especially known for their reliability. Now, seemingly wearing his SSM persona in a permanent way, he opened his mouth wider to take in the very end of his coffee, which he drank in that NATO standard milk and 2, just as he took his tea, and he made the same mistake that everyone did in their life at some point and underestimated how much liquid was left. Putting the cup down, with his cheeks inflated like a greedy hamster, his eyes widened as he forced down the large swallow and coughed slightly. The small billet he had been allocated was a thin but tall townhouse near to the causeway entrance, and the small square that housed the official pub of the military personnel, as well as the hall that was used as their mixed forces headquarters. Being the only 3 senior NCOs, he, Rochefort, and the naval chief petty officer were allocated a room each. The houses next door had been offered as more spacious accommodation to the officers, which Johnson was glad that he didn't have to endure, as no doubt they would turn it into an officers' mess at some point and try to outbrag each other with their exploits. The exception to both rules lay with the Royal Marines, as both their officer and their sergeant insisted on billeting with the men, crammed into 3 houses in the next street. The island was inhabited to about a third of its usual population, the other portion having upped and left to God only knew where when the fur began to fly. The remaining people, About 400 of them had welcomed the soldiers cautiously, but had treated the refugees they had brought with them like honoured guests, and integrated them quickly to replace the families who were not expected to return. The refugees numbered close to 100 family, friends, and other survivors, who the soldiers had found along the way. Now there was the better part of 1,000 people living on an island that easily catered for almost 3,000. Given that the single causeway, road, bridge, in and out, now had no parapets protecting it from the short drop into the swirling current and was blocked by a chieftain tank, the human traffic of regular movement had all but stopped. Johnson knew that the food and supplies issue would raise its head again soon, likely that afternoon. But that morning was about sustenance to feed something more important than the now unemployed civilian population. Today was about finding bullets to feed their machine guns. In their few skirmishes prior to the Battle of the Bridge, they had expended phenomenal amounts of ammunition to counter the massing hordes of stumbling corpses, and they were down to enough rounds per wagon to barely equip them for another defence. They had expended a fair amount of the larger 30mm rounds for the cannons on the Foxes, but 7.62 was the magic number. They had 12 Fox cars, 4 of the quick and light-tracked Spartans in Maxwell's assault troop, as well as the 2 larger versions of those tracked vehicles in the 2 command Sultans. Each of those 18 vehicles had a big, reliable GPMG machine gun, and that was before the 2 chieftain tanks counted their 2 per wagon. On top of that, the SLRs of the small Royal Military Police and the new SA-80 rifles of the Royal Marines took different ammunition again. The men of the Yeomanry Squadron were relatively well off for the 9mm rounds to feed their personal weapons, but seeing as their specialist form of fighting didn't primarily involve being outside of their armour too much, that wasn't a priority. Their stockpile, however, still needed doubling to be on the safe side. There were also rations, fuel, tools, spare parts, all to be considered, and that was where he had managed to force his way onto the mission. Captain Palmer, as capable and quick-witted as he was in contrast to his obnoxious and spoilt younger brother, saw the benefit in Johnson's claim and also knew with utter certainty that he hadn't been played like a fiddle. "It's not a matter of seniority in command, sir," Johnson told him in a placatory voice. "It's simply that I know instantly what the parts for the vehicles are and how many of what we need." "And," Palmer said as he completed the thought out loud, "we can't very well both of us go, as we would be leaving the remaining soldiers without army leadership. God forbid our chap should come under Navy control." So it was agreed. Palmer would stay and quarterback the whole mission via the command headquarters. His choice of words made Johnson frown as he thought of how to phrase the question. Palmer saw the look and told him anyway. "My first posting in Germany," he said, "was with an American unit as liaison. I spent more time in an Abrams than I did in a chieftain for a little under a year before my chaps deployed for a large training exercise, and I got to go back. Some things one just sort of absorbs, if you follow my meaning." Johnson did, and if he was honest with himself, he was a little jealous. Shaking that away, he tried not to smile too much at having shoehorned himself into a key position before the bureaucracy of the military served up another plate of humble pie for him to eat and forced him back down the chain of command even further. He was surprised that hadn't happened already, as there was obviously an element of command and control still in play, and apparently, floating at sea, was a growing fleet of allied nations becoming involved. He was certain that after the arrival of the Navy and Marines, bearing the knowledge that their senior commanders were still in charge, they would send a major, or at least a colonel, to take over command of the Army's rescues on land. That hadn't happened, and over the coming days it was clear that their little green slice of southern England was relatively unimportant to the bigger picture, where the disease had already spread over Ireland and mainland Britain. There were pockets of survivors here and there, according to the eyes very high up in the skies, but anything resembling a large town or city was destroyed. The main concern, Johnson had soon realized, was the spread over continental Europe. He was entirely ignorant of the how part, and he doubted that if anyone floating out in the Channel knew, they would bother to tell a reservist warrant officer. But the disease, which was believed to have originated in London, had found its way to a Paris outskirt within a day. His mind ran riot, thinking that it could only be that someone who was infected had got onto a boat or passenger ferry and been inadvertently taken to France, where they had started biting people like there was no tomorrow. That was how the British Army of the Rhine was so heavily engaged, and why the thought of their return to British shores to eradicate the outbreak there was an impossibility. They were, for the most part, on their own. What he didn't know, and could probably have worked out for himself, had he been in a sufficiently dark mood as to contemplate such things, was what was happening in the wider world. The United States, as was sensible, had ceased all movement into the mainland. Traffic in and out of Canada was allowed, but their southern borders were closed by a massive mobilization of the National Guard, and their seaward borders were patrolled day and night by the combined might of the Navy and Coast Guard. There was a widespread decree from their president that there was no way on God's green earth the disease would enter their land. There was widespread outcry for the U.S. to bring her troops home to fight the good fight, but on that subject the president was ominously silent. The South American continent, much in the same way, mirrored those actions, as did Australia and many African provinces and Japan, along with any island nation in possession of their own naval forces or under the protection of another country. What was most worrying, however, was the posturing of the Soviet Union. "Morning, chaps," Johnson said in a low voice, out of respect for the ungodly hour. The assembled Marines, almost all of them, he guessed, were clustered together near the 2 Bedford trucks parked ready the previous night to carry them to the camp. The same camp that the army had sensibly abandoned before the tide of dead had swelled to a size that would have washed over those thin fences and swept them away. He received the expected grunts in response, some calling him sir and others using his rank, but none of them offering any disrespect. The smell of hexablocks, the solid fuel used to heat water in their mess tins, mixed with a waft of cigarette smoke as he passed the men. Maxwell was ready, using the wagon that he had fixed in record time under interesting circumstances during their recent battle. He'd had to repair the gearbox linkage before their tenuous position had come under friendly fire and forced them to abandon the vehicle and give themselves yet another obstacle to overcome. He had made the repair, incredibly, and had limped home to regain the safety of the island just before the horde had reached them. The reason Johnson had chosen Maxwell, other than the fact that he was a capable leader of troops, was that he commanded the faster tracked vehicles and the other sergeant he trusted had lost a man the day before. Putting the remaining men of one troop straight into another mission was out of the question, and Johnson had to admit to himself that although the men of the other 2 troops were effective at performing their conventional roles, he didn't think they had fully switched on to their new reality. Leaving those men as steady guards of their island, and confident that they could serve their guns effectively should the need arise, he elected to take the men most accustomed to dismounted reconnaissance. Half of his assault troop were in their 2 chosen Spartans, with another 4 of them designated for the front seats of the Bedford trucks that would transport the Marines. Johnson climbed aboard the front Bedford's cabin, relegating his trooper to the breezy, canvas-backed rear section, and he opened the window to rest the barrel of his Sterling submachine gun on the ledge. The driver, the round-faced and smiling trooper Povey, was rolling a cigarette when Johnson climbed up, and he turned to see Povey offering the little cylinder to him. Johnson didn't smoke as a habit, but he was known to feel the urge from time to time. "Thanks," he said, reaching out and taking the smoke, allowing the trooper to light it, before leaning back to watch him roll a replacement with deft fingers. The men knew that the time for hot drinks and cigarettes would end soon, as they would be observing hard routine, just as they would in any danger area, because they couldn't run the risk of attracting the screechers through something as unnecessary as tea or a smoke. Just as the sun began to rise, Captain Palmer stepped out of the headquarters building and raised a tin mug in salute to the big man riding shotgun in the big green truck as they set off gently down the slope. Chapter 7. The phone rang, shattering the underground silence and echoing terribly. The man in the white coat ran for it, snatching up the handset and hunching down as he cradled it with both hands for the precious promise of life that it could bring. "Hello? Hello?" he hissed into it desperately, hoping that he hadn't imagined it again and that there was actually someone there this time. "Professor Grohl?" inquired an efficient and polite female voice from the other end. "Yes," he croaked, then cleared his throat. "Yes, I'm Professor Gruel. Who is calling?" he asked, wincing as he heard the mania in his voice, but was powerless to prevent it escaping. "Hold, please," was all he heard. Then a click on the line, and he was certain that he'd imagined it. He flopped backwards against the wall next to the phone and slid down to sit on his heels. If he wasn't rationing his food to the point that he was borderline hyperglycemic constantly, he might have had the tears to spare. But as it was, his body would not part with anything it could still use. He sobbed with dry eyes as he suffered another minor panic attack, reliving the terrifying events of the last 3 weeks spent underground. He had been mostly underground for a few months before it all went wrong. But before his experiments for the government of which country he couldn't be entirely sure, went wrong and released hell on earth, he had at least been free to leave. He had no clue how severe the outbreak had been, but he knew enough to realize that nobody had come to rescue him yet, so that meant things obviously weren't going too well topside. He was a leading expert on biological outbreaks, with a background in applied chemistry, which had allowed him to create and test the perfect pathogen to destabilize a foreign country. That knowledge sadly offered him little solace now, not knowing what was happening outside of his underground lab, which he had managed to secure by some small miracle. By combining a particularly aggressive strain of rabies, courtesy of the Americans, with his own modified version of meningitis, he had created the perfect antidote to humanity, and had inadvertently unleashed a plague destined to make his own species consume itself into oblivion. The outbreak caused by the human testing phase of his work had at least been contained in the lab, but the protocols had sorely overlooked the unexpected side effects, and the team sent in to help those trapped inside were the ones who released the infected into the streets of South London on a Friday afternoon. Gruel had been trapped inside a small storeroom with no water and had suffered for 2 days, until he finally steeled himself to make a desperate bid for freedom, or at least another room that had food and water. He had found rolls of insulating wrap in that storeroom, and had wound it around himself as a crude form of bite protection, in readiness for his escape attempt. Events above ground, as devastating as they were to the entire southeast, and spreading west with enough raw power to halt an armoured column heading to restore order to the capital, had actually saved him from death by dehydration or worse. When the gathering mob above ground began to move with some bizarre, unknown, singular purpose, and started to march together, the 2 lurching former colleagues who were camped outside the door to his storeroom were distracted by the sound they were all making, and stumbled their way towards the exit to join the exodus. Feeling desperate, he psyched himself up to fight his way out, only for that desperation to turn to foolishness, as he shouted a short squawk of challenge to the empty corridor. Realizing that his besiegers had gone, he forced the main door closed and locked it, returning to the carnage that used to be his state-of-the-art lab. There were parts of bodies strewn over the floors, which he tried not to look at, but the most worrying discovery was the test subjects still strapped to their gurneys. Some had tipped themselves over in their thrashing attempts to reach flesh with their teeth, and Gruel watched in horror as they seemed to emerge from a state of dormancy when he walked in the room. Their cloudy eyes fixed on him, and any noise he made fired them up until they began to shriek and hiss and snap their teeth together in his direction, as though they could bite their way to him despite being restrained. As traumatized as he was still a scientist who felt not only personally responsible for the catastrophe, but believed he could fix it. He first looked at the only test subjects to be still, and saw a pair of surgical clamps buried through the right eye socket of one. Another appeared normal to look at, but closer inspection revealed the hilt of a scalpel protruding from the base of the skull. Over the next few days he took samples from them after doubling the restraints, and being very careful to never make contact with them without protective gear. He collected the samples and his test results, then dispatched all of the still living men. Not living, he supposed, but at least still moving. "Professor!" asked a voice from the phone, startling him back to the present. "I'm here," he said. "Who is this?" "Commander Briggs of Her Majesty's Royal Navy," came the insistent response. "Professor, I can't be certain that this form of communication will last long, so I need you to answer my questions as efficiently as possible. Do you understand?" "Yes," Gruel stammered. Are you injured or infected? No. Is the lab still secure? Is it accessible from the outside? Yes, Gruel said, then thought before answering the second part. And I'd need to open it from inside. Do you have hazardous material from the lab, and is it secure? Yes, in a hard case. I have blood and tissue samples and— Please, Briggs interrupted in an admonishing tone. Brevity and accuracy are key here, Professor. Do you have supplies to last for a month or more? No. Do you have supplies to last up to a month? No. Damn it, Briggs said, cursing him pointlessly. Can you hold out for a fortnight? Gruel did the mental calculations again, having emptied every piece of edible material into the lab onto the large table in the common area. 11 days, maximum, he said weakly, hearing breathing and a pause on the other end of the line. We will attempt an extraction as soon as possible, Briggs told him. We will attempt to use this method of communication to warn you closer to the time, but it may not be possible. Be ready. The phone clicked again, and the line went dead. Please, Gruel said in a small voice. Don't leave me alone. Talk to me, please. He dropped the phone and sat with his back to the wall as the swinging handset bumped off his shoulder with a pendulum motion. Just then, whether from sadness, desperate loneliness, or relief, the tears came and would not stop. Chapter 8. Thank you, Private, said Kimberly Perkins to the soldier flanking Sergeant Croft with a cup of tea. No, miss, he said, looking confused. I'm a trooper, not a private. Oh, she exclaimed, as she looked up from the strong-smelling tea cupped in both hands. Sorry, what's the difference, if you don't mind me asking? Trooper Cooper, as much as he had heard of the jokes about his name and rank, didn't mind at all. He glanced at Sergeant Croft, seemingly to ask for permission to engage in idle chit-chat with the civilians, and he received a nod of consent. Cooper sat next to the young woman, seeing her shrink slightly away and self-consciously fuss with the hair on the left side of her face to hide the bumpy skin of the scar. We are a squadron, see, made up of troops of troopers, but the infantry has regiments made up of companies of privates. There are some gunners and fusiliers and scalies, but— Croft cleared his throat loudly without looking up from his clipboard, and Cooper amended his explanation. I mean, signalmen, he said sheepishly, so it depends on where you get put in the army. Oh, Kimberly said again, as she looked up into his kind face. So the men with the red berets and different guns are privates? No, miss, Cooper chuckled. They're all— He paused to look at Croft's back and evidently decided against using the nickname he had loaded ready to fire. They are Royal Military Policemen, RMPs, and they come out of the factory as Lance Jacks, so they can order people around like, he said, unaware that his explanation raised more questions than it answered. Lance Jacks? She asked, confused. Yeah, half-screws, one-stripers, lance-corporals. Except their sergeant, who is a sergeant, obviously, he responded. Lay off, Cooper, Croft said tiredly. Can't you see you're confusing the lady? It's fine, Sergeant, Kimberly said with a smile. Bullshit does baffle brains, after all. Croft gave her a warm smile, guessing incorrectly that she had heard the terminology from one of the men in his squadron. But I'm not Thank you, Cooper, Croft interrupted quickly. Off you go now. Cooper rose, looking slightly hurt, but Kimberly treated him to a kind smile from the visible side of her face, and that pleased him. As he left, Quartermaster Sergeant Rochefort walked in and sat down with a nod to Kimberly. Tea, Andy? Croft said. Yes, please, Tom, he replied tiredly, then rubbed his face. Kimberly smiled again. She loved to watch people interact, especially soldiers, and sought no bigger change in them than when their subordinates left them in peace and they could revert to their peer group settings. The exception to this, she found, was the officers, who seemed to retain the same lofty sense of superiority regardless. Seeing the two tall, confident men relax made her feel more at ease, and she almost let out a small titter of laughter when the two men moaned and groaned at their aching joints as they sat down. Miss Perkins, Andy Rochefort said, how are you on this fine, if not rather early morning? I'm well, thank you, Staff, she answered, betraying that she had been doing her own research other than to ask Cooper. "Andy, please," he said with a smile. "Very well, then. But you can call me Kimberly, just not Kim," she said in a voice that invited no disobedience or further inquiry. "Understood, loud and clear," he answered. "No, I also understand there are some concerns from the people." "Yes, well, not so much concerns as needs, really," she said, fidgeting with her hair again and automatically turning her face so that she spoke to them sideways. "The supplies from the shop are all gone, as you know, and there are people, ladies specifically, who need certain things." "Ah," Rochefort said, intuiting the subject she was trying to raise without needing her to use the words. The dead giveaway for this was the sudden absence of the men appointed to the task of ensuring effective two-way communication. "Say no more. I presume you have a list available of the items?" Kimberly did, and she gratefully handed over the folded piece of paper from the sheaf in front of her. "There are other pressing matters," she went on, "other than the island-wide shortage of toilet paper." The three of them chuckled politely at the small joke, allowing other matters to be brought up. Kimberly inquired politely about the soldiers who had left that morning, asking when they might be back, just as a rushing, intense noise filled the air above the building they were in and blasted away with a dizzying Doppler effect which was repeated seconds later. "That would be their taxi going to collect them now," Croft said with a smile, as Kimberly tried to figure out the logistical sense in what he said. The gates of the camp came into sight of Maxwell's wagon at the head of the convoy of 4. The 2 vulnerable trucks were in the middle, with the other tracked vehicle at the rear. They moved fast, keeping a good distance in between their vehicles, and only stopped when they reached the gates. More than a few screechers had wandered out in the road after they had passed, and 2 had even stepped out in front of them to be crushed under the tracks of the lead wagon. Johnson, from his elevated position in the first truck, offering a good view ahead, guessed that these were 2 of the leader types of screecher, the ones the Marines had been calling lemurs. Faster and more capable they might have been, but they couldn't evade 10 tons travelling at over 55 miles per hour. Maxwell dismounted with the other trooper from his wagon, leaving the driver in place, and pulled the gates open to allow the 4 vehicles inside. There was a fleeting urge in Johnson's mind that they should cowboy it, that they should just bust through the gates like in a film. He brushed that thought away almost immediately as stupidity. He would never destroy a perfectly good barricade which could be used against the enemy. They closed the gates afterwards, jogged back to their mount and drove on. The camp was a big place, and when they had resided there briefly, they'd only used a portion of it and kept the fences clear. They had to push much further in to achieve their objective this time, and the mood in each vehicle felt tauter and more expectant with every inch they travelled. The enormous hangars filled with vehicles, found easily, as the man driving the lead wagon had been there many times, was opened to reveal the rows of angular, brutish lumps on their 4 massive wheels. The Marines had all dismounted when they stopped, pouring from the back of the trucks to the rhythmic noise of boots hitting the tarmac, to take up defensive positions, as the others sorted out the selection and starting of 4 Saxon armoured personnel carriers. The 4 men assigned to drive were all from the yeomanry, seeing as armoured vehicles were primarily their arena, even though none of them had ever driven them. They were deep inside the complex layers of fenced sections, so highly unlikely to encounter any enemy, but that didn't prevent the Marines from demonstrating their fieldcraft, which seemed to come as naturally to them as breathing. Johnson paused a moment to take in the sight of them, either lying flat or kneeling to cover every square inch of approach through the sights of their new weapons, with the alien appearance of the magazine being housed behind the trigger grip. The Marines were very different from the men of Johnson's squadron, and as their new trucks rolled out, they climbed aboard via the double doors at the rear. 2 trucks came under the direct command of their officer, and the other 2 of the sergeant who had been introduced to Johnson as Bill Hampton. He was at ease with his men, never seeming to feel the need to issue orders, but simply stating what he needed them to do, and they did it. The current drills were nothing new, as they'd become accustomed to that kind of transport in Northern Ireland, albeit in the previous generation of armoured car. The 2 men, Lieutenant Lloyd and Sergeant Hampton, nodded to one another, and the sergeant climbed aboard to lead his 2 trucks away. This was part of the plan, sending back half of their commandos as soon as they were mobile, and the second half remained with the 2 tanks and Bedfords. They opened another massive building attached to the workshops and took box after box of vehicle spare parts to ensure their armour stayed mobile.
"Right,"
Johnson said happily after loading 1 truck. "Bullets." The ammo dump, stored well away from the buildings and people, in either dead or living form, was a few miles from the base. It took them a long time to get through the many physical layers. Then the hard work began as they carried large crates out to the one now empty big green Bedford truck. 1 squad of Marines knelt in cover to point their weapons towards the gate as the truck was loaded up. Then yet more boxes of large bullets were carried out to the open square nearby. "What's their ETA?" Maxwell asked, more out of conversation than needing the information repeated for him. In response, Johnson did that strange thing that people do when asked any question relating to time, especially when it doesn't directly involve knowing what the precise time is, and he glanced unnecessarily at his watch. 16 minutes, Johnson told him, realizing what the question was designed for. Maxwell was offering his opinion that they would have carried enough to fill the helicopters by the time they arrived, so long as they left the island very soon. "Call them in," he told the sergeant. They carried the rest, fulfilling the weight quota with rapidly calculated mental arithmetic, and everyone but Johnson and a pair of Royal Marines remounted their respective vehicles in anticipation of the instruction to move. Johnson glanced at his watch again, seeing that the 16-minute window had just expired, and craned his neck to look up as he shielded his eyes from the indirect sunlight. The characteristic sound of helicopters flying, that booming chatter of rotary blades cutting the air, came to him. He turned to the vehicles, raised the thumb of his left hand, and watched as they drove away. Right on cue, the pair of helicopters dropped in, turned and flared noisily to land close to where he stood. He knelt down, screwing up his eyes to save the rotor wash from blowing too much dust into them. Ordinarily, the 2 Sea Kings would keep their engines turning, but they were adopting new tactics to keep their profiles low in the new war they were fighting. The first one was loaded, and the aircrew was strapping down the boxes before the blades had even stopped turning. The second one was similarly loaded, and Johnson allowed himself to sink into a narrow canvas chair in the first bird, feeling the ache in his hands and arms and the burn in his shoulders. As the engines burst back to life and whined up to screaming pitch, he leaned back and smiled at the easy success of the last 6 hours, and he prayed it would last. The helicopters landed first, but only by a margin of a few minutes, as they had taken a route straight out to sea, heading south before looping a long westerly arc well out of sight of land, to swing back and find the island to their north. That way was intended to avoid the numerous screechers, who would have seen and heard the aircraft, and followed them back to the island to hold some grotesque reunion of the last time. The first 2 Saxons growled their way over the bridge, with their dark green and black camouflage seeming just as brutal and inappropriate to the picturesque seaside setting as the tank blocking the roadway did. They followed the new standing orders and went into the buildings to strip down and show the RMPs that they weren't bitten. When they'd been through the initial check, they went into a quarantine building, equipped with tea, coffee and food, where they waited to prove that they weren't running a temperature. 24 minutes later, the other Saxons came back, nestled fore and aft of the heavily loaded Bedford trucks, and a Spartan at each end of that convoy, and those men parked their wagons to go through the same process. 7 hours from start to finish, and they had recovered 4 new APCs, which would allow the Marines to safely conduct their own operations, as well as thousands of rounds of ammunition for their guns. Johnson looked down the slope and smiled as the convoy snaked its way slowly through the obstruction of the tank and the sloping obstacles. That smile faded as he saw the man climbing out of the top hatch on the Chieftain tank, jumping up and down and waving his arms desperately. "Stop the convoy!" he said out loud, his voice desperate and cracking with the opening stages of panic. But there was nobody there who could turn those words into an order and pass it down to the men in the distance. He didn't yet know what was wrong, but he was certain that it was nothing he wanted to see up close. He felt worse seeing it from a distance, as he was powerless to stop it. The man chosen to command the second of Maxwell's wagons was Corporal Graham Ashdown. The fact that Maxwell had chosen him spoke sufficiently of his competency, and in fact his hard work saw him on a waiting list for an NCO leadership course, in preparation for him receiving another stripe on his arm. If anything, Ashdown was a little disappointed in the ease of their mission, not from any immaturity or lust for violence, but from the point of view of a professional who wanted to showcase his ability to command his fighting unit. Their unhindered route to the camp showed only the rear view of a Bedford truck and the faces of the alert but inert Royal Marines inside as they scanned for threats, using the minimal amount of effort in order to conserve their energy. That was something he found amusing. His own men were known for eating and sleeping at random times, but the Marines took it to a new level entirely. If they were stood down for even 5 minutes, one of them would fall asleep instantly, only to come awake just as rapidly when the order to move came. It was the same with food. When the Marines saw it, they devoured it as though they were rescue dogs living in constant fear of starvation. He expected at least some employment when they arrived at the camp, but they found it devoid of life, or whatever the state of the screechers should be called. He had heard the radio traffic about the few who had staggered into the road in answer to the noise of their 4 loud engines, but most of them faded away into the distance behind them, as only the quicker ones had made it out in front. He saw the evidence of those where they had been mashed into the road surface and flattened in intricate patterns by the tracks of Maxwell's wagon and the 2 sets of big tires following, so his only view of the enemy was either squashed or out of range. The work inside the camp was back-breaking and strenuous, but it was good to feel employed, if only for a short time. The Saxons were found and started with ease, and the remaining half of the Marines stayed to help load the trucks. As soon as the helicopters could be heard swooping in, Maxwell mounted his lead wagon and called the off, leaving Ashdown to take up his position at the rear once more as his convoy of 4 made their return journey in much slower time, given the tons of ammunition and weaponry they had recovered. "Contact left!" Ashdown called out over the radio, making every head in the convoy snap to the near side, as a dozen screechers leaped from the close tree line and directly into their vehicles. No gunfire sounded, as the distance was too short, and the warning too late to bring their heavy machine guns to bear on the ambush, so they relied on their momentum and weight to carry them on through the attack. Being the last vehicles some short distance back from the others, Ashdown was the first to see it, as he had the best perspective. That said, he still didn't have time to bring the cupola around to fire on the attack, not that he definitely would have, given that there were only a few of them. The first screecher to stumble from the undergrowth was unable to gauge the speed and distance of the first light tank as it passed him by, followed by 2 big green trucks. His scarlet-red beret had long since been lost, but the camouflage smock and trousers remained intact, even if the ragged hole in his throat had soaked the uniform almost black down his front. The last tank, the one his head was turned away from, hit him hard with the very centre of its front edge, which threw him down hard to the concrete before rolling over his thighs with the left side tracks. Hands reaching instinctively, the screecher clawed at the smooth underside of the Spartan as it rolled him over and over, dislocating joints and snapping off fingers. The damage to the once human body was unimaginable, but it didn't prevent the half-ruined fingers of the left hand gaining purchase and swinging the ruined body around to drag behind the vehicle. The right hand, finger and thumb, all that remained, found a tenuous handhold on the rear, and the torso raised itself an inch higher, just as the legs from just below the pelvis fell away, to slip from the gory trouser legs and bounce to a gentle stop in the centre of the road. "Road clear," Ashdown said, making the milky eyes of the hitchhiker snap forwards to seek the source of the sound that its brain associated with fresh meat. Chapter 9. When she came to, Ellie Finn first opened her eyes and instantly regretted it. The pain in her head was incredible in the most literal sense of the word, and it simultaneously threatened to make her vomit and fall off the hard ground she was lying on as the world spun viciously. She had been unaware of the car journey, but her brain peeked through the fog and she knew that she was in a different place from before the men had broken down the door. The door. The house. She sat up, fast and uncontrolled, to be hit with another barrage of agony that shot down her spine to the tips of her big toes. "Amber!" she sobbed, earning another jolt of pain as the words bounced back to her ears and sounded like someone else's. She threw up, hard and uncontrolled, to cover her left leg as she instinctively turned away. Collapsing back and banging her head again, she sobbed out loud, repeating the name of her daughter, who had been left behind when the men had taken her. "Shh, it's okay," said a voice from behind her, in an attempt to soothe her pain. "It's not okay," she sobbed wretchedly. "My baby," then lapsed back into unconsciousness. Misunderstanding, the woman who soothed the girl shushed her again and stroked her matted blonde hair. She had lost people, too, but had not been forced to suffer the death of a child, as she had none. She could only begin to imagine the pain and loss that the girl was feeling, even before the men who had saved the crying, wounded woman had roughly dumped her unconscious into the same room as her. It was a cell, regardless of what they called it. Any room that someone else forced you into and locked the door on was a cell, whether it was built for that purpose or not. The younger woman had been there for a day and a night, after her own little corner of quiet safety had been invaded by the sound of a shrieking fan belt, and her front door had imploded. The men she'd met had invited her to come with them, and seeing no choice but to comply or get herself hurt, she'd gone with them. She wished she'd had the strength to overpower them, but she highly doubted she could have incapacitated two of them with a swift knee to the groin before one of them had used the weapons they carried to hurt or threaten her. Meekly, she had gone with them, and she'd regretted that decision every minute of every day since. Now, seeing a younger girl dumped roughly in the room with her, she tended to her as well as she could, and waited for her to come around once again. She awoke an hour later much in the same way. Her hands twitched, and her body jerked as though her consciousness was trapped inside a plastic bag, and she fought to punch her way out. When she did, she came awake with an exaggerated gasp and sat bolt upright, only to whine pitifully and sink back down, holding her neck with both hands at the base of her skull. She opened her eyes in response to the voice, unthreatening as it was obviously female, which was trying to calm her again. She cautiously opened one eye, hating the light streaming through the window for burning her retina with its unkind brightness, to see a woman with lighter blonde hair than her own and maybe 10 years older. She smiled kindly, weakly, as though she was apologizing for what had happened to her. "Careful," she said, as Ellie tried to sit up. "Go slow. You've got a nasty lump on your head." She went slowly, raising a hand to her head and the main source of her pain to find what felt like an egg protruding from just behind her right ear. Her stomach went into spasm again, making the other woman step smartly back and snatch up a metal rubbish bin to catch the remaining bile collected in her stomach. Her brain somehow knew that she had already thrown up, but her eyes couldn't find it. Perhaps she cleaned it up, Ellie thought randomly, just as the jumble of feelings and sensations bubbled to the surface, and her heart broke for the 3rd time that day. "My baby," she sobbed again, screwing her face up and falling back into despair and tears to complement the agony inside her skull. The woman soothed her again, trying to find the words to comfort her. "I know, my lovely," she said with genuine sadness for the girl's loss. "We've all lost people to them, but I can't—" "She's not lost," interrupted the girl with slurred words. "She's alive. They took me away and—" She broke down again and her sobs intensified. "They left her there. She's all alone." Try as she did, Ellie couldn't help but break down with her, and the two women cried together. Resting the girl down on the bed, she stood and began to hammer on the wooden door for attention. "What do you want?" came an angry response from outside the closed door. "This woman had a baby with her," she snapped angrily. "Where is she?" A muttered conversation took place on the other side of the locked door, prompting Ellie to bang again. "She didn't," came the answer. "She was on her own." "No, she bloody well wasn't," Ellie snapped back, creating more silence and insistent muttering from beyond. "Okay," said the different voice tentatively. "We'll go back." The house was much the same as they had left it 3 hours previously, only this time it had attracted two of the slow-moving ones who were milling about aimlessly inside the low stone wall of the front garden. The crowbar put an end to one as the other was enticed towards the younger man, who had crudely taped the straight-bladed carving knife to a broom handle. The knife punctured the face, dead center, travelling slightly upwards through the sinus cavity to pierce the brain, and the thing's lights went out. Both men had enjoyed the killings, but both had distinctly not enjoyed the roasting they had received from Michaels, the man who had bestowed on them the responsibility of going back to find the girl they had apparently left behind through incompetence. They searched the house again, finding it precisely how they had left it, with just one exception: the addition of another dead body laid out flat like a starfish on the kitchen floor.
"I didn't do that,"
said Ian from behind his rough beard to the younger and far less intelligent Carl. Michaels called them Thing 1 and Thing 2, which Ian had explained to Carl had originated from a children's book, but they still used their real names, despite others mimicking their frightening leader.
"Who did then?"
Carl asked, frightened.
"Don't bloody know, do I?"
Ian snarled back at him.
"But it's a good bet whoever it was took the baby we're supposed to be looking for. So start searching, idiot."
Carl searched, as did Ian. They found nothing else amiss, other than the body with its punctured brain and ruined left eyeball. The back door had been ajar when they'd entered, and that was closed to keep the bad things out, but the destroyed front door would not close. Their arrival had prompted yet more interest, and they were forced to flee back to the safety of their hilltop refuge to report the news of their failure. Peter was forced to change his usual nocturnal routine after the interruption of the bearded man and his crowbar. The shock of finding the little girl still hadn't faded, and their awkward flight over fields from the back of the house was far more difficult than it should have been, because the girl's legs were much shorter than his own. If he'd been a grown-up, he would have simply scooped her up in his arms and carried her. He was sure it had been Leonardo who'd scooped April up like that in a TV program he'd very occasionally managed to see if his mother was comatose. He loved the Ninja Turtles when he got away with watching it. The one time he tried picking this girl up like that, she'd whined and squirmed out of his grip to shoot him a look of sheer grumpiness. He got the message. Don't touch me. In addition to trying to get her to move more quickly without being allowed to physically help her, he also faced the frustrating limitation of only having one-way communication with her and trying to translate her suspicious looks to gauge whether his words had been understood. As much as this slow progress frustrated him, the very thought of leaving her to herself was an impossibility. Already in his head, he'd worked out how much extra food and water he would need to carry to keep her healthy, and that was before he even found out if she liked the same things he did, whether she would eat cold beans or rice pudding from the tin. Finally reaching the summit of a low hill behind the village, he paused at the top to assess which direction they should take. Opting for the snaking path that led into another cluster of buildings about the same size as the one they had just escaped, he turned to encourage the girl, who had taken the opportunity to sit down. Her legs must have been aching, he realized. As small as the hill was to him, it must have been a huge effort for such a young person. He glanced back down the hill, satisfied that nothing was following them, and sat down next to her. Digging in his backpack as she played with the floppy limbs of the cuddly lamb, Peter brought out chocolate-covered biscuits taken from the house he'd been in. They'd fallen down behind some items in a cupboard, which he wouldn't have noticed had he not been standing on a chair, and he unwrapped one to see if she noticed. He glanced at her as he chewed the first mouthful of raisins, biscuit and chocolate, to see her eyes watching the treat in his hand intently. Hungry or not, he doubted he would turn down the snack at any age, so he was sure he had her attention. Holding the other one out to her, he watched as hesitant fingers whipped out to take it carefully, then began to remove the purple paper sleeve and attack the foil wrapper underneath. She glanced at Peter again, just to be sure it wasn't a trick, and bit into it. She chewed fast, not waiting to finish one mouthful before she took another bite, and she finished it before Peter had eaten the last piece of his own. She handed him back the wrapper with a small smile and looked at him expectantly. "You still hungry?" he asked her. Her wide eyes and blank face showed nothing, but her head nodded twice. "Let's get down there and find somewhere safe first," he told her in the slightly patronizing tone of a young child talking to an even younger one. "And then we can eat. Okay?" She seemed to think about it for a moment, her lips pursing and her fair eyebrows almost meeting in the middle. Then she nodded again abruptly. "What's your name?" Peter asked her, pushing the envelope of their communication to see if she would make words yet. "How old are you?" She ignored him, rising to her feet and walking away down the hill. Peter shrugged his way back into his backpack, hefted the pitchfork and the other bag, and followed her direction to catch up with her easily. He fell in step alongside her, keeping an easy pace due to the height difference, and told her about his life. He explained that his sister was taken away, and after that all the bad things that had happened. He skipped the details of killing his own mother after the horrendous things he had seen her do, and of the massive riot of dead things who'd walked straight through his farm and made him hide in shit until they wandered off, and about the one he had decapitated with his father's shotgun after he had cut off the barrels that were too long for him to manage. He kept to the facts appropriate for a child, forgetting to view himself as one, given his experiences, and the little girl listened without answering. That conversation, such as it was, led them to the hedge separating the rolling landscape from the village. Peter stepped in front of the girl and held a finger to his lips, then handed her the bag in his hand and pointed for her to stay where she was. She took the bag, kept her lips firmly pressed together, and nodded. Peter hefted his pitchfork and crept towards the stile, where he could easily cross the wooden fence and step onto the grass verge before the road. He watched and he listened, hearing and seeing nothing, but sure of the knowledge that the absence of those things did not mean for one single second that there was nothing out there, or that they were safe. Keeping his eyes on the road and buildings, he reached down with his right hand and scuffed about in the earth of the hedgerow beside him, coming up with a small rock. He weighed it subconsciously in his hand, not for a precise weight, but for an instinctive feel for the effort it would take to launch the missile, then heaved it up and over the hedge to make it skitter along the road, where it bounced up into the side of a car with a sharp clang. Then he waited and waited. To her credit, the girl stayed still 10 paces behind him and didn't make a sound. When Peter had decided that there were none of them in the immediate area, he beckoned her forwards and climbed the stile to cross the fence. Turning to her, he saw that she had reached the part where she had to throw one leg over and was stuck, lacking the strength or confidence to tackle the obstacle with the bag in her hand. Wordlessly, Peter reached out for the bag and took it, then froze in surprise as she held her hand out to him, even after he had taken her burden. He met her eyes and reached out to take her hand, feeling her warm little fingers grip his as she climbed the rest of the way over. She took back the bag from his hand without being asked to, and looked up at him expectantly. He nodded, then walked to the nearest house where he found both doors locked, but a small window to the kitchen open. He slipped off his bag and tried to climb up to it, but he couldn't gain any purchase with his feet to do anything other than look inside. The house was empty, and, more importantly, it had no musty smell that the ones trapped inside made. Pulling a face of disappointment as he climbed back down, he heard a small noise. Looking at the girl, he watched as she made the noise again, a small and deliberate cough in her throat, and pointed a finger at her chest. The finger was then pointed at the window, and Peter finally understood. He held up a finger of his own to signal that she should wait, then used the prongs of his pitchfork to tap loudly on the window to be doubly sure that there was nothing nasty inside. Repeating the process, and finding no good reason to turn down her offer of help, he slipped off his backpack and rested his pitchfork against the back door. He awkwardly held out his hands to her, silently asking for permission to pick her up, and she stepped into his hands. Given that there was only a relatively small age difference between them, Peter struggled to lift her, but she eventually managed to get her hands onto the open frame. Now that she held some of her own weight, he managed to push her upwards, to watch as she threw one short leg into the gap and slipped inside. He watched as she climbed carefully down from the kitchen worktop and disappeared from view as she went towards the door. He waited, but the door didn't open. Fear rising inside him, he was about to knock and shout to her or climb back to the window to see if she was still there, when a noise from inside made him press his ear to the wood of the door and listen. It sounded like a creaking noise at first, then grew louder with each interval as it sounded, then paused. Just as Peter's brain registered what it was, the door clicked and unlocked from inside, only for the door to swing open and bump into the chair she had dragged over to be able to reach the release latch. Peter snatched up the bags and his pitchfork and slipped inside as she pulled the chair away, beaming a shy smile at her ingenuity. "That was really clever," Peter told her in a whisper as he closed and locked the door again, before reaching up to slip across the bolt that most houses had on their doors. She smiled again, then her face dropped back into neutral as he told her to wait in the kitchen while he searched the house. Every step he took was mirrored. She let him get 4 steps ahead, then began to follow, copying his every gesture as she carried an imaginary pitchfork behind him. Peter didn't notice, not until he had searched the lounge and turned to see her dogging his steps. He smiled, said nothing, and continued to clear the house, knowing that she was following him. As he climbed the stairs, he stepped exaggeratedly from one side to the other, bobbing his head like a disco dancer with each step. He heard the slight breath of an almost silent giggle from behind him, which made him smile. Each room they went into, he closed the curtains slowly, keeping the movement gentle so as to not attract attention. By the time they had searched the second bedroom, the girl automatically went to close the other curtain to the one Peter held, and he reminded her to do it slowly and carefully. She nodded, being extra careful to do as she was told. Peter stopped creeping, stood upright, and held the pitchfork in a relaxed way to signify that the house was safe, then beckoned her to follow him downstairs to where he used a chair to stand on and assess the hall from the cupboards. It wasn't much, but the tap still yielded some cold water. Peter used a can opener to take the lid off a tin of beans and slid it over to the girl who sat opposite him at the table. She picked up the spoon he had laid out for her and, with occasional glances back at him, ate the entire contents. When they had both finished, to add to the dried snot and general grime on her face, the tomato sauce had got all over her mouth and chin. Peter dabbed a tea towel in the cold water he had run into the sink and asked permission with his eyes to clean her up. She scrunched up her nose, making him laugh, and squirmed on instinct as he wiped away the filth on her face. When he had finished, he gave her a china cup of water and sat down with her. "I'm called Amber," she said in a small voice, "and I'm almost 4 3/4." Chapter 10. Sergeant Horton, commander of 50% of the assorted group's heavy armour in the form of the Chieftain main battle tank, employed to block the perilous road bridge onto the island, called out for his driver to roll forwards. The defences were set so that the slab-sided rear of the tank served as a heavily armed barricade, with 2 machine guns and the ridiculous overkill of the 120mm cannon pointing back towards the mainland, separated only by a strip of fast-moving coastal water. Already, given their initial burst of adrenaline from the large-scale deployment to bring order back to the streets of London, they had encountered a new enemy, terrifying, if not also vulnerable in many ways. The enemy had sparked flight, then a near-suicidal tactic to protect the others on the island, and now boredom. For a month now, he had taken turns with the other men trained to fight from within the confines of one of the finest tanks in creation, and he was reduced to being a very heavy, very expensive bouncer. He guarded the door, rolling their tank forwards and backwards for the faster vehicles to roll out and find gainful employment, and he was bored. Although not yet rostered to be on duty, he had risen early due to the noise that all the men readying to depart had made, and he could not get back to sleep, so he took his turn early on the bridge. He watched the 4 vehicles leave, wishing that he could be a part of something useful, or at least more useful than he felt sitting still all day. He did very little all day, other than watch the ground in the distance for any movement, although he was relieved for a short break around midday. Hearing via the radio that the Marines were due back, he had the tank started, ready to roll it forward before the two Saxons came into view with their angular, squat faces looking intimidating as they crossed the bridge. Shortly afterwards, he repeated the orders and watched as the other two new additions, the identical armoured personnel carriers, then he rolled back into place. Following that, the sight and sound of the two helicopters washed over him from high on the island behind him, where there was sufficient space near the exposed lighthouse to land the aircraft. Keeping his discipline and not watching the show in the direction of safety, he kept his eyes ahead on the direction of danger, despite his boredom. As the final four, the original vehicles of the mission, returned, he gave the orders for the last time and glanced back at the back end of the light tank squeaking past on its tracks. His brain took a few precious seconds to fully understand what he was looking at. At first, given the acceptable colours and patterns of the thing, he assumed it was army kit slung on the outside of their wagon, as was the way of things. But the way it hung was wrong. The way it had a head and a face, and the way it turned that face to bare its teeth at the noisy tank as it went past, was suddenly so terrifyingly wrong. Horton began to shout, to scream a pointless warning as the combined noise made by so many large engines drowned him out completely. He waved his arms frantically, pausing only for a second to consider opening up with the machine gun on the back of the tank and dismissing that as the hatches were open and the head and shoulders of the commander were exposed. Just above the thing holding on, in their direct line of sight, and hence the direction of any bullets they fired, were the two soft-skinned trucks that would be obliterated by their gunfire. Horton continued to scream and wave, deciding in the end to snatch up the submachine gun and jump down from the tank to land heavily on the roadway. Running as fast as he could, with a partly numb ankle caused by the uncontrolled drop, he threw his body after the convoy and fired a short burst of automatic shots into the water beside him in desperation to attract the attention of the man with his back to the danger. Just as the convoy slowed to play nice with the RMP roadblock and follow their orders to go into search and quarantine, the men in front noticed something behind was wrong. As his wagon came to a juddering stop, Corporal Ashdown glanced behind him just in time to see a mostly fingerless and dead hand swing forwards and latch on to the collar of his smock to drag him backwards. He yelled out loud in fright, unable to summon the strength in his abdominal muscles to pull both his and the upper body of his attacker back upright. Broken and bloody hands tore at him from within army-camouflaged uniform sleeves, and his confusion that one of his own men would do this temporarily blinded him to the priorities. Just as his brain engaged sufficient muscle memory to reach for his bayonet, the teeth clamped down hard onto his shoulder and lanced pain through his body like a cold knife. Ashdown screamed, heard what he thought was a distinct crack of bone, and slipped backwards from the Spartan to tumble end over end off the side and to the road below. Miraculously, Horton had covered the 100-yard distance despite his twisted ankle, and arrived before even the men of the checkpoint had responded to what was happening. Given the speed with which events had unfolded, he hadn't had time to fix his bayonet to his weapon, so instead he reversed it as he half ran, half hobbled, to swing the folding stock like a club into the side of the head of the thing. The scene before him stayed in his mind, stuck there like a macabre freeze frame that would never leave him. He looked down on a trooper, pulled bodily from his tank without warning, who had half of a soldier, literally, the top half of the body, pushed away from his face with both hands as he screamed repeatedly, stopping only for gasps of air. The half a soldier tried to crane forward, to snap its teeth down, and to try and take a piece of him. It didn't have legs, so it couldn't gain enough purchase to bear down on its intended meal. Broken, ragged fingers clawed at him, scoring deep, bloody marks down his face and neck, until Horton caught up to the desperate scramble for survival and caved in the right side of the rotting skull. He hit it like a cricketer, stepping into a fast ball to send the ball high into the stands. The sound that accompanied the swing was less leather on willow and resoundingly more metal on skull. The crunch of the impact and the answering squelch of the twice-dead corpse hitting the roadway beside Ashdown stopped the screaming, and left a ringing silence of frozen inactivity. That inactivity was shattered by the arrival of the squadron sergeant major, who jogged on to the scene and bellowed orders to stir men into action and usefulness. "Get that bloody barricade secured!" he shouted, pointing ahead to the tank that still hadn't returned to its blocking position. "You lot, get into search and quarantine. Sergeant Swift." "Sir," came the acknowledgement from somewhere behind him. "I'll trouble you to expedite matters if you don't mind," he asked pointedly, as everyone else heard the polite phraseology for "hurry up and do your fucking job without me having to remind you." "Horton," Johnson said through a heaving chest, only now showing that the mad dash downhill had left him in need of oxygen. "Help me get him inside." "But, sir," Horton responded uncertainly, "the standing orders." "Yes, Sergeant," Johnson snarled quietly for just Horton to hear. "My standing orders are to search returning soldiers for injuries and quarantine them for a time. The order to—" He hesitated as he looked down at his corporal, who was wide-eyed in shock and terror. "Render them safe. It's only when infection is confirmed." With that, he hauled Ashdown to his feet, and Horton spurred himself to assist. The man was breathing rapidly, but neither man could feel his skin burning hot beneath his clothing yet. They bundled him into a room of a nearby building which had been cleared for the purpose of quarantining returning men, and they laid him down on the table. "Out!" Johnson ordered the young military policeman stationed there, not turning to watch as the boy fled gratefully. "You're all right, son," Johnson repeated as he fumbled to remove the webbing and strip his smock and undershirt away. Ashdown said nothing as the two men worked together, roughly pulling his uniform off him. He had dropped into a kind of catatonic state, eyes wide but unseeing and unresponsive. "There," Horton said, pointing at his right shoulder, and taking an involuntary step backwards. Johnson looked and saw livid bruising already forming over his collarbone. "Get a medic," he said, sensing Horton hesitate a fraction of a second before leaving the room. "You're all right, son," he said again. The door burst open, and Horton returned with one of the Marines who was fumbling free a medical kit from his pack. Horton had clearly used his initiative and the authority of his rank to remove a quarantined soldier, rationalizing that the man was only going to another quarantined area. "What have we got?" the Marine said, his broad Midlands accent filling the room. "Nasty bruising on his shoulder and deep scratches to his face and neck," Johnson responded. "Has the rest of him been checked?" the Marine asked. "For bites, I mean." Johnson said nothing but began to untie and remove the man's boots as the others helped to strip him totally naked and turn him this way and that to check every part of his body. "He's fine," said the Marine, "just those 2 wounds." He thought out loud as he clamped a large hand down on Ashdown's forehead. "What's his name?" Johnson thought for a second, feeling that annoyance everybody experienced when known information escaped them the same second it was asked for. "Ashdown," he said after a pause that made him look as though he didn't know his own men. "Graham Ashdown, Corporal," he said, unnecessarily giving the man's rank when it was visible on the arms of his uniform smock. "OK. Graham, can you hear me, mate?" the Marine asked, as he peered into his eyes. Johnson stole a glance himself, expecting to see the eyeballs turning milky and blinking, when he realized they were not. Ashdown mumbled in response as he seemed to come around. "Didn't go through," he said weakly, his voice cracking as he spoke. "Bite. Didn't go through." "He's right, you know," the Marine said. "This bruising isn't teeth marks. It's something else." "His webbing straps," Horton said, as logic descended on him. "The thing bit him on the strap and just pinched him." "I think it did more than that," the Marine answered as he worked. "The bugger's fractured the bone, I think." Johnson and Horton both winced at the thought of the pain that would bring the man, but the Marine's next words sobered their thoughts. "These scratches are nasty," he said worryingly, "and likely to cause infection." Johnson froze, levelled the man with a stare and asked him precisely what he meant by infection. "Sepsis, blood poisoning, that kind of thing," the man said dismissively, making the two men relax until his next words brought them back to a harsh reality again. "But there's always the risk that the other kind of infection might be passed this way." The silence hung heavy once more before the Marine spoke again. "Help me make him comfortable," he said, indicating a stack of sheets on a dresser. Making Ashdown comfortable actually meant tying him down to the table by wrapping the sheets around him and leaving only the upper chest, neck, and head exposed. The Marine periodically checked Ashdown's temperature with a flat hand on his forehead, and each time he didn't detect any sudden rise. That wasn't to say, conclusively, that the infection wasn't there, and spreading at a lower rate than they had seen before. "I'll take it from here, sir," the Marine said as he prepared to clean and dress the long gouge in the injured man's flesh. "If you could just make sure there's a man on the other side of the door." Johnson nodded and turned to leave, then swung back. "Thank you, Marine," he said in a voice full of genuine meaning. "What's your name?" "Seeley, sir," he answered. Then Johnson turned back to the door to leave. Outside, Johnson and Horton both drew in long breaths and turned to see Sergeant Swift and his corporal approaching. "Sir, Sergeant," he said formally, "if you'll both come with me, please." Johnson stopped dead and stared at the man. "I beg your pardon, Sergeant?" he asked icily. "Sir," Swift began awkwardly, "your own orders. You've both been exposed to one of them, and you need to go into quarantine. Just a few hours until we know there aren't any problems." He trailed off, hoping that good sense would prevail, and the big warrant officer wouldn't tear him apart in front of most of his men. Johnson tensed for a moment as the temporary indecision raged inside him. Then he abruptly relaxed and seemed to soften slightly. "Quite right, Sergeant," he said with a false smile, before turning to Horton and asking, "Shall we?" Then setting off back to the room they had just vacated. "Sir," Swift said hesitantly, a hint of warning creeping into his tone and setting Johnson off as he hoped he wouldn't. The SSM rounded on him, towering above him by only a few inches, but utterly dominating the much younger man. "Sergeant," he growled, "I am playing along and putting myself into quarantine for a few hours, but I am not going into the main hall where my men can become stressed and worried about my being in there," he said, as he stepped slowly towards the man, forcing him to pace backwards to avoid the slow collision. "Furthermore," he went on in a more insistent tone, "I'm not going back to my men under these circumstances without definitive news regarding the well-being of Corporal Ashdown. Is that understood?" Swift swallowed and nodded, standing very still as Johnson turned and walked back into the room they had vacated and closed the door behind them. "And fetch the captain," he shouted through the door after it had banged shut. Marine Seeley looked up at them, seemed to understand quickly and shrugged before returning to his ministering of Ashdown's wounds. "Need a hand?" Horton asked him, seeing the Marine simply shake his head as he concentrated. With nothing better to do, Johnson and Horton found chairs and settled in for the wait. The afternoon grew dark as unexpected rain clouds billowed in from the direction of the sea. Peter and Amber had brought down thick duvets from the beds upstairs to make themselves comfortable dens on the two settees, arranged so that they were facing one another. Strangely, the house didn't have a television set, but the large radio and collection of records, arranged under the turntable, showed that at least whoever lived there wasn't totally boring. The bedrooms, only two of them, seemed almost unlived in, and one of them had no personal touches at all, which made Peter think it was a guest bedroom. Applying logic and all that he knew about the world, he decided that a woman lived there on her own. It had to be a woman, he knew, because things were too neat and orderly for it to be a man living alone. There were all sorts of treats and chocolate bars hidden away in kitchen cupboards, and the two children smiled at each other as they ate them. Even better, there were glass bottles of fizzy drinks which needed a bottle opener to free their sugary goodness, and the two of them drank and took turns to let out burps, as though it were some kind of competition. As that amusement wore off, a sudden noise at the back door made both of them jump. Despite Amber's young age, she didn't cry out in fright, but Peter's heart raced so that he was forced to slow his breathing down. He was the protector now, and he felt fear in a way like no other when he had only been responsible for his own life. He rose up, keeping his body low as he snatched up the pitchfork that was never far from his reach. Edging towards the back door, he paused to listen, heard nothing, and just as he began to relax, something erupted from the dull light outside the window to launch itself through the gap. Claws scratched and scrabbled at the glass and frame, and wide yellow eyes bored into Peter's own as he fell backwards with a strangled squawk of fear. Frozen in situ, half in and half out of the narrow gap, a mottled black and brown cat glared at him with accusatory indignation. It kept its eyes on him, squeezing the rest of its body through as it landed lightly on the kitchen worktop and let out a low, yowling sound in his direction. As foolish as he felt, Peter got the impression that he was being asked a question, and as foolish as he sounded even to himself, he answered it. "We just needed somewhere safe to stay," he told the cat in a low voice, then jumped again as the cat dropped down from the worktop without warning and paced past him to trot towards the settees. He turned to see it had its tail held high and vertical with the top curled around like it was a living question mark. Even from 3 paces away, he could hear the deep, percussive rattle of the cat's purring as it nuzzled Amber, before rising on its back legs to rub one side of its whiskers along her outstretched hand. She giggled lightly, and the cat turned to repeat the gesture on the other side of its face before hopping up effortlessly to nuzzle her face and knead the duvet on her lap. Feeling distinctly as though he was the intruder, the items he had discarded before in the kitchen came back to him. He had ignored the tins of cat food as an irrelevance, as though the thought of any animal surviving had been pushed from his mind after the dog he had tried so hard to forget about. The obvious evidence to the contrary had now settled down and begun a rigorous washing process on Amber's lap, pausing occasionally to lick her hand when it came close enough, and made her giggle again. Peter felt suddenly ashamed, as though he had broken into the house of someone who was still around, because the cat evidently lived there. He opened a tin from the kitchen and scraped out the foul-smelling contents onto a side plate. As soon as the can opener sang its metallic tune to cut off the top, the cat abandoned its cleaning ritual and bounded up onto the side, where it snaked its way in between Peter's hands until the meal was prepared. Leaving the plate on the side, they both watched as the cat ate hungrily, purring the whole time, and surprising him that such feline ventriloquism was even possible. Finishing the entire plate and licking the jelly residue clean, the cat promptly stepped back to the windowsill and leapt up to squeeze itself back outside. Peter glanced back to Amber, seeing her expression fall back into the sadness he had known previously. He tried to cheer her up with more chocolate, which didn't work. He tried drinking more of the fizzy drink and pulled faces as he burped musically, but she stayed crestfallen at the loss of something that had made her happy. Giving in, Peter settled down to sleep on the settee and drifted away trying to think of ways to keep her safe and happy. Chapter 11. Life below the waves was a claustrophobic, dank, stifling existence of enforced silence. Any man over 5.5 feet tall suffered from constant spinal issues given any amount of time spent on board a boat, but the long journey around the Horn of Africa and back north to British waters was made under the strictest insistence that the journey remained covert. That meant that the submarine could only surface when absolutely necessary, and the remainder of the time had to be spent running quietly. The 4 men who were the precious cargo of the route, all of them sporting wild beards beneath staring eyes, had little to do besides lay in their cramped berths and wait for the journey to be over. But then men of their experience were not known for complaining about hardship. Their commander, Major Clive Downes, was the newest man to the regiment and would be forced to rotate out at some point in the future, or at least he would have under normal circumstances, but he had no idea what would happen, given this latest development. He and his team had been in Afghanistan, unofficially, of course, and had been teaching the ragtag collection of goat herders and illiterate villagers the finer points of improvised explosive device manufacture and planning, in addition to delivering the manual on the American-made and supplied Stinger missile system. The Soviets had officially ceased hostilities in the country after a decade of vicious counterinsurgency had left the region a war-torn mess, and the war had cost the Russians dearly. It was already widely known amongst the military as Russia's own Vietnam. The fighting of enemies via a proxy was nothing new, and it was a badly kept secret that the West was supplying and supporting the insurgents as a way to chip away at the Iron Curtain without getting their own hands dirty. At least, not publicly, anyway. Downes had received orders, bizarrely, through the channels of the Royal Navy, and he had followed those orders, which led him and the 3 men under his command to be sharing the same stale air in a submarine compartment barely big enough for their equipment. Any questions he had thought to ask were cut off, as the orders were given with a resounding "out" at the end. The 4 Americans working alongside them, each going by an obviously false moniker, were also extracted via the same strategy, but they saw little of them on the journey, and guessed they had been whisked away to report to their CIA masters as soon as they surfaced. Now, 3 weeks after those orders had led them to half suffocate and suffer from vitamin D deficiency, they arrived in a very unseasonably stormy English Channel. "Sergeant Major," came the polite, well-mannered inquiry through the closed door. "Sir," Johnson answered, thinking that his orders for the captain to be fetched had been followed, and instead finding that the man himself had not come, but had sent his younger brother. "Sergeant Major, I must ask after your health," said Second Lieutenant Palmer. "Are you quite well?" "Fine, Lieutenant, thank you," Johnson replied gruffly. "We'll be out of here in an hour, don't you worry." "Quite," Palmer chuckled, implying that Johnson's welfare was the slightest bit concerning to him personally. "Compliments from the captain, but when you're ready he'd rather enjoy hearing from you about the events of this afternoon." "I bet he bloody would," Johnson thought to himself, biting back the retort that the captain, last time he checked, had 2 working legs and was quite capable of walking his royal arse down there and asking the question in person. "Very good, Lieutenant," Johnson said instead, using the prinked boy's lowly rank instead of inflating his ego further with another "sir." "Oh," the officer said from outside in afterthought, "and how is our man?" Johnson took a breath again before answering, just in case the words he was thinking came out of his mouth instead of the words he should say. "Corporal Ashdown is stable, and there are no signs that he is infected," Johnson said. "But we haven't encountered, injuries such as this before, have we?" he responded, letting Johnson know that the facts must be common knowledge, but that Palmer was actually questioning why the injured man had been brought inside their cordon. "No," Johnson said, "we haven't." The sound of boots marching away in a relaxed tempo made the SSM's blood boil, making him breach his own standing orders and leave the room with 30 minutes to go before the allotted time. Despite the fact that nobody else had been removed from quarantine, he was storming up the hill unchallenged, when he noticed the Royal Military Police Sergeant duck into a doorway to avoid having to lie, if asked later, if he had seen the SSM. Johnson banged into the headquarters building and startled the men inside, finding a scene of intense business and stress instead of the relaxed atmosphere he was expecting. Captain Palmer was sitting in front of one of the radio sets, one earphone cupped to the side of his head and scribbling furiously with a pencil on a pad of paper before him. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, and he appeared red-eyed, as though he hadn't stopped to blink in the last 2 hours. Guiltily, Johnson regretted his malice towards the man for sending his younger brother when he clearly had important things to do. He was wordlessly handed a tin mug holding a hot drink, so freshly made that it burned his hand and forced him to change his grip. He waited patiently as he watched Captain Palmer acknowledge transmission curtly and efficiently, without pausing in his insistent writing. He finished the call and handed the headset back to Corporal Mander, who was on duty. Climbing to his feet wearily and rubbing his eyes, the officer also accepted a drink, but was staring at the paper before him so intently that he didn't flinch at the heat of his own mug. Appearing to only just notice the Sergeant Major, he put down both paper and drink to shake his hand, and place his left on the strong shoulder opposite him. "Mr. Johnson, I'm glad you are safe," he said with genuine gratitude for the man's survival. "How is Ashdown? He's Maxwell's second in command, isn't he asked, showing that he had either been passed that information recently or had rapidly absorbed this knowledge about his adopted and partly manned squadron of yeomanry. Johnson suspected it was the latter. "Stable, sir, thank you," he said, He's showing no sign of turning, and he's under the care of one of the Marines' medics." "Excellent," Palmer said with passion behind his eyes. "I'm sure he'll pull through. Now," he said, changing the subject after sufficient time as to not appear callous regarding the lives of his men, "CAS have been on the blower. They are calling themselves that now, Command at Sea, apparently, and it's all above board with the government and all branches of the military." He paused to offer time for questions, but continued as Johnson clearly had none. "They are in the process of consolidating military assets all over the place. It's mostly bad news, I'm afraid." He paused to blow on the surface of the drink he had picked up, only now seeming to find it hot to touch. "And what do they have for us?" Johnson asked, reading between the lines and guessing that the scribbled notes were the bones of a mission. "Nothing for now," he said excitedly. "It seems as though we are one of the rare pockets with a good number of civilian refugees. They want to add to us here, and are directing what personnel they can to get to our location. Others will be our responsibility to bring back." "Okay," Johnson said simply, feeling drained and unable to think about anything else, given the day's activities so far. Graham Ashdown slept until the sky outside was fully dark. Everyone had endured their quarantine countdown in subdued quiet after the unexpected events of their arrival. The search process was simplified, given that soldiers had few qualms over being naked in front of their peers. Each man had stripped, ready to be examined, and the method evolved organically so that the RMPs got all of the Marines and soldiers through quickly, and they were able to get comfortable and settle in to wait. The story of what had happened ran through the men like only a rapidly spreading rumour could, so that a convoluted version of events now lowered their mood and made for a depressing air. The men all shuffled out when the time was called, and none of them had manifested a fever or even a hint of an elevated temperature. They reported back to their individual billets with their heads down, despite the successes of the day, and the small house remained closed up, with the single soldier standing outside wearing his scarlet beret and an expression of stoic apology. That soldier was both startled and relieved in the same moment when the Yeomanry Sergeant Major returned. He ordered the door open, but thanked him with a tired smile as he stepped inside. Johnson's heart was heavy as he fully expected to find his man dead. He hoped to hear that he had gone in his sleep. He did not expect to walk in and see Ashdown sitting up, bandages wrapped around his neck, with a tin cup of steaming liquid in one hand and a cigarette in the other. He smiled, despite the pain he was clearly in, and looked at the contents of each hand as though his mind was juggling them to decide which one he should put down so he could stand up. "Jesus, Graham," Johnson said with wide eyes. "How? What happened?" This last was directed at Marine Seeley, who was stripped down to trousers and T-shirt with the same contents in his own hand as Ashdown had. "Slept it off, sir," he said with a smile. "Temperature never got up, even though he was talking a lot in his sleep, but he just came round like. You're all right now, ain't you, mate?" Ashdown watched Seeley as he spoke, then turned back to Johnson, wearing the same smile of almost fanatical relief, to stutter his own explanation. "I thought I was a goner, sir," he said, the slightest quiver in his chin. "I really thought the scratches would have—" He sniffed once, getting a grip of himself before the stress and realization of almost dying, and worse, threatened to unravel him, then carried on with bright eyes that tried to overcompensate. "The shoulder is sore as hell, but I'll be back at it in a few days," he finished. "You'll be stood down for more than a few days, Ashdown." Johnson chuckled at him. "We need to get you moved somewhere more comfortable, give you some time off. Your family are here, aren't they?" "My missus and my boy, yes, sir," he said, as his face darkened slightly, and he coughed to clear his voice. "They're billeted with Sergeant Maxwell's family." His face stayed shrouded in worry, as though the mention of his family gave a sharp reminder of what he had to lose. Johnson recognized that the man had been through enough, more than enough, and told him to rest up. His eyes met the Marine's, and the slight flick of his head summoned him to follow outside. "Stay where you are, mate," he told Ashdown as he set his drink on the table and slipped the rolled-up cigarette back in his mouth. "I'm going to see if any of my muckers are about to help." Outside, and a good few paces away from the house, Marine and warrant officer stood in momentarily awkward silence as both sought the appropriate words. "You have my thanks," Johnson said, wincing at what he felt was an overly formal tone. He meant the words, however, and was truly grateful that his man wasn't dead, or worse. Marine Seeley shrugged away the heartfelt words nonchalantly, not sharing his own fears that the man he didn't know wouldn't wake, and he would be forced to put him down. That would have potentially pushed the subtle enmity between Marines and squaddies to boil closer to the surface, if only he and the dead man had known the truth of things. But luckily that had not happened. "It must be only the teeth, I reckon," he told Johnson. "The teeth?" "Yeah, I mean, the scratches didn't infect him. Not with the screecher virus, or whatever anyway. And the teeth didn't break the skin, so I reckon it's something about the teeth," he explained simply, before adding a warning. "But he'll definitely need some antibiotics. God knows what shit has got into him otherwise." "I'll pass that up. Thanks," Johnson told him, then asked if he was okay to sort moving Ashdown to where his family was temporarily living. "I think your mate has ideas there, sir," he said, pointing to the approaching Sergeant Maxwell. "If you don't need me any more, mind if I find my oppos?" he asked hopefully, meaning his friends and fellow Marines. "No, thanks again, Marine," Johnson said, and offered him a hand. Seeley shook it, replying, "No problem. I'm hanging after lashing up your pongo," he finished, with a goading grin before trotting off to find his oppos. Johnson smiled at the liberal use of Marine slang, which he suspected was either partly for his benefit or that Marine Seeley had joined young and been transformed into the rare beast of a Royal Marine Commando and embraced their unique language as his own. Maxwell joined him and asked, "Did that bootneck just call us pongos?" "Yep," Johnson replied with amusement, smirking at the Marine's name for the apparently foul-smelling soldiers of the British Army. "If it ain't bad enough with the Arabs," Maxwell said, using their own inside terminology meaning arrogant, regular army bastards. The rift between the regulars and the reservists, although not noticeable since the brief bar fight, had not come to a head for one simple reason, in Johnson's opinion. There were more reservists than regulars to make it a fair fight. He had hoped that the kind of territorial pissing contests of different military units and branches in one confined space wouldn't affect them, given the unprecedented depth of shit they found themselves in, but it seemed that wasn't to be the case. The Marines were fine. They were led by a competent officer and sergeant, and while they kept themselves to themselves, they weren't hostile in the slightest. And besides, he thought to himself, I'd be worried if there wasn't a bit of inter-service piss-taking. "Anyway," Johnson said, as he snapped out of his small reveries and changed the subject, "Ashdown says his family is with yours. That right?" "Yes," he answered simply, then frowned and turned to Johnson with wide eyes. "What? He spoke?" "He's fine, Simon," Johnson told him. "Said Bootneck reckons he'll need antibiotics, but the thing didn't manage to bite him. He's still himself." "Sir," Maxwell acknowledged, as he simultaneously excused himself to run to the door and throw it